1. Survival on the highway. Loading the highway survival game. Current progress 82. Please be patient. When Chi-Su once again heard that familiar voice echoing in his mind, he instinctively sprang into action. He dashed to the kitchen, seizing a pot, and frantically stuffed it with noodles and eggs, ultimately adding a packet of salt. Grabbing an entire case of bottled water from the floor, he sprinted towards the restroom, but just as he was about to reach for a sanitary napkin, darkness engulfed him. When the darkness dissipated, Chi-Su found himself on an endless stretch of highway. Welcome to Highway Survival. This is Huagua Region 88, District 666-9999. Please carefully read the game rules below. 1. Each player may select an initial vehicle as their tool for survival. Choose wisely, for this decision will have profound implications for your future. 2. To obtain resources for survival, continue driving forward along the highway, where supply boxes will be found. 3. The supply boxes not only contain survival materials, but also unknown dangers, so exercise caution when opening them. 4. Reversing on the highway is prohibited. You cannot backtrack. Each day, a specified distance must be covered, and typically only one player occupies each highway. However, parallel highways may appear intermittently, presenting the chance to encounter other players. Sometimes, fellow survivors can be more perilous than monsters. 5. Adhere to traffic regulations. Stop at red lights and proceed at green. If you come across service stations of varying nature, you may choose whether or not to enter. 6. Daytime lasts from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Drivers must not operate their vehicles while fatigued. If health drops below 10 and fatigue exceeds 90, driving will be prohibited. 7. During nighttime rest, do not stray more than 8 meters from your vehicle, lest you encounter something undesirable. 8.by silently reciting the game panel. You can access further information and select your initial vehicle. The first 7 days serve as a protection period for novices, during which no monsters will initiate attacks. In the game, death signifies true demise. Do not harbor any illusions. Misfortune and fortune are intertwined. May you find your fortune after adversity. Begin your journey now. After listening intently, Chi-Su sighed deeply, astonished at the chance to start anew. Lowering his gaze to the pot in his arms, he felt fortunate to have brought it along at least for the initial days. Even with a stroke of misfortune, he would not suffer from extreme hunger. Soon, Chi-Su noticed some shards at the bottom of the pot. He crouched down to examine them, discovering they were heart of jade. This was a reward obtained during a challenging dungeon game, where the survival rate was dismally low, with only 1 in 10 players making out alive. Chi-Su had been fortunate enough to secure first place. He had anticipated a bounty of supplies, yet he was awarded merely a heart of jade. He had never fully grasped its purpose, as the holographic screen offered no means of scanning it. Suddenly, he recalled that just before his demise, his body seemed enveloped in a green light, and he came to realize it was a reloading of the game. Chi-Su gazed at the pot in his arms and soon shook his head. After all, surviving was already a commendable feat. During his last foray into the game, he had been seated before his computer, typing away, which resulted in him bringing a keyboard that was unconnected to any device. As a web novelist, upon hearing the initial prompt, Chi-Su did not spring into action immediately. He deemed this hesitation a profound humiliation, a disgrace of utmost magnitude. Survival themes were familiar to him. He had both written and encountered them. Yet, he found himself frozen like a fool, taking no action whatsoever. The moment he entered the game, he delivered 3 resounding slaps to his own face in frustration. Chi-Su's forte lay in exploring the darker aspects of humanity and betrayal, his novels predominantly revolving around supernatural and eerie tales. Coupled with his reclusive nature, he was not socially anxious, merely disinclined to forge friendships, finding such endeavors exhausting. Preferred solitude. Thus, in his previous gaming experience, he opted for a lone wolf approach, which initially proved fruitful, often placing him within the top 100 and allowing him to sidestep numerous traps and conflicts. However, by the end of the first year, the emergence of gang mechanics caused his ranking to plummet drastically. By the end of the 3rd year, the introduction of national war zone team battles rendered Chi-Su's solitary strategy obsolete. Yet, it was challenging to trust others in such a latest-stage team environment, and he was unwilling to compromise himself to please anyone at the critical juncture of impending elimination. Chi-Su reluctantly decided to take a gamble on the infamous 7-star dungeon, a challenge no player had successfully conquered. In hopes of securing his survival, alas, he failed. Fortunately, with the Heart of Emerald, he was granted another chance. Chi-Su took a deep breath. There was no reason he should fare worse than in his previous life, although the most daunting task would likely involve altering his development. Strategy. He opened his player profile, and 3 cartoonish vehicles materialized before him. Please make your selection. Previously, he had chosen the off-road vehicle on the far right, but it was second-hand, with a faulty air conditioning system and exorbitant fuel consumption. The vehicle frequently broke down, causing him to expend significant portions of his most valuable early-game food resources to trade for repair cards and fuel. After years of fruitless attempts to lose weight, he had succeeded within a month of participating in the game. Thus, he sought a different option this time. The middle option was an oversized truck, which he promptly decided to pass on. Despite its impressive stature, players who initially selected the truck thinking they were destined for greatness soon realized it was a pitfall, often bankrupting themselves in their pursuit of fuel. Left with only the option on the far left, a rugged, blue, uncovered electric tricycle, Chi-Su felt a sense of safety in its appearance. The battery was far easier to acquire than gasoline, and the exchange price was reasonable. Once upgraded to a new energy vehicle, its speed would rival that of conventional cars. Having made his decision, Chi-Su reached out and selected the electric tricycle on the left. To his astonishment, a surprise popped up, exploding with a bang. Congratulations, player Chi-Su. You have earned the title of Stubborn One. As the first player to trigger a title in the game, you shall be rewarded a silver supply crate. Descended from the heavens right before Chi-Su. Chi-Su. The silver supply crate, to Chi-Su's knowledge, was something one would encounter only after the novice protection period had concluded. He never anticipated it would manifest at the very onset of the game. Though the title it conferred was rather unappealing, this was a trivial concern. 2. Embarking on the journey. Chi-Su relocated the crate to the roadside, stretching his legs slightly to acclimatize to his current physical state. Although it was a reward, the crate invariably harbored various monsters, irrespective of the circumstance or setting, necessitating heightened vigilance. Once fully prepared, Chi-Su opened the crate, and indeed, the moment it was unsealed, a round, bulbous white head emerged, baring its teeth as if to leap out. Chi-Su, reacting promptly, delivered a swift kick, sending it tumbling into the endless darkness flanking the road. Congratulations to player Chi-Su for achieving the first monster kill, earning the title Daredevil. Would you like to announce this region-wide? Without hesitation, Chi-Su responded, "Announce it, but wait a moment, I would like to modify my nickname first." Understood. Please proceed to your personal data panel. As a returning veteran player, Chi-Su desired to avoid an overly constrained experience sometimes. Possessing formidable strength serves as a protective shield. He opened the panel, his lips twitching slightly at the rather splendid preliminary data displayed. Player: Chi-Su, 24 years old. ID: 88666200100608. Nickname: to be set. Vehicle: brand new electric agricultural tricycle battery, 100. Health: 69, severe shoulder and neck. Issues: hand tendinitis, overall, suboptimal health condition. Fatigue: 9, the only commendable statistic. Strength: 21, a rather feeble individual. Stamina: 26, have I ever exercised? Agility: 25, sluggish, unable to even run. Comprehensive combat power: 35, full of techniques, yet lacking substance. Are you perhaps cheating? Supplies: noodles, 6, eggs, 20, bottled water, 550 milliliters, 12, exquisite mini cooking pot, 1, silver supply crate. Chi-Su was speechless. The irony in this evaluation was palpable, and he hadn't encountered such a sentiment in quite some time, evoking a sense of nostalgia. He promptly set his nickname to Invincible Black Whirlwind, while concealing his true name that he had grown accustomed to this moniker, which carried an intimidating aura reminiscent of a formidable figure. To thwart any ill-intentioned players seeking revenge, it was indeed prudent to disguise his name and gender. And no sooner had he modified his nickname than a bold, enlarged notification banner appeared at the top of the screen. Congratulations to player Invincible Black Whirlwind on the first kill. All players are urged to take action swiftly. Chi-Su glanced at the public screen's comments, noting that most players were still in a state of bewilderment. What the hell is happening? Is this a joke or for real? This game has barely commenced for a minute. I just selected my vehicle, and someone already achieved the first kill. What nonsense? Invincible big shot, come forth and say something? This game is utterly devoid of sportsmanship. I was in a shower, and the soap hasn't even dried off. At least let me get dressed before joining the game. Fortunately, I am at the supermarket, having just chosen a cart full of snacks. Surely, this is a stroke of luck, haha. Ah, sister. I seek sponsorship. I possess an 8-pack abs. QX, disinterested in scrolling further, opened 2 titles to examine their attributes. Stubborn breed. Chooses the undesirable when good options exist. Even a donkey pales in comparison to your obstinacy. Wearing this grants 5 strength. Daring spirit. No matter how terrifying the monster, fear shall not overwhelm you. Currently, only 1 title could be equipped, so QX chose Stubborn breed. As she was inherently unafraid of monsters, as she clenched her fists once more, she finally felt a surge of strength. Her gaze then shifted to the silver supply crate. Filled with anticipation, may it not disappoint. Congratulations, you have received a backpack one set each of spring, summer, autumn, and winter clothing, 2 pairs of sterile undergarments, 8 meat buns for self-heating rice meals. For self-heating hot pots, 5 units of metal, and 5 units of gasoline. QX was elated. This was indeed a bountiful harvest, a true stroke of luck. She promptly took out the backpack and secured it. It currently had only 10 compartments, yet with her modest haul, it was more than sufficient. Moreover, she relocated the silver supply crate onto the cart, which could serve as a storage unit until no longer needed. Once she obtained a crafting station and unlocked the disassembly feature, she could dismantle it for materials that in high spirits. QX mounted her beloved motorcycle and set off. After starting the vehicle, a notification appeared in the upper right corner. 50 kilometers remaining for today's journey. During the 7-day protection period, the daily mileage was not extensive as long as the vehicle and rider remained in good condition. Reaching the destination was nearly assured. The road was wide, rendering QX's electric tricycle somewhat diminutive, yet it was easy to maneuver. During the novice protection period, there were no natural disasters and monsters in crates were few. Thus, QX felt little anxiety. She multitasked, driving while observing the roadside for supply crates and simultaneously entering the chat hall to see if anyone was selling valuable items. Perhaps due to the recent influx of newcomers, the atmosphere was lively, with most engaged in casual chatter. Few were interested in trading resources, yet many were eager to share tales of woe and seek handouts. QX filtered the chat content to view only messages pertaining to resource exchanges and soon found one that piqued her interest. Retired magical youth. Who has gasoline? I am willing to trade 5 batteries. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Brothers and sisters. QX initiated a private chat. I have gasoline. I will exchange it for your batteries. Before receiving a response, her attention was drawn to a treasure chest by the roadside. She maneuvered the vehicle to a halt beside it. It was a wooden chest of the lowest grade, but correspondingly, it posed less danger. Upon opening the chest, a small mouse emerged. Noticing QX's lack of fear, it swiftly darted away. QX made no attempt to pursue. While the creature lacked offensive capabilities, its speed was remarkable, and given her current abilities, she would be unable to catch it. Congratulations! You have received 3 iron blocks and 500 milliliters of potable water. Naturally, a wooden chest could not compare to a silver supply crate, yet this was still quite satisfactory. At the very least, the items were useful. After returning to her tricycle, QX noticed she had received several private messages. Retired magical youth. Mighty One, I possess 5 batteries. Would you consider exchanging them for 3 units of gasoline? I beg your pardon for my audacity. 2 units would suffice. Great One, are you there? Can't you accept 2 units? Please respond. How about I offer you 4 batteries for 1 unit of gasoline? Chishu, after reviewing the conversation, found it quite absurd. There was no need for haggling. As he had already driven the price to its lowest, he promptly replied, I was preoccupied and did not check the screen. I will give you 2 units of gasoline for all 5 batteries. Following that, he initiated a trade request, which was accepted in an instant. Excellent. I shall seek you out for future exchanges. May I add you as a friend? Chishu initially contemplated closing the dialog box, but after a moment's hesitation, chose to agree. It seemed that individuals of such simplicity often possessed a stroke of good fortune, perhaps leading to treasures yet undiscovered. Very well, if you wish to trade, feel free to inquire. Oh, great one. You truly are approachable. Would you be interested in this item? In a world shrouded in darkness, a retired magical youth sent forth an image of a delicate pink wand, specifically designed for electric vehicles. The product description proclaimed, "In the depths of darkness, let beauty emerge." Without hesitation, Chisu promptly transferred 2 units of gasoline, signaling his agreement to the terms. This item proved to be quite practical. It not only enhanced beauty, but also possessed hidden features that remained effective even after vehicle upgrades. The magical youth readily consented. After all, it was designed for electric vehicles, which he had no use for, and in their current predicament, the pursuit of beauty seemed trivial. Without gasoline, all would be lost. Upon acquiring the wand, Chisu felt an inexplicable flush as he read the incantation. Ensuring the coast was clear, he cleared his throat and, with a flourish of his hand, drew a circle while exclaiming, "Lalahahu, Gabba Gabba, transform." Instantly, his blue electric tricycle metamorphosed into a splendid spectacle of pink and rose red, adorned with lace trim along the edges. The handlebars sparkled with scattered rhinestones, and both the grips and seat transformed into a plush, furry texture. Chisu grimaced. While undeniably beautiful, it was rather ostentatious. Congratulations! You have uncovered a hidden feature of your vehicle. Not only has your little car become stunning, but uttering the spell will also trigger an automatic cleaning mechanism. What a fortunate little creature you are. The automatic cleaning function was precisely what Chisu desired. As he resumed his journey, he felt as if he too had become imbued with a rosy hue. Although the furry grips and seat were a tad extravagant, they adjusted to the most comfortable temperature, making the 2 units of gasoline well worth the trade. It was still early in the game, and players were yet to acclimate to the rules. Otherwise, such a splendid item would not have been sold for such a paltry sum. Indeed, he had not erred in befriending the retired magical youth. On a smooth stretch of road, the electric tricycle could reach speeds of 50, ensuring a swift journey. Chisu returned to the chat hall, eager to encounter another charming player akin to the retired magical youth. Player 0803. Z-Wei, are you there? I am Dong Dong 20020803. Z-Wei, where are you, my Z-Wei? Wild Giant. Shun Tubi Air Kong? Player 1206. Is there any food around? I'm done dieting. I'm on a light fast, and suddenly being dragged into this. I'm starving. Little tadpole looking for mother. I'm so thirsty. Kind-hearted soul, spare me some water. Player 1030. Why are internet beggars everywhere? Fortunate Emperor. I am here to declare that I am living splendidly, but I wish to avoid blatant boasting. Suffice it to say, you all know I'm doing well. Instant noodles are tasty, yet so unhealthy. The universe is most handsome. You're disgusting. Is this not just a way to mess with people's minds? Leave. Player 0 Z-Wei. Where are you, my Z-Wei? Amidst the cacophony of chat messages, Chisu suddenly stumbled upon a most significant individual. Warwolf 009, taking not to tread upon the darkened areas flanking the road, for it may lead to a swift demise. Exercise caution when opening crates, as malevolent creatures may spring forth unexpectedly. One must be prepared for combat in advance. This Warwolf 009, as inferred from the name, is affiliated with the official faction, and was the top player in the 666th Division of Area 88 in the previous life. He is a commendable individual, having engaged in trade on several occasions and collaborated in dungeon explorations. However, while Chisu does not intend to adopt the solitary wolf path, he also does not aspire to join the official group, as their convictions run too deep for his liking. Chisu considers himself a selfish person. He admires them, but finds it difficult to resonate with their ideals. By midday, Chisu had completed today's task of traversing 50 kilometers. Remarkably, he had not only 5 batteries, but also his power level had only decreased to 74. Thus, he pressed on without pausing. After the 7-day novice protection period concludes, the first leaderboard will be unveiled, determined by a comprehensive evaluation of distance traveled and resources accumulated. The rewards for the top 10 are rumored to be extraordinary. While Chi-Su has never received such accolades, he has overheard discussions in the chat hall about numerous valuable items. Throughout the morning, he encountered merely one wooden crate, leading him to feel that he might struggle in the resource rankings. Hence, he resolved to continue forward. The scarcity of crates during the novice protection period was undeniable. In the afternoon, he opened 2 additional wooden crates, acquiring a bottle of mineral water, a loaf of whole grain bread, and 10 nails. During dinner, Chi-Su did not even halt the vehicle, opting instead to munch on bread while quenching his thirst with the mineral water. He journeyed until 9 p.m. before finally stopping to rest, coincidentally as the Tricycle S battery had also run out. After replacing the battery, he stowed the old one in his backpack. Should a universal charger become available in the future, these batteries could be recycled for repeated use. Chi-Su glanced at the system panel, noting that he had traveled 162 kilometers today. While this distance pales in comparison to that of cars or electric vehicles, not everyone possesses the option of such transportation. Many individuals rely on supermarket carts, baby strollers, or bicycles, and in comparison, Chi-Su considered himself rather fortunate. Standing up, he stretched his limbs vigorously to alleviate the stiffness, feeling as though his posterior had gone numb from prolonged sitting. His health value had diminished by 5 points, currently resting at 64, while his fatigue level had climbed to 76, placing him in a precarious state. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, the distant roars and cries of monsters echoed ominously from either side of the road. Some creatures even crawled onto the pavement, encircling vehicles to lure players out. The sounds were indeed quite terrifying, yet Chi-Su had grown accustomed to them, even found their calls somewhat lackluster now. During his last foray into the game, fear had kept him confined within the vehicle, too afraid to venture outside. Now, however, he was indifferent, recognizing his physical fitness was subpar. Although numerous items could enhance his condition, personal training and accumulation were equally crucial. Therefore, Chi-Su resolved to move, commencing with a set of aerobic exercises, followed by strength training for his upper body and legs. As long as he remained within an 8-meter radius of the vehicle, he was assured safety. As Chi-Su danced joyfully, an unsettling sensation crept over him, as though he were being observed. Upon glancing back, he was met with the sight of a menacing black wolf dog, its tail held high and its fangs bared in a fierce snarl. Locking eyes with the creature, Chi-Su maintained his rhythm, unfazed, and cheerfully beckoned, "Hey friend, join me in this dance," and moved to my beat. The wolf dog, bewildered, growled again, drool dripping from its jaws, a foul stench wafting toward him. Though not frightened, Chi-Su found the situation quite repulsive. "Scram! If you're not joining the dance, then get lost." The wolf dog circled Chi-Su's vehicle, realizing that this human posed no threat and had no intention of leaving. With a grumbled growl, it departed. After his workout, Chi-Su felt a pang of hunger. He rummaged through his supplies and retrieved a cold meat bun. Although it lacked flavor, having been left unrefrigerated, it was still a decent meal, containing both meat and dough. His backpack offered no preservation features, and while the weather was not excessively warm, meat could spoil quickly. It would last at most until the following day. While munching, Chi-Su scrolled through the chat room, noticing a significant increase in trading messages compared to earlier. "I need water and food. I could trade you my stunning photos. A Rolex for food. I purchased this Rolex for over 3 million. Player 1212. I'm starving. I've had the worst luck today. Only found a single box. And inside was a piece of unknown black stone." Chi-Su privately messaged player 1212, requesting a photo of the black stone. The invincible black whirlwind. The first to trigger a district-wide announcement. "Show me." Player 1212 promptly uploaded the image of the black stone to the trading section. Chi-Su was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected anyone to uncover such treasure on the very first day. Player 1212. "What do you think, esteemed one? Do you know what this is? Are you interested?" Chi-Su waited for a moment, responding only when pressed again. "I'm not certain what it is. What price are you asking?" This was found in a bronze supply crate, not some ordinary wooden box. "I'm hoping to exchange it for a drinkable bottle of water and some food." The price seemed reasonable, regardless of the trade. It was a profitable exchange. Chi-Su agreed, settling on 1 bottle of water and 1 meat bun. After the transaction, he retrieved the black stone, which initially provided no indication of its significance. However, once he took it out of his backpack, the stone suddenly reacted. Ah, fortunate and clever one. You have discovered the true purpose of the primary black spatial stone. Would you like to expand your backpack? This will grant you an additional 10 storage slots. Yes. Upon expansion, his backpack now boasted 20 storage slots. Such stones, once their true utility was uncovered, maintained a high market value. Trading a bottle of water and a bun for it was quite a significant gain. Chishu then resumed his search for weaponry in the trading information. Suddenly arriving in a foreign and somewhat perilous place, both weapons and food emerged as invaluable resources, thus the sellers were few. After a considerable period of deliberation, Chishu spotted a transaction posted by Battle Wolf 009, weapons for food. He promptly initiated a private conversation. Invincible Black Tornado, what weapons do you possess? What food are you interested in exchanging? After a brief pause, Battle Wolf 009 replied, I have a dagger and a long sword. The type of food doesn't matter, as long as it satisfies hunger. Invincible Black Tornado, would you trade your long sword for 4 meat buns and a bottle of water? The deal was struck. Chishu retrieved 8 meat buns from his silver chest, exchanged 5, and consumed the remaining 3. After a satisfying burp, he began practicing with the sword. Possessing a weapon without knowing how to wield it is of little use. He first removed the silver treasure chest from the vehicle and secured it, then repeatedly sliced and chopped with the sword, striving to be ready to defeat any monster as soon as it appeared. The monsters outside the initial dungeons were not particularly formidable, primarily testing the player's courage. Chishu continued until his arms ached, then vigorously massaged the sore spots and stretched for a while. After a quick wash, he prepared to lie down in the vehicle's cargo area to sleep. At a height of 165 meters, the cargo area was somewhat cramped. Once his upper body lay inside, his legs dangled awkwardly, forcing him to curl up uncomfortably. Nevertheless, the absolute safety allowed Chishu to sleep soundly, and he slumbered until 5 in the morning. Congratulations to the carefree player for achieving the highest sleep quality on the first night of the game, earning the new title, Carefree Little Friend. Chishu felt a pang of frustration. After 3 years of hard work in the previous game, he had earned merely 1 title. Yet within less than 24 hours of returning, he had already acquired 3. While only 1 title could be worn at a time, if he could obtain title medals, they could be recorded for trade or display. Naturally, the more titles one possessed, the better. Chishu opened the details of Carefree Little Friend and was instantly delighted. Carefree and long-lived, such a personality is essential in the game. Upon wearing this title, his strength, agility, and stamina would each increase by 3 points. He promptly replaced Stubborn with Carefree Little Friend. He then accessed his personal player panel to review his attributes and status. Player: Chishu, female, 24 years old. Carefree Little Friend, ID 88666200100608. Nickname: Invincible Black Tornado. Vehicle: brand new pastel electric tricycle. Battery at 99. Health: 68. Experiencing shoulder and neck strain, hand tendinitis, overall suboptimal health. Fatigue: 15. The only noteworthy value. Strength: 21.3. Even with the boost, still a weakling. Stamina: 26.3. Have I ever exercised? Agility: 25.3. Moving sluggishly. Unable to run. Overall combat power: 41. Possessing techniques without substance. Is this quite peculiar? Have you been cheating? Materials: dried noodles 6, eggs 20, 550 milliliters bottled water 13, salt. A delicate small cooking pot 1. A 20-slot backpack. A complete set of clothing for each season. Sterile undergarments 2. Self-heating rice 4. Self-heating hot pot 4. Metal pieces 5. Iron blocks 5. Gasoline 1. Nails 10 and mountain knife 1. Chishu discovered that after his 3 primary attributes, each increased by 3 points. His overall combat power surged by 6 points. Despite his battle experience, his foundational abilities were lacking. However, he still had time to adapt. Chishu retrieved the small cooking pot, connected it to the electric vehicle's power source, and boiled 2 eggs, pairing them with bottled water for breakfast. He then commenced his morning exercises. Initially, He jogged around the tricycle as a warm-up. Since it was still not yet 6 o'clock, the game still classified it as night, resulting in occasional monster encounters. Yet, they could not approach. They halted 8 meters from the tricycle, primarily aimed at intimidation. Chi-Su was unfazed by their antics and even engaged with them playfully. "Hey, friends on the left. Friends on the right. Let us get moving. Come on." Chi-Su was adept at entertaining himself. After years of solitude, finding joy was essential for his sanity. He continued his exercises until 6 o'clock. Upon reaching the designated sunrise in the game, he activated the small tricycle and set off. Within just 50 meters, he spotted a chest. Although it was merely a wooden box, its presence was fortuitous. Chi-Su dismounted the tricycle, armed with his mountain knife, and approached the box. With flair, he pried open the lid, employing various slashing and stabbing motions. After a flurry of activity, he discovered nothing emerged from the box. Clearing his throat, he calmly sheathed his knife. He felt no embarrassment. It was only natural to encounter such outcomes occasionally. After all, safety was paramount. Inside the box, there was but a single item. Congratulations! You have received a vehicle upgrade card fragment, 1-6. Possessing this upgrade card and binding it to a vehicle would allow for enhancements based on the indicated materials. As one progressed, the required resources for upgrades would increase. Chi-Su promptly stored the fragment in his backpack. Then, as he had done the previous day, he sped forward while perusing the luminous screen. The second and third days passed unremarkably. Chi-Su resembled a relentless machine, focused solely on traversing the distance. The monsters emerging from the chest primarily served to frighten, and as long as one did not provoke them, running into the black fog at the roadside posed little threat to life. Yet, even under such circumstances, 3 individuals from the 666 zone had perished. Chi-Su was genuinely curious about the causes of their demise. During these 2 days, whenever hunger struck, Chi-Su consumed dried noodles. When he grew weary of them, he switched to the hot pot or self-heating rice, maintaining a consistent exercise routine in the morning and evening. In terms of supplies, he had acquired a towel, a bowl, 3 compressed biscuits, and 2,000 milliliters of potable water. Notably, Chi-Su had also exchanged 1 unit of gasoline and a serving of boiled noodles for 2 vehicle upgrade fragments. Once again, he exchanged with the retired magical youth. And Chi-Su surmised that he was likely a hapless individual possessing a colossal truck. Thus, he harbored no intentions of upgrading his vehicle. Instead, he merely wished to downsize it, which is why he sold off the fragments for vehicle upgrades. Presently, only 2 fragments remained, sufficient to obtain a complete vehicle upgrade card. While inspecting his remaining resources, Chi-Su suddenly noticed a traffic light ahead. Instantly, he became alert. Behind the traffic light, there would undoubtedly be a station, the types of which were entirely random, differing with each encounter, and encompassing a vast array of possibilities. Most were opportunities, yet dangers could not be ruled out. He needed to assess the situation accordingly. The red light lasted a full 5 minutes, during which monsters queued to cross the street, taunting Chi-Su as they passed. He remained expressionless, ultimately casting them a disdainful glance, successfully inciting their rage. As the light turned green, Chi-Su swiftly pressed the accelerator and sped ahead. Should the green light expire before he crossed, he might find himself surrounded by monsters. Upon reaching the midpoint, he noticed a line of scattered nails on the ground and hurriedly activated his light screen. Congratulations! You have acquired 30 iron nails. He then advanced rapidly, comfortably reaching the opposite side of the road. Just after crossing the intersection, a sign appeared on his right, indicating a service area 500 meters ahead. Chi-Su decisively drove in. However, as he approached, a foul stench, almost unbearable, wafted towards him, accompanied by a faint green smoke rising above. Chi-Su immediately recognized the place. A garbage station, despite the odor and the dire scarcity of resources during the early stages of the game. This was undoubtedly a boon for players. After parking his vehicle, Chi-Su dashed forward. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to waste it. Guarding the entrance to the garbage station was a large black bear, demanding a fee for entry. Without hesitation, Chi-Su replied, "Newbie protection period is free." The bear, in a bumbling manner, responded, "Correct password, please enter." This was the joy of being reborn. During the 7-day newbie protection period, entry to all stations was free. However, the working monsters at these stations would not directly disclose this. Only by actively stating the phrase newbie protection period is free would the fixed condition for entry be triggered. Some players, having discovered this secret, would intentionally wait until the newbie protection period ended to reveal it, leading to conflicts with other players and ultimately resulting in their pursuit. The moment Chi-Su entered the garbage station, an announcement echoed once more. Congratulations! You have acquired the new title Freeloader. How adept you are at exploiting opportunities. Chi-Su eagerly clicked to view the detailed description, nearly shouting in exhilaration. Freeloader, you've hit the jackpot. With this title equipped, encountering a red-haired monster merchant allows you to obtain one item for free. A green-haired monster merchant permits the purchase of one item at a 90% discount. And with a purple-haired monster merchant, all items are available at half price. Chi-Su had no time to revel in his fortune as he reached the foot of the garbage mountain. He first sought a long stick, then began rummaging through the refuse, all the while scanning with his light screen. Before long, I had gathered a plethora of items. After a thorough exploration, however, Chi-Su remained unsatisfied, having failed to discover anything particularly valuable. In a moment of determination, she resolved to ascend the mountain of refuse. Though her appearance was disheveled, with dirt smudged across her hands and face, a smile stretched from ear to ear. After rummaging through the garbage heap for nearly an hour, Chi-Su reluctantly prepared to depart. Her backpack was filled to the brim, and she had found a large plastic container to store her treasures from the junkyard. Walking out with her head held high in pride, the imposing figure of the black bear could not help but twitch its face in disbelief. Indeed, this was the nature of greedy humanity. Just as she exited the waste station, an announcement resonated through the air. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a key condition and obtained the scrap recycling worker work permit. Please keep it safe. Chi-Su paused in surprise. In her previous life, spanning over 3 years, she had never heard of anyone possessing such a thing. Upon examining the details, she discovered it served 2 purposes. First, free entry into the junkyard, and second, the ability to sell scrap directly. Although the entry fee was not exorbitant, it was a small boon nonetheless. The prospect of directly selling scrap had crossed Chi-Su's mind, although she wondered if anyone would be foolish enough to clash with her. Feeling somewhat unclean, Chi-Su noticed her hands were particularly grimy. Indulging in a luxury, she brought out all the water she had for personal use and scrubbed herself thoroughly. Ultimately, the water proved insufficient, resulting in a waste of a bottle of mineral water before she emerged refreshed and donned a completely new outfit. While her dirty clothes were not washed, she could not bear to discard them, opting instead to keep them as rags. Initially, Chi-Su intended to pause and organize all her finds, but she hesitated to squander the daylight hours that could be used for further progress. After a moment's deliberation, she decided to continue moving forward, planning to sort through her treasures once night fell. After a week, the longest journey with the most supplies would surely yield rewards. Despite the slow pace of her electric tricycle, she was determined to maximize her time, believing that upgrades to her vehicle could transform her fortunes. By 9 p.m., Chi-Su finally brought her vehicle to a stop. Stretching her stiff limbs and rubbing her hands together in excitement, she approached the cargo area. She first selected the edible items and uploaded them to the trading channel. Slightly spoiled whole grain bread tin, safe for those with robust constitutions, but may cause digestive distress for the sensitive. Expired yogurt by 2 days 3. If you believe it's safe to consume, then it is. A half-eaten sausage. The whereabouts of the other half remain a mystery, but it is still edible. Exceptionally sweet strawberry cake too, apparently. Someone took a bite and discarded it. A dirty bun. Was it inherently unclean? Comparing murky water, it is not advisable to drink it. Yet if one can boil and let it settle, it may be acceptable, though I would not partake. Chi-Su currently possesses a modest supply of food resources. Thus there is no urgent need. Regarding the food salvage from the refuse, Chi-Su believes he is not at a point where he must retain it for consumption. Ingesting such items would surely diminish one's health, albeit by only a point or two, as Chi-Su refrains from collecting excessively spoiled provisions. For those in dire need of sustenance, These remnants could indeed be life-saving. Therefore, aside from a sealed package of Wong Wong snow cakes and 2 unopened containers of instant noodles, Chisu intends to sell everything else at a reasonable discount. After uploading the items, he ventured into the chat channel and posted a message. Invincible Black Whirlwind. I have uploaded a plethora of food and drink in the trading space. If you need any, please initiate a transaction directly. I will decide whether to accept or decline once I am free. I am quite busy, so please refrain from private negotiations. What? Selling an abundance of food and drink? Surely, I am not mistaken. Oh my, I want it. Do not hinder me. My child is starving. After browsing around, it seemed that most items were nearing expiration or already expired. Will there be any repercussions from consuming them? Invincible Black Whirlwind. The product descriptions are clearly stated. Purchase if you need, and ignore if you do not. Chisu began to receive transaction requests steadily. Glass 2 for dirty bun 1. Rubber 1 for half a sausage. Toilet paper 2 for a giant sweet strawberry cake 1. Wood 5 for slightly spoiled whole wheat bread 3. Such exchanges of basic materials for food. As long as they are not excessively unfair. Chisu accepted without hesitation. Among the requests was one from a friend, marked in red. Retired Magic Boy. Batteries 3 for whole wheat bread and yogurt. Chisu provided him with 5 loaves of whole wheat bread and 2 yogurts. Soon, he received a flurry of gratitude. So much. I thought I was going to starve. Thank you so much. Chisu took the opportunity to remind him. Should he acquire automotive upgrade fragments or any unnecessary items? To inquire if he might be interested in purchasing them at a fair price. Retired Magic Boy. Understood. Rest assured. No problem. Numerous peculiar transaction requests crossed Chisu's path, which he chose to disregard, blocking the more distasteful ones altogether. For instance, beauty in black stockings for whole wheat bread, a sweet kiss for the sweetest strawberry cake. Such individuals are what one would call freeloaders, and Chisu could not be bothered to engage. After clearing out all the food and drink, the cart was still brimming with various items, particularly a few large ones. First, he emptied the cart of all contents before tidying up individually. Old crafting table, an outdated relic that can still be used for rudimentary tasks, though it may fail at any moment. Nylon rope, extremely sturdy and durable. Chisu first took out these 2 items and securely tied the crafting table to the rear of the electric scooter with a rope. Although it hung suspended in the air, it was wrapped several times, and when Chisu stood on it and jumped, he found it remarkably stable, showing no signs of wobbling. This arrangement was quite satisfactory. At night, he could curl up his legs without discomfort, allowing him to dangle them down rather than keeping them suspended. Although somewhat worn and rusty, its appearance was somewhat incongruous when placed alongside the fresh, vibrant tricycle. Yet this was of little consequence to Chisu, who felt a profound sense of contentment. The damaged solar-powered mobile power box, capable of connecting to various electrical devices, was in need of repair at the workbench. Chisu grinned widely. It was serendipitous that he had stumbled upon this treasure amidst the refuse during the day. With the solar power box, he could charge the electric scooter and its battery every night, alleviating any future concerns of being stranded due to a lack of power, a significant relief. He placed the broken power box on the workbench, which indicated that successful repair required 8 iron wires, 1 electrical wire, and 2 pieces of rubber. Chisu had the iron wires and rubber, but was short on electrical wire. Thus, he returned to the chat channel, where he noticed many who had purchased food expressing their gratitude. A grateful player exclaimed, "Thanks to the invincible big shot, I wouldn't have survived the night otherwise. The food was priced so exorbitantly that I could hardly afford it. After eating a piece of bread, I finally felt revitalized." Another player lamented, "For someone like me, the past 3 days have yielded only 4 boxes. I managed to find just a compressed biscuit. Thankfully, the big shot didn't team mind the scan offerings I provided and traded me a strawberry cake that was absolutely delicious." Sweet Donut chimed in, "Oh, I want to grab some too, but it's all sold out. Is there any left, big shot?" Invincible Black Whirlwind. Chisu scrolled slightly upwards, initially responding with 2 clasped hands emojis before asking, "Who has electrical wire? Private message me." Sweet Donut replied, "Big brother, could you explain what the electrical wire is for? I have some, but am hesitant to trade." Player 1019 interjected, "Ah, have you entered the electrical age? I feel like I'm still in the era of striking flint. Chishu didn't respond in the group chat, as his private messages had been buzzing with multiple notifications, which he perused one by one. Player 1212 offered, I have electrical wire, but I need food sufficient for at least one meal and 2 bottles of water. Chishu, not one to be easily taken advantage of, ignored this message. Another player stated, I need glass. Do you have any? I de-trade my electrical wire for 5 pieces of glass. A spirited girl, energetic girl pot, chimed in, I have electrical wire. I'll send it to you without expecting anything in return. I just traded you 3 whole grain breads for 5 pieces of wood, and I felt a bit guilty. Chishu chose to accept the offer from the latter, as the others seemed unworthy of the exchange. However, he did not wish to take advantage of her kindness. Coincidentally, the noodles he was boiling had finished cooking, so he inquired, do you have a bowl or a cup? The energetic girl, Gwidi Gang, I only have disposable cups. But I possess 2. You may take one for yourself. Player energetic girl, Gwidi Gang, has sent you a gift. Please accept it. Chisu collected the cups and wires, filled one of the cups with a serving of freshly cooked noodles, and passed it back. Ah, the warm noodles. Their aroma brings me to tears. Oh dear, one to you incur losses in this business endeavor? Alas, I long to indulge, yet I am too shy. Invincible black whirlwind. No worries, enjoy your meal. It will cool down soon. If you come across any clues regarding vehicle upgrade cards, do remember to inform me. Understood. I shall inquire immediately after finishing. You are so renowned. If you seek any supplies, there's a likelihood of others maliciously inflating the prices. You may send me what you desire, and as a mere nobody and a pauper, I can procure them at base price. Chisu readily agreed. Absolutely. Should the transaction succeed, I will compensate you for your service. No need for that. This bowl of noodles is ample. It seems I have found a renewed motivation to persist. Chisu began to learn the art of collaboration, recognizing that while absolute trust was unnecessary, facilitating others could also serve one's own interests. With all the materials gathered, Chisu placed the damaged solar-powered battery box on the crafting table. The repair would merely require a few basic materials. Chisu initiated the repair process. The workbench roared to life, causing the entire tricycle to tremble. Chisu worried the workbench might explode. She felt an urge to cheer it on from the sidelines, but fortunately, it was successfully repaired in the end, allowing her to exhale in relief. Retrieving the fixed solar-powered battery box, it was now operational, albeit requiring sunlight to recharge the next day. Chisu tucked it in the innermost part of the tricycle, flanked by a silver supply box. Currently, the crafting table lacked a dismantling function, which would likely be unlocked with a level 2 vehicle. Thus, the priority remained to upgrade the tricycle as soon as possible. Additionally, she had acquired a yoga mat. Chisu took out her dirty clothes from the day, wiped them down, then turned her pants inside out, pouring used water to rinse them thoroughly. Sleeping on the tricycle for the past few nights had made her backside sore. Thus, the yoga mat, folded, should provide greater comfort. 2 bowls and a plate were also treasured from the junkyard, still unopened and pristine. The rest consisted of rubber, scrap metal, and old screws, basic materials that accumulated into a long list. All collected items were stashed in her backpack, temporarily placed on either side of the tricycle to make room for sleeping that night. She would reorganize them in the morning. By day, the once rosy tricycle now bore little resemblance to its former self, having transformed into a scavenger escort, the pink hue faded to gray, and lace torn by the items it carried. Chisu cleared her throat and called out loudly, in the midst of darkness, I shall become beautiful. La Baba, transformation. In the next moment, the tricycle regained its delightful pink appearance. What delighted Chisu the most was the fact that the rusty and dilapidated crafting table had been refurbished, although it had also been transformed into a shade of pink. At the very least, it no longer appeared on the verge of collapse. Chisu was immensely satisfied. After scanning it with the light screen, even the item description had changed. Charming girl's beautiful crafting table. Oh so lovely, oh so lovely, I truly am delightful. The previous introduction, which hinted at its impending obsolescence, had completely vanished, signifying that this crafting table was as good as new. Chisu was thrilled, having exchanged 2 units of oil for this magnificent treasure. At that moment, Chi-Su noticed someone persistently mentioning him. He opened the chat hall. Player 1212. Invincible Black Whirlwind. Why are you too afraid to reply to me in private? How can you dare to act like a big shot when you're scamming us, ordinary players? Chi-Su furrowed his brow in confusion. He wasn't particularly angry, as there were always troublemakers. If not this 1212, then it would be 1213. Initially, Chi-Su suspected that his discomfort stemmed from the food he had consumed, but upon scrolling through the chat history, he realized the truth. It was a player named Light Illuminates the World, who had shared some intriguing news. Comrades, I have discovered something wonderful. This black stone, known as the Black Primary Space Stone, has no effect on its own, but when placed in your backpack, it expands your inventory by 10 slots. Chi-Su distinctly remembered this individual, an outspoken sage who disseminated information freely and was known for standing on a moral high ground, often criticizing and coercing others. He was the very first player to be targeted and killed after the introduction of the positioning stone. Chi-Su opened the dialog box with player 1212 and noted the numerous messages sent. Can you return my primary black space stone? Or at least compensate me with some supplies? You exchanged it for just a meat bun and a bottle of water. I'm at a loss. I'm not greedy. Just give me 5 bottles of mineral water and 5 portions of food, and I'll have an essential tool that expands my backpack for a long time. Can you at least reply? Is it necessary for someone like you to be so calculative with us ordinary folks? I'm not asking for much. Feeling disinterested in responding, Chi-Su decided to block him. Consequently, player 1212 became even angrier. Invincible Black Whirlwind. What does blocking me mean? Are you feeling guilty? You exchanged my space stone for a mere meat bun and a bottle of water. Do you have no conscience? Retired magic boy. I didn't understand what was happening earlier, so I didn't speak up. Now it's clear that you're just a fool regretting a trade. Energetic girl pot. If you didn't want to exchange, you shouldn't have done in the first place. Regretting afterward is meaningless. European Emperor. Indeed, you lack courage. Player 1212. It's not you who's being scammed. Of course, you're not in a hurry. Don't just stand there and speak without feeling the pain. Encounter with players. Player 1212. Moreover, this is a black space stone that can expand your inventory. Shouldn't I ask him to compensate me for some supplies? My demands are not excessive. I find myself in a predicament, struggling to make ends meet while others are not lacking in resources. The dawn of tomorrow shines brightly. We all face challenges, so let us refrain from quarreling. As a voice of reason, I implore Invincible Black Whirlwind to extend some assistance to him, allowing him a moment of solace, for our acquaintance is a serendipitous bond. Player 1212. Noticing others resonate with his plight, continues to feign despair, asserting that he merely seeks fairness, only to be met with the abrupt dismissal of being blocked. Chi-Su, eager to enhance his physical prowess, chooses not to engage further in trivial banter and instead addresses the crux of the matter. If we adhere to your reasoning, does that imply that any transaction we undertake can be retracted at will, compelling the other party to compensate us further? Upon hearing this, discontent brewed among the ordinary players, who promptly withdrew from the engagement. Such chaos would ensue, leading to endless disputes each day. In essence, one should exercise caution during transactions. It is unreasonable to retract agreements after the fact. Chi-Su, disinterested in continuing the discussion, promptly shut off the screen and commenced his training. Although Chi-Su diligently practices each day, he perceives minimal results beyond a slight loss of weight. Originally weighing around 130 pounds, he suspects he has shed at least 5 pounds, noticing a reduction in the belly fat that once clung to him. Prior to entering this game, he was merely a writer confined to his computer, scrimping on expenses and preparing all his meals at home, devoid of any physical activity. Coupled with an erratic schedule and sleepless nights, his weight had steadily escalated. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Chi-Su wiped his face with a damp towel, stretched, and prepared to rest, taking things slowly. Before retiring for the night, he sharpened his knife, finally settling down for a sound sleep. On the 4th day, the required travel distance increased by 20 kilometers. However, this change bore little impact on Chi-Su. Aside from the first day, having arrived late in the morning, managed to complete the full 200 kilometers over the next 2 days. Had hunger not driven him, he would have scarcely paused for sustenance. He harbored the hope of transforming his tricycle into a motorcycle or an elderly-friendly vehicle, at the very least securing a canopy. Shortly after setting off, Chisu spotted a parallel road emerging beside him, indicating he might soon encounter other players. He immediately heightened his vigilance. Despite the early game phase being relatively free from malicious individuals, given the low risk and the benign weather conditions, as long as provisions were sufficient for survival, malevolence still lurked. Indeed, not long into his journey, the two roads converged into one, revealing the silhouette of a silver van. Chisu pressed forward at full speed, unwavering in his course. Yet, the silver van unexpectedly decelerated, positioning itself directly in front of him. Confirming that his personal information remained concealed, Chisu slowed down, preparing to overtake from the side. However, the van again encroached ahead, its window rolling down to reveal a few sinister grins. As Chisu glanced into the rearview mirror, she noticed that the driver was a man with a buzz cut, casually steering with one hand, his body almost leaning out of the window. His gaze was fixed on her reflection in the mirror as he whistled. Chisu flexed her wrists and ankles, abruptly halting the vehicle, feigning reluctance to engage in a confrontation. After all, it was impossible for her to play the role of a nonchalant assassin in her delicate, pastel-hued princess car. She decided to adopt a submissive stance, hoping to lure him out of the vehicle first. The small tricycle was not forgiving to collisions. As expected, upon Chisu's stop, the silver van came to a halt as well. "Hey there, your car is quite adorable," he called out. "No rush. It's rare for us to meet. Let's have a chat before we part ways." Chisu quickly scanned the man's profile and discovered he was rather audacious, having left his nickname unhidden while concealing personal data. His nickname was Awesome Plus. Not frequently perusing the chat hall, Chisu was unfamiliar with his persona, though the name struck her as somewhat familiar. She remained silent and stayed put in her car. Awesome Plus swaggered over, brandishing a stick. "If you don't get out, I might just smash your car. I've been hungry all day, so let us see what you got to eat." Reluctantly, Chisu finally emerged from her vehicle. "Please don't damage my car. I can offer you instant noodles." "Oh, is that a delicacy? Hurry and prepare it for me. And bring a bottle of water as well." Chisu bit her lip, nodding slightly. "What will you give me in return?" Awesome Plus grinned with a rather unsavory expression. "How about a kiss from you?" At that moment, Chisu recalled why the name seemed familiar. He was the very fool she had blocked for attempting to trade a kiss for supplies. Ignoring her thoughts, she shook her head vigorously and took a step back. "I'll get you the noodles." As she rummaged through the truck, Awesome Plus grew impatient. "Have you found them yet? Stop dawdling. I warn you, don't try any tricks, or you'll regret it." When he closed the distance, Chisu swiftly turned and struck with her knife, without a moment's hesitation. The blade found its mark in his chest, and before he could react to his cry of pain, she plunged the knife into his neck. Participating in this survival game meant she could not shy away from taking a life. Chisu had long wrestled with this psychological barrier, learning from several grave mistakes before overcoming it. Now, facing this fool, he seemed no different from a monster. After confirming his demise, she rifled through his pockets and surprisingly discovered half a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. Such items could fetch a handsome price in the right hands. After ensuring there was nothing else of value, Chisu dragged him and discarded his body into the thick black fog that lined the roadside. Just as she turned away, an announcement echoed once more. "Congratulations to the player for attaining the new game title Executioner. Truly, you exhibit a ruthless nature, sparing neither comrades nor foes, instilling fear in others. Upon donning this medal, your overall combat prowess against human players increases by 3 points. At present, its utility seems limited, falling short compared to the benefits conferred by the title Carefree Little Buddy. Thus, he chose not to wear it." Chisu speculated that the criteria for acquiring this title might be a player's first kill, confirming that no vehicles were approaching on the parallel road. Chisu proceeded towards the impressive Plus van, opened the door, and chuckled. This fool had no backpack. What a windfall! In the event of a player's demise, any backpack they possessed would be utterly destroyed and vanish. Chisu found this mechanism quite reasonable. Without such a stipulation, the game of survival on the road could devolve into chaotic slaughter. Only in select instances could one obtain a backpack by defeating a player. Correspondingly, vehicles are personally bound to players, rendering them inaccessible to others, who cannot reclaim or dismantle them. However, Chi-Su had a job, and perhaps he could exploit a loophole. As a scrap collector, he could directly sell discarded items. He promptly produced his work ID, scanned it against the light screen, and then directed it towards the van before him. Indeed, a notification appeared on the screen. Hello, scrap collector. The wear level of the second-hand silver van you wish to sell is 55. No parts are damaged, with 6 scratches and dents. The appraisal price is 89 survival coins. Do you wish to confirm the sale? Chi-Su responded with a brief pause and proceeded to collect all resources from the van. He amassed 6 packs of compressed biscuits, 7 small loaves of bread, 11 servings of sesame sauce tripe, 3 bottles of honeysuckle grapefruit juice, 7 550 milliliters bottles of mineral water, 3 pieces of wood, 6 iron blocks, 6 pieces of plastic, 3 stones, 1 electric vehicle headlight, 8 units of gasoline, 1 basic vehicle repair card, 6 rolls of waterproof tape, 2 fever-reducing medicines, and 2 fragments of a vehicle upgrade card. Chi-Su glanced at the spot where the impressive Plus van had vanished, raised his fist in gratitude. Thank you. Items like the basic vehicle repair card, fever-reducing medicine, and vehicle upgrade card fragments were precisely what Chi-Su desired. Additionally, the half-pack of cigarettes he had initially found in his pocket could fetch a good price. Had he known that the previous individual lacked a backpack, he would have expressed his gratitude and then eliminated him. To uncover such valuable items, yet find no backpack, one could debate whether it was sheer luck or misfortune. After securing all the items, Chi-Su opted to sell the second-hand silver van, yielding 89 survival coins. Survival coins can be utilized at monster merchants and monster shops, with the former appearing randomly and the latter located at the station behind the traffic lights. With 89 survival coins, one could procure numerous items. Reflecting on the past, it seemed he had consecutively ranked within the top 100 on the division leaderboard 3 times, barely surpassing 100 survival coins. Now, what a fortuitous beginning. As Chi-Su resumed her journey, she couldn't help but hum a tune, but soon noticed a vehicle approaching from behind. It seemed that the time wasted due to the earlier incident had allowed someone to catch up. Turning her head slightly, she saw a man on an electric bicycle, donning glasses and a black baseball cap, his features obscured. Upon noticing Chi-Su's glance, he raised his hand and called out, "Hey, wait for me. My bike isn't very fast." Chi-Su observed that he had a remarkably large bag strapped to the back of his electric bike, indicating he might also be a fellow traveler. She decelerated, pondering whether he too was on a mission of goodwill. As he drew nearer, Chi-Su subtly glanced at the right side of his bicycle, then looked up with a smile. "Hello, I'm Li Ji. It's so nice to finally see someone after 3 days. My goodness, I thought I was the only one left in this world. It was making me feel quite despondent. Wow, your bike looks lovely, all pink and charming. It must have taken quite some effort to decorate." Li Ji, reminiscent of a chatterbox, introduced himself and then continued to prattle on. Chi-Su nodded politely, offering a brief greeting, but chose not to engage further. However, Li Ji seemed unfazed by the silence, continuing his conversation. After a while, Chi-Su found the interaction dull and announced, "I need to take my leave. I still have 60 kilometers to cover today." "Oh, all right. You should hurry then." I added a friend on the chat panel who lost his progress because he didn't complete his kilometers. His avatar turned completely black. "We can't afford any delays." Li Ji lowered his voice as if sharing a grave secret. Chi-Su listened intently, displaying appropriate surprise and concern, before ultimately waving goodbye. As she turned to head toward her tricycle, she unwittingly exposed her back to Li Ji. A subtle smirk appeared on his lips. He thought to himself how naive she seemed, believing that a mere smile was enough to signify goodness, making her easier to deceive than the last. Yet, he failed to notice the tension that had enveloped Chi-Su's body. Upon their initial encounter, Chi-Su had spotted a bloodstain on the side of his bike, which had raised her suspicions. As their conversation progressed, she noted the various inadvertent revelations he made about himself, further confirming her doubts. Some individuals may be innocent and somewhat foolish, but his act was overly theatrical. In a swift motion, Li Ji drew a dagger from his pocket and lunged toward Chi-Su. At that critical moment, however, Chi-Su seemed to possess a sixth sense. She spun around abruptly, seizing his raised right hand and striking his wrist with force, causing his own dagger to pierce his chest. Just as she prepared to deliver a fatal blow, believing that a shallow stab would not suffice, she suddenly observed that Li Ji's entire body had turned a shade of blue and purple. And within mere seconds, he gasped his last breath. Chi-Su scanned the dagger with her holographic display. Dagger soaked in poison inflicts a small wound that can lead to immediate demise. Exercise caution in its use to avoid self-harm. Poison effect countdown, 112 hours. With a soft click of his tongue, Chi-Su noted the warnings on the item description advising caution against self-injury. Yet here was a careless child. Once again, he cast someone aside into the dark mist by the roadside, only for a silver supply crate to unexpectedly emerge. Congratulations on triggering a double kill reward. During the novice protection period, achieving 2 kills within half an hour. Goodness, was he a soldier king or a murderous maniac? Chi-Su paid little heed to the announcement. The silver crate was his primary concern. However, the possibility of encountering monsters deterred him from opening it immediately, so he first searched Li Ji's supplies. Tethered to the back seat of Li Ji's electric scooter was an oversized woven bag, clearly brimming with contents. Upon opening it, Chi-Su surmised it contained the spoils of 2 individuals, as Li Ji had likely just eliminated someone. Inside were 2 brand-new women's sports outfits. Such pristine garments typically emerge from crates, each style and size belonging to the one who opened it. A cursory examination revealed little of note aside from a vehicle upgrade card. The rest comprised basic supplies, food, and water, practical, yet unremarkable. After upgrading the vehicle, Chi-Su decided to sell the electric scooter as well, though the price was modest, yielding only 11 survival coins, far less than the value of the silver van. Nevertheless, it conveniently brought his total survival coins to an even 100. Chi-Su possessed 1 fragment, had acquired 2 from the retired magical boy, and another 2 from the impressive plus contribution, thus accumulating the 6 required fragments. As he united all the fragments, a complete vehicle upgrade card materialized before him, detailing the conditions for upgrading his electric tricycle to level 2. Required materials for upgrading the agricultural electric tricycle included 10 iron blocks, 10 nails, 2 rubber pieces, 3 batteries, 2 glass sheets, 3 plastic components, and 1 electric scooter lamp. The existing supplies met the upgrade criteria. Would a player like to upgrade immediately? Chi-Su glanced at the vehicle's battery, which remained at 26. This was left over from yesterday's usage. Thus, he opted not to upgrade for the moment, as doing so would fully replenish the battery, making its current consumption a waste. Deciding against opening the silver supply crate, Chi-Su swiftly loaded it onto the tricycle and twisted the throttle to its limit, setting off. Gradually, the parallel road faded from view, signifying the absence of new players. Chi-Su focused on his journey and encountered 2 wooden crates along the way. However, it seemed all his good fortune had been spent on those 2 kind-hearted souls. The first crate yielded no supplies, while the second was filled with rodents, and the other with thorn balls. Chi-Su drove away the monsters and collected the wooden crates into his backpack. Each crate occupied only a single slot, and he had amassed 9 crates. Once the vehicle was upgraded, he would unlock the disassembly function at the workstation, allowing him to convert the supply crates into resources. Chi-Su continued to deplete all battery power before finally clicking the button to upgrade his vehicle. Ascending to the second-level vehicle took but a fleeting moment. Merely a minute was required. Chi-Su seized the opportunity to stretch and invigorate his body, kicking his legs and throwing a few punches. With both long and short weapons at his disposal, his overall combat prowess had surged to a commendable 42. Time slipped away swiftly. Congratulations! You are the first player in the entire region to upgrade your vehicle. Would you like to make an announcement to the whole region? An announcement comes with rewards. Without a moment's hesitation, Chi-Su opted for the announcement. The chat hall sprang open automatically, and a bold, golden, pinned message took precedence. Congratulations to player Invincible Black Whirlwind for being the first player in the region to upgrade their vehicle. Enjoy generous rewards. We encourage everyone to strive harder and not fall behind the strong. Eagerly anticipating his rewards, Chi-Su soon beheld three small pills, red, blue, and green, symbolizing constitution, strength, and agility, respectively. He was well acquainted with these rewards, which frequently appeared in the latter stages of the game. Without hesitation, Chi-Su consumed all three, savoring their effects. The rewards were indeed substantial. His foundational physical attributes each increased by 2 points, edging him closer to a breakthrough into the 30s, igniting a sense of hope. After reviewing his rewards, Chi-Su turned his attention to his upgraded electric tricycle. The cargo area had doubled in size, and a canopy had been added. While the driver's seat remained exposed, it was now shielded from above, rendering it practical for both sun and rain. At night, it would block the wind, allowing him to stretch his legs comfortably while sleeping, an essential factor as restful sleep would expedite fatigue recovery and gradually enhance his health. Previously, the tricycle could reach speeds of 50 kilometers per hour, but now it could accelerate to an impressive 70 kilometers per hour. Although it was larger and faster than before, it had lost some of its original charm. The lace trim and cushioning had also been shortened. Chi-Su understood that it was time to recite the incantation. Clearing his throat, he declared, "Darkness, grant me beauty. La la ha woo woo. Gaba Gaba. Transformation." All the embellishments and cushions instantly upgraded to the perfect size, layering upon one another, becoming exquisite once more. Suddenly, Chi-Su realized that his aesthetic sensibilities had shifted. Why did pink suddenly appear so delightful? He had always envisioned himself as a cool girl. Quickly arriving at a conclusion, Chi-Su dismissed any internal conflict. A cool girl could indeed appreciate the allure of pink. Just as he prepared to set off again, a message arrived from a friend. Currently, Chi-Su had only 3 friends: retired Magic Boy, Battle Wolf 009, and energetic Girl Pot. Though the number was sparse, he had a favorable impression of all 3. Upon opening the message, he discovered it was from energetic Girl Pot. "Hey, I couldn't find a vehicle upgrade card, but I did come across a motor expansion card. The person requires at least 2 packs of instant noodles. Would you like to trade?" Without a second thought, Chi-Su sent over 2 boxes of noodles and even included an extra compressed biscuit. Energetic Girl Pot graciously accepted the items and promptly set to work, returning the motor expansion card to Chi-Su in under a minute. Chi-Su was in a quandary. The current electric bikes were larger, and their batteries were undeniably less durable than before, making it uncertain whether they could last an entire day's journey. The hassle of changing batteries and recharging was quite bothersome. However, this inconvenience had been directly resolved. By integrating the motor expansion card with the vehicle, it became possible to accommodate 4 batteries simultaneously. "Thank you. This is essential for me. No need to mention it. You have compensated me as well, so I have profited." Chi-Su relished this mode of interaction, where each party's needs were met without excessive entanglement, allowing for mutual assistance. Before setting out, Chi-Su casually glanced at the chat hall and discovered that Warwolf 009 was seeking fever-reducing medicine, urgently in need of fever medicine, willing to exchange with food, weapons, blueprints, and various supplies. Chi-Su privately messaged him, inquiring about the blueprints he had. Warwolf 009 replied, "I have only 1 blueprint for sanitary napkins, but I also possess a basic condensation device. If you provide me with some fever medicine along with a bit of food, I can trade both." Chi-Su was taken aback. Sanitary napkins. Before the game commenced, Chi-Su had rushed to the restroom at lightning speed, but had failed to stuff a package of sanitary napkins into his arms. Reflecting on it now, he felt a tinge of regret. If he had possessed the blueprint, he could have crafted them using toilet paper and cotton. With the onset of her menstrual cycle approaching, such an item was indeed a necessity. "I will take both. I can offer you 1 fever medicine, 2 boxes of instant noodles, 2 bottles of mineral water, and 2 small loaves of bread. Is that agreeable?" Agreed. The transaction was swiftly completed, and Chi-Su felt a sense of assurance. He then searched the trading hall for cotton and toilet paper, exchanging 2 compressed biscuits for a roll of toilet paper. Unfortunately, cotton had not appeared. He could only hope to find it in the forthcoming boxes. With anticipation, Chi-Su continued on his journey. As for the 3-wheeled cart, the newly acquired canopy ran smoothly, seemingly encountering no resistance, and the likelihood of being overturned was non-existent, which was somewhat illogical and defied aerodynamics. Yet, given the circumstances, such details were negligible. Despite the day being filled with various activities, including combat and leveling up, the cart's enhanced speed allowed them to cover nearly 370 kilometers by 9 p.m., setting a new record. Upon stopping, Chi-Su intended to enjoy a nutritious meal, as his recent diet had consisted solely of egg noodles, with little intake of vegetables or meat. Despite maintaining a consistent exercise routine and sleep schedule, his health bar had been increasing at a sluggish rate. Chi-Su ventured into the chat hall, with a lively atmosphere made it difficult to discern the previous messages. Feeling somewhat dizzy, he switched to the trading hall and searched for all available food options. Honey glazed grilled meat 300g, exchange for gasoline 2, a large cabbage, exchange for gasoline 1, sought egg carrots, exchange for any staple food. All three messages were from the same individual, prompting Chi-Su to approach him directly. 3 gasoline and 5 compressed biscuits in exchange for your honey-glazed grilled meat, a large cabbage, and sought egg carrots. The seller responded, compressed biscuits are too unpalatable. I refuse. Do you have any stones? Would you be willing to trade for stones instead? Unbeatable black whirlwind. No problem. Chi-Su pondered, if this person has begun utilizing stone materials, they must have progressed to the realm of furniture and decoration. Could it be that this individual is also a truck? After all, it hasn't been long since he upgraded his vehicle, and being the first player generated, he likely lacks the capability to craft living essentials with a level 1 vehicle. Chi-Su was merely curious, without any intention of invading others' privacy. However, soon enough, his curiosity was satiated. Chinese culinary master, wonderful. I've finally completed the stove, and I possess a full set of cooking utensils and various spices. If you come across any fine ingredients, do let me process them for you. I'll charge a small processing fee. Just look at my name, you'll know my culinary skills are exceptional. Though Chi-Su was not lacking in cooking abilities himself, he had not deliberately gathered cooking supplies, as preparing meals often consumed precious time. He was content with merely having enough to eat. Unbeatable black whirlwind. Agreed. I will certainly seek your collaboration when the opportunity arises. Chinese culinary master. This honey-glazed roasted meat and stir-fried carrots are my creations. Give them a try and see my skill firsthand. Just as Chi-Su finished extracting the trade items, he was greeted by an enticing aroma of meat. It suddenly dawned on him. Now that the danger of elimination had dissipated, perhaps he should shift his focus towards enhancing the quality of his survival. Chi-Su was tired of eating instant noodles, so he exchanged for a steaming bowl of fragrant rice at the trading mall. He also requested Chinese culinary master to stir-fry some cabbage for him, a mouthful of rice paired with a bite of vegetable, and then a piece of honey-glazed roasted meat. Chi-Su found it utterly delightful. Sometimes, he would discover already prepared meals in chests, or as task rewards. Most of the food he had consumed in the game previously belonged to this category. Yet he had to admit, none compared to the deliciousness of what Chinese culinary master had prepared. It might sound fantastical, but he could sense a certain soul in the food, akin to the difference between a meal produced by an automatic cooking machine and one crafted by hand. After finishing his meal, Chi-Su relaxed for a moment before activating the disassembly function of the crafting table. He then retrieved all 8 wooden chests from his backpack. The original silver chest remained on the tricycle as storage. However, he was about to acquire a new one soon, so he decided to disassemble the silver chest as well. This yielded 16 wooden planks and 2 silver ingots. Subsequently, he placed the blueprint for sanitary napkins into the table for inspection. Lacking cotton, which was unavailable in the trading mall, Chi-Su posted 2 tasks, each exchanging 2 units of gasoline. As he was about to exit, he noticed someone selling batteries at a low price, 2 bottles of water for 2 batteries, which he promptly purchased. The transaction was completed almost instantaneously upon the task's appearance. Before long, he discovered someone in the chat hall mentioning him. Unbeatable black whirlwind. How did you respond so quickly? I set it up incorrectly. I meant to exchange 2 batteries for 20 bottles of water. Just as I was about to rescind, the transaction was confirmed. Friend, can we please reverse the trade? I beg you. Chi-Su chose to ignore the request. Foolishness must bear its consequences. He then prepared to open the silver treasure chest. The first silver treasure chest yielded an abundance of valuable items, and I hope this one proves equally rewarding. Chi-Su drew forth his long blade. practicing his technique by attempting to pry open the chest twice, mindful of the recent changes in his physical capabilities. One must familiarize oneself to avoid any significant missteps. He soon realized that both his striking speed and agility had noticeably improved. Once assured of his readiness, Chi Su deftly pried open the chest, only to be confronted by a wild boar that charged towards him. Chi Su furrowed his brow. This creature was formidable, its flesh thick and robust. Yet it possessed a notable advantage. The meat was incredibly flavorful. Quickly sidestepping, he slashed the boar's body with the tip of his blade, causing a torrent of blood to gush forth. The boar, lacking any evasive maneuvers, continued its relentless charge. Chi Su, unwilling to engage in a battle of endurance, sought a swift resolution. Thus, he thrust his blade into the creature's skull. As he hastily withdrew his weapon, preparing for another assault, he was taken aback to find the boar lifeless. It dawned on him that this was a benefit of the novice protection period, wherein all monsters behaved foolishly, lacking the ability to evade and possessing relatively thin health bars. In that moment, Chi Su felt as though a seasoned veteran had returned to the novice village, finally realizing he could also showcase his prowess. After taking a deep breath, he snapped a photo of the boar and sent it to the esteemed chef Zhonghua. The carcass of the deceased animal could either be directly decomposed or handled personally. While direct decomposition would benefit intermediaries financially, it was certainly more convenient. For instance, the wild boar could be transformed into a certain quantity of pork, ready for stir-frying when needed, albeit in smaller portions. Thus, Chi Su decided to inquire first. Chef Zhonghua, under the impression that the invincible black whirlwind sought to commend his culinary skills, was astounded to receive such a significant offering instead. Deceased wild boar, wow. This pig weighs a staggering 300 pounds, freshly deceased, its blood still warm, non-toxic and edible, ready for processing. Chef Zhonghua est mut watered incontrôlable. A testament to his culinary aspirations. Please, don't decompose it. Give it to me. What resources do you desire? I would part with everything. Invincible Black Whirlwind replied. I do not require your resources. Simply tell me what dishes you can prepare. That'll be splendid. Wait a moment while I check my ingredients. Chef Zhonghua immediately began rummaging through his supplies, contemplating the dishes he could concoct at that moment. As Chi Su approached the silver supply box, he was greeted with an announcement. Congratulations, player. You have acquired a wealth of resources. Included are cotton 10 pounds of flour, 10 pounds of wuchang rice, iron wire 10, fabric 1, sugar 6, smoke bombs 2, bulletproof vest 1, 8 treasure porridge 10, fatigue-resistant sunglasses 1. A broad smile spread across Chi Su's face. What a bountiful harvest! With cotton in hand, his luck was truly exceptional. Without hesitation, he set about crafting sanitary napkins. Each pack required 1 cotton, 1 piece of fabric, and 1 roll of toilet paper, yielding 12 pieces per pack. Chi Su initially crafted 3 packages, primarily consisting of only 3 types of fabric. Nonetheless, these packages are currently sufficient, and there is no rush for the remaining materials. Suddenly, he recalled that he had not yet installed the condensation device, primarily distracted by the excitement caused by the sanitary napkins. Basic automatic condensation device, capable of producing 500 milliliters of drinking water and 1,000 milliliters of water for daily use. Although the output of the basic device is relatively modest, at least there is no concern about an unexpected water shortage. The secondary vehicle can reach a speed of 70 kilometers per hour. While the daily required distance is not excessively demanding, the rankings do factor in the kilometers traveled. Survival coins will not emerge from chests. To obtain them, one must rely on leaderboard standings and instances. During this novice protection period, there is likely a quest available, and as the 5th day approaches, it may soon arrive. Chi Su organized his belongings, and the menu from the esteemed chef Zhonghua had also arrived. The offerings included pork and cabbage stew with vermicelli, honey-glazed roasted meat, stir-fried potatoes with meat, crispy fried pork belly, and pork and cabbage dumplings. Each dish would be generously served on large platters, with 3 servings of each, and an extra portion of dumplings, 100 in total. If I could find some sugar, I could also prepare sweet and sour pork or cherry meat. Despite the size of the pig, it yields only a small amount of food, requiring considerable effort. From cleaning to cooking, it would take several days, and making the dumpling filling is labor-intensive. However, you need not worry about the flavor. All the food I produce is delectable. Many of the ingredients are challenging to procure, and my remaining supplies are limited, so this trade proposal is quite reasonable. Without hesitation, Chi Su agreed, recognizing the culinary skills of Chef Zhonghua as worthwhile. Most importantly, Chi Su yearned for delicious food but lacked the time to cook. Enhancing his own capabilities was his current priority. Indomitable Black Whirlwind. Yes, I'll take those dishes you mentioned. Do you need sugar and flour? Indeed. If you provide me with sugar, I can prepare sweet and sour pork and cherry meat for you. I assure you, I will not squander your ingredients. If you send more flour, I can make additional dumplings. Do you enjoy noodles? Would you like hand-pulled noodles with some meat sauce? Deal. Chi Su promptly sent 6 bags of sugar, 10 pounds of flour, and the wild boar carcass lying on the ground to Chef Zhonghua, intending to test whether the chef could become a long-term partner. Chef Zhonghua was pleasantly surprised by the abundance of items received, feeling a profound sense of trust. Forget 100 dumplings. I can make you 1,000. From this trade alone, Chi Su felt he had not been at a disadvantage. As he could not create much with flour and sugar himself, he lacked both culinary skill and the necessary seasonings and time. After concluding the transaction, he began his training regimen. He ran, performed a full set of warm-up exercises, and then practiced various slicing and stabbing techniques with a knife. At midnight, he ensured he went to bed punctually, recognizing the importance of adequate rest. As soon as he closed his eyes, the light screen emitted a notification. Are you weary of the monotonous life on the road? Our game is very considerate. Tomorrow marks the first instance challenge. The rewards for successfully completing challenges are substantial, while failure may result in the random deduction of 5 distinct resources. Take heed, it is indeed 5 varieties, not merely 5 units. Fortunately, there is no peril to life involved, so what are you waiting for? Players wishing to enlist should click the button below. As for the timid souls hesitant to participate, perhaps they should retreat to their slumber. The dungeon challenges that commence after the novice protection period do carry a risk to life. Details of the dungeon: speed and passion. A 1-star dungeon will see players randomly assigned into groups of 20, covering a distance of 50 kilometers. The 5 players with the lowest scores will be deemed losers. The first to reach the finish line will earn 100 points, the second will receive 95 points, and so forth, while the last 5 will score none. Players may encounter green-haired monsters along the way. Successfully defeating one awards 20 points, with overall rankings determined by total scores. Currently, all announcements and game settings convey a sense of humanity, leading players to feel less urgency about potential dangers. However, this has also diminished the sense of urgency. As soon as the announcement was made, the chat hall was flooded with over 9,999 messages, predominantly discussing whether to sign up for tomorrow's dungeon challenge. Sweet donut. Green hair monsters? Goodness, that sounds revolting. Must we truly push ourselves so hard? Wouldn't it be better to relax together? Light illuminates the world. I concur. Let us unite to simplify the game. Let us just race against time and refrain from slaying the green-haired monsters, for they are living beings too. Negative plus positive. You two sound utterly foolish. Player 1111. During the novice protection period, there is no risk to life. If we don't take this opportunity to practice, we meet our demise once the protection period ends? Fatty Foam exclaimed, exactly. That's the logical approach. Those two are clearly misleading everyone. What are their intentions? Player 1002. So, are you all planning to join the dungeon? I'm rather reluctant. I have sufficient supplies, and losing would be a significant setback. Light illuminates the world. I only mean well. Let us not dwell on it. Everyone, please exercise caution tomorrow. Besides guarding against green-haired monsters, we must also be wary of any ulterior motives. QX scrolled through the messages and promptly turned off the public screen to sleep. The moment he read the announcement, he had already signed up. Although his electric tricycle may not be the fastest, it allows him to defeat a greater number of green-haired monsters. These creatures, being the most basic in the early game, are roughly 1 meter tall, plump, possessing strength yet lacking agility. If he cannot defeat them, he can certainly escape. Upon vanquishing a green-haired monster, it may randomly drop green fur, which boasts excellent insulation properties. When combined with green fabric, it triggers a special effect, enabling the creation of a green outfit with formidable warmth. QX's eyes lit up at the thought. He planned to gather green fur after the dungeon concluded. When he encounters a fabric factory at the station, he intends to purchase ample green fabric to craft a green fur ensemble. Once the temperatures plummet, he will reap great rewards. Thus, QX resolved to focus on monster slaying tomorrow. As long as the monsters are slain in abundance, the score will undoubtedly be commendable. Moreover, this dungeon possesses a bug that allows for relentless monster farming. Lost in thought, Chi-Su soon succumbed to slumber, having overindulged the previous night, resulting in a lingering lack of hunger even by morning. He managed only a single boiled egg, paired with sesame sauce and a can of 8 treasure porridge. After his exercise, Chi-Su checked today's planned journey, which still stood at 60 kilometers, prompting him to hastily set off, donning fatigue-resistant sunglasses that proved effective in shielding him from the wind and blinding light. Typically, dungeon runs commence at 10 a.m., and if all goes smoothly, today's journey tasks can be completed before entering the dungeon. However, within just an hour, Chi-Su encountered 3 wooden crates, a stroke of luck that was impossible to ignore. Despite the time lost in back and forth, he couldn't resist claiming the crates. Even the tiniest morsels are worth savoring. At precisely 9:55 a.m., the notification to enter the dungeon arrived on schedule. Chi-Su brandished his weapon and confirmed his entry. Players could freely engage one another within the dungeon. A caution that must be heeded. The adrenaline-fueled 1-star secret realm was not unfamiliar to Chi-Su, as he had previously participated and secured 5th place in his group, having only vanquished 3 green-haired monsters. His speed on the rugged terrain was commendable, enabling him to reach the finish line second, but his overall score placed him 5th. Upon arriving at the starting point, he opted for the most peripheral lane. While all paths covered the same distance, the edge offered a semblance of safety. All 20 participants launched simultaneously, yet after 500 meters, they would gradually diverge into separate paths, a protective measure for novice players. Only within the final 500 meters before the finish would they converge once more, thus safeguarding the still weak players. Out of the 20, only 5 would face penalties, and if Chi-Su could eliminate all 5 before the race commenced, he would evade any risk of elimination. Hence, he chose the lane closest to the edge, wary of any malicious pre-race actions. The survival game on the highway discouraged needless slaughter, yet offered no protection for the weak, relying solely on personal prowess. Gradually, other players entered, their expressions filled with curiosity, and several engaged in conversation, much to Chi-Su's relief as his initial concerns did not materialize. With the onset of a new round, numerous butterfly effects unfolded. The dungeon, along with the individuals and occurrences encountered, including the resource crates, were entirely dissimilar to the previous game. Chi-Su certainly would not instigate trouble, but if provoked, he would not falter. Beside him stood a girl, rather reserved, showing no inclination to converse. Yet, Chi-Su noticed her stealing glances at his exceptionally vibrant tricycle, causing him to inexplicably flush. Observing the vehicles of others, he estimated that most were level 1, comprising 2 small cars and a van, indicative of relatively favorable conditions. In addition to motorcycles, bicycles, human-powered tricycles, and scooters, there exists a plethora of varieties, each distinct in appearance. While bicycles and scooters may seem comparatively feeble, those who dare to participate undoubtedly possess confidence in their capabilities. As the countdown to the race commenced, 3, 2, 1, the sound of a gunshot propelled 20 vehicles into motion simultaneously. Besai Kisu, a girl riding an electric bike, started off at a slower pace. Just as Chi-Su intended to overtake her, a man on a motorcycle suddenly blocked her path. The girl lost her balance and collided directly with Chi-Su's tricycle. Had Chi-Su not slightly reduced his speed, she might have been completely overturned. The man on the motorcycle began to circle around Chi-Su and the girl on the electric bike. Chi-Su initially wished to remain uninvolved, but such incidents were all too common. At times, Being weak is indeed a fatal flaw. However, since you have chosen to confront me here, I shall seize your motorcycle. As Chi-Su reached for his knife, unexpectedly, the girl on the electric bike displayed remarkable courage, pulling him back and asserting that there was no need to disembark, for she had something useful. She then produced a gas grenade and hurled it at the man, striking the side of the motorcycle. Within mere moments, the motorcyclist lay on the ground, convulsing. The girl, taking a deep breath in trepidation, urged, "Let us hurry. We are falling behind. Gisu imquit? Aren't you going to finish him off? Aren't you going to search for supplies?" The girl hesitated, steeling herself, and descended to deliver a slap to him. She then rifled through his pockets, retrieving a lighter, but found nothing else. It seemed the rest was tucked away in his backpack. After the girl departed, Chi-Su stood in astonishment, truly a kind-hearted young woman. This man was still alive. Should he possess an antidote or acquire one in exchange? Leaving him would certainly pose a problem. Thus, Chi-Su decisively slashed his throat with a knife. What was the use of merely slapping him? Chi-Su scanned the motorcycle with his work ID and was left astounded. "Hello, scrap collector. Wow, a brand new motorcycle can be classified as scrap? What a wasteful individual. We're level at 3, no visible scratches, parts intact, fully functional, valued at 119 survival coins. Are you sure you wish to sell it?" Remarkably, there were 119 survival coins. Previously, he had only obtained 89 coins for a silver van. Chi-Su promptly opted to sell it, as vehicles could neither be disassembled nor recycled. Selling was their sole purpose. With the possession of this work ID, Chi-Su felt as though he were wielding an extraordinary power. Survival coins would prove invaluable in the future, potentially saving lives at critical moments. Habitually, he disposed of the man's body into the encroaching black mist at the roadside before resuming his journey. Soon, he encountered a green-haired creature and, without a hint of hesitation, turned his vehicle to charge at it. In the instant of impact, Chi-Su activated his light screen, collecting 3 green-haired specimens. He even designated a specific compartment in his backpack solely for the green-haired creatures. Upon encountering the green-haired monstrosity once more, Chi-Su charged forward without hesitation, colliding with it directly when opportunity allowed and disregarding angles when they were not favorable. His priority was to advance. The green-haired creature appeared singularly at first, but as he progressed, its frequency of appearance escalated. Approaching the final destination, it was almost as if each creature he vanquished instantaneously respawned. Thus, Chi-Su resolved to reach the fork in the road where the monsters would soon converge before commencing his onslaught. With the throttle fully twisted, his petite pink vehicle sped along the expansive highway, and the fatigue-resistant sunglasses resting on his face liberated him from the need to squint while riding. Remarkably, the surroundings did not seem to grow dim. Rather, they appeared as if softened by a gentle, low-saturation filter, providing a soothing and eye-friendly ambience. It was only upon reaching the fork in the road that Chi-Su confidently dismounted, brandishing his weapon. Almost immediately, a green-haired creature caught up, its adorable squeaks reminiscent of harmlessness. Yet, as it raised its fist to strike, Chi-Su noted its sluggish speed. Pressed for time, he sidestepped and delivered a decisive blow to its neck. No sooner had this creature fallen than another emerged anew. He had already arrived at the destination, where 7 others awaited. How long must they linger here? Who could say? But it was likely until all participants reached the finish line for rankings to be revealed. 14. I've secured first place. Have you all slain any green-haired creatures? I notice their movements are rather lethargic. We're all in our vehicles. If we merely steer clear and continue forward, they cannot catch us. I haven't slain a single one, thinking it more prudent to arrive early at the finish line for a higher score. Although this individual spoke such words, a sense of pride began to swell within him. Being the first to arrive and having dispatched 6 green-haired creatures, he was poised for victory with a score of 220. Among the group, a sense of wariness prevailed, and their conversation was not as carefree as in the chat lobby, resulting in a relatively harmonious atmosphere. They echoed one another's sentiments of having slain few monsters, expressing concern over their rankings and offering mutual reassurances, akin to students exchanging inquiries after an examination. Chi-Su, having dispatched 14 creatures, finally decided to depart. With the 6 he had previously struck down, he had reached a total of 20. As long as he was not grouped with Warwolf 009. First place was surely within his grasp. Thus, he continued to fight while retreating, steadily approaching the tricycle. Just as he dispatched yet another green-haired creature, the system's announcement rang out. Congratulations, player! You have earned the new title, Green Hair Slayer. You are truly fierce and formidable, and yet, many admire you. Chi-Su clicked on the attributes of the Green Hair Slayer title, and his eyes sparkled with delight as he equipped the new designation, resolved not to depart just yet, but to engage in another round of combat. Green Hair Slayer. Upon equipping this title, face green monsters and gain an increase of 10 points in all 3 basic attributes. Chi-Su had already begun to feel fatigue in his arms, but after donning the new title, he felt invigorated, as if he could battle for another 300 rounds. The most astonishing revelation was that the green-haired monsters were not appearing singly. As 2 adversaries emerged simultaneously, Chi-Su felt a twinge of trepidation, for he lacked any healing remedies. A single blow could result in a fracture. Thus, he resolved to confront them one by one. Fortunately, the green-haired creature was rather dim-witted. With a modicum of agility, he could easily dispatch it. Chi-Su, eager to test the limits of his abilities, chose not to retreat, even as he observed that 17 individuals had already reached the finish line. Were there still others yet to return? Did this game have no time restrictions? If someone failed to return, would they all be trapped indefinitely? Indeed, it was quite vexing. He had yet to complete his 60 kilometers today, and time was slipping away. Who were those 3 laggards? His patience waned, and he lamented his inability to tackle any dungeons. Is there an administrator present? Step forward. No sooner had he uttered these words than a bull-headed creature clad in a black and white checkered pattern erupted from the ground. Who call me? Who dares to disturb my slumber? Instantly, silence enveloped the group. The bull-headed creature surveyed its surroundings. Is there an issue with my game? Do you harbor grievances against the administrator? No. If not, then be silent. Get out of here, annoying players. After a furious tirade, the bull-headed creature prepared to return underground for slumber, only to realize something was amiss. Surely, it should have clocked out by now. Why had this dungeon not yet concluded? After a thorough investigation, it discovered, to its dismay, that it had forgotten to set a timer. One player had uncovered a bug and was repeatedly farming monsters. In a flurry of activity, the bull-headed creature hurriedly attempted to rectify the situation. Meanwhile, Chi-Su, who was engaged in battle not far away, suddenly noticed a 5-minute countdown appearing on his screen. Failure to reach the finish line within this time frame would result in a definitive failure. Unperturbed, Chi-Su dispatched the last green-haired creature at his side, then retrieved a bottle of stored water to clean his right tire, diligently wiping it down with a dry cloth. Only then did he hastily mount his vehicle and accelerate forward. 500 meters in 5 minutes was a manageable task. Finally, reinforcements had arrived. Hurry up, sister. We are all waiting for you. Time is running out. As the countdown dwindled to 1.5 minutes, Chi-Su finally crossed the finish line, only to see that he was the 18th to do so. This meant that, besides a motorcyclist, another individual would be unable to return. Why are you so slow? It's almost 2 in the afternoon. Chi-Su, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, My vehicle broke down, and the green-haired creature kept causing disruptions. I had to change a tire, which took quite a while. Chi-Su wished to distance himself from the invincible black whirlwind, casting a smokescreen to obscure his connection. The others believed him, especially since his right tire was noticeably cleaner than the other 2. The electric scooter girl seized the moment to add, There are still 2 others unaccounted for. It's not just her. Besides, there's only 1 minute left on the countdown. After offering some comforting words, he gently nodded at Chi-Su and whispered, You might be among the last 5. If you have any food, consume it quickly. Otherwise, when resources are deducted later, you could suffer a significant loss. Chi-Su appeared to have an epiphany, promptly retrieving a caterpillar-shaped bread from his backpack and devouring it in a few bites. He then took out a bottle of mineral water, tilting his head back to drink it incessantly. Observing this, the others, uncertain about their own standings, began to take action, Some consumed food, others lit cigarettes, while a few sought ways to expend their resources directly. As the countdown reached its conclusion, a colossal, colorful display screen emerged before everyone. The names of the top 3 participants were prominently featured, with Chi-Su's nickname glaringly positioned at the forefront. First place, Invincible Black Whirlwind, 1380 points. Wow, an invincible powerhouse among us. Is this even real? 1380 points. How many green-haired monsters must one slay? Or has some hidden reward mechanism been triggered? Who is this invincible giant? Please, grant me a friend request. The astute individuals remained silent, opting instead to observe one another, while Chi-Su furrowed his brows, rummaging through his resources, resembling a novice among the bottom 5, anxious about potential deductions. Regrettably, it wasn't long before everyone was collectively ejected from the instance. Chi-Su plopped down onto the ground, utterly bewildered. Is a 1-star instance truly this ruthless? The 5-star and 6-star ones aren't even like this. He was left speechless, feeling the sting of the abrupt ejection. Fortunately, the rewards for the instance were soon revealed, instantly seizing Chi-Su's attention. Congratulations to player Invincible Black Whirlwind for securing first place in the group, earning the following rewards: Plastic 10, Iron Blocks 10, Leather 10, Rubber 10, Screws 10, Miniature Orange Tree 1, Mini Flower Pot 1, Plant Nutrient Solution 10. Chi-Su triumphantly swung his fist in excitement. Wonderful! With the orange tree, I can ensure a daily supply of vitamin C. The foundational materials were plentiful. Once he gathered enough vehicle upgrade cards, he might even upgrade his vehicle directly. Just as he finished reviewing the rewards, a notification followed. Congratulations to player Chi-Su, Invincible Black Whirlwind, for attaining the highest score in the Speed and Passion instance in Huagua Region 88. Would you like to announce this to the entire region? A bountiful reward awaits. Chi-Su nodded enthusiastically. Announce it. He was indifferent to the content of the announcement, solely focused on the rewards. Congratulations on receiving a medium backpack expansion card 1. Vehicle upgrade card fragment 2, 210. Although the rewards were limited to just 2 types, they were exceedingly practical. The resources were steadily accumulating, and items like screws, which took up minimal space, had no room in his backpack. The rewards he had just earned for placing first were still jumbled together in the truck bed, and the medium backpack expansion card would provide an additional 100 slots, alleviating his immediate concerns. Otherwise, he would have to spend considerable time organizing before bedtime. Chi-Su hastily packed all her belongings into her backpack, leaving only the solar universal charger in the vehicle's cargo area. Just moments ago, she had spotted a somewhat familiar name on the leaderboard, a rather extraordinary occurrence with 931 players in the 666th district. However, the identity of this individual remained a mystery. Such ambiguous usernames, devoid of gender indicators, rendered any encounter completely unrecognizable. Much like her own moniker, Invincible Black Whirlwind, which served to obscure her identity for the sake of safety. Opening her player panel, Chi-Su was greeted by a gratifying sight of abundant supplies. Player, Chi-Su gender, female age, 24 title, green hair nemesis occupation, scrap collector survival currency, 219 ID, 886662001060 nickname, Invincible Black Whirlwind vehicle, brand new pink electric tricycle, level 2 vehicle, battery at 83, health, 56, is there lead in your sleeves? It seems you've sustained an injury. Fatigue, 76, approaching critical levels. Hey, if you wish to survive, take a breather. Strength, 27, a punch that merely tickles the foe. Stamina, 29, equivalent to a university student failing contemporary physical fitness standards. Agility, 34, now resembling an average individual. Overall combat power, 46, full of techniques yet lacking substance. Rather peculiar, isn't it? Are you cheating? Supplies, noodles X1, eggs X2, bottled water 550 milliliters X6, exquisite small cooking pot X1, backpack 120 slots, complete outfit X3, sterile change of underwear X1, solar charger, metal X9, iron blocks X17, rubber X10, gasoline X7, screws X37, mountain knife X1, wooden blocks X26, silver blocks X2, glass X13. Leather X10, sanitary napkin blueprint, sanitary napkin pack X3, automatic condenser blueprint, automatic condenser X1, instant noodles X3, compressed biscuits X5, small bread X6, sesame beef tripe X10, honeysuckle grapefruit juice X3, rice tangine, smoke bombs X3, 8 treasure porridge X10, fever reducer, basic vehicle repair card, carrot seeds, dwarf orange tree seeds, miniature flower pot, crop nutrient, vehicle upgrade shards X2, green hair X122. Chi-Su felt a bit dizzy upon reviewing her inventory. Her fatigue level was indeed alarmingly high. She decided to change her title to Carefree Little Buddy, which would provide a boost of 3 to each attribute, as green-haired monsters were not ubiquitous. She would replace it with something else once she had acquired more. After consuming a pouch of honeysuckle juice and taking a moment to recuperate, she refrained from immediately setting off. While engaged in combat with the green-haired creatures, she and Teen noticed her fatigue, but now, upon pausing, she felt as though her arms were leaden and lifting them was a struggle. The right side of her body was slightly numb. She recalled an instance when a green-haired monster had respawned too close and had bumped into her, causing a minor injury that now manifested as a dull ache. It was no wonder her health was so low. Lying flat in the cargo area of her electric vehicle, she gazed at the screen. This device was far more convenient than a phone, as it did not require her to hold it, which was quite practical. The hall was bustling with activity, primarily due to the bold and flashing announcements from the district that remained pinned at the top of the chat page. However, at present, there is no way to view the chat hall of the major regions. Only the 666 zone permits users to speak. Chi-Su was initially sifting through the conversation, hoping to see if anyone had discovered his true identity. He soon found several remarks from players who had participated in the competition alongside him. One player mused in the 666 zone. The invincible boss is hiding too well. He even pretends to be an ordinary person with us. Fortunately, my discerning eye caught that. Chi-Su raised an eyebrow, thinking he had been recognized, as the loophole was quite apparent. With such a high score, it was evident that he had defeated the green-haired monsters, and only he, having reached the finish line, had the time to farm them. Yet, the same individual continued. The invincible boss is approximately 1.8 meters tall, a muscular man, likely a practitioner of martial arts. His score is 1380, undoubtedly having completed some hidden task. Does anyone have further information? Another player exclaimed. Even if we had news, we wouldn't be in the situation of losing 5 types of resources. I'm furious. After all my effort in collecting 3 vehicle upgrade cards, they've all vanished. A player named Zihua chimed in. You're not worse off than me. Before entering the dungeon, I transferred all my resources to a good friend and ended up in 7th to last place. I didn't lose my resources, but my friend has disappeared. Player 1030 asked, Is it your Zihua? Zihua replied, No. How can my Zihua treat me this way? Is there any kind soul willing to help? My child is on the verge of starvation. I will surely repay your kindness in the future. Player 1122 interjected, If you're going to discuss this, I must take my leave. Seeing that there was no further discussion about himself, Chi-Su turned off the screen entirely and comfortably rested in the truck bed for half an hour. Upon awakening, he noted a decrease of 20 in his fatigue level and decided to retrieve his miniature flower pot. Currently, he possessed 2 types of seeds, one for an orange tree and another for carrots. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to plant the orange tree first. Cultivating various crops was quite simple. He merely buried the seeds in the pot and sprinkled some nutrient solution over them. The maturation period was 10 days. Chi-Su placed the orange tree at the far end of the seat and secured the pot with a rope to prevent it from toppling during sudden stops. He then set out once more. The afternoon S-box transport was not as fruitful as the mornings. He encountered only 1 box, which contained a bulb mouse, and Chi-Su couldn't be bothered to eliminate it. At 9 p.m., darkness fell once again. A sense of relief washed over Chi-Su. He was truly exhausted. The brief rest at noon seemed insufficient, and now every part of his body ached. In this state of confusion, he wondered if anyone had opened a foldable mattress from the boxes, for the truck bed was unbearably hard, and even layering all his clothes beneath him proved ineffective. Under normal circumstances, this would be bearable, But given his poor physical condition, if the quality of his sleep did not improve, his health would not recover, and his fatigue would persist. Chi-Su opened the trading hall, only to discover that the half-pack of cigarettes he had previously listed had garnered several trade requests. He had indeed forgotten about this matter. What a coincidence! At this moment, someone has privately messaged regarding cigarettes. The persistent individual, known as inquired, Big Boss, could you kindly share whether your cigarettes have sold? If they have, I shall refrain from disturbing you further. Upon reviewing the messages, discovered this person's unwavering dedication, as they inquired almost every 2 hours. However, due to not being friends, the notifications did not alert him until now. Replied, no, what price are you offering? I'm not interested in food or drinks. Responded, today I acquired a complete set of skincare products, including facial cleanser, toothpaste, toothbrush, facial cream, and hand lotion. Would you be willing to exchange? Finding the offer acceptable, promptly sent a trade request. Exclaimed, generous of you, my friend. May I add you as a friend? This time, I have benefited, and next time, I shall compensate you more. Agreed. After adding each other as friends, instinctively glanced at his friend list, pleased to see no discrepancies. Searching the trading hall for mattresses and bedding yielded no results, prompting him to inquire in the hall. Asked, who has mattresses or bedding? Teased, brother Xianfeng. Are you beginning to pursue a higher quality of life? Oh dear, I'm still in the stage of merely surviving. 1212 questioned. I fail to understand why you desire my basic black space stones when you lack for nothing. Requested. Could the esteemed player share what the reward for the top player in the region is? Les Country Bumpkins have a glimpse. 1013 offered. I have a yoga mat. Do you want it? Noticing he already possessed a yoga mat, decided to purchase this one. He privately inquired, what do you want in exchange for your yoga mat? Food will suffice. The child is hungry. He sent 2 small breads and a compressed biscuit. 1013 promptly accepted the offer and transferred the yoga mat. Given the high prices of food, had made this decision after comparing market values, finding it quite reasonable. Both parties were satisfied with the transaction. Returning to the chat hall, announced, is anyone in need of fatigue relief oral solution? I have 3 vials, each capable of reducing 20 fatigue points. Remarked, who needs that? Just take a break, and the fatigue points will decrease automatically. 18 requested, I will take it for free, please. Noted, this may come in handy in the future. If you decide to sell, please don't set the price too low. Replied, shall I sell it to you then? Responded, I mainly wish to avoid taking advantage of you. Amused, found to be quite entertaining, explaining why they were the first to be targeted for elimination, possessing the ability to infuriate without consequence. Privately messaged, please sell me the fatigue relief potion. What do you desire in exchange? Replied, all right, I would like 2 iron plates and a screw. Do you have any rubber? I also need a piece of rubber. If 3 vials of the fatigue relief potion are insufficient, I will provide you with something additional. The invincible black whirlwind. Enough, just these 3 items, let us exchange. The energetic girl sent several affectionate emojis, expressing her gratitude. Thank you so much. My vehicle is about to reach level 2. I just need these few things. After saying this, she transmitted the fatigue-reducing potion. Chi-Su had a fatigue value of 67, and after consuming 2 bottles in one go, he instantly felt as if 2 bags of cement had been lifted from his shoulders. Feeling unwell today, he chose not to exercise and instead lay back in the truck bed, gazing at the sky. Although everyone had just arrived at this survival game and might find it hard to accept, there was still a sense of novelty. Chi-Su, however, felt differently. He had grown numb, accustomed to the absence of entertainment, to this tense, thrilling yet monotonous and cruel world. He had endured such days for nearly 4 years. When he was about to be devoured by monsters in a dungeon, he smiled as he died, believing he had found liberation. Little did he know, he had to start all over again. There was a mix of relief at not having perished and confusion over why he should continue living. Instinctively, he busied himself, relying on past experiences to bolster his resolve to survive. Does this road have an end? Must he continue down this path for a lifetime? Chi-Su did not have the answers. Previously in the game, Chi-Su had no friends, no significant others, not even enemies. When faced with grievances, he either retaliated immediately or chose to endure in silence. Surviving was more important than anything else. He was unwilling to forge friendships or harbor animosities, living on the fringes like a transparent being. Each day, he toiled for a future that seemed endlessly out of reach, meticulously calculating his daily intake, how much he could eat, and how he would survive tomorrow. From a frail girl incapable of lifting a cooking pot, he transformed into a cold-blooded warrior who could kill without a second thought and slay monsters without flinching. The hardships of this transformation, if experienced once more, would the outcome be different? Even with a head start, Chi-Su remained engulfed in uncertainty. Who did not know? He understood that being granted a second chance was a coveted opportunity that countless others sought in vain. The knife lay nearby. He could easily end his own life. Yet Chi-Su found himself incapable of such an act. Therefore, he resolved to sleep, dismissing it as the plaintive lament of a sensitive soul. The next day, after awakening, Chi-Su felt significantly improved, and many of the chaotic thoughts in his mind had dissipated. Besides the lingering pain in his arms, the rest of his body only bore slight soreness. Nevertheless, he felt quite spirited, with his fatigue value dropping from 21 last night to 13. Recalling the unhappy emotions from the previous evening, Chi-Su shook his head vigorously. Stretching lazily, he lingered in bed for a while before finally sitting up. Today he wished to take it easy and avoid exercising. At that moment, he suddenly heard a notification and paused, surprised that someone had messaged him so early. Upon opening it, he saw it was from the little master chef. There are too many dishes to prepare, my vehicle is slow, and I have to cover a distance each day. It seems it will take another 2 days to finish. I've made you breakfast in the meantime. Don't worry. I haven't tea rushed, so take your time. A gift has been graciously bestowed upon you by the esteemed player, Zhonghua Zaidangjia. Would you care to accept it? Chi-Su promptly replied in the affirmative. Before him appeared a tray, steaming and fragrant, adorned with a delightful array of dishes, vegetable and lean meat congee, ham and bacon rolls, pumpkin cheese and egg toast, and a small portion of sliced apples. Chi-Su, forgetting to respond, eagerly indulged in the delectable feast before him. For a long time, Chi-Su had not savored such flavorful sustenance. Previously, he had settled for mere survival. After all, existence alone was a formidable challenge. He had fought valiantly against various monsters, often finding little time to rest or heal, and had little inclination to cook. A simple meal of steamed bun sufficed, as his thoughts were consumed with maximizing resources and prolonging their availability. But now, he experienced a glimmer of joy in living. The exquisite breakfast warmed his stomach, prompting him to wipe away tears of gratitude. He directly inquired of Zhonghua Zaidangjia, "What do you lack for upgrading your vehicle?" After a considerable pause, Zhonghua Zaidangjia replied, "I still need 2 vehicle card fragments. The upgrade is still quite distant." Without hesitation, Chi-Su sent the last 2 fragments he possessed. He vowed that this was the most generous act he had demonstrated in nearly 4 years, without exception. Zhonghua Zaidangjia was taken aback, who had claimed that the Great Ones were devoid of humanity, excessively ruthless, and mercilessly violent. Fearing that a delay in preparing breakfast might provoke the formidable Chi-Su, he had risen early to ensure his meal was ready. Little did he anticipate such generosity in return for a mere breakfast. However, Zhonghua Zaidangjia did not wish to take advantage of him and politely declined the gift. "No, this is too precious. A single breakfast is nothing. I eat like this myself. I merely prepared an extra portion for you." Chi-Su insisted, "You must accept it. Check the upgrade materials needed on the card. I will gather them for you. I will also take care of your lunch and dinner today." Blushing, Zhonghua Zaidangjia fidgeted and stomped his feet in uncertainty. Was it truly appropriate? Only a few individuals in the entire region could upgrade to a level 2 vehicle. Finally, he steeled himself and replied, "Very well, thank you, esteemed one. I shall certainly prepare more delicious dishes for you." Combining 6 fragments, Zhonghua Zaidangjia swiftly revealed the requirements for upgrading the vehicle: 2 glass pieces, 2 rubber pieces, 4 iron plates, and 10 screws. Despite his bold demeanor, he hesitated to request such an abundance of materials and cautiously replied, "May I take my time to gather the materials? It won't delay preparing your lunch and dinner. The deficit is quite significant." To send it directly, Chi-Su urged. With a resigned sigh, Zhonghua Zaidangjia complied and sent the items. Upon reviewing the materials, Chisu discovered he had enough to fulfill the requirements. And he inquired, considering what you require for your upgrade, it must be an automobile. How is it that you traverse the roads at such a sluggish pace? The young culinary prodigy, feeling somewhat aggrieved, replied, My mode of transport is a tractor. It cannot move swiftly, but among the other two options, one being a children's balance bike and the other a bicycle, I had no choice but to select this one. I am rather portly and seldom engage in exercise. Had I chosen the bicycle, I would have met my demise on the very first day. If it is indeed a tractor, then truly, achieving a speed of 30 kilometers per hour would be commendable. Moreover, your ears must endure quite the torment. Chisu had originally intended to be lazy and forego exercise today, yet inexplicably, after breakfast, his spirits soared, prompting him to complete his morning workout. Upon returning, he noticed a message from the young culinary prodigy. I have successfully upgraded. Ha! My cooking stove is now integrated with the tractor. Furthermore, my speed has increased to 50 kilometers per hour. Thank you, my friend. I promise to share a delicious meal with you in the future. Since you have been such a great help to me, I shall let you in on a secret. Once while cooking, the aroma of my dish attracted a diminutive old man, red all over and standing at merely 1 meter and 20 centimeters. He seemed to be a monster merchant who insisted on tasting my meal. I dared not refuse him for fear of repercussions, so I handed him my prepared dish, and he rewarded me with 10 survival coins. Subsequently, I also received a chef's credential. Each day, I can encounter a desired ingredient or seasoning from a chest devoid of monsters. Chi-su. Indeed, it seems that fortune is not solely bestowed upon oneself. All right, I shall return to my tasks. If you need anything, leave me a message, and I will respond promptly. Feel free to tell me what you wish to eat. Okay. As for what he desired to eat, Chisu was uncertain, having forgotten what delectable offerings the vibrant world had to offer. His meals consisted solely of the random supplies that emerged from the chests. Chisu watered the orange tree, replaced the battery, and promptly mounted his small tricycle at 6 in the morning. Today marked the 6th day, with merely 2 days remaining in the novice protection period. Chisu vaguely recalled that on the final day of this period, over 9,000 participants in the region had nearly 100 casualties within a single day. Many who had previously been active in the chat hall had transformed into black avatars. The comfort experienced during the novice protection period was in stark contrast to the subsequent turmoil faced after its conclusion. In one day, Chisu opened 3 chests, yielding a bottle of mineral water, a sausage, and a nest of mice. Nevertheless, Chisu maintained a pleasant demeanor. For lunch, he had relish chicken wing rice, and for dinner, savory chicken broth wontons. It was these 2 meals that left him feeling exhilarated well into the night. Leaning back against the seat of his vehicle, Chisu leisurely scrolled through the content on the screen. Soon, he stumbled upon an intriguing message. Chief Beauty Officer, help. Does anyone have fever-reducing medicine? I feel as though I'm nearing a temperature of 80 degrees. I am on the verge of death. Who has fever-reducing medicine? I am willing to trade 5 vehicle upgrade card fragments, a small table, and a compressed biscuit. This is all I possess. Chisu sought fragments for vehicle upgrade cards, as well as a small table. During meals, he often found himself perched atop a box, eating uncomfortably. Chisu yearned for a life filled with greater joy and ease, wishing to cease the habit of perpetually compromising his own comfort. However, he felt that trading fever-reducing medicine for these items was somewhat disadvantageous. As pharmaceuticals have always held immense value, regardless of the era, he privately messaged the Chief Beauty Officer, stating, I possess fever-reducing medicine and am in need of your 5 vehicle upgrade card fragments and a small table. I have no interest in compressed biscuits. Do you have anything else? The Chief Beauty Officer replied, Alas, I have nothing else. These 3 items are my most valuable possessions. Gisu Sai, deciding to embrace the day's positive mood and perform a good deed. Just as he was about to initiate the trade, the Chief Beauty Officer suddenly added, By the way, I have a pink card that lacks a product description, but it may prove valuable in the future. Do you wish to acquire it? Chisu glanced at the image and found himself intrigued by the card. The pink card sent by the Chief Beauty Officer was, in fact, an invitation to a special location. Certain sites, located beyond traffic lights, could only be accessed with such invitations, and the colorful cards would reveal their contents only upon reaching the designated locations. The pink card, in particular, led to a beauty salon. Within the salon, one could indulge in a full-body massage, rapidly alleviating fatigue while also enhancing health. Additionally, one could purchase facial masks and toiletries, all of which contributed to improving health or reducing fatigue. Chi-Su responded, "This card may indeed hold future value. A one-time transaction is final." The chief beauty officer acknowledged, "I understand. I am not Navi like the fool known as Player 1212. No matter how valuable this item may be, nothing is more important than my life. Trust me, even if it could elevate the vehicle to level 10, I would not regret it." Thus, they proceeded with the trade. Chi-Su exchanged a single fever-reducing pill for 5 vehicle upgrade card fragments, a wooden table, and the beauty salon invitation. He also accepted the chief beauty officer's friend request. Before retiring for the night, Sweet Donut messaged Chi-Su, "Brother Whirlwind, today I acquired a folding mattress, but I sustained an injury. I need someone to soothe me." Chi-Su was perplexed. How could one require comfort after an injury? Did a simple pat suffice for healing? Would a mere pat persuade her to part with the folding mattress? It seemed rather complicated, especially since players rarely encountered one another outside of occasional road intersections. "Brother Whirlwind, are you busy? I don't know why, but hearing your name feels so familiar. My father's name also contains the character for wind." Chi-Su remained baffled by her thought process. Was she attempting to adopt him as her father? It was no wonder Chi-Su struggled to comprehend her. He hadn't engaged in a normal conversation for several years. In the realm of road survival, romance was scarcely a topic of discussion, and as a once insignificant figure, a mere newcomer, nobody employed such tactics with him. For a moment, he genuinely could not fathom any alternative interpretations. Invincible Black Whirlwind asked, "What do you wish to trade for your folding mattress?" "Donut. As long as it is you, Brother Whirlwind, I can certainly give it to you." Chi-Su raised an eyebrow, surprised by such a fortunate proposition. Invincible Black Whirlwind, "Great, thank you, then please send it to me." Donut remained silent for quite some time. Eventually, she inquired, "Brother Whirlwind, did you exchange that fever medicine for the chief beauty? Do you happen to have any spare vehicle upgrade fragments? I need 4 fragments to upgrade." Without a moment's hesitation, Chi-Su declined, refusing the exchange. This person was utterly delusional, thinking to trade a folding mattress for 4 vehicle upgrade fragments. Only in a dream. "Donut, please, Brother Whirlwind, I truly need those 4 fragments." The image depicted a girl with her hands clasped together, pouting adorably. Chi-Su was unsure whether to scold this person for being foolish, so readily revealing her true nature. Foolishness, it seems, is contagious. Resolutely, Chi-Su blocked and muted Donut. Shortly thereafter, she noticed Donut in the chat lobby, asking if anyone needed a folding mattress. Chi-Su privately messaged the spirited girl, "Could you help me retrieve Donut's folding mattress? See what she is asking for in return." Spirited girl, "Sure, right away. She wants a vehicle upgrade fragment." Chi-Su was reluctant to part with the fragments. They seemed to have no connection with her, as she had never obtained one from a box, either having stolen or exchanged for them. Invincible Black Whirlwind, "That won't do. Ask her if she wants anything else." Spirited girl quickly replied, "She also wants a weapon." Chi-Su currently possessed 2 types of weapons, a long sword and a dagger, the dagger having lost its potency and now being merely an ordinary one. Chi-Su sent the dagger to Spirited Girl, but this time Donut did not respond swiftly. She took a long while before agreeing to the trade. Chi-Su felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. How ridiculous it was. A single dagger could have sufficed, yet she demanded 4 fragments. Did I appear to be some kind of fool? Chi-Su then provided Spirited Girl with a small package of sesame sauce and a little bread. "Thank you, Big Shot. I'm so touched. I was nearly fainting from hunger. You truly saved my life." Chi-Su, puzzled, asked, "Your vehicles are upgraded. How could you be without food?" Spirited Girl, "I've had quite good luck, managing to find plenty of food daily, so I didn't pay much attention, trading all my supplies for the fragments and materials needed for upgrades. And then, an entire day passed without finding a single box. I nearly got scratched by a rat. I deeply regret upgrading. This level 2 vehicle is a bane to me. Chi-Su stifled a laugh. It was merely a matter of luck, yet she spoke as if it were some curse. Speaking of vehicles, Chi-Su suddenly recalled her first friend added, the retired magical boy, the unfortunate soul who chose the big truck. Glancing at his avatar, she saw it had not yet turned black. Chi-Su clicked her tongue. He was indeed a lucky child. If trucks could evolve, the future would be remarkable, enabling them to be assembled into battle vehicles, making gang wars utterly invincible. Unfortunately, no truck has reached such heights. Most perish in the early stages due to a lack of resources. Chi-Su produced a foldable mattress, pressed the activation button, and a single mattress measuring 2 meters by 8 meters unfurled swiftly. Chi-Su collapsed onto it, enveloped in a sense of bliss. After a day spent on an electric tricycle, his back felt fatigued, not sore, but rather an indescribable discomfort. However, now that his limbs were fully extended, the unease throughout his body seemed to dissipate, resulting in a profound sense of comfort. Draped in a jacket, Chi-Su soon succumbed to sleep, lulled by the enchanting sounds of monsters echoing around him. It was a night devoid of dreams, marking the best slumber he had experienced in years. Even though his previous sleeping conditions were not inferior to this, Chi-Su still felt that last night's rest was unparalleled. Perhaps it was the anticipation that stirred within him. For instance, this morning, while washing his face and brushing his teeth, he pondered what delightful meal the renowned chef would prepare today. Chi-Su had never considered himself particularly indulgent. He was content as long as he was fed. Thus, he often neglected the better-tasting options that required a bit of effort, opting for whatever would fill his belly. But ever since that breakfast, everything seemed to have transformed. Halfway through his workout, the chef sent over breakfast, a tomato and shrimp soup accompanied by crispy pan-fried dumplings. Chi-Su relished a sumptuous meal, leaving no trace of the broth behind. "Thank you. Your culinary skills are exceptional, truly worthy of attracting even the attention of monster merchants." The chef replied with a voice message. I can confidently say that my cooking is indeed unparalleled." Chi-Su paused momentarily. Aside from close friends or gang members, very few would send voice messages during casual chats, as one's voice could reveal numerous clues, including gender. The chef's voice was deep and leisurely, evoking a sense of reliability. Chi-Su responded with 2 thumbs-up emojis and began to gather his belongings. First, he folded the mattress with a single button press, reducing it to the size of a palm. Even with limited space in his backpack, he managed to stow it away, even slipping it into his pocket, perfect for certain special quests where backpacks and vehicles were not permitted. Regardless, exchanging a dagger for it was undoubtedly worthwhile. Today marked the final day of the novice protection period, and Chi-Su intended to charge forward relentlessly. He left a message for the chef, stating, "Please don't prepare lunch for me. I plan to travel today, and want to have time to sit down for a proper meal. A couple of small bread rolls will suffice." The chef responded, "That won't do. I can whip up something simple. How about sushi for lunch? Can you handle wasabi?" Chi-Su replied, "Sure, thank you." The chef responded, "No need to be polite. You've helped me upgrade my tractor. I owe you too much already." Chi-Su remained silent. If both parties were grateful and measured individuals, their interactions would be significantly more effortless. After setting off, aside from encountering supply boxes, Chi-Su sprinted at full speed to inspect any available provisions. At all other times, he dialed his pace to its maximum. Just then, however, the traffic light reappeared. Chi-Su gasped in astonishment. Encountering 2 stations in 7 days was an extraordinary stroke of luck. How had he transformed from an unfortunate soul to a fortunate one? Chi-Su was inherently an easily satisfied person. The only concern was that the station might consume considerable time, jeopardizing his travel plans for the day. As he passed through the traffic light, a multitude of green-haired creatures suddenly emerged from both sides. This reminded Chi-Su of his oversight. He had forgotten to collect the green hair. How could he have overlooked such a lucrative opportunity? Frustrated, he pounded his thigh, hoping that others had not discarded this valuable item. After crossing the traffic light, Chi-Su advanced while sending a message to the energetic girl, urging her to collect the green hair. Essentially, 30 strands of green hair could be exchanged for the price of a compressed biscuit, while 10 strands were equivalent to basic supplies like glass. Upon finishing, he promptly dispatched a plethora of basic materials and ready-to-eat food. His palate had been spoiled over the past couple of days, and even the previously cherished compressed biscuits and small breads had begun to feel somewhat unpalatable. The energetic girl's eyes sparkled. Assisting the esteemed one was a delight. With just a few taps, she could earn a meal. Excellent. Today, she wouldn't have to worry about hunger. Rest assured, esteemed one, I will gather the maximum amount of green hair with minimal resources, showcasing my prowess. Chishu sent a thumbs-up emoji before closing the public screen. As he had arrived at the station, Chishu could hardly contain his joy. Although he had only found 3 boxes yesterday, it seemed all his good fortune had accumulated for today. To his amazement, the station was a gas station. It wasn't a traditional gas station, but rather a place where one could opt for a gas package. By integrating the gas package with their vehicle, they would gain a fixed duration of accelerated speed. The attendant, a small fox adorned in purple, glanced at him with a dismissive expression and said, "Hey, can I help you with anything?" "Please, no beggars." Chishu replied confidently, "I'm not short on funds. I wish to purchase a gas package." The purple fox's demeanor shifted instantly. "Oh, esteemed customer, please forgive my earlier rudeness. I was not fully awake. How may I serve you?" "It's all right. Just show me the price list for the gas packages," Chishu requested. The purple fox smiled and nodded, "Of course. It is my honor to assist you. You are truly the most splendid customer I have encountered." Chishu smiled in silence, quietly observing the price list for the gas packages. The cost was practically negligible. What a benefit of the novice protection period. Why had he never encountered such privileges during his previous novice phase? Basic gas package. Adjust speed to 100 kilometers per hour. An hour, 0. 1 survival coins, 5 hours, 0. 2 survival coins, 10 hours, 0. 4 survival coins, intermediate fuel package. Adjust speed to 200 kilometers per hour. An hour, 0. 2 survival coins, 5 hours, 0. 4 survival coins, 10 hours, 0. 8 survival coins, advanced fuel package. Adjust speed to 500 kilometers per hour. An hour, 0. 3 survival coins, 5 hours, 0. 6 survival coins, 10 hours, 0. 9 survival coins. Chishu decided to purchase a few more, for this item proved exceedingly useful during the final rush to the leaderboard. However, once the novice protection period expired, Chishu was certain that the price would not remain the same. At the very least, it would multiply tenfold, aside from a few wealthy individuals. Truly no one would dare to make such a purchase. Earning survival coins was a daunting task. He disregarded the beginner and intermediate packages, understanding that the true essence of this fuel package lay in traversing the greatest distance in the shortest time possible. "Hello, I would like 20 of the advanced fuel packages for 1 hour, 20 for 5 hours, and another 20 for 10 hours. Where's the code? Allow me to scan it." The total came to 36 survival coins, which made Chishu wince a little. However, the one thing in abundance on this journey was the presence of those who were reckless and seeking trouble. As long as his work permit remained valid, survival coins were hardly a concern. The fox proprietor, with his hands clasped in disbelief, gazed at Chishu and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! I cannot believe you are such a distinguished guest. I have treated you with such negligence. I am truly remiss." After uttering this, he slapped himself and earnestly continued, "As a gesture of my sincere apology, I shall present you with a supreme VIP card from our establishment." Chishu accepted it with a smile, thanking him. Initially, he believed the card would offer discounts at the gas station, but upon reading the description, he could not contain his exhilaration. Supreme VIP card of the Fox family. With this card, you shall receive a 20% discount across all enterprises under the Fox family, and automatically gain the favor of all members of the Fox family. Young man, you are truly fortunate. 20, exchange for green fur. Chishu gasped several times, nearly sneezing from the shock, before he could regain his composure. This shouldn't be possible. He had only spent a mere 36 survival coins. How could the affluent Fox family so readily bestow their supreme VIP card? The Fox family owned numerous enterprises, including banks, auto repair shops, and monster stores. These 3 titans were all under their banner. There were other industries as well, but Chishu was not well acquainted with them. as his access to information as a lone wolf was quite limited. He had few close friends since the emergence of gangs and battle zones. Conversations had largely shifted to those internal discussions. Chi-Su was confined to a chat channel for his larger district, leaving him unaware of much information. He speculated that the disparity in survival coin prices he observed was likely due to the ongoing novice protection period. The prices he saw were likely different from those perceived by the Purple Fox, which should reflect the original prices of these fuel packages. If one were to entertain such thoughts, then it would not be surprising. The prominent figures previously would not dare to make a purchase of 60 at once. At most, they would utilize a few at the end of the month for a final push. As for the price fluctuations in between, perhaps they are attributable to the intermediary subsidies. Typically, middlemen profit from the price differentials, yet this particular intermediary provides subsidies, truly commendable. The Purple Fox merchant bowed slightly, addressing the esteemed customer. Please scan here to proceed with the payment. The payment interface indicated a deduction of 28 survival coins, with the 36 survival coins discounted by 20%. It conveniently amounted to 28. Remarkably, a discount was applied this time. Chi-Su generously scanned 30 coins, seizing the opportunity presented by the intermediary. Any surplus would graciously serve as a tip. Your efforts are appreciated, and I am quite fond of your service. The Purple Fox beamed with a motherly smile, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Thank you immensely, esteemed guest. Encountering you has truly been my fortune. The moment Chi-Su turned, he heard a broadcast echo in his mind. Congratulations, player. You have unlocked Monster Affinity. Chi-Su opened the affinity list. At the forefront was the Purple Fox he had just encountered. Gas Station Manager Purple Fox, Affinity 29. Garbage Station Manager Mr. Elephant, Affinity 17. 1-star Instance Responsible Monster Minotaur, Affinity -8. Chi-Su was perplexed. Why was Mr. Elephant's affinity so high? Could it be that his valor at the garbage station had drawn attention? Yet, why did the Minotaur from the 1-star instance hold a negative affinity towards him? He had achieved the highest score in the region. How could it still be negative? Is that reasonable? Chi-Su pondered in confusion, but time was of the essence. It was currently 9 in the morning, with 12 hours remaining until darkness fell at 9 in the evening. To be prudent, Chi-Su decided to utilize a 5-hour acceleration card immediately. During the use of the fuel package, exiting the vehicle to collect treasure was prohibited. However, it also meant that the vehicle's own battery and fuel would not be consumed during travel. Moreover, it operated in an automatic driving mode, requiring no attention to the steering wheel. One could even recline in the back and sleep. Chi-Su planned to assess the situation upon arrival and determine whether to employ additional fuel packages. Having invested in this, securing the top position during the novice protection period was imperative. Chi-Su had never purchased a fuel package before, as it had always been beyond his means. If he had survival coins, he would prefer to visit the monster merchant to peruse any edible items or suitable weapons. Upon exiting, he was unreserved, heading straight for the more comfortable 3-wheeled vehicle, where he promptly clicked to use the advanced 5-hour fuel package. Instantly, he felt a powerful thrust against his back, yet fortunately, the 3-wheeled vehicle was enveloped by a protective shield. Aside from a slight dizziness, he experienced no discomfort. After a brief adjustment, he became accustomed to it, avoiding gazing at the road and instead focusing on the screen or closing his eyes could mitigate the dizziness. At this moment, Chi-Su was filled with excitement and found sleep to be an impossibility. Thus, he opened the public screen to observe the chat channel and trading hall. The chat channel was abuzz with discussions regarding the green-haired phenomenon. Donut, energetic girl, why are you hoarding so much green fur? What purpose does it serve? Don't be so selfish. If you have any news, please share. If I find out anything, I will certainly inform everyone. Right tomorrow. I support you. Your thoughts are commendable, Donut. Since we have arrived here, survival has become increasingly difficult. We truly ought to unite. Player 1212, although I lack shame, I believe you two are even more shameless. Fortune bestowed. Let me see your inventory first. I need a bottle of water. Who will share with me? Let's not be so stingy. Player 0117. I'm quite curious about the actual use of the green fur. Can I exchange some supplies for information? Energetic girl bright tomorrow. Everyone, please refrain from being so irritable. I apologize for not being clear. Those willing to share are appreciated, while those who choose not to share are entitled to their decision. Let S avoid moral coercion. Energetic girl. Oh my, foolish people, stay away from me. I'm struggling too, okay? I merely wish to invest a bit in green fur and see if I can strike it rich overnight. I refuse to believe that the green fur dropped by the monsters I've fought in the dungeons is utterly useless. Perhaps I might even turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. If I succeed, dear sister, I shall indulge in luxurious meals and share pictures daily in the group. Player 0117. Goodness, I thought you were some grand figure, but turns out you're just a gambler. Energetic girl. Haha. A grand figure would be someone like Invincible Black Whirlwind or Battle Wolf 009. Wouldn't he it? Have you ever seen them chatting in the hall? Retired magical boy. What is so desirable about this green fur? I'll sell it to you, but who knows when it will be useful. It's better to trade it for food. My backpack has no space left. The retired magical boy did not participate in the dungeon challenges. With his daily fuel consumption barely sufficient, joining such challenges would be absurd, hence he has no green fur. He mentions this because he has traded with Energetic Girl a few times and finds her quite amiable. With a patron, business becomes easier. Chisu observed the lively chat and decided to join in. Invincible Black Whirlwind. Energetic Girl. I'll trade with you. I have plenty. Energetic Girl. Ah yes, esteemed one. With Chisu stirring the pot, those who were merely observing began to feel anxious. Invincible Black Whirlwind is the top player in the entire region. Just imagine how much green fur he must possess. If they don't trade soon, this foolish Energetic Girl-esque supplies will be depleted. Wealthy persona with some downtime, Chisu found himself somewhat at a loss for what to do. No longer burdened by the arduous journey, nor fixated on spotting boxes by the roadside, he could comfortably organize his belongings, tend to his orange tree, and gaze at the glowing screen. What a delight! Suddenly, he understood why the previous autopilot programs were so expensive and alluring. This feeling is indeed exhilarating. However, at present, the roadside is cluttered with wooden boxes, presenting little distinction between those that are filled and those that are empty. Once the novice protection period concludes, one might encounter silver or golden supply crates along the road, and the mere thought of not retrieving them would be unbearable. Thus, it is imperative to equip the vehicle with an automatic mechanical arm, a device capable of autonomously collecting supply crates. However, both the autonomous driving system and the mechanical arm necessitate that the vehicle be upgraded to level 4, a considerable distance yet to be traveled. Chisu vaguely remembers that reaching level 3 for the vehicle required a prolonged accumulation of resources. After the upgrade, it felt akin to being on the verge of bankruptcy, enduring days of hunger before recovering slightly. Chisu privately inquired of the Vitality Girl, asking if her supplies were sufficient, urging her to let him know if she was in need. The Vitality Girl responded, indicating that for now, her supplies were adequate, as she had exchanged all her food for compressed biscuits or basic raw materials, making trade more convenient. Chisu sent her 2 thumbs-up emojis, embodying the principle of trust. Though he seldom interacted with others, he understood this concept well. Hence, he refrained from further conversation and awaited the outcome. After perusing the trading mall entirely, Chisu found nothing of particular value, likely due to the novice protection period, which limited the available goods primarily to basic materials, thus failing to present many items he desired. After resting for a while, Chisu suddenly felt drowsy. Typically, at this hour, he was quite alert, proving that idleness does not suit a person. Just as he began to doze off, a sudden break caused him to tumble, his head colliding with the edge of a tricycle. Had it not been for the protective shield, he would surely have incurred a significant bump on his head. Confused, Chisu realized that it was far from the 5-hour mark. Surely, only an hour had passed. As he sat up and looked up, he was shocked to see yet another traffic light. What kind of sorcery allowed someone to encounter 3 stops in a single week? As the green light permitted passage, Chisu, traveling at a rapid speed, could hardly discern the monstrous figure in the middle of the road before he had already darted past it. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Chisu swiftly dashed out, racing towards the station. Every moment wasted equated to survival currency. Pushing open the grand door, he was greeted by the very monster shop he had longed for. Chi-Su promptly produced the supreme VIP card bestowed upon him by the purple fox and clutched it as he entered the shop. Upon entering, he was met by an exceptionally beautiful pink-furred, double-tailed fox awaiting him at the entrance. "Welcome, esteemed guest. I knew I heard the magpie's call this morning. It must have been a sign of your impending visit." Chi-Su smiled warmly, replying, "Hello, proprietor. You are stunning, and your tails are exquisite." The pink double-tailed fox's cheeks flushed instantly. "Really? Thank you for your kind words." Chi-Su responded with utmost sincerity. "Of course, it is indeed true." The pink double-tailed fox shopkeeper's favorability towards you is now at 10. Holding the supreme VIP card, which came with an initial 5 points of favorability, his sincere compliment further elevated her favorability by another 5 points. "How may I assist you today? Please take your time to browse while I prepare some morning tea for you. Would you prefer a rose flavor? I will see to the meal pairings." Chi-Su nodded gracefully. "That would be delightful. Thank you for your effort, beautiful pink double-tailed fox proprietor." The proprietor chuckled as he departed, leaving Chi-Su to ponder when he might ever experience such treatment himself. Upon arriving at the monster shop, he was accustomed to indifference, often being presented only with a price list. Yet this time, he was offered service and even a morsel to savor. As Chi-Su perused the price list, he noted that the shop featured 10 items each time. He had initially hoped for something extraordinary, but disappointment soon washed over him. Although the prices were modestly low, the truly valuable items remained beyond his reach. Fully automatic driving system, 500 survival coins, fully automatic mechanical arm, 300 survival coins, KFC family bucket X10, 0. 2 survival coins, level 3 vehicle upgrade card, 2 survival coins, vehicle contraction capsule, 5 survival coins, winter coat blueprint, 0. 5 survival coins, comprehensive super first aid kit, 1 survival coin, Wagyu Super Supreme Pizza X10, 0. 5 survival coins, pink chainsaw, 2 survival coins, backpack static space X10, 1 survival coin. After reviewing the list, Chi-Su unhesitatingly decided to purchase all items except the first 2, which were beyond his financial reach. He realized there would be no more items priced in mere fractions. This was a rare opportunity not to be squandered. It was a pity that each item could only be purchased once. Otherwise, he would have indulged even further. Nonetheless, one must learn to be content. "My dear refuse station, should we meet again, I shall not find you odious. I am grateful for the fortune you have bestowed upon me." He silently expressed his gratitude towards the revered refuse station. After a considerable interval, the white powdered twin-tailed fox arrived, balancing a tray adorned with a goblet of pink juice, accompanied by a small sandwich and a few cookies. "Dear guest, is there anything you require? I can provide a detailed introduction," the fox offered. "There's no need for an introduction. The items at the monster shop are undoubtedly of premium quality, and purchasing them is a guaranteed success. Therefore, I shall take items 3 through 10. Please calculate the total, and I will proceed with payment," Chi-Su replied. "The monster shop owner's favorability towards you has increased by 5 points. Current favorability is 15. Oh my goodness. Esteemed guest, your purchasing power is truly remarkable. May I inquire why you did not select the first 2 items? Was it a matter of preference?" The white powdered twin-tailed fox looked at him with curious eyes, causing Chi-Su to smile awkwardly. Dislike? Far from it. It is merely a matter of financial constraint, he thought. Yet, in the presence of a family known for their avarice, revealing his poverty could result in the immediate revocation of his prestigious VIP card. "I simply find their names rather unappealing. They seem cold and uninviting. The pink chainsaw, however, is rather delightful. I have an affinity for all things beautiful," Chi-Su said, elegantly sipping his juice and speaking slowly. The white powdered twin-tailed fox nodded. "I understand. Esteemed guest, we shall strive to improve and ensure your satisfaction in the future." Chi-Su drummed his fingers against his thigh, wondering if there were any reckless souls willing to provide vehicles. "Next time, if I don't save a few thousand survival coins, how could I possibly show my face in the monster shop? I must maintain my affluent persona." At that moment, Chi-Su discovered that this rose tea was quite a delightful find. After finishing a cup, it surprisingly added 2 points to her health. Chi-Su's interest was piqued. "This rose tea is truly exquisite. Did you cultivate the roses yourselves?" "Indeed, esteemed guest. Do you enjoy it? If so, I will be delighted to gift you a few packets. Please do accept them, as the Monster Shop greatly values patrons of your caliber. Chisu nodded and accepted, saying, "Thank you very much. Congratulations to player Chisu for receiving a gift from the Monster Shop owner. Rose T10. Not at all. It is my honor to serve you. Dear guest, the total for all the items you selected is 12. 2 survival coins. As you are our esteemed VIP member, you are entitled to a 20 discount, bringing the total down to 9. 76 survival coins. Here is the payment code." Chisu reaffirmed her thoughts. The white-furred, two-tailed fox hesitated slightly when announcing the price. Indeed, the price she perceived was entirely different from what the fox had stated. The intermediary has integrity. Chisu scanned the code and paid 10 survival coins. It was not that she was being overly generous, but rather, the Monster Shop's prices were simply unbeatable. Having received the tea, she felt that it would be unwise not to leave a tip. She did not wish to jeopardize future visits over a trifling amount. "Oh, my dear guest, you have paid so much survival coin." The white-furred, two-tailed fox looked astonished, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Chisu. Chisu waved her hand dismissively, saying, "The excess is merely a tip for you. Your service has been exemplary and truly deserves it." The white-furred, two-tailed fox felt tears welling up, exclaiming, "You are such a wonderful guest. Truly, beautiful girls are the most delightful beings, whether they are monsters or humans. Thank you so much." Chisu was already savoring the cookies, which were both crisp and warm, with a rich, milky aroma. Were it not for her concern for her appearance, she would have stuffed them all into her mouth. They were simply too delicious. Moreover, consuming one increased her health by 1. Who could resist something so delightful and beneficial? And then there was that sandwich, even more extraordinary. It did not merely enhance health, but improved her constitution. Chisu discreetly used her screen to scan. Sandwich personally crafted by the Monster Shop owner. The white two-tailed fox. Consuming it enhances constitution by 1. With such nutritionally balanced food, eating it daily will surely spare you from the woes of constipation. Upon reading this, Chisu couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps due to a lack of vegetables and fruits, she hadn't been able to relieve herself for 3 days, and her belly was uncomfortably round. However, this time she need not inquire. The milk powder two-tailed fox eagerly ran to the back and meticulously prepared 4 more sandwiches and 2 plates of exquisite cookies. Chisu's expression turned to one of astonishment. "Oh my goodness, you are truly too kind. Is the payment code still available? I would like to give you another tip." The white, two-tailed fox hurriedly covered the payment code, exclaiming, "No, it cannot be. Esteemed guest, you have already contributed enough. I cannot allow you to incur further expenses." The beautiful white, two-tailed fox proprietor insisted, "You truly deserve this. It is merely a trifling survival coin. What does that amount to?" After a prolonged tug-of-war, Chisu sighed, conceding, "Very well. Let this time be an exception. I look forward to our next encounter. I too anticipate it. Regrettably, my working hours are rather irregular. The Monster Shop has 3 managers in total." Chisu nodded, "It matters not. If fate wills it, we shall meet again." The white, two-tailed fox proprietor's affection for you has increased by 20 points. Current affection level is 35. The white, two-tailed fox slightly bowed, holding the gift in both hands, personally escorting Chisu to the threshold of the Monster Shop. Just then, another player arrived, scrutinizing both Chisu and the white, pink-tailed fox. Chisu sensed the fox's discontent and promptly bid farewell. "You need not accompany me further. Take care of yourself at work. Rest assured, dear customer, until we meet again." The pink-tailed fox bowed slightly, presenting the prepared gift. Chisu accepted it graciously. "Congratulations, player Chisu. You have received a gift from the Monster Shop proprietor. Health Sandwich X4, exquisite small cookies X2. Observing this, the player stepped forward, blocking Chisu's path, intent on scanning the items in his possession. "Hey, what do you have there?" Chisu frowned slightly. "Get lost." With that, he turned to leave. Yet, after barely 2 steps, he heard a string of insults from behind. "Damn bitch. What are you so arrogant for? The next time we meet, I swear I'll have my way with you first." With a venomous tone, the player continued, "You think you can just walk away? Stupid woman. Damn." Upon reaching his tricycle, Chisu noticed a puddle of yellowish water on the front wheel, instantly repulsed. What is wrong with people? Do they behave like dogs, indiscriminately urinating everywhere? He mused. Even the most rudimentary of dogs would not engage in such behavior. Is there no sense of decency or shame? Or are they simply born wretched? Thankfully, he had used a 5-hour fuel pack, providing a protective barrier. Otherwise, his tricycle could have been damaged. Chi-Su decided to linger a bit longer. A soft heart does not survive long in a game of survival. The player's vehicle, an off-road car, appeared to be a level 2 vehicle. Unless one were extraordinarily fortunate, it was unlikely to possess such a wealth of survival coins at this stage of the game, especially considering the unfavorable impression left by the individual before the pink-tailed fox. Chi-Su surmised that the player would soon re-emerge. It was prudent to wait, for a player's vehicle could not be recycled as scrap unless they had perished. Sure enough, before long, the arrogant player was unceremoniously ejected from the game, accompanied by the furious roar of the white, two-tailed fox. Determined to take action, Chi-Su resolved to test his new weapon. The pink chainsaw was not merely a shade of pink. It was a striking blend of pink and fuchsia, exquisitely designed. However, given Chi-Su's current arm strength, lifting it proved to be somewhat challenging. To contend with a feeble creature sprawled on the ground, wailing pitifully, was indeed sufficient. Chi-Su dashed forward, wielding a chainsaw, and struck it against the creature's neck, leaving it no time to offer any resistance before it perished, its head flying 3 meters away. Chi-Su was taken aback by the sheer brutality of the act and awkwardly retracted his backpack. Sensing a gaze upon him, he turned to find the white-furred, two-tailed fox observing. He recalled that the fox family abhorred bloodshed and filth. Attempting to maintain his composure, Chi-Su spoke first. It's one thing for him to insult me, but I would never wish to provoke your ire. The white-furred, two-tailed fox's affection for you has increased by 20 points, bringing it to a total of 55. Hearing the system's announcement, Chi-Su knew his gamble had paid off. Esteemed guest, are you uninjured? Oh, no one has ever treated Tao Tao with such kindness. Chi-Su gently shook his head, replying, it was nothing. I must take my leave. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again. Farewell, esteemed guest. Tao Tao wishes you safe travels. With the most ladylike and graceful of movements, Chi-Su tossed the lifeless body and severed head into the black mist by the roadside. He exhaled in relief upon seeing the white-furred, two-tailed fox return to the shop, exclaiming, goodness, I nearly squandered all my efforts. Thankfully, my wits served me well. Scanning the off-road vehicle, he sighed heavily, lamenting, why did this person not arrive sooner? Greetings, scrap collector. The newly available military off-road vehicle from the testing facility has a wear rating of 5, with no damaged parts and a single scratch. Its assessed value is 289 survival coins. Do you wish to proceed with the sale? Chi-Su clicked confirm, instantly receiving 289 survival coins. Coupled with his remaining coins, he now possessed a total of 468 survival coins. He yearned for the white-furred, two-tailed fox to reappear, as it might present an opportunity to purchase the fully automated mechanical arm. Alas, once one exited from any station, re-entry was prohibited. As the saying goes, contentment brings happiness. Today's gains were already plentiful. He boarded a tricycle and set off. Chi-Su was no longer fatigued. In fact, he felt invigorated. He retrieved a level 3 vehicle upgrade card and reviewed the requirements for upgrading to a level 3 vehicle. Iron blocks 20, 1120, steel bars 8, 08. Glass 10, 1110, fully automated solar charger 1, 11, electronic control system components 1, 01, batteries 30, 830. The upgrade requirements varied across different vehicles. In his previous game, he had utilized a fuel vehicle, and he had only just learned that electric vehicles required a considerable number of batteries to reach level 3. He already possessed the solar charger, but the electronic control system was a rare find. Iron blocks and steel bars were manageable. He could easily procure them from the trading hall, and there was no rush. He decided to wait until he had gathered all other materials before exchanging for these 2 items, as there was always a chance he might find them in a box, thereby circumventing that step altogether. Chi-Su glanced at the remaining 6 units of gasoline and promptly stated in the group, gasoline for batteries. Interested parties may private message. The esteemed individual possesses an electric vehicle? Hope rekindles for our electric vehicle community. I'm interested. I'm interested, please DM me. Chishu opened the private chat interface and was amused. A one-to-one exchange rate? Do these individuals truly consider themselves foolish? 1 unit of battery can propel a vehicle for 50 kilometers, while 1 unit of gasoline can cover 110 kilometers. Moreover, the extraction rates for both are disparate. Batteries are readily available, whereas gasoline is considerably scarcer. Chishu promptly blocked all those who treated themselves as naive. A user named Free Bird messaged, "I don't need gasoline. Can I trade for batteries for food?" Chishu replied, "Certainly, a spicy chicken leg burger, fries, original recipe chicken, and cola for items without packaging. Is that acceptable?" Free Bird, "Absolutely. I urgently require such high-calorie sustenance. Thank you." Just as this transaction concluded, the retired magical youth sent another message. "Esteemed one, do you have any gasoline left? In the future, if you acquire gasoline, please consider me for exchanges. My vehicle is a fuel guzzler. I only possess 1 battery, but I have this item you will surely find useful." Image upon inspection. Chishu was astonished. An electronic component for the control system, which he had anticipated waiting long to acquire, appeared effortlessly. He promptly sent over the 6 units of gasoline, additionally providing a burger, cola, and fries. The family bucket contained a plethora of items. And given Chishu's predisposition towards constipation and bloating, he hesitated to consume such fare. This electronic control system component certainly did not emerge from a wooden box. Yet Chishu refrained from probing further. Everyone has their own opportunities. Retired magical youth, I was craving this so much. And it's still hot. Scalding wow. It's truly delightful. The warmth reminded Chishu to hastily merge the backpack he purchased from the monster shop with the stasis compartment, placing the KFC family bucket and supreme pizza inside. The backpack stasis compartment accommodates 10 items, and after merging, any food placed within will remain in a state of stasis. Whatever temperature it enters, that will be preserved upon removal, preventing spoilage. This arrangement is perfect. When the culinary master prepares the meals, they can also be stored in the backpack. Time stands still, allowing the food to retain its freshly made quality. Currently, the vehicle upgrade requires 17 batteries, 8 steel bars, and 9 iron blocks. Chishu first accessed the trading hall to locate options related to these 3 materials. He exchanged drinking water and compressed biscuits to acquire the iron blocks, and with a pair of roasted wings and 4 wing tips, he managed to obtain 4 batteries. Unfortunately, he had no success in finding steel bars. None were available for trade. The culinary master messaged him, "I have gathered all the ingredients and am now starting to cook. Will you be able to accept soon?" Invincible Black Whirlwind, "Certainly, just send over 1 dish at a time as you finish." The culinary master understood. This must be related to the stasis space item, but he had 1 as well. There is no need for such complexities. I also possess a stationary space device. I will send it to you shortly. Okay. Chishu inquired again about the Vitality Girl S-Pot. "How many green hairs have been collected?" The Vitality Girl S-Pot responded instantly, 218. Sweet Donut still has 12, but she's quite difficult to deal with, and I have been delayed for quite some time. The price she demands is exorbitant and not worth it. Invincible Black Tornado replied, "Fine, let it be. This is all there is. Thank you for your efforts. The Vitality Girl S-Pot has sent you a gift. Do you accept?" "Accept." Chishu received 218 green hairs and also sent over an egg tart, a portion of mashed potatoes, a corn stick, and 2 chicken wings, thus clearing the first family bucket. For lunch, the Chinese little chef delivered 4 fist-sized rice balls filled with meat floss, ham, braised meat, and some chopped cucumber. Though they appeared unremarkable, their flavor was exceptional. Chishu devoured all 4 without hesitation, sincerely marveling at the delightful sensation of a fulfilling and satisfying meal. Before the energy pack expired, the Chinese little chef also delivered all the agreed-upon dishes. Player Chinese little chef has sent you a gift. Do you accept? 24. The silver supply box that appeared in the last minute. Chishu observed that it exceeded the originally agreed quantity. Pork and cabbage stewed with vermicelli, honey-glazed roasted meat, stir-fried potato slices with meat, crispy fried pork belly, crunchy pork belly, sweet and sour tenderloin, and cherry meat, each in 5 plates weighing 500 grams. There were a staggering 200 pork and cabbage dumplings. Chi-Su suspected that the little chef's hands must be sore from preparing all this. Invincible Black Tornado remarked, "Why is there so much? Save some for yourself." The Chinese little chef reassured, "Don't worry. Can a chef like me go hungry? The dumplings are filled with my mixture, and I had someone else wrap them. I have checked. There are no issues. The dumplings are raw. Just boil them when you want to eat. I will prepare a sauce for you tomorrow, as I lack some ingredients today." Invincible Black Tornado replied, "Great, thank you. Tomorrow." When a novice protection period ends, be cautious when opening boxes. At least half of them will contain monsters. If you encounter traffic lights, pass quickly during the green light. If monsters block the way, do not exit the vehicle, simply crash through. If you fail to pass during the green light, you will be stranded in the middle of the road until the next green light. Also, bring back some cotton or warm clothing. I received word that temperatures may drop significantly, although I cannot verify the authenticity of this information. The Chinese little chef hurriedly responded, "Understood. Thank you, esteemed one." Chi-Su calculated that with a high-grade energy pack, one could travel to 500 kilometers in 5 hours. With the first and second-tier vehicles, the top speed would be around 100 kilometers per hour or slightly over that, as going faster would make locating boxes impossible. Having just arrived in this survival game, and unaware that the novice protection period offers ranking rewards, Chi-Su speculated that few would be as fervently dedicated to the journey as he was. Moreover, there would be an accumulated calculation of all resources and properties. Even if someone possessed more supplies than he did, Chi-Su firmly believed that in terms of survival currency, he was undoubtedly leading the pack. With advantages in speed and assets, Chi-Su refrained from utilizing any additional fuel packs, conserving them for future monthly rankings. Beginning at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, all players reported an increase in the number of supply crates. Sad 1999 lamented, "As a non-lucky player, I gathered 4 crates in an hour, all filled with supplies and not a single monster in sight. Woe is me, singing the songs of the downtrodden." How inquired, "Hello everyone, could you tell me where the trading channel is? How do I upload items? I'm getting old and still can't quite grasp it." Boxcat replied, "The trading channel is in the lower right corner. Just aim your screen at the photo to upload." "Uncle, if you can survive without trading until today, that's impressive." Tian Ling Ling joyfully exclaimed, "I've finally leveled up to Tier 2 vehicles." Ha ha ha. Chi-Su was immensely relieved that he had not used an additional energy pack. Years had passed, and the initial events had become less vivid in his memory. Daily routines on the highway lacked significant memorable moments, making it challenging to recall them in advance. Presently, the most striking memory was that after the novice protection period, the temperature would drop abruptly. Yet, this remained a game, and Chi-Su was uncertain if these experiences held any value. As Chi-Su lifted his gaze, he spotted a wooden crate by the roadside. Grasping his long knife, he dismounted from the tricycle. The chainsaw felt cumbersome, and he was still unskilled in its use, preferring the familiarity of the long knife. Upon prying open the crate, he discovered it filled with supplies, 1 piece of fabric and 1 duck feather. Fortune smiled upon him, as these were essential items. In the time that followed, Chi-Su barely pressed the accelerator before needing to brake, overwhelmed by the abundance of crates. He directly collected 9 wooden crates. At 8:59 p.m., Chi-Su astonishingly spotted a silver supply crate, positioned at the very edge of the road, with only a minute remaining. Despite vehicles having fixed lanes that prevented him from veering too close to the edge, Chi-Su, without hesitation, grasped his knife and accelerated towards the silver crate, sprinting towards the tricycle with it in his arms. In the final moments, he could almost hear the roar of monsters behind him, even catching glimpses of their shadows on the ground. Just as he approached the 8-meter safety zone, Chi-Su sensed danger to his right, his breath quickening as he instinctively swung his hand backward with a slash. In an instant, he was splattered with the monster's blood. He barely had time to identify the creature before he turned and leaped vigorously into the safety zone, landing heavily on the ground. Relieved that the silver crate had also landed within the protected area. Lying on the ground, Chi-Su gasped for breath and looked back to see a large-eyed creature, entirely cloaked in black fur, pressed against the safety shield, glaring at him while howling frantically. Behind it lay another of the same terrifying type. Chi-Su silently rejoiced at having returned, realizing that entanglement with such a large-eyed monster left virtually no hope of survival. Their fur is utterly repulsive, capable of ensnaring enemies with limitless control, an endless cycle of severing. Suddenly, Chisu sat up and activated the light screen, glancing at the friend list, which currently displayed 6 individuals: the retired magical youth, the spirited girl Guadi Gang, the battle wolf 009, the culinary prodigy, the old dragon of the waves, and the chief beauty officer. All their avatars were illuminated, though their acquaintance was still nascent and their bonds not deeply forged. Chisu harbored hopes for their safety. At the very least, their exchanges had been quite pleasant. Should he ever unlock the group leader card, Chisu aspired to create a small group, attempting to form a little community of his own. He had yet to meticulously ponder the specifics, but he understood that choosing the lone wolf approach would ultimately lead to difficulties later on, as nearly all welfare instances were designed for teams, strictly prohibiting solo entries. And those fortunate enough to join temporarily would find no rewards allocated to them. Disinclined to read others' expressions or master the art of flattery, his sole recourse was to establish his own faction. At that moment, the chat hall had descended into chaos. Four-eyed war god, what the hell? What is going on? This afternoon, our district had 791 players, and now it plummeted to 961. What has transpired? AAA Putian Processing Factory, the silver chest. Didn't you see the silver chest? With only a minute left, it suddenly appeared, and I hesitated. Now I'm grateful for my cowardice. Four-eyed war god. I too am relieved. Relieved I have poor eyesight and didn't see it at all. Player 0128. 4 of my avatars have gone dark in the friend list, and 1 person still owes me money. Popular female streamer. Does anyone have anti-inflammatory medicine? I was clawed by a monster, and my health is continuously diminishing. Am I going to perish? Sweet donut. To those about to perish, could you perhaps donate your supplies to me before you go? I will pray for you. Perhaps dying isn't so bad, and you can return to the normal world. The popular female streamer immediately sent a voice message, too lazy to type. Sweet donut, you absolute nuisance. Don't let me see you. If I do, I'll slap you into oblivion. May your entire family. Player 1212. Sweet donut, are you that shameless? Someone is begging for medicine, and you curse them to die. Popular female streamer. My friend, your speech reveals your gender. How about you give me your supplies, and I'll help you deal with Sweet donut. Sweet donut, 1212, you're the shameless one. Aren't you also after their supplies, pretending otherwise? Popular female streamer. Get lost, all of you, just get lost. Lights spreading across the world. Please, everyone, quiet down. Who has anti-inflammatory medicine? In times of crisis, we must endure together. Let us not be emotional. Battle Wolf 009. Is there anyone collecting monster meat? The item description states it is edible. Negative times negative equals positive. Wow, I worship you. I thought encountering monsters meant merely enduring their attacks. Can we actually counterattack? Wolf Warrior 009. Indeed, they merely appear intimidating. Yet their strength is rather average. Sweet donut. Wow, Brother Wolf Warrior, you're so impressive. Could you possibly spare me a small piece of monster meat so I can see what it looks like? Player 1001. If you can eat, why not keep it for yourself? Wolf Warrior 009. I lack cooking utensils. I can't prepare it properly. Chisu's eyes sparkled, as expected of a master soldier. He even managed to bring back monsters after slaying them. The edibility of monster meat varies by type. The long-haired, big-eyed creature Chisu encountered earlier is not consumable, as it is entirely covered in fur. However, upon dissection, one might acquire the long hair of the creature, which could be used to knit a sweater. Conversely, some monster meats are indeed edible. Consuming them consistently for 7 days can enhance one's strength incrementally. Chisu privately messaged Wolf Warrior 009. How many grams of meat? What price are you asking? Wolf Warrior 009. 500 grams of monster meat. I wish to exchange it for ready-to-eat food. Wolf Warrior 009 also sent a product description. Rugged wild bull meat 500 g. Non-toxic, edible. The taste varies depending on the chef's skill. If your culinary skills are lacking, don't blame me for the taste. Chisu examined his current provisions and replied, would a KFC meal suffice? A burger, fries, chicken wings, original flavor cloud chicken, and a cola. Wolf Warrior 009. That works. I suppose I'm benefiting here. I'll also send you a tranquilizer needle, which is in the form of a ring and can be fired only once. Wolf Warrior 009 promptly sent over the 500 grams of monster meat along with the tranquilizer needle, leaving Chi Su with no means to refuse. He was, however, a bit curious. Don't you need any weapons? It seems I often see you selling them. Wolf Warrior 009. It's quite a coincidence. I can't produce food, but I always manage to procure weapons. Chi Su mused. What a stroke of luck. After sending the transaction details, Chi Su inquired, do you have any slightly longer weapons? Perhaps a stick or a pistol? After a while, Wolf Warrior 009 replied, I possess a long staff with a stunning effect and a Type 92 pistol, but I'm currently using both and am reluctant to trade them casually. Invincible Black Tornado. 2 vehicle upgrade card fragments for the stunning staff. Wolf Warrior 009 deal. Chi Su clicked his tongue. Such reluctance to trade was swiftly abandoned. Chi Su donned the tranquilizer needle, which was a ring worn on the index finger. Pressing the side button would swiftly release the tranquilizer needle. The advantageous aspect was that the tranquilizer needle was reusable provided one could recover it, making it suitable for solitary battles. Chi Su carefully examined the long staff with the stunning effect. Monkey's long staff. For the lucky, every strike is a critical hit, capable of triggering the opponent's stunning effect. However, if your luck is abysmally poor, I advise you to let it go. Chi Su initially did not believe himself to be particularly lucky, but now he brimmed with confidence, convinced that no one in the entire area could rival his fortune. Thus, this long stick should suit me quite well. Chi Su sent a message to the esteemed chef of Chinese cuisine, requesting, please prepare a bowl of monster meat for me. Any style will do. The chef replied, this product description is intriguing, splendid. I am ready to engage. Have you dined this evening? What would you like to eat? Do not hesitate to place your order. Chi Su pondered deeply about the culinary delights of the normal world, hesitating for a while before finally requesting, could you kindly prepare a bowl of egg noodle soup for me? The chef responded, is it the kind of egg noodle soup made simply by mixing flour and eggs? Yes. Chi Su had exhausted all the eggs and flour he had previously given to the chef, leaving him devoid of any ingredients at hand. Moments later, Chi Su received a steaming bowl of egg noodle soup. After tasting it, he marveled at its delightful flavor, which was truly remarkable. Yet, it was this very taste that evoked a multitude of fragmented memories and nostalgia for the vibrant world he once knew. While savoring the egg noodle soup, Chi Su also indulged in a slice of pizza, purchased from the monster shop. It was quite delicious, with a rich cheese flavor, yet it lacked soul. After consuming just a couple of pieces, he found his appetite waning. The pizza weighed 600 grams and was divided into 6 slices. Having eaten 2, he decided to list the remaining 4 on the trading platform. 100 grams of Supreme Wagyu Cheese Heart Pizza exchanged for Reinforcing Steel X1. 100 grams of Supreme Wagyu Cheese Heart Pizza exchanged for Battery X1. 200 grams of Supreme Wagyu Cheese Heart Pizza exchanged for Cotton X5. Subsequently, Chi Su inquired in the chat hall if anyone was interested in the Supreme Wagyu Cheese Heart Pizza. I've listed it on the trading platform. Within 5 seconds, it was all gone. Player 0102. Where is it? I haven't seen any. Prosperity Tree. I saw it, was about to trade, and then it vanished. Beloved of mom and dad. Haha. Let me show you a picture. Image. Wow, it smells divine. Ding dong bell. Aw, I can't get any. Invincible Black Whirlwind. Could you offer some more, esteemed one? Is there any left? Invincible Black Whirlwind. Yes, is there anyone else in need? Besides pizza, I also have Kentucky Fried Chicken buckets. Within a mere second, the chat hall was flooded with nearly 100 messages. 26. Would anyone like a garbage truck? Chi Su scrolled up and found an overwhelming demand for it. Many who had previously remained silent in the chat hall, often lurking in the shadows, suddenly emerged. Chi Su then dismantled 2 more pizzas and 2 buckets of chicken, exchanging them for Reinforcing Steel, cotton, and batteries. A plum blossom. Everyone seems to be profiting, huh? My hands, single for 28 years, couldn't snag anything. Black Silk Elder. I couldn't get any either. I really wish I could have cola. Noticing that others still sought after in the group, Chi-Su dismantled another bucket of KFC, trading it entirely for cotton and fabric. Having gathered enough reinforcing steel and batteries, Chi-Su's electric tricycle was finally ready to be upgraded to level 3. Detected player Chi-Su. The upgrade conditions for the Tier 3 vehicle have been met. Would you like to commence the upgrade now? The upgrade will take 20 minutes, so please manage your time wisely. Reaching Tier 3 in just 7 days? Such an astonishing speed left Chi-Su almost incredulous. The previous record for the swiftest ascent to Tier 3 seemed to linger long into the first month. At that time, Chi-Su had just achieved Tier 2 and witnessed the district-wide announcement of another player ascending to Tier 3, a moment that had sparked a twinge of envy. Little did he know, an even more remarkable version of himself was now emerging. Only when Chi-Su confirmed that his electric vehicle was nearly out of power did he press the upgrade button. Although there was a wait of 20 minutes, Chi-Su was elated, as there was still a silver chest awaiting his attention. This time, he intended to experiment with a newly acquired long staff which, while not as sharp as a blade, offered greater length and safety. Ideal for use after the novice protection period, especially when his physical prowess had yet to fully recover. In the event of a sudden monster attack, he could always resort to the chainsaw from his backpack for a more forceful approach, or even utilize a tranquilizer needle. Chi-Su forcefully pried open the chest, swinging his weapon vigorously. Excellent. Nothing emerged. This was indeed a good sign, yet a hint of disappointment lingered within Chi-Su. If only a wild boar would show up. Congratulations, player has obtained 10 pieces of cloth, 8 duck feathers, 5 balls of yarn, and 2 thick quilts. This was a warm package indeed. It seemed likely that a drop in temperature was imminent. Chi-Su noticed the screen flicker as someone mentioned him in the group chat. Initially thinking someone was inquiring about food availability, he was surprised to find it was the user Light shining on tomorrow. Light shining on tomorrow. Invincible Black Whirlwind Warwolf 009. Have you received a silver chest? Or did anyone else obtain a silver chest? Let us exchange information. I opened one, and it contained either cotton, a thick scarf, or a pair of wool socks. I suspect the temperature will soon drop, so please refrain from selling cotton. Invincible Black Whirlwind, I suggest you return all the cotton you just collected to the others. It would be disheartening to inadvertently deprive someone of their means of survival. Chi-Su was disinclined to engage with this individual, finding him as insufferable as ever. However, before he could respond, the person who had sold cotton expressed their displeasure. One Plum Blossom, are you out of your mind? I've already eaten my pizza. It was delicious, and it's making you drool. Light shining on tomorrow. Let us keep our emotions in check and avoid personal attacks. Your actions are driven solely by greed, and should the temperature truly drop, how will you stay warm after selling the cotton? One Plum Blossom, I'm tough. Player 0404, I also found a pair of large cotton boots today. Could it really be that the temperature is about to drop? Player 0819, I deeply regret not retrieving that last silver resource chest. Player 0718, take a look at your friends list. See how many have turned black. Then observe how many remain in our district, and you won't feel regretful anymore. Chi-Su opened the district list, and it indicated only 013 players remained. The once vibrant avatar of the popular streamer, who had been exchanging insults with him moments ago, had also turned black. In the realm of survival games, it is commonplace for numerous players to meet their demise daily. When the population in certain areas dwindles below 5,000, a merger of zones is initiated. Thus, Chi-Su has long since grown accustomed to this reality, feeling only a twinge of melancholy, preferring not to dwell on trivial matters. He retrieved the cotton coat blueprint purchase from the monster shop and placed it on the crafting table, discovering it came in 2 variations. Cotton coat, cotton 2, fabric 1. Cotton coat, with trousers cotton 3, fabric 1. The materials required were modest, prompting Chi-Su to craft an entire set without hesitation. The size of the cotton coat would automatically adjust to the player's physique, while the color was determined by the fabric used during creation. The fabric he had just inserted was a vibrant magenta, resulting in a corresponding set devoid of any intricate design. However, upon assessing its thickness, Chi-Su found it to be quite substantial. He extracted all the fabric, totaling 8 pieces of green fabric. Chisu took out 3 strands of green fur and placed them on the green fabric, which indeed triggered a special notification. Wow, you have a remarkable affinity for green. Wishing you a luminous and healthy green. Have you discovered this elusive secret to resist the bitter cold? Quickly, bring me to the crafting table. Chisu placed both the green fur and the green fabric onto the crafting table, which promptly displayed the option to create a green set. He selected the crafting option. Upon viewing the finished product, Chisu could not help but express his admiration. It was indeed a complete ensemble. A green hat, a green scarf, a green top, green trousers, and a green overcoat. 5 pieces in total. Moreover, the clothing featured a self-heating function, leading Chisu to believe that traversing areas with temperatures plunging to -40 or 50 degrees would pose no challenge. Currently, with the temperature hovering around 20 degrees, he felt warmth emanating from the garments, rendering them unnecessary at the moment. Thus, he stored both the cotton coat and the green set in his backpack and proceeded to use the remaining green fabric, crafting an additional 7 green sets. At that moment, a notification appeared. The vehicle upgrade is about to succeed. Would you like to choose a development direction aligned with your player profession? Chisu paused, pondering the concept of a profession. A waste recycler? Individuals with professions were scarce, and Chisu had little knowledge regarding such matters, leaving him without solid references. If he chose to develop in the same direction, would it not result in the creation of a garbage truck? At first glance, it seemed an unappealing choice, evoking images of filth and odor. Yet, upon broader contemplation, it became evident that a garbage truck could be quite sophisticated if it were not designated for refuse. Surely, it would surpass his current small electric tricycle, which was merely a makeshift assembly of plastic shelters. Conversely, if he opted not to align with a professional direction, the electric tricycle might transform into an enclosed tricycle, ultimately evolving into an elderly-friendly model. Even if it were a larger version of such a vehicle, it would still pale in comparison to a garbage truck, which at least featured a substantial storage compartment. Having contemplated thoroughly, Chisu decisively selected yes. The job of a waste collector has brought me an abundance of convenience, with the numerous survival coins in my account serving as the finest testament to this fact. Thus, I instinctively felt that aligning my choices with my profession would usher in good fortune. Shortly thereafter, a ceremonial 10-second countdown commenced, culminating in the appearance of a brand new, rosy-hued garbage truck. Its design bore a striking resemblance to the Wuling E10, albeit with a longer cargo bed, excluding the driver's seat. The cargo area alone measured approximately 3 meters in length, with a width and height of 2 meters each. With a sense of excitement, I rushed to the driver's seat, raising my fist triumphantly. No longer would I need to twist the throttle. I was now in control of the steering wheel and foot pedal. The fully automated solar battery was seamlessly integrated into the vehicle, with 6 power outlets on both the interior and exterior of the cargo bed, allowing for the charging of various electronic devices. As I settled into the driver's seat, I marveled at the ergonomic design, which was undeniably more comfortable than the small padded seat of previous electric vehicles. Thanks to the transformative magic of beauty, the interior had been exquisitely refurbished, eschewing gaudy pinks for a more tasteful design, featuring a harmonious blend of white, soft pink, and rose red. At the center of the dashboard lay a survival calendar, while a row of small seedlings adorned the edge of the front windshield, radiating vitality. Above displayed the time, and below indicated the 7th day of survival, presumably adjusting automatically each day. The steering wheel was still wrapped in a fuzzy cover, and the rearview mirror was adorned with a cozy knitted trim in 3 interwoven colors. The overall aesthetic was both elegant and sophisticated, emanating warmth that momentarily left me, accustomed to a rougher existence, feeling slightly out of place. Between the driver's seat and the passenger seat, there were charging ports, a small storage compartment, and a cup holder. Directly in front of the passenger seat was another storage box, and when the passenger seat was reclined, it could serve as a small table. If the passenger seat was unnecessary, it could even be hidden away with the press of a button, allowing direct access from the passenger area to the cargo bed. In summary, both the aesthetic appeal and functionality were maximized, leaving me exceptionally satisfied. Who dares to call this a garbage truck? It is delightful indeed. I jumped out to inspect the cargo area, noting its solid construction. Although composed of merely a single layer of thick metal, it felt entirely insulated from the cold. With winter approaching, this upgrade was perfectly timed, as it would provide some warmth during sleep. The only downside was the increased power consumption, requiring the simultaneous use of 8 batteries. With the chill of winter looming, it would be prudent to stock up on additional batteries. Congratulations to the player Invincible Black Whirlwind for becoming the first player in the entire server to upgrade to a level 3 vehicle. Would you like to announce this server-wide? If you choose to do so, you will receive a precious item. This opportunity is a one-time offer, so please choose wisely. I decided against hesitance and promptly clicked to make the announcement. Sometimes, in this game, one cannot afford to be discreet if you wish to progress. Low-profile strategies are untenable. Fearing an assault from others and forfeiting such a rewarding announcement would be the height of folly. In the ordinary course of encountering players within the dungeon, it is not entirely unreasonable to slightly conceal one's identity. Chi-Su understood this well. There are no absolutes, and one must prioritize the maximization of benefits. There is no need for arrogance or ostentation, yet one should not shy away from confrontation either. Upon glancing at the luminous screen announcement, Chi-Su realized, to his astonishment, that it was not just the entire district, nor merely the major region, but indeed the entire server. A wave of disbelief washed over him. It appeared he had indeed made a remarkable achievement. As far as Chi-Su knew, this game spanned the globe, and his heart raced with exhilaration. He was the first among all summoned into this survival game to reach level 3 vehicles. Congratulations to player Invincible Black Whirlwind for receiving the server-wide announcement reward. I have high hopes for you. Rather than preemptively wrangling with anxieties, it is better to respond as challenges arise. May you fear not the end, but give your all. At that moment, Chi-Su felt as if his breath were about to cease. This was not a rebirth, nor a divine gift. It was the precious emerald heart he had wrested from the treacherous snake cave with sheer determination. This was the recompense he rightfully deserved. He was meant to be a strong contender. At this juncture, Chi-Su was no longer engulfed in confusion. The phrase "fear not the end, give your all" resonated deeply with him. Since there was still an opportunity, he was determined to test the limits of his capabilities. If he could advance even a single kilometer further than in his previous life, it would be a triumph. Should fortune favor him and he reach the end, he would surely pen this extraordinary experience into a novel, perhaps even becoming a celebrated author, earning millions annually. With clarity flooding his mind, Chi-Su brimmed with vigor. He harbored no trepidation regarding the imminent conclusion of the novice protection period. Rather, he felt a burgeoning anticipation. Over these 7 days, aside from the final silver supply crate, wooden boxes lined the roadside. However, once the novice protection period elapsed, silver supply crates, gold supply crates, diamond supply crates, and even obsidian supply crates would begin to emerge. While challenges abound, opportunities abound even more. Swiftly, Chi-Su clicked to claim his rewards. Congratulations! You have received 100 survival coins, 1 substitute doll for dungeon play, the Heart of a Champion, 3 station selection cards, 1 fully automatic shrinking bathroom, 1 toilet, 1 fire elemental red crystal, and 3 vehicle repair cards of varying levels, along with 1 small clan leader card. Suddenly blessed with such a plethora of treasures, Chi-Su found that the exuberance he had previously felt had nearly dissipated. He had anticipated that this reward would not be trivial and had prepared himself mentally. With the poise of a seasoned expert, he retrieved the fully automatic shrinking bathroom. This bathroom could be installed in any corner of a vehicle, provided there was a water supply. Since installing the fully automatic water collector, Chi-Su had been diligently capturing all the water, even if it exceeded his daily needs, storing it in a reservoir. By linking the reservoir with the bathroom, he could utilize it seamlessly. Closing the bathroom door, Chi-Su looked up at the gleaming faucet, under which a cascade of fine droplets flowed. Unable to contain his excitement, he burst into song, occasionally letting out a spirited roar. Outside the 8-meter protection zone of the vehicle, the roars of the monsters paused for a fleeting second. Bewildered, the companions exchanged glances, pondering if one of their allies had inadvertently wandered in. With the scarcity of water no longer pressing, Chi-Su had taken to diligently washing and replacing his undergarments daily. However, the sheer satisfaction of today, as cleansing experience hadn't been felt in 4 long years. Not only had he washed his hair, but he had also indulged in a fragrant body wash, and feeling delightfully aromatic, Chi-Su reclined upon the grand bed. Today had proven to be an extraordinarily exhilarating, fulfilling, and bountiful day. The player, Chi-Su, had made a triumphant return, lazily rolling from side to side on the bed. Chi-Su indulged in a moment before turning his attention to the other rewards. His curiosity piqued by the item labeled Heart of the Strong. Upon inspection, he discovered it was not a title, but rather a vial of black potion, appearing quite bitter, which caused him to furrow his brow in distaste. Heart of the Strong. Consuming this will enhance your constitution, strength, and agility attributes by 5 points each. The tension in Chi-Su's brow instantly smoothed out as he downed the potion in one swift gulp, only to be met with a wave of bitterness that contorted his features. In haste, he retrieved a cup of cola from his backpack, gulping it down in quick succession. In this gaming realm, could the items crafted be a tad more palatable? Noted. Player feedback appreciated. Chocho will strive for improvement. Chi-Su was taken aback. This voice differed from the previous electronic tones, imbued with a hint of emotional resonance. He was certain it was a voice he had never encountered in the past 4 years. Who are you? Greetings, player. I am Chocho, your exclusive assistant for high-level players in this survival game. You can think of me as your intelligent AI helper, responsible for keeping track of time, retrieving chat content, and searching for trade materials, among various other functionalities awaiting your discovery. Chi-Su quickly inquired, "What are the criteria for becoming a high-level player?" Chocho replied, "Achieving a server-wide record or maintaining the top position in a segmented leaderboard for 12 consecutive periods." Understanding the high bar set for this designation, Chi-Su recognized the challenge. To be the first in a global context was no small feat. Maintaining the top rank for 12 consecutive months within a segmented leaderboard was equally daunting. In the 88th District, 666 segment, the strongest player he recalled was Battle Wolf 009. Yet even he could not secure the first position every month, as luck could surge unpredictably for others. Finding Chocho quite amiable, Chi-Su inquired further, "How many high-level players are there currently?" "That information is confidential and cannot be disclosed, my apologies." "That's all right." Regaining his composure, Chi-Su turned to the player data panel, promptly collapsing the lengthy list of resources, which had become dizzying to behold. He decided it would be more efficient to have Chocho assist him in locating any needed items in the future. Player: Chi-Su, female, 24 years old. Carefree little friend occupation: scrap collector survival coins. 568 ID, 88666200106008 nickname. Invincible black tornado vehicle. Brand new pink garbage truck, level 3 vehicle, battery 100, health 75 dear. It seems you might be a tad constipated. Fatigue 2. Feeling quite comfortable, are we? Strength 34-3, a punch thrown. Hey, does it not hurt? Endurance 36-3, at the level of a qualified contemporary college student in physical fitness. Agility 39-3, your legs are quite nimble. Overall combat power 53, your strength may not be overwhelming, yet your courage and ideas abound. Chi-Su felt quite satisfied. The data panel was finally readable, devoid of constant mockery. She took out a fire crystal, well aware of its purpose. When combined with the vehicle, it could serve as a heater, even allowing for temperature settings. However, the energy of the fire crystal would deplete, and one could choose to activate or deactivate it at will. Essentially, one fire crystal could last for 3 months if kept continuously on. Weather changes on the survival road typically occur every 20 days, followed by a 10-day buffer. Thus, this fire crystal would suffice for a considerable duration. Chi-Su placed it atop her vehicle, where it automatically integrated. Next was the small group leader card. Small group leader card. Upon use, you can establish a small group of 9 members. As the group leader, you possess the authority to invite, expel, or mute any player. No group member may insult or slander the leader. Note, each player may own a maximum of 10 group chats. This small group leader card represents the simplest form of a gang in its nascent stage, with minimal constraints, primarily serving as a space for familiar individuals to chat, exchange resources, and strengthen bonds. Chisu hesitated briefly before inviting her current friends into the group. These were individuals with whom she had conducted transactions and found conversing to be quite pleasant. It was merely a group chat, after all. Should any discomfort arise, she could easily remove someone. She decided to add them and see how it went. The others received the group chat invitation from Invincible Black Tornado, their faces filled with curiosity as they clicked to join. Energetic Girl Guada Gang. Wow, we can create group chats. Why doesn't my control panel have that feature? Wolf Warrior 009. It must be that you unlocked a special item. Without it, creating a group chat would be impossible. Young Culinary Master. Wow, this is lively. Chief Beauty Officer. Looking at it from another angle, doesn't this mean I've infiltrated the inner circle of the big shots? Old White Dragon. Brothers, does anyone have cigarettes? I'll buy at a high price. We don't cheat our own. Young Culinary Master sent 3 cigarettes to Old White Dragon. Old White Dragon. Thanks, brother. Do you need vehicle upgrade card fragments? Young Culinary Master. No need, I don't smoke. Keep them. Just let me know when you come across good ingredients or condiments. The Dragon of the Waves, Old White, expressed his exasperation after braving peril to retrieve a silver box, only to find it contained a set of 18 seafood items. If I could eat this, I would accept it, but alas, it is all raw. He lamented. How could you possibly disdain such a treasure? Exclaimed the young chef of China. Brother, if you need it, take it, Old White replied. The Chief Beauty Officer remarked, having a small group chat is truly beneficial. It spares us from encountering those distasteful individuals in the main chat room. The energetic girl, Guidi Gang, concurred absolutely. In the future, if we require supplies for exchange, we can inquire within the group chat first. Chisu noticed the lively conversation, but realized one was absent. The formerly loquacious retired magic boy had not accepted the group invitation. After a moment's hesitation, Chisu was about to inquire when the retired magic boy sent a message. Thank you for your consideration, but I must decline the invitation. If I enter, my avatar will turn black immediately, which is quite disheartening. I have minimal supplies, all of which I have traded for gasoline. You likely wouldn't find them valuable, but consider it my token of appreciation. It has been a pleasure to meet, as I have no other friends. The retired magic boy's voice message revealed, upon listening, that he was indeed a girl. Stay strong, players, Chisu thought. She chose not to accept her supplies, noting the weakness in her voice. Instead, she directly asked, "What is the matter?" "I have medicine." The retired magic boy replied, "I have been poisoned." While attempting to seize the silver box, a creature inflicted a wound. Though it is not deep, I neglected it, and now I feel increasingly unwell with a slight dizziness. No need for medicine, esteemed one. I possess no valuable supplies to trade for it. Chisu remained silent for a moment before retrieving the medicine box purchased from the monster shop. Inside, she found 5 each of fever reducers, cold medicine, hemostatic bandages, detoxification pills, cough medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, and trauma ointment, along with 3 miraculous instant recovery pills. She sent a detoxification pill to the retired magic boy, but there was a prolonged silence before it was received. Just as Chisu was about to sigh in disappointment, a message appeared. Esteemed one, it may take me a long time to repay this. Are you certain you want to give it to me? Absolutely, you should take it. Chisu's intentions were not solely altruistic. She aspired to cultivate a formidable ally. Though it consumed substantial resources, she believed this vehicle would ultimately prove more powerful than others. Yet, trust in human nature was frail. Chisu hoped this girl would choose her faction wisely and remain loyal. It was still premature to dwell on such matters. Perhaps they would take years to develop a bond, or they might instantly connect as friends. It all depended on their compatibility. After all, it was merely a detoxification pill, a small investment for the future. 30 seconds later, the retired magic boy resurrected. Haha, my esteemed friend. I have returned once more, and I am profoundly grateful to you. I shall repay the resources I owe you gradually, and I assure you, I shall strive earnestly. I have also joined the group, by the way. Invincible Black Whirlwind. Excellent. Once the group chat is sufficiently populated, Chisu shared a message. Invincible Black Whirlwind. I fortuitously acquired a group leader card, and after some transactions, I invited those friends with whom I found a pleasant rapport. It facilitates casual conversations and resource exchanges, thereby providing a more refined platform for everyone. Retired Magic Boy. I am truly honored, esteemed one, in the bustling chat hall, where hundreds mention you without eliciting a response. It is surreal to engage in conversation with us in this smaller group. Energetic Girl Pot. Indeed, this is my first time witnessing the illustrious Whirlwind share such a lengthy message. Previously, brevity was the norm. Chief Beauty Officer. Impressive, esteemed one. You have reached level 3 vehicles. Wolf Warrior 009. Invincible Black Whirlwind. Indeed impressive. This is a server-wide announcement. It differs from the previous regional notices. Retired Magic Boy. My goodness, I was unaware until you mentioned it. It is server-wide, not regional. How many people does that entail? A sudden thought struck Chishu. Retired Magic Boy must be a girl, while Energetic Girl Pot. Could she possibly be a boy? As for Chief Beauty Officer and the enigmatic Old White Dragon, their genders remain uncertain, yet it is quite normal. I myself am in a similar predicament. It is not that choosing a particular gender confers an advantage, but rather that selecting a gender opposite to one's own may offer a greater sense of safety and assurance. Chishu did not bother to peruse the myriad messages that tagged him in the chat channel. While there were undoubtedly sincere blessings, the majority were likely attempts at manipulation, relationship building, or even begging. Chishu was not a particularly self-absorbed individual, nor did he revel in the accolades of others. He had little patience for meaningless chatter. Thus, he deftly shifted the topic, stating in the group, I've come across a piece of information, the accuracy of which I cannot confirm, that indeed the temperature is set to drop. Thank you, esteemed one. The entire group responded with these 4 characters in unison, including Wolf Warrior 009. Previously, Chishu had referred to him as esteemed one, and now the roles had reversed, creating a most intriguing dynamic. Once, he had acquired a rather precious vehicle expansion card. As it was an opaque commodity, everyone endeavored to drive the price down, with some even resorting to threats, claiming they would use location cards to seize it if it were not sold. At this juncture, Wolf Warrior 009 proactively purchased this somewhat perilous vehicle expansion card for Chishu, offering a generous price. Not long after Chishu had just leveled up to level 3 vehicles, having endured a fortnight of hunger, Wolf Warrior 009's assistance proved invaluable. He provided ample living supplies and food, exceeding even the value of the vehicle expansion card. Chishu was not one to overlook gratitude. Henceforth, whenever he came across valuable items, he would first consult Wolf Warrior 009, prioritizing exchanges with him. Their familiarity grew, and as friends, they would occasionally engage in light banter. Thus, Chishu maintained a favorable impression of the combatant Wolf 009. However, following the initiation of the gang and the subsequent re-merger of districts, he and his comrades gradually re-established their connections. Many of their actions appeared somewhat sanctimonious to Chishu. Consequently, his own resource development faced limitations, compounded by the fact that the leader of their team left a rather poor impression on him, leading to diminished communication thereafter. In the group chat, members engaged in casual conversation, seemingly relieved from the tension that had weighed heavily on them. The persistent pressure of daily life had taken its toll. In a larger chat, the overwhelming presence of foolishness adversely affected their mindset, and the rapid pace of conversation made it nearly impossible to follow threads of dialogue. This smaller group, however, adeptly resolved all such issues. Each member was exceptionally vibrant, including Chishu, who occasionally found himself smiling and laughing involuntarily. At the stroke of midnight, a collective announcement resonated through the air. Greetings, dear players. Congratulations on successfully navigating the 7-day novice protection period. You should now possess a rudimentary understanding of our road survival game. Do you not find it rather engaging, devoid of imminent danger, and perhaps even uncovering some enjoyment? Reflect upon it. Your daily grind, toiling away for mere survival, may not bring as much joy as our road survival experience. However, the idyllic days are swiftly drawing to a close, and the true, bloody, and violent survival game is about to commence. If you wish to endure, strive to upgrade your vehicles. A gentle reminder, lower-tier vehicles may, on some future night, failed to provide a protective shield. Novices, it is time to take action. Elimination equates in the realm of weight loss enthusiasts. A notification regarding the leaderboard promptly emerged above the luminous screen. Chisu clicked to view it, and a dazzling animation unfolded, akin to a fairy transforming with magical effects. This whimsical display served as a delightful means for Chisu to alleviate her tension. A humorous yet effective strategy she employed monthly. Huawood District 88, Subdivision 666, Newcomer Protection Period Leaderboard. First place, Invincible Black Tornado, distance, 5,124 kilometers, asset value rating, 15. 7. Second place, Coach AA Swimming and Fitness, distance, 896 kilometers, asset value rating, 2. 1. Third place, Battle Wolf 009, distance, 736 kilometers, asset value rating, 1I. Ninth place, Wandering Old White Dragon, distance, 532 kilometers, asset value rating, 1. Chisu promptly clicked to claim her reward. Congratulations! You are the first place holder in Subdivision 666. Good evening. May your spirits remain high. Congratulations on receiving Survival Coins 10, Strength Pill 1. A living essentials package, including rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea. 1. Bedding set 2. Complete hot pot ingredients with pot and induction cooker 1. Toilet paper 20. Ergo 2. Liquor 1. Vehicle upgrade card fragments 5. Batteries 10. What do you think? Aren't these rewards quite generous? Keep up the effort. Continuous dominance will yield additional rewards. At that moment, nearly all players were simultaneously astonished. Oh my, this is insane. The disparity in assets between the first and second place is staggering. Tornado Master is in a league of his own. With just 7 days, I can't fathom it. Their asset rating is 15. 7 while mine languishes at a mere 0. 2. Invincible Black Tornado. Do share your wisdom. The stronger you are, the more resources you can exchange, right? Don't just think about cutting the grass. Throw some water on it too. Oh dear, your words are rather biting, a player retorted. Who is this second place contender? I've never seen them speak. As Chisu observed the increasing number of red dots in the group chat, she realized they were notifications, leading her to open the luminous screen. Retired Magical Boy. Allow me to bow to everyone. I feel like I've dragged my feet. Everyone else has made the list except for me. The retired Magical Boy felt somewhat guilty, realizing he was the only small fry in a group of giants. Chief Beauty Officer. I too have had a stroke of luck. Barely scraping through in 100th place. The Chief Beauty Officer promptly shared her rewards in the group chat. Congratulations to you, little Lucky Charm, for securing 100th place. You have received Vehicle Upgrade Fragments 1, Self-Heating Rice 1, Compressed Biscuits 10, and 550 milliliters Bottled Water 10. Chinese Culinary Prodigy. I landed in 50th place. My rewards are identical to yours. What a peculiar assortment we VE received. TSK, Retired Magical Boy, don't feel disheartened. Zhonghua Zhangja sent a Self-Heating Rice 1, Compressed Biscuits 10 to the Retired Magical Boy. Retire Magical Boy. No, my resilience has not reached such extremes. I can still manage. If it becomes unbearable, I will seek help from all of you. Zhonghua Zhangja, please accept this. It is so unpalatable that I find it difficult to swallow. Only then did the Retired Magical Boy accept the items. But he also sent over a bunch of green onions. It was not out of stinginess. He truly had nothing else to offer. However, Zhonghua Zhangja was quite pleased. As his green onions were running low, this was far more practical than the compressed biscuits and self-heating rice. A chef cannot compromise on the quality of his palate. Subsequently, others also shared their rewards, engaging in a mutually beneficial exchange of necessities. Chisu felt that this candid and unguarded interaction was rather enjoyable. Yet, a faint worry lingered in his mind about whether such openness might incite jealousy or animosity from others, questioning its safety. But he soon rationalized it. If someone were bold enough to confront him, perhaps he could earn a few more survival coins. Chief Beauty Officer. I am envious. The reward for first place is truly splendid. But what is this survival coin? I also have 5. Wolf Warrior 009. I'm not certain, but it must be significant. It's best not to trade survival coins lightly. Retired Magical Boy. Have you visited any outposts? I've encountered two, but was unable to enter due to lack of survival coins. They are valuable items. Old White Dragon. Invincible Black Whirlwind, Big Boss. Your Ergwo 2. Are you considering trading it? I've endured this craving for so many days. It's becoming unbearable. Wolf Warrior 009. Tomorrow marks the end of a novice protection period. Brother, take care. Old White Dragon. Understood. If I had some liquor, I would savor it sip by sip. I wouldn't dare to chug it down, mainly just wanting to indulge my cravings. Chishu, without hesitation regarding trades, directly handed over the Ergwo 2 to Old White Dragon. Old White Dragon, suddenly, I feel a renewed sense of hope for these days. Shortly thereafter, Old White Dragon sent over 6 batteries, Invincible Black Whirlwind. I've noticed you often collect batteries. These should come in handy for you. I'm using a gasoline vehicle, so I have no use for them. Keep them. Chishu indeed wished to stockpile more batteries, so he did not refuse. Invincible Black Whirlwind glanced at the time, realizing it was late, and bid everyone good night before shutting down his screen. It was essential to ensure adequate rest and sleep. On the first day after the novice protection period ended, Chishu was awakened by a stomach ache. Just as he contemplated stepping out to address his physiological needs, he suddenly remembered. He had a toilet now. He stowed the mattress back into his backpack and placed the toilet at the edge of the vehicle bed. It was directly connected to the automatic water dispenser, so flushing would not be an issue. Once assured of this, Chishu quickly removed his trousers and settled down comfortably. Then, Chishu found himself nearly overwhelmed by the noxious stench, promptly opening the panoramic window of the truck bed to allow the foul odor to dissipate. The sandwich provided by the white-furred, double-tailed fox had proven remarkably effective. It not only alleviated his constipation, but also elevated his health by 3 points. The advantage of a garbage truck lies in its practicality, for one cannot even open the cover atop a large cargo truck. Chishu felt quite content with this open-air restroom. After all, it was preferable to squatting by the roadside, where an unexpected passerby might leave him flustered. After relieving himself, Chishu felt a significant reduction in his abdominal discomfort. Over the course of 7 days, he had shed at least 8 pounds, such as the allure of survival games. A veritable paradise for those seeking to lose weight. As the sun barely peeked over the horizon, Chishu found himself in a light-hearted mood that carried over from the previous day. It was not yet 6 o'clock, yet he had already completed his morning rituals, indulging in a gentle jog to warm up his body, followed by a series of exercises to enhance his physical fitness. He then practiced basic techniques with a stick. The delightful red bean porridge that the culinary master had prepared that morning was generously distributed among all members of the group. Thank you. This porridge is absolutely delightful. I never imagined I would have the pleasure of enjoying freshly made porridge in my lifetime. What resources do you need? I have an ample supply, remarked Jean Lang 009. Being part of this group and getting to know all of you is truly a stroke of luck for me. Brother, I don't have anything of value at the moment, but I'll owe you one, replied the retired magical youth, feeling a slight blush of embarrassment. Yet, everyone accepted the porridge, as refusing it would have felt awkward and isolating. Frog Fun, how is it that you managed to make porridge taste so exquisite? My taste buds are nearly overwhelmed by its aroma. It seems you're not in need of food. May I offer you some living supplies instead? Inquired the Chief Beauty Officer. There's no need for that. The game has officially begun, and I simply wish to convey good fortune and a smooth journey to everyone. The culinary master responded, graciously declining the gifts that were offered. Despite others' attempts to persuade him otherwise, he remained resolute, finally stating, "Let us not dwell on this. I'm currently roasting some jerky." The group fell into a contemplative silence. What kind of household was this, where others worried about their next meal? And yet here was someone already roasting jerky? Chishu couldn't help but feel that the culinary master had an overly generous spirit. The purpose of this group was merely to facilitate easier trading and communication among members. He understood that he could not guarantee the integrity of every individual within the group. Thus, he decided to privately remind the culinary master of this reality. Rest assured, I understand. Just this once, what would you like for lunch or dinner? I will prepare it for you, the culinary master replied, leaving Chishu momentarily speechless, realizing that his previous counsel had gone unheeded. Chi-Su did not consider that the culinary master owed him anything. Although he had assisted in upgrading the vehicle, Chi-Su had also savored numerous delicious dishes, including those splendid meals now packed in his backpack, allowing him to live comfortably for 2 months. Even if the culinary master had gained a slight advantage in this exchange, it was entirely justified. No need to cook for me anymore. If I require anything, I will trade with resources. Please think of your own needs first. If you have surplus food, feel free to bring it to the group or chat hall for exchange. The group consists of players I find agreeable, but I cannot vouch for their character, said the invincible black whirlwind. All right, I understand. Your jerky is almost ready and smells heavenly. I will also prepare some pickled cucumber strips to accompany it. A perfect pairing, the culinary master assured. Chi-Su felt a sense of helplessness akin to playing a lute to a cow. Having consumed a bowl of red bean porridge and a sandwich gifted by a white-furred, double-tailed fox that morning, his health points increased by 2. The current health value has reached 80, a remarkably secure figure. As long as no unforeseen circumstances arise during normal operation, there is no need to worry about plummeting below 10 and losing consciousness. The fatigue level is a mere 3, indicating a state of perfection. At the stroke of 6 a.m., Chi-Su, brimming with enthusiasm surpassing that of wage-earning laborers awaiting payday, set off in his brand-new, rosy garbage truck. With his foot on the accelerator and his arm casually resting on the steering wheel, he maintained control, careful to avoid the encroaching darkness on either side. The exhilaration of flooring the gas against the wind was infinitely more satisfying. Yet, Chi-Su donned his anti-fatigue sunglasses. Although there was no longer a need to shield against the wind, wearing them brought immense comfort to his eyes, as all light was adjusted to the most exquisite hue. After approximately half an hour of tranquility, Chi-Su spotted a glimmering golden box by the roadside. A treasure chest of golden resources? Chi-Su refrained from premature excitement. Such treasure chests were not easily encountered, and they were often infested with monsters. Grasping his stick, he disembarked from the vehicle, performing a series of jumps and shouts to warm up for the game's inaugural battle. Here it comes. Swiftly prying open the box, he struck a combat-ready pose, only to be met with an embarrassing revelation. There were no monsters, merely resources. Confused, Chi-Su recalled that during his previous game, opening 10 boxes had yielded at least 5 monsters. Now, this golden resource chest offered not a single creature, leaving him feeling quite disoriented. Approaching the box, he received the message. Congratulations, you have obtained an upgrade universal resource card 1. Despite having uncovered only one item, the card's intrinsic value was undeniably substantial. Upgrade universal resource card can substitute for any one type of resource. Note that it is one type, not one unit. Chi-Su promptly placed this universal resource card in the last slot of his backpack, intending to keep it in reserve. Such an item would surely become increasingly valuable as he progressed to level 5 or 6 vehicles, where any resource could cost hundreds or even thousands, with many crucial materials being particularly rare. This universal card would maximize its worth when the time came to utilize it. Continuing his journey in the garbage truck, approximately half an hour later, he encountered another box, albeit a wooden one. Chi-Su noted a shift in his mindset upon spotting the wooden box. His initial reaction was to ponder whether it was worth the effort to retrieve its contents. Clearing his throat, he recognized this thought as perilous, inconsistent with his inherent frugality and resourcefulness. A change was necessary. Quickly exiting the vehicle, Chi-Su pried open the wooden box, only for a small azure snake to spring forth. Without excessive preparation, he deftly dodged it and struck its forehead with his stick, sending it reeling into the darkness. Inside the box lay a single piece of fabric, though fortunate enough, it was green. Just then, a message chimed in the group chat, prompting Chi-Su to glance at the light screen. Wolf Warrior 009 has sent Jean-Hua Little Chef an exclusive gift, Python Meat 10. Jean-Hua Little Chef, bro. Awesome. Love you. Thanks. Once I cook it, I'll share some with everyone. Wolf Warrior 009. There's no need for that. I primarily wish to express my gratitude for the bowl of red bean porridge you provided this morning. I have also set aside 10 yuan, which I can use to roast for myself. Culinary Master, please do not squander the ingredients. Kindly send me that 10 yuan, and I shall prepare a dish for you. Wolf Warrior 009. Very well. Chi Su smiled, and Wolf Warrior 009 could indeed feel the warmth of the culinary master's enthusiasm. Chi Su continued on his journey and soon encountered 2 wooden crates, but they were filled solely with monsters, devoid of any supplies. However, the harvest from this morning had already been substantial, and Chi Su felt no sense of disappointment. As he planned to take a break around noon to eat something, a parallel road appeared on his right side. Chubby-eared rabbit. Chi Su casually consumed a few morsels to stave off hunger and sipped a pouch of honeysuckle juice, watering the orange tree a bit. Thereafter, he continued driving forward, intending to traverse this stretch of parallel road first. Before long, the 2 parallel roads converged, and Chi Su spotted a sleek black sedan. However, upon noticing the garbage truck, the sedan veered sharply to the right and accelerated past without a hint of stopping, as if its rear bore a warning. Stay away. Not everyone is willing to resort to murder and theft for scant resources. In the early stages of the game, most players are not so aggressive. Those who enter without any psychological burdens and habitually engage in malevolence were likely not virtuous individuals prior to the game. During the intersection of the highways, the frequency of supply crates significantly increases, and their quality is notably higher. Chi Su swiftly drove approximately 2 kilometers and discovered the black sedan parked by the roadside, with a supply crate on either side, both silver-tiered. He maneuvered his vehicle between the 2 crates. A gentleman in his 50s or 60s emerged from the sedan. Upon seeing Chi Su, a girl with a gentle demeanor, he visibly relaxed. "Young lady, there are 2 supply crates here. Shall we each take one? You may choose first." Chi Su, not the type to hoard resources selfishly, nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll take the one on the left. It's closer." "Excellent, excellent." The gentleman joyfully concurred. Chi Su loaded the crate onto her vehicle, opting not to open it immediately due to the presence of others. Revealing its contents could lead to complications. The gentleman, meanwhile, had already opened his crate, and a chubby-eared rabbit sprang forth, rapidly tripling in size. To his credit, he did not lead the rabbit toward Chi Su, but instead dashed in the opposite direction. As he ran, he frantically retrieved a clothes prop from his backpack, seeking opportunities to turn back and strike, managing to hit the rabbit's ear. Though it inflicted no significant harm, it thoroughly enraged the creature, which pounced and pinned the man to the ground, its ears flapping wildly, rendering him momentarily blinded. Chi Su contemplated intervening. After all, they were both human, and as long as her own safety was not compromised, she felt compelled to lend a hand. Moreover, she had taken an interest in the rabbit, pondering whether the renowned chef from her past could prepare a spicy rabbit head dish. Before participating in the road survival game, that had been her favorite delicacy. The mere thought of it caused her mouth to water involuntarily. This unprecedented craving was likely a result of her acquaintance with someone who not only loved cooking, but possessed remarkable culinary skills. With determination, Chi Su dashed forward, raising her club high and striking down upon the rabbit's back with considerable force. Though her strength was not overwhelming, her intent was merely to capture the creature's attention. "Remove it from that, uncle. Do not kick him to death." To his surprise, its body shuddered slightly, and it stood frozen in place. Chi Su immediately understood that he had triggered a stunning effect. Without hesitation, he drew his long knife and plunged it into the creature's abdomen. After stirring it around, he finally withdrew the blade. The fat-eared rabbit was utterly defeated. The uncle, clutching his belly on the ground, took a while to rise, his legs feeling somewhat weak after brushing so closely with death. Chi Su had already sent the fat-eared rabbit to the young chef. He only ordered a spicy rabbit head, deeming no other dish necessary. As a token of appreciation for the chef, the young chef truly wished to focus solely on cooking rather than driving. He fantasized about transforming his tractor into a reliable vehicle, collaborating with renowned figures like the Whirlwind Master or the Battle Wolf, allowing him to devote himself entirely to his culinary craft. How delightful that would be. "I'm immensely grateful to you. Had you not assisted me just now, I might very well have lost my life," he expressed. Chi Su waved his hand, choosing to remain silent and prepare to leave. Yet the uncle called out to him once more. "You should take this silver supply box. You rightfully earned it by slaying the monster. Since he was offered a gesture of gratitude, Chi-Su could hardly refuse. He inspected the contents of the silver supply box, which held a blueprint for snow boots, a carton of pure milk, and a thermos. Each item was something Chi-Su desired. "Then I shall not be polite," he replied. "No need for politeness. I genuinely wish to thank you. At my age, I do not know how much longer I can endure. I take each day as it comes. You young people hold the promise of the future. I hope you can go far. My daughter is about your age. I hope she can grow strong, able to protect herself." Though Chi-Su's parents had passed away years ago, the man's words still stirred a sense of compassion within him. Perseverance is key in survival games. Age is merely a number. There are all manner of miraculous items. As long as one maintains good health, strength, stamina, and agility, the limitations of age become less significant. Chi-Su was not merely offering consolation. This was a truth. In the 88th district, one of the top 10 combatants was an elderly man with a white beard, who rose to prominence with a hunting rifle and eventually established a gang known as the Sunset Red, where members supported one another solely for survival, avoiding competition and conflict. They focused on maintaining a basic livelihood, and many older individuals participated, banding together for warmth without engaging in any strife. If it weren't for the age restriction, Chi-Su would have liked to join them, but they only accepted those over 50. He produced 2 boxes of instant noodles, a pack of dried noodles, and 3 bottles of mineral water. "Take these, hold on, and perhaps you will see your daughter again." The uncle shook his head regretfully and pulled out a photograph from his chest pocket, revealing a picture of a family of 3. "I have searched for those on this list one by one, but neither my daughter nor my wife is among them." Chi-Su glanced at the photograph, depicting a warm and loving family of 3, and felt a softening in his heart. If only his parents were still alive, he mused. Perhaps he would also be someone cherished by others. Presently, we are merely a subdivision. Eventually, when our numbers dwindle to a certain extent, we will undoubtedly merge with other divisions. Who knows, perhaps you might even encounter them then. In that moment, the uncle's eyes sparkled with hope. "Is that truly the case?" "Kisu not det hapfi my see." "Yes, indeed." "Well then, I shall shamelessly accept your kindness. Young lady, you have saved my life, and I must also take something from you." With that, the uncle began to fumble through his backpack, but in his haste, he nearly dropped a flower pot that unexpectedly leaped from his grasp. With a sigh, Chi-Su began his instruction. "When extracting items from your backpack, you can utilize your mind to control where they fall, thus eliminating the randomness of their placement." "All right, I understand. Thank you. I was quite slow to adapt to smartphones initially, which frustrated my daughter immensely. Do you find this flower pot useful? If so, please take it. It will naturally cultivate soil." I glanced at it. The soil seems quite good, and with seeds, it will undoubtedly sprout. Chi-Su accepted a carrot seed he had yet to plant without hesitation. "Is there anything else you require?" he inquired somewhat bashfully. "No, but may I ask you a question? Are you busy at the moment?" Chi-Su gently shook his head. "No, go ahead. I wish to upgrade my vehicle. I've gathered enough fragments and materials, yet still 1T upgrade." "Why is that?" Chi-Su was taken aback. "That shouldn't be possible. With sufficient materials, it should upgrade automatically." The elderly man suddenly appeared anxious in my haste. I mistakenly clicked no at one point. "What should I do now? Can my vehicle still be upgraded?" "Yes, you simply didn't locate the notification. By clicking the notification in the top right corner, you can make a new selection." After some maneuvering, the elderly man successfully upgraded his vehicle, grinning widely. "Thank you so much. You've truly been a great help." Chi-Su shook his head slightly. The man seemed fortunate. Although his strength was average, he had managed to gather enough for the vehicle upgrade and appeared to be in good condition. After a brief delay, Chi-Su had collected 2 silver chests and assisted someone, which uplifted his spirits. He even felt a tinge of envy for the man's daughter. Being cherished by her parents was indeed a form of happiness. He hoped they would remain safe. After bidding farewell, Chi-Su prepared a cup of ginger and jujube tea in his thermos. His menstrual cycle was approaching, and he often felt discomfort 2 days prior, experiencing abdominal pain and fatigue. In his previous gaming round, he had neglected proper self-care, leading to increasingly difficult experiences each time. This time, he resolved to take good care of himself from the outset, drinking ginger and jujube tea in advance to warm his stomach and replenish his energy. Chio, please check if anyone in the trading hall is offering hot water bags or heating pads. All right, no hot water bags were found. But player 1230 is seeking to exchange 10 heating pads for 3 bottles of mineral water. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Chisu promptly replied, yes. Having Chio made things considerably easier. He could simply instruct without the hassle of searching himself. The intersections along the parallel roads were numerous, and this time, Chisu encountered mostly normal individuals. When they met, they either nodded in acknowledgement or simply distanced themselves. None of the 3 vehicles showed any signs of conflict. When encountering supply boxes, they were fairly distributed, 1 for each. Although Chisu could profit from selling vehicles, he could never bring himself to seek trouble or indiscriminately harm the innocent. As the parallel road neared its conclusion, a blockade appeared ahead. A small truck lay overturned in the middle of the path, and a woman seemed gravely injured, sprawled on the ground as if unable to move. Hearing some commotion behind her, the woman's eyes brightened, and she mustered the strength to lift her hand slightly, pleading, help me. Chisu exited the vehicle, wielding a stick, and indeed spotted the corpse of a peculiar creature nearby, a purple cyclops. The scene bore the marks of a fierce struggle, and the woman exhibited severe burns on one side of her body, confirming her dire state. How do you expect me to assist you? She asked. I've been poisoned. The woman replied, I possess resources and wish to exchange them for an antidote pill. However, I feel quite unwell. Could you assist me to the roadside for a brief respite? I assure you, I can offer you a reward. Chisu, concern etched on her face, took a step back. You're poisoned. It's not contagious, is it? Is the poison from that purple creature? The woman nodded, affirming, yes. It clawed a gash into my shoulder. The toxin isn't potent and won't spread, but I feel utterly weak and numb. Chisu chuckled, although the Cyclops appeared venomous. It indeed bore no poison. Moreover, its method of attack involved breathing fire, which, while formidable, was hindered by its slow movement and vulnerability. If one could evade its strikes, any weapon would easily dispatch it. Chisu hesitated, unwilling to advance further, and the woman grew slightly anxious. Truly, I have resources. Do you lack food? I can offer you 10 coconut cream buns if you help me to the roadside for a brief rest and open a bottle of water for me. To her astonishment, she produced 10 coconut cream buns and set them aside. Chisu feigned indifference, yet her eyes sparkled with interest as she gradually moved closer. Abruptly, the woman's expression morphed into one of malice, her right hand clenching tightly. Just as Chisu, seemingly oblivious, stepped within striking distance, she halted suddenly. 10 buns are insufficient. What other valuables do you possess? Present them all. The woman exhaled softly, relieved she had not been discovered. Very well, I will surrender everything, but please, I implore you, help me. We are both women. Aren't friends preferable to foes along this journey? Reluctantly, she produced a basket of eggs and a handgun. I have given you my weapons. Now, can you trust me? Chisu inquired. If you have a gun, why couldn't you defeat that creature? The woman retorted. Who knows how to shoot? Plus, I can't aim at all. Nodding and understanding, Chisu approached further, only for the woman to suddenly raise her right hand and scatter something forward. Anticipating treachery, Chisu deftly evaded the attack and swiftly maneuvered behind the woman, locking her arm around her neck and dragging her back a few meters. Please don't kill me. I didn't mean it. I am genuinely poisoned. I was just angry at your greed. What I released was merely a paralyzing powder. It is not lethal. Chishi nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Empty your backpack of all its supplies. If they suffice to purchase your life, I shall release you. Should you harbor any ill intentions, do not blame me for claiming your life. I have witnessed the darker sides of human nature, and I shall not show mercy. The woman felt her breath becoming increasingly labored, realizing that this operation had gone awry. She never anticipated that, after taking several lives, she would ultimately find herself at the mercy of such a young girl. With no other options, she relinquished a considerable amount of supplies, even including a blueprint. Yet, Chishi insisted it was insufficient. The woman, now frantic, was at a loss when suddenly another vehicle approached, a Harley motorcycle. with a youthful male rider whose appearance ignited a glimmer of hope within her. Fools are more bothersome than villains. Help! Someone save me. She's robbing me. The seemingly youthful boy did not disappoint the woman and promptly leaped from the vehicle. What are you doing? We are all players. Life is already challenging enough. Why do we have to turn against each other? The young boy addressed Chi-Su. Release her first. Let us discuss this calmly. Your goal is to acquire wealth, not to take a life. Take the supplies on the ground, but let her go. Chi-Su was unyielding. Mind your own business and keep playing your game. I can't communicate with someone like you. If you continue this way, I'll take a picture and post it in the chat hall for everyone to see what a murderer looks like. As soon as the boy spoke, he raised his light screen, but Chi-Su forcefully shielded the woman with his body, capturing only the person in front of him. Chi-Su sighed in exasperation. Fools are indeed more annoying than villains. At the beginning of the game, one often encounters such ignorant individuals, eager to meddle in matters they do not comprehend. Eventually, they disappear, as such fools tend to perish quickly. Oh, so you know to cover your face. That indicates you possess some semblance of shame. Why not act like a decent person? Release her at once, or I shall not be so polite. As he prepared to take another photo, Chi-Su swiftly stood up and thrust the woman into the man's arms. Do not fear. I am here to save you. Chi-Su brandished his club, intending to take on two opponents, while also allowing this boy to experience the treachery of human nature. The woman, indeed, proved to be as formidable as Chi-Su had surmised, perhaps even more so. She swiftly drew a dagger from her backpack and plunged it into the boy's chest. The boy, until his last breath, could not comprehend why he was killed by the very person he sought to rescue. Chi-Su clicked his tongue. I thought you would team up with him first to deal with me, then turn on him. The woman laughed heartily. No, such foolishness is distressing. Chi-Su nodded in agreement. The woman displayed considerable skill, suggesting a background in combat. Her every move was executed with finesse. Chi-Su, relying solely on strength and weaponry, managed to bring her down once more. Yet, she stubbornly pressed her face against the ground, retrieving a card from her pocket and flinging it towards Chi-Su. Sensing danger, Chi-Su promptly fired a tranquilizer dart from his ring, and before he could be immobilized, the woman succumbed to unconsciousness on the ground. Chi-Su remained still for nearly 10 seconds before regaining control of his body, reflecting on the unnecessary complications that had arisen. He should have dealt with both of them swiftly and decisively. He could not help but question himself. Had he not encountered enough instances of betrayal and being outmaneuvered? With this thought, Chi-Su suddenly realized he had become complacent. He slapped himself twice and decisively struck the woman on the neck with his club, eliminating her without hesitation. He then gathered the supplies from the ground. Coconut bread 10, handgun 1, cherry blossom scented soap 3, bucket of instant noodles 8, 550 milliliters bottled mineral water 6, multi-grain steamed buns 6, blueprint for a basic water condenser 1. Although Chi-Su already possessed a basic water condenser, this item was merely a blueprint. Once he acquired a portable compressed shower, Chi-Su truly yearned for the luxury of a daily, comfortable bath. One basic water condenser was insufficient. Before meeting the upgrade criteria, he could only compensate for quality with quantity. Moreover, he could sell it. Since last night, it had become evident that resources had significantly improved for everyone, and many must have unearthed valuable items. The basic water condenser would undoubtedly sell well. Chi-Su took out his work ID and began his tasks. The small truck owned by the woman was appraised at 112 survival coins, but the youthful Harley motorcycle was truly valuable. Despite lacking a cargo bed, it was brand new. Even the holographic display seemed astonished. You intend to recycle such a premium vehicle? Oh my God, that is simply remarkable. 98 new, no scratches, no dirt. Remaining fuel at 77. The appraisal price is 435 survival coins. Do you confirm a sale? Chi-Su suddenly had a thought and clicked no. You agreed to sell. Why have you changed your mind? Player Chi-Su, please respond. The price was too low. This was a brand new Harley motorcycle, worth nearly 200,000 outside the game. Selling it for a few hundred coins felt utterly unjust. Perhaps it was better to let it go. But you mentioned that this is within the game. Even if the price drops for this brand outside, it would still be significant. Chi-Su chose to remain silent, reappraising the report. Hello, Player Chi Su. The previous appraisal was conducted by an intern who was not well-versed in market trends. I will provide a new valuation. 99 new, no dirt, no scratches, no damaged parts. The appraisal price is 731 survival coins. Do you confirm the sale? This time, Chi Su decisively clicked yes. Good heavens, he suddenly felt as though he had previously sold at a loss. How could the price be raised like this? At that moment, Chi Su realized the power of his work ID. In the realm of selling scrap, he wielded unparalleled authority, setting him apart from the most basic players in this survival game. Chi Su could not help but ponder further. If he possessed one work ID, could he potentially acquire a second? A part-time job, the norm for modern youth. Were these occupations the best assurance for survival in the game? After collecting the 2 vehicles, he casually discarded the 2 corpses into the black mist by the roadside, then washed his hands, hopped into his vehicle, and set off again. The parallel road soon disappeared from view. Afternoon luck did not mirror the morning's fortune. He encountered only a silver chest, but the contents were quite practical. A basic parts package. Rubber 6, iron blocks 6, screws 6, plastic 6, wood 6, silver 6, glass 6. By 9 p.m., after parking the vehicle, Chi Su made a point to step out and verify that he had indeed parked in the center of the road before returning to the vehicle bed to rest. The first task was to examine the materials required for the basic condenser. 3 iron blocks, 1 piece of glass, 2 units of plastic, and 1 silver ingot. Chi Su had an ample surplus of each material, with the least being silver, as several silver resource boxes remained intact, currently serving as storage. Therefore, he proceeded to craft 4 units, neatly arranging them along the right side of the cart's wall. Chi Su gazed upon this with satisfaction, knowing he could now indulge in a refreshing bath. Selling the condensation device, Chi Su once spent the longest stretch of time, even a month, merely washing his hands and intimate areas, his hair becoming unkempt and greasy. Ultimately, he opted for a 10-minute electric clipper rental, leaving his hair impeccably shorn. This not only spared him the trouble of washing, but also alleviated the distress of dealing with the situation, though it left him with an inexplicable sense of melancholy for several days. Now, he no longer frets over such matters. Reflecting upon it brings him joy. Chi Su, apart from merely wishing to survive, yearns for a life of quality, which is of paramount importance. Otherwise, each day would lack purpose, and progressing aimlessly, akin to a soulless existence, can be utterly draining. Chi Su shared the materials required for the condensation device in a group chat, inquiring if anyone was interested in a basic condensation unit. For each item, simply add one, and if a certain material is unavailable, it can be substituted with another. Chi Su clearly marked the prices. Currently, he is likely the only one in the district with a crafting station, but eventually, others will emerge. The basic condensation unit will eventually lose its value. Therefore, he felt no need to conceal information from the few individuals in the group, opting instead for transparency regarding the pricing. As for the matter of free processing, Chi Su was not inclined to participate. Energetic girl. Boss, impressive. You actually have a crafting station? And the blueprints for the condensation device. Chief Beauty Officer. I want one. Boss, let me have a look. Chinese young master chef. I have a high water consumption. Could I request 2 units? I suggest producing more materials, and I can even provide breakfast daily. Old White Dragon, cool. Boss, you're generous. I'll just add 1 more material. I also wish to acquire 2 units, and am willing to contribute additional supplies. Wolf Warrior 009 sent a thumbs-up emoji and promptly forwarded the materials. Previously, he had owned a condensation unit, but traded it for antipyretic medicine, and since then, he had not come across another. Ultimately, apart from the retired magical boy, everyone else submitted their materials, resulting in 8 orders, 3 from Chinese young master chef, 2 from Old White Dragon, and 1 from each of the others. The retired magical boy remained silent, offering no response. Thus, Chi Su proceeded to fulfill the orders he had already received. After some time, the retired magical boy privately messaged Chi Su with a voice note, chuckling boisterously. Haha, indeed. Those who survive great tribulations are destined for fortune. Look what I discovered today. During his time of affliction, the retired magical boy had previously sent a voice note, inadvertently revealing his true gender. Although Chi Su did not deliberately point it out, the retired magical boy was no longer inclined to maintain the facade. Upon receiving the product description sent by the retired magical boy, Chi Su was taken aback. Potion pool. Any medicinal items or props related to healing can be placed within my belly, and every 24 hours, a brand new batch will be replicated. However, remember to collect them promptly, as my belly is not spacious enough to accommodate too many. If it becomes full, replication will cease. As Chi Su contemplated what he could offer in exchange or rent for this potion pool, the retired magical boy had already sent it over. There is no way to repay a life-saving grace, but this is my most valuable possession. The rest can be addressed gradually. Chi Su hesitated momentarily before acquiescing, promising to share the medicinal concoctions once transcribed. Subsequently, he dispatched a pair of rudimentary water condensers to the retired magical youth, who, however, failed to acknowledge their receipt. The retired magical youth lamented, "I shall never be able to repay this life-saving grace." Chi Su reassured him, "Fear not. Should you possess any extraordinary items in the future, consider me first. I find your fortune quite commendable, as you seem to uncover such miraculous artifacts." Previously, Chi Su had never encountered such wondrous devices. The retired magical youth replied enthusiastically, "Good. Your words bring me immense joy. I suddenly feel less like a burden." The invincible black whirlwind chimed in, "You were never a burden. Do not be disheartened by your vessel's current state, for it shall grow ever more formidable as time progresses. Persevere." The retired magical youth responded, "All right." Chi Su then examined the medicinal basin with great care. Its appearance was rather shabby, resembling a dilapidated iron basin capable of accommodating 20 varieties of potions. Chi Su retrieved all the contents of his extensive medicine chest: antipyretics, cold remedies, hemostatic bandages, detoxification pills, cough syrups, anti-inflammatory medications, injury ointment, and the miraculous instant healing pills, 8 types in total. As soon as he placed the instant healing pills into the basin, they were promptly ejected. Such a valuable item wishes to be duplicated. How audacious! Chi Su's expression darkened with 3 lines of annoyance. If it couldn't be done, then so be it. There was no need for such hostility. At that moment, the spirited girl, Guit Gang, tagged Chi Su in the group chat, "Invincible Black Whirlwind. Would you consider selling your rudimentary water condenser in the chat hall? If so, I can assist with promotion." The elder white dragon added, "Yes. Let us engage in some competition to elevate the price." Chi Su intended to sell it in the larger group, and simply replied affirmatively before heading to the chat hall. The invincible black whirlwind announced, "Rudimentary, fully automatic water condenser. Daily yield of 500 milliliters drinking water and 1,000 milliliters utility water. For those interested, send me iron blocks 9, glass 6, plastic 10, silver 3, and cotton 3. If materials are insufficient or if you prefer alternatives, other items may be substituted, but ordinary food will not be accepted." Chi Su not only multiplied the required materials by 3, but also added an extra piece of cotton. Upon seeing this, several individuals in the group suddenly felt they were receiving an incredible bargain. They even hesitated over whether to add something to their orders, thankful to have entered the elite circle formed by the esteemed player. Player 1001 exclaimed, "Wow, esteemed one, I would like to place an order." Light illuminates the world inquired, "Did you unlock the crafting table and blueprints? May we see the blueprints? Why does the rudimentary, fully automatic water condenser require cotton? Is it for filtration? Isn't this price a tad excessive?" The invincible black whirlwind retorted, "If you continue to prattle, I shall withdraw the offer." The lucky one interjected, "Light illuminates the world. Silence yourself. If I cannot procure one, I shall curse your ancestors for 24 hours straight." The energetic girl, Guidi Gang, remarked, "If you don't want it, then don't purchase it. We still desire it. Moreover, I believe the price is already quite fair. No longer will we worry about water resources. With an abundance of domestic water, we can afford to wash things a bit." Langley Leabailing inquired, "Is there a limit on purchases?" "I want 3 units. Retired magical young man added, "I too desire 2 units. Let us queue up." As these few individuals generated excitement, Chi Su swiftly received a multitude of messages, some straightforwardly offering goods and placing orders. Yet, The majority were inquiries about negotiating prices or asking if certain materials could be substituted with alternatives. The bulletproof autumn clothing set was arranged by Chi-Su for Chio to assist. Dear Chio, please help me block all malicious price haggling and automatically agree to the messages stating that the supplies have been fully dispatched. Additionally, could you kindly tally the quantities? Of course, my adorable player, came the response. Chi-Su mused. The term adorable suddenly feels rather peculiar. Even with Chio's assistance in filtering messages, Chi-Su spent half an hour merely reviewing them. He found that he was generally agreeable to substituting a few missing materials with items of similar value, which instantly boosted his goodwill. He also stumbled upon something intriguing. Bulletproof autumn clothing set. The name reveals my purpose, Don Me. And even 1-star or 2-star monsters will find it impossible to penetrate your defenses. Plus, I offer bulletproof protection. The effectiveness varies with the type of firearm and distance. Such protective items command prices exceeding those of offensive weapons. The player, known as Jin Zhong Zhao Taibushan, merely sent the product description without detailing the exchange process, and Chi-Su chose to ignore him for the moment. In this scenario, the first to speak would be at a disadvantage. Indeed, within 10 minutes, the individual initiated the conversation. Jin Zhong Zhao Taibushan, do you want this? Besides desiring a condensation device, I'm also interested in some other items. Invincible Black Whirlwind. What do you have in mind? Chi-Su was prepared for the other party to demand a hefty price, but he was willing to acquiesce as long as the request was not excessively unreasonable. Jin Zhong Zhao Taibushan. I want something to eat, specifically fatty meat. I do not want lean meat. I am after the rich, succulent cuts. Braised pork, the fattier, the better. I am flexible with the preparation as long as it is cooked. Jin Zhong Zhao Taibushan had noticed Chi-Su's post in the group, which specified a preference against ordinary food, indicating that he undoubtedly had access to delectable provisions and was not interested in commonplace fare, hence the specific request. After a lengthy pause, only a single message was sent from the other side. Is that it? To exchange such a precious defensive item for mere fatty meat? Chi-Su felt a bit embarrassed. He was the type of person who reciprocated generosity. If you offer me a foot, I would return a yard. Although worried about a high price, upon discovering the request was modest, he felt it was somewhat inappropriate. Hesitating briefly, he finally spoke up. All right, do you have any other needs? Jin Zhong Zhao Taibushan. If possible, could you also provide a vehicle upgrade fragment? If not, that's fine. The meat and condensation device are essential. Invincible Black Whirlwind, deal, but it will require some time to prepare. Jin Zhong Zhao Taibushan. Wow, you are impressive. Could you share some resources? Do you personally handle the cooking? How much do you charge for processing a dish? Chi-Su did not respond to him immediately, but first inquired with Zhonghua Little Chef. Then, he privately messaged Zhonghua Little Chef. Do you have any fatty meat available? I would like to trade for something valuable. Zhonghua Little Chef. No problem. Invincible Black Whirlwind. That person is seeking your information. He might want to pay you for food processing. Should I give it to him? In the world of culinary survival, the character known as Little Chef expressed his reliance on resource acquisition, revealing a reluctance to engage in box openings due to his inability to contend with or escape from formidable foes. Gisu Juka Sopti. Recognizing that possessing a noteworthy skill indeed represented an alternative means of survival on the perilous roads. Boss, Little Chef inquired. Might we discuss a matter? Speak your mind, replied the formidable Black Tornado. I truly wish to avoid opening boxes. I cannot defeat the monsters during the novice protection period, and I am certain I would fare even worse now. If I gather the boxes and send them to you, could you open them on my behalf? You may select what you desire, and whatever you deem unnecessary, you may return to me. However, should a monster emerge, I shall prepare a delectable meal for you. Chi-Su paused, momentarily taken aback. This indeed presented a viable solution. In his previous life, many powerful individuals had taken on such tasks, and he had not anticipated being able to do the same. Yet, the interface lacked this particular service, leaving the contents of the open boxes known only to the opener. Typically, only those with a commendable reputation could undertake such endeavors. Chi-Su readily agreed, eager for practical experience to elevate his own abilities. Very well, it is settled. If a monster appears, there is no need for compensation, as we both seek our respective gains. I, too, wish to encounter some monsters for practice. Impressive. While I am preoccupied with evading monsters, you actively seek them. I must attend to my cooking now. Half an hour later, Little Chef sent over 2 servings of fatty meat and 2 portions of rice. Although Chi Su was not a picky eater, he had a slight aversion to fatty cuts. Yet, the aroma wafting through the air prompted a moment of introspection. What was wrong with fatty meat? Why the aversion? Was it merely a bias? His prior distaste must have stemmed from poorly prepared dishes rather than an inherent flaw in the meat itself. Chi Su initiated a trade with the character known as Iron Cloth, sending over a basic automatic water condenser, a vehicle upgrade fragment, 1 serving of fatty meat, and a portion of rice. The response was instantaneous, and Iron Cloth promptly dispatched a bulletproof outfit in return. Chi Su, not in haste to don the new attire, opted to savor a serving of meat and rice himself. Having been preoccupied with tasks without a moment to eat, his stomach growled in protest. The fatty meat, accompanied by a bell pepper and egg, was tantalizingly aromatic. With each bite of meat followed by a mouthful of rice, he felt invigorated. Meanwhile, he had also forwarded Little Chef's details to Iron Cloth. After a lengthy silence, Chi Su initially assumed Iron Cloth had not seen the message. But then Little Chef's notification arrived. Boss, you truly introduced me to an exceptionally wealthy customer. He has just ordered 21 dishes from me and provided a bulletproof outfit as well. Haha. When you open boxes tonight, let me know, and I'll wear this. I must protect myself during the day from any ill-intentioned players who might wish to do me harm. Chi Su was taken aback. A bulletproof outfit? He still has one? That was precisely what he traded with me, and I possess a set as well. Little Chef grasped the situation and resolved to extract further information. After a while, the young chef from China replied, revealing that he, too, possessed the schematics for a production table and a bulletproof autumn outfit. In truth, Chi Su had contemplated this notion earlier. The individual seemed to possess quite the fortune. Once Chi Su finished his meal, he resumed his labor. He hardly had time for any exercise, having toiled for over an hour and only managing to sell 21 units. While he had accumulated a considerable amount of goods, the endeavor was undeniably time-consuming. Chi Su pondered the urgency of enhancing his strength before the monsters grew significantly more formidable. Thus, he contemplated, it would be prudent to outsource such laborious and intricate tasks. After a moment's hesitation, I reached out to the retired magical youth, a trustworthy individual in need of resources. Would you assist me in selling the basic, fully automatic water condensers? I will handle the payments and inventory, and I will send you some in advance. For each transaction completed, you will receive a commission, excluding only the cotton materials. The retired magical youth responded, no problem, haha, thank you, my friend. I feel like I'm going to make a fortune. The invincible black whirlwind interjected, we all have our needs. Handshake. Chi Su proceeded to the crafting station and, in one breath, produced 20 basic, fully automatic water condensers, which he promptly sent to the retired magical youth. The retired magical youth had already begun promoting the product in the chat room. Hi everyone. Those handsome and beautiful souls in need of basic fully automatic water condensers can reach out to me, he announced. Invincible Black Whirlwind is quite busy and may not have the time to respond, so I will assist him with the sales. The price remains as previously mentioned. Officially recognized and fair for all. Chi Su chimed in with a supportive message. The Invincible Black Whirlwind confirmed. Indeed, for any inquiries regarding the purchase of basic fully automatic water condensers, please contact the retired magical youth directly. Player 0718 lamented. Why can't such incredible luck come my way? I also want to assist with sales. The retired magical youth replied. Hold on, my friend. I haven't even made my first sale yet. At least support your little brother in his new endeavor. Only 10 units remain today, and the sooner you buy, the better the deal. You can skip a meal, but can you really go without water? It is the source of life. Those interested act quickly. Chi Su found the retired magical youth quite articulate and decided not to dwell further. The culinary young master had just finished roasting some beef jerky and sent it over. Yesterday, everything was ready, but I was missing the final seasoning. I've just acquired it. Let us see how it tastes. I'll prepare spicy rabbit heads for you tonight. The invincible black whirlwind exclaimed. In a word, it's fantastic. Delicious. Chishu only sampled a small piece of beef jerky, partly because he was already full, and partly because consuming too much would be futile. It required 7 consecutive days of consumption to trigger a power increase. Edible monster meat with special effects is rather scarce. For instance, the wild boar from last time was insufficient. It's prudent to save what I have, as it must be from a 2-star monster at least. The culinary young master sent another batch of roasted python jerky. This is from the War Wolf Master. I believe it tastes delightful. You should have some. All right. This too is a special monster product. Combined, the beef and python jerky could last nearly half a month. Different varieties can be accumulated, so Chishu indulged in another piece of python jerky. The flavor was exquisite, rich and crispy, a true culinary delight. With the cold weather approaching, it would soon be inconvenient to exercise, so Chishu focused diligently on his training for nearly an hour and a half. Had he not been concerned about a potential backlash the following day, he would have wished to practice even more. After a thorough sweat, with his clothes completely soaked, Chishu happily took a shower, instantly feeling a significant portion of his fatigue dissipate. After stepping out, Chishu brewed a cup of rose tea and truly felt fragrant from head to toe. Although becoming fragrant held little utility in a survival game, it brought her joy and elevated her emotional well-being, making it worthwhile. Besides, her body undeniably felt much more comfortable. Once she finished all her tasks and lay down to rest, the retired magical youth sent her the materials for 20 basic, fully automatic water condensers. Chishu noticed that the retired magical youth did not deduct any commission from each type of material for himself and simply sent a question mark in response. The retired magical youth replied, "Boss, starting tomorrow, I'll take my commission. I can't take advantage of you like this. Today, I didn't contribute much. Everyone just came to drop off materials and place orders. I didn't do any promotion or find customers. Tomorrow, I'll begin. This way, I can feel at ease about my salary. Otherwise, I won't sleep well at night." Chishu sighed heavily, seeing her determination, and chose not to say more. Kind and thoughtful individuals often find life less gratifying than those who are more self-serving and carefree, but this was merely a transient observation. Chishu was intent on establishing a long-term collaboration with the retired magical youth. With the cold weather approaching, selling cotton clothes and green woolen sets could be entrusted to him. Trust, mutual trust. Chishu genuinely began to appreciate the benefits of teamwork. Engaging conversations, someone to act as bait, individuals to create a lively atmosphere, and trusted companions to handle mundane tasks allowed her the luxury of time to pursue other endeavors. The unique and distinctly human emotions that emerged from their interactions fostered a sense of companionship and joy in their shared journey, an experience Chishu had never truly encountered in her previous gaming adventures. As she lay on her bed, just closing her eyes, the system announcement chimed in. "Dear players, how has the first day of the official period been? Our district's players have performed admirably, with only 67 deaths recorded." Chishu then noticed that the 666th district had lost quite a few players. The frequently active player 1212, with whom she had previously clashed, had also turned into a black avatar. Tomorrow, another dungeon awaits, but this one poses a bit of challenge. Although it remains a 1-star dungeon, it is among the more difficult of its kind. Please assess your capabilities before deciding to register. Chishu quickly reviewed the names of all the 1-star dungeons in her mind, pondering which one might appear this time. Perhaps a slightly more challenging scenario. As a dungeon fanatic and a mission gambler, she had participated in every dungeon thus far, never missing a single one, and had always risked her life in pursuit of success. Thus, she was well versed in the intricacies of each. The dungeon is titled quickly, "Send Me Home." Upon entering, players will be randomly assigned an NPC. Successfully escorting the NPC to a designated location will result in clearing the dungeon, and the NPC will express gratitude with a gift. However, our NPCs can be rather temperamental. When provoked, they might even draw a knife from their pocket. If your average stats do not reach 60, you may find yourself unable to defeat them. Oh dear, I seem to have spoken a bit too much. I wish everyone the best of luck. Players who wish to register, please do so promptly. You have only 10 minutes. Those who successfully register will enter the dungeon at 6 a.m. tomorrow. As for the timid souls who choose not to partake in this dungeon challenge, you shall not encounter a single chest before the conclusion of the event. Oomph! How I disdain the faint-hearted. 38. Interchanging messages. May I inquire if player Chi-Su wishes to participate in this one-star dungeon? Please send me home. Yes, no. Without any hesitation, Chi-Su clicked yes. This dungeon posed no difficulty whatsoever, particularly for Chi-Su, who had previously participated and amassed a wealth of experience. It could be said that merely attending was akin to receiving rewards for free. Typically, dungeons do not reoccur, thus after each dungeon concludes, players gather in the chat hall to engage in casual discussions and reviews. Although Chi-Su never participated in these discussions, he paid close attention to all pertinent details. Chi-Su first strolled through the trading market. Wangzai milk 2 for 1,000 grams of staple food. Chi-Su exchanged it for whole grain buns. Reading glasses for glass 1. Laptop for wood 2. Rolex bought for 200. 000 exchange for any food. Perfume for mineral water 1. Doll for compressed biscuits 3. Complete Paw Patrol set for iron block 1. Chi-Su discovered these unusual trading items at the very bottom of the trading system. Aside from the Wangzai milk, the rest were rather peculiar. The players who had issued these tasks were equally baffled, and upon seeing the trading counterpart, they were taken aback to find it was the esteemed Black Whirlwind. Was the connoisseur of such oddities truly unique? Suddenly, the chat hall was abuzz with rumors regarding the invincible Black Whirlwind. Player 1030. It's confirmed the esteemed one must be over 60, as they have begun to develop presbyopia. Lucky Star. Nonsense. They are undoubtedly a youthful individual in their 20s or 30s. Loli's body with a mature heart. A shocking revelation. The invincible Black Whirlwind, our district's most formidable presence, is a girl. A girl who is both beautiful and fragrant. Player 0209. Your information is incorrect. In reality, the invincible Black Whirlwind is merely a young girl, still enchanted by her dolls. Speculations about Chi-Su's true identity proliferated. Chi-Su typically refrained from engaging in the chat hall. Upon returning, he merely glanced at a few messages without responding or offering any opinions, and instead inquired in the group chat. Invincible Black Whirlwind. Has everyone signed up for the dungeon? Warwolf 009. I've signed up. Last time I secured the first group reward and received quite a few items. I believe it's far more advantageous than opening boxes. Culinary Virtuoso. I won't be signing up. My stats need to reach 60 to compete, and I'm far from that. Chief Beauty. I'm still deliberating. Initially, I intended not to register, thinking that opening a couple of boxes wouldn't put me too far behind. But it was mentioned that there would be no boxes available during the dungeon period. Energetic Girl. I believe it's better to sign up. Did you notice the tone of the announcement? It specifically emphasized how much they despise cowards, which I think is a hint. Retired Magical Youth. Agreed, I registered at worst. I'll be a better person in 18 years. Old Dragon in the Waves. I signed up too. Driving on the highway every day is rather dull, so I might as well seek some fun. Chi-Su harbored the intention of leading everyone to an effortless victory, as these were all members of the faction he held in high regard. Although the establishment of the faction was still distant, the significance of initial accumulation was paramount. However, Chi-Su was reluctant to be taken advantage of, so he decided against revealing all the information he possessed outright. Ultimately, he conceived a balanced solution. He possessed crucial intelligence regarding tomorrow's dungeon challenge, which could be exchanged for a vehicle upgrade shard. Though these shards were indeed precious, the insights he offered would ensure that participants faced no peril in the dungeon, while reaping rewards far exceeding the value of a single shard. Initially, Chi-Su expected more inquiries from the group, but to his surprise, he immediately received 6 shards after making his proposition. The participants displayed no skepticism whatsoever. Even those who were not planning to join, like the young culinary master, felt tempted, observing that everyone had contributed their shards. Chi-Su straightforwardly announced in the group chat, NPCs can be classified into 4 types: children, young adults, middle-aged individuals, and the elderly. Children are the easiest to handle. Although they may whine and cry, a toy, a snack, or a cartoon will silence them instantly. For young adults, offering something that resonates with their age. Venting about their boss and empathizing with their experiences without contradiction will significantly enhance rapport, facilitating task completion. 4 middle-aged men discuss the challenges of providing for a family. For women, empathize with the sacrifices made for their family and lavish praise upon their sons or daughters. As for the elderly, engage them in conversations about health and wellness. Cater to their preferences and never regard them merely as NPCs. Treat them as esteemed patrons. Moreover, you can repeatedly accept quests. Refrain from withdrawing until the time is up. The more clients you serve, the greater the rewards, much like a rideshare driver, where positive reviews hold immense importance. The young culinary master exclaimed, "Wow, it can be approached this way? If fighting is off the table, I believe I can manage as well." Invincible Black Whirlwind encouraged, "Young culinary master, hurry and sign up. Dialogue presents no danger. Go to the trading market in advance and procure items favored by all age groups. And you can even prepare some of your culinary creations." Having acquired 6 new vehicle upgrade shards, alongside the 4 he previously possessed, he amassed a total of 10. However, upgrading to a level 4 vehicle required 100 shards, indicating that he had a long way to go. Furthermore, level 4 vehicles necessitated special energy crystals, which, as of now, had yet to be unearthed by anyone. The group held no doubts regarding the accuracy of Chiu Su's information. All 6 participants in the chat signed up for the dungeon challenge and engaged in trading a plethora of items that would ordinarily be deemed unnecessary. Numerous long-stored trades inexplicably materialized, leaving many in high spirits. Once Chiu Su had made all necessary preparations, he comfortably reclined to rest. The following day, he arose early for his usual workout, while the players who had registered for the dungeon challenge, along with their vehicles, simultaneously vanished from the highway. In an instant, nearly 100 vehicles congregated in a vast open space. Had there been only a few players, they might have remained cautious of one another. However, the sheer number of participants fostered a lively atmosphere, prompting everyone to roll down their windows and engage in cheerful conversation. The location of Chisu is relatively favorable, situated near the outskirts. Thus, I deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, circling directly to the innermost designated spot. Just as I completed the turn, an announcement resonated. "Drivers, please swiftly approach the designated area and form a queue. Our guests will be arriving shortly. Refrain from idle chatter. Those unscrupulous drivers who violate our standards will be promptly expelled." In an instant, silence enveloped the crowd, with many craning their necks to discern the exact location of the designated area. As the Paw Patrol set off, a striking pink garbage truck caught their attention as it arrived at the station, ready to receive passengers, and a small child climbed aboard, prompting everyone to eagerly spring into action. Hundreds of vehicles became entangled, unable to move, all vying for the innermost lane on the left. Numerous irritable drivers succumbed to road rage, filling the air with shouts and honks. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, a particularly vociferous man exploded into a mist of crimson, silencing the scene in an instant. No one dared utter a word thereafter, as the grim reality of a survival game loomed over them, a game where death was an ever-present possibility. In that moment, the crowd recalled the nature of their predicament, and the urgency of competition and road rage dissipated, replaced by an unexpected camaraderie. The ideals of a civilized city emerged, with adherence to traffic rules and courteous communication reigning supreme. Chishu, observing the solemn-faced young passenger, immediately brightened and declared, "All right, little friend, sit tight. Paw Patrol, let us go." The small boy, around 5 or 6 years old, was undoubtedly at the age where he adored animated shows. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he effortlessly chimed in with the catchphrase, "No job is too big. No pup is too small. Paw Patrol, let us roll." Bursting with laughter, he exclaimed, "Sister, you watch Paw Patrol too?" Chishu nodded, "Of course. Who wouldn't enjoy such an entertaining show? I even have the complete set of Paw Patrol vehicles to give to you." The boy squealed with delight, laughing heartily and reciting overly dramatic lines. "Sister, sister, which pup is your favorite?" Caught off guard, Chishu hesitated, unsure of her answer, but knew she couldn't admit to her uncertainty. "Of course, I adore the most dashing pup." The boy shouted, "Yes, that is amazing. My favorite is Chase. Chase is the best. Chishu agreed enthusiastically. Their conversation flowed joyfully throughout the ride, and upon disembarking, the young boy presented Chishu with a gift. Sister, this is for you. It's Chase's spotlight. You can install on your car, and it will shine brightly, dispelling darkness just like during the day. Chishu's eyes lit up. Thank you so much. I absolutely love it. As the boy exited, his mother approached to pay the fare, 3 survival coins, and to apologize, saying, My son can be quite mischievous. I hope he didn't trouble you too much on the way. Thank you so much. Chishu smiled and shook her head. Not at all. We had a delightful chat. He is such a polite and well-mannered child. You've done an excellent job raising him. I can only hope my future children are as wonderful. The boy's mother beamed like a blooming flower, promptly giving Chishu a 5-star review, along with an additional survival coin as a tip. At that moment, Chishu received a notification on the screen. Congratulations, player Invincible Black Whirlwind. You have successfully completed a mission. Would you like to conclude the instance challenge and return to the road? Chishu unhesitatingly declined. All right, the platform will continue to match you with orders. Before long, Chishu was paired with a second customer, a seemingly stern elderly gentleman. 3 minutes later sternness? He was, in fact, a kind-hearted, amiable elder, easy to communicate with. Chishu sighed deeply, Sir. If I reach your age and possess even half your vitality, I would consider myself fortunate. Please, share your secrets of maintenance. Do not keep them to yourself. Impart your wisdom to me. The elder began to speak expansively, and by the end, one might have thought he was an expert in the subject. Without even presenting a pair of reading glasses, Chishu received another 5-star review. This elder seemed more easily pleased than a child. Chishu continued to receive orders, relying on his skill of engaging with each person uniquely, successfully completing 8 orders, all garnering 5-star ratings and even earning 12 survival coins. However, on the 9th order, he encountered a bald gentleman who displayed a disdain for Chishu's vehicle. What kind of car is this? It's gaudy and truly ugly. Chishu smiled, silently repeating the mantra of professional ethics 3 times. Sir, would you care for some water? We have bottled mineral water here. What kind of inferior brand is this? I wouldn't deign to drink such low-quality fare. Chishu maintained his smile, inwardly reminding himself that money is hard to earn and unpleasantness to endure. Throughout the ride, the gentleman continued to express his discontent, yet Chishu remained cheerful, attentively considering his suggestions for improvement. He even complimented the gentleman, saying, Sir, you truly possess discernment. You are well-traveled, an exceptional individual, a paragon of virtue. Chishu himself found his tone to be rather sardonic, wondering if he might end up receiving a poor review. Ultimately, Chishu attempted to salvage the situation. Thank you, sir, for all your feedback. I will address your concerns immediately and hope to have the opportunity to serve you again once improvements are made. At this, the gentleman revealed the only smile of the journey. All right, young man, you're not bad. At least you have good judgment in people. Keep at it, and one day you'll make a name for yourself. This is for you. The gentleman then left a 5-star review, generously tipping an additional 10 survival coins and presenting a gift. Chishu was taken aback, suddenly realizing that the gentleman wasn't so dreadful after all. Everyone possesses a charming side. Had he known this outcome, he would have been even more gracious. Reflecting on the compliments he had given, Chishu pondered whether the gentleman truly perceived his sardonic tone and took it at face value. Goodness, Chishu thought, how confident am I to believe that? He had intended to continue taking orders, yet the session time had expired, and all players were transported back to the highway. Congratulations, player. You have completed a 1-star mission, bringing you home. You have accomplished 9 tasks and earned a salary of 29 survival coins, with tips totaling 33 survival coins. You have also received 4 special items. The Searchlight of Achi, viewing the night as if it were non-existent. Any darkness shall be transformed into brilliance beneath my illumination. The Elder's Health Secrets, passionately reciting them once and committing them to memory grants an increase of 3 in health. The Emotional Bomb of Contemporary Labors, toss it swiftly towards the enemy to immobilize them for 5 seconds. The Amulet of the Bald Brother, once worn, it can withstand a lethal attack from a monster. Chishu swallowed hard, contemplating that this was an extraordinary opportunity to acquire valuable items. Yet, he never anticipated such an abundance. The leaderboard rewards had yet to be distributed. 40. The dungeon concluded. Just as Chi Su was pondering the leaderboard rewards, they were announced. Greetings, players. In the recently concluded one-star dungeon Take Me Home, our 666th division had 600 participants, divided into 6 major groups. The top 10 in each group will receive generous rewards, with the more advanced ranks yielding even greater treasures. The rewards for the top 10 in the 6 groups are now available. Feel free to claim them after reviewing the leaderboard. Upon clicking, Chi Su saw his name. He was ranked first in Group 1, having achieved a remarkable score of 9 single 5-star reviews, while the remaining 9 competitors were unfamiliar to him. The culinary prodigy secured first place in Group 2, the chief beauty officer came in second in Group 2, the energetic girl pot gets tank topped Group 3, and Battle Wolf 009 placed 6th in Group 3. The retired magical youth claimed first in Group 4, while Old White Dragon in the Waves led Group 5. Except for Battle Wolf 009, everyone else performed admirably. What appeared to be a simple task resulted in only 546 of the 600 participants returning alive, with 50 having met their demise. The chat hall buzzed with lamentations regarding this grim reality for a while, but soon the allure of the top 10 rewards, showcased by those eager to flaunt their achievements, captured everyone's attention. Sweet donut. I'm utterly exhausted. After toiling like a horse all morning, I only managed to secure the 10th place, and I even ended up in the same group as the Great Whirlwind. What a pity I couldn't identify which one he is. Player 1029, you only got 10th? That is quite impressive. Light shines on tomorrow. I too am in 10th place. My reward consists of ordinary mineral water and compressed biscuits, which I scarcely require. If anyone is in need, feel free to message me. I'll gladly give them away for free. Player 0606. Why does the Great Whirlwind always manage to secure first place, no matter the task? At that moment, the group was fervently celebrating, showering praises and confetti. Energetic girl pot gets tank. Ha, incredible. Everyone's on the leaderboard. Old White Dragon in the Waves. I received an entire pack of cigarettes. This dungeon was marvelous. Can we do this every day? Retired magical youth. Thanks to the Great Whirlwind, I scored some splendid items. I've finally escaped the clutches of poverty. Invincible Black Whirlwind. Battle Wolf 009. Why only 6th place? Battle Wolf 009. There was this woman who insisted on being my partner. When I declined, she gave me a negative review. The service industry is truly ungrateful. If it weren't for my professional integrity, I would have wanted to confront her. In the realm of Chinese master chef, a lighthearted exchange unfolded as one participant, amused, reflected on an incident where a customer likened them to a gas canister turned sentient. Despite the urge to respond with force, they restrained themselves. Another participant recounted their own encounter with a rather unpleasant customer, who, surprisingly, turned out to be quite generous in the end. Let us gather for lunch. There's no need for anyone to prepare their own meals, proposed the host, a culinary virtuoso. A retired magical youth admitted to never having cooked before entering the game, while another, a spirited girl, echoed the sentiment, teasingly hinting at a delightful meal ahead. With a newfound sense of financial security, the group felt less burdened by the need to reciprocate acts of kindness, showering praise upon the host's culinary skills. As the conversation flowed, Chi Su, having exchanged a few words, set off in his vehicle, eager not to waste a moment while the host prepared the meal. The morning had been devoid of conflict, leaving him feeling invigorated, albeit with a slight fatigue from verbal exchanges. After 2 days of consuming ginger date tea, he sensed an unusual warmth in his lower abdomen, entirely distinct from the discomfort typically associated with menstruation. Regrettably, the tea supply was limited, and he needed to procure more. Approximately an hour later, the host distributed lunch to everyone, a humble yet delightful fare of braised noodles and tomato egg soup. Though ordinary, the meal was savored with great enthusiasm, the warmth of the food eliciting joy and satisfaction as it filled their bellies. Contributions from others included yogurt and cigarettes, while the chief beauty officer shared tea leaves. Each member generously offered what they deemed valuable, creating a sense of belonging and security within the survival game for the first time. Jisoo, having not indulged in braised noodles for quite some time, relished 2 large bowls, feeling satiated. After a brief respite, he passionately recited an elder's reading secrets, successfully increasing his health points. With a refreshed spirit, he washed his face and pressed onward, confident that every path must lead to an end. By 9 o'clock in the evening, Jisoo had amassed an impressive collection of 3 wooden crates, 3 bronze supply boxes, and 1 silver supply box, a truly bountiful harvest. Anticipating the possibility of assisting the host with crate openings later, he wisely conserved his time during the day. The further he ventured, the more peculiar stations he hoped to encounter. Now, even the parallel roads he once feared no longer intimidated him. They represented opportunities for prosperity rather than anxiety over potential conflicts or social interactions. Jisoo harbored hopes that the evening's boxes would yield some ammunition, as his pistol lay idle without bullets. Before long, the host announced the arrival of the boxes, 4 bronze supply boxes and 2 silver supply boxes, further enhancing the excitement of the evening. Unmatched Black Whirlwind. How is it that you possess such extraordinary luck? Have you not encountered even a solitary wooden crate? Chinese little chef. It's been all right, I suppose. My luck today hasn't been particularly remarkable. Yesterday, I stumbled upon 3 golden crates in succession, yet I dared not disembark. Unmatched Black Whirlwind. Why not? If you were hesitant to open them, you could have sold the crates instead. Chinese little chef, because it was on a parallel highway. What if I were to dismount and be slain by another player? Jisoo. Well, that concern is not without merit, though it does evoke a pang of sympathy. Unmatched Black Whirlwind. I shall open the crates for you now. Chinese little chef. Very well, esteemed one, do proceed with caution. This morning, Jisoo donned his bulletproof autumn attire, and after a brief stretch, he grasped his staff, ready to commence his labors. He intended to dismantle the 6 crates belonging to Chinese little chef first. As he opened the first bronze supply crate, a horde of nearly 20 green-haired creatures erupted forth, shrieking as they charged at him. Among them, 4 or 5 wielded bricks in their hands. With the staff in hand, Jisoo kept the green-haired fiends at bay, though they soon turned their attention to assaulting his vehicle. Jisoo's eyes widened in astonishment. The creatures were displaying a modicum of intelligence. 41. The crates were entirely emptied. Unable to tolerate the situation any longer, Jisoo swiftly employed a tranquilizer to spare his beloved vehicle from further brick onslaught. He even positioned himself directly in front of the car, oddly contemplating that if the vehicle had feelings, it surely must be moved by his actions. A brick indeed struck his shoulder, as the sheer number of green-haired creatures overwhelmed him, prompting Jisoo to resort to a chainsaw. The chainsaw was exquisitely sharp, and with a mere flick, it transformed every green-haired creature it touched into a gushing fountain of green blood. Upon feeling his arm grow weary, Jisoo returned the chainsaw to his side and resumed wielding the staff, which could induce a stun effect nearly every 3rd strike. In less than 20 minutes, he vanquished the 21 green-haired creatures, having gathered a total of 122 strands of green fur. Inside the crate lay a box of nuts. Jisoo extracted a package of pine nuts, distributing the remainder to Chinese little chef. Upon learning that this crate contained 21 green-haired creatures, Chinese little chef nearly fell to his knees. Chinese little chef, it was fortunate that I entrusted the crate to you. Otherwise, I would surely have perished by now. You have my gratitude, and please accept this box of pistachios as well. A source of quality fats. Jisoo graciously accepted the offering, feeling quite fatigued. Fortunately, the remaining 3 bronze supply crates harbored no monsters, only essential materials necessary for upgrades or crafting. Jisoo retained 10 cotton fibers, 6 gold pieces, and 3 copper pipes, distributing the rest to Chinese little chef. Now, only 2 silver supply crates remained for little chef. To ensure safety, Jisoo first applied some red flower oil from his first aid kit to his arm. Initially, he felt no pain, but after a moment, he noticed a swelling redness on his shoulder. Thank goodness he wore a bulletproof autumn outfit, otherwise he might have sustained severe injuries. After applying the ointment, the pain subsided significantly, and Jisoo finally approached the crates to open them. As the first silver chest was opened, a horde of monsters surged forth. Today, it seemed I had truly encountered the formidable green-haired beast. Towering at an impressive 3 meters, the gigantic creature prompted Chi Su to act with caution, and he swiftly employed a tranquilizer dart. Its massive size, while intimidating, made it easier to hit without precise aim. As the colossal green creature collapsed, Chi Su retrieved a well-forgotten great sword and struck its neck. Alas, the blade shattered. In a flurry, he drew forth a pink chainsaw, slicing into it, resulting in several columns of varying-sized green fountains erupting from its body. Perhaps due to its sheer bulk, the tranquilizer's effect was short-lived, and soon the beast regained consciousness. Chi Su relentlessly swung his club at its head, maintaining a state of dizzying control without pause. Ultimately, he succeeded in vanquishing it. Exhausted, Chi Su collapsed onto the ground. Panting, he was determined to acquire bullets today. The sole consolation was that this enormous green beast had yielded 335 strands of green fur. Its size had indeed contributed to the bounty. Approaching the chest, he found the coveted bullets. Congratulations, you have acquired 100 universal model bullets. Joy struck him unexpectedly, and he felt revitalized. The final chest revealed no monsters, only an oven, an electric cooker, and a pancake griddle. Perfectly suited for a Chinese culinary master, Chi Su decided to leave these items for those who could truly utilize them. The culinary master was thrilled and claimed all the resource chests. I do not desire any bullets. I lack a crafting table. You may keep the chests for future use. They are of no value to me. The invincible black whirlwind responded affirmatively. Chi Su then prepared a delightful meal of pork, cabbage, and vermicelli, accompanied by multigrain buns. Enjoying a hearty feast, subsequently, he set out to open his own chests. From 3 wooden chests, he unearthed 2 small green snakes and 3 one-eyed monsters. Yet no resources were found. Among 3 bronze chests, only one contained supplies, 10 pieces of glass and 10 iron blocks. However, he also encountered another colossal green beast. This time, armed with a firearm, Chi Su felt less concerned about accuracy. He first immobilized the monster with a tranquilizer dart, and then positioned himself atop its massive form. With a series of 3 shots, 2 striking its chest and 1 its forehead, the battle was considerably easier than before. He collected another 302 strands of green fur. Now, only 2 silver chests remained, one retrieved today and another from the previous day South Parallel Road encounter, which he had forgotten to open. With the likelihood of encountering monsters today seeming high, Chi Su opted to pry open the resource chest with his club, aiming to shoot. As the giant python began to emerge from the chest, it had not fully extricated itself when Chi Su riddled it with bullets. Indeed, firearms proved to be exceptionally effective. However, as he approached, much to his dismay, he discovered that the silver resource chest was utterly devoid of contents. A glance at the chat lobby revealed that others seemed to be experiencing similar situations. Little yellow duck, today I encountered 6 boxes, and my excitement nearly drove me mad. However, upon opening 3 of them, I discovered monsters within, alongside 2 empty boxes. Honestly, it would have been preferable to have encountered fewer. Player 1118. My situation is even worse. All 4 of my boxes contain monsters. I ended up with nothing but solitude throughout the day. Non-lucky player. I thought I was the only one experiencing this. Now the balance seems to have shifted dramatically. Lucky player. Oh, I just realized we share a couple's name. But alas, we are both unfortunate. Retired magical youth, agent for water purifiers today. Only 8 slots remain for the water purifier, comrades. First come, first served. If the supplies continue to be this scarce, the significance of the purifier will be self-evident. Energetic girl. I am seeking blueprints long-term. Prices are negotiable. Chi Su has just assigned this task to the energetic girl, as blueprints are currently exceedingly rare and no one is willing to part with them. Chi Su has also been unable to find any. Originally, on the last day of the novice protection period, the survival game unexpectedly showed kindness and bestowed a generous supply of resources upon everyone, alleviating the scarcity of food and water. However, for 3 consecutive days, the boxes yielded only basic materials, with food and water appearing hardly at all. The players began to grow restless, and the business of the retired magical use water purifier, which had reached a bottleneck, suddenly flourished. Chi-Su, too, was disinclined to wait until evening to open the boxes, knowing they would either be empty or contain monsters. And opening them at night would risk being attacked while in his vehicle. It was better to resolve the matter during the day. Over 3 days, Chi-Su's three-dimensional data rose rapidly, and the training effects were thoroughly achieved. Just when Chi-Su thought this would continue until the week's end, he unexpectedly encountered a traffic light. His eyes suddenly brightened. 42. King of Scrap Collection. Chi-Su pressed on the accelerator, and when the green light appeared, he sped through the intersection. Parking his vehicle by the roadside, he proudly pinned his work ID and the prestigious VIP card of the Fox family to his chest. With great confidence, he pushed open the station's door. Then, a foul stench assaulted him, yet Chi-Su couldn't help but smile, only to slightly restrain his grin when he realized he might appear somewhat deranged. The worker at the entrance was a flying duck, its wings several times larger than its body. Just as it was about to extend its wings to collect money from Chi-Su, it suddenly spotted his gleaming work ID. With a sigh of regret, it remarked, "Oh, no deliveries today?" Chi-Su was completely perplexed but feigned calmness, nodding as he sought to take something with him. Go on. Go on. I thought that foolish group of humans had arrived, getting me all excited for nothing, thinking there was money to be made." An idea struck Chi-Su. He produced a survival coin and tossed it to the duck on the ground. Despite its large wings, the flying duck was quite nimble, swiftly curling up and retrieving the coin to its chest. "Take it and spend it. Do not disturb me. I have work to do." All right. Quack, quack, quack. I thought you were a novice, but it turns out you're a big shot." QX nodded with an air of aloofness and gracefully stepped inside. What greeted his eyes was still a heap of refuse resembling a small mountain. This time, however, QX was in no hurry, armed with a work permit. He felt emboldened to venture further within. Previously, without such a permit, he could only gaze upon the pile of trash, but now he was poised for new discoveries. Behind the refuse, there stood a row of modest bungalows, and there, a rat towering over 2 meters was diligently sorting through the garbage. "Ah, this is my domain," QX mused. The rat eyed him warily, sensing that this individual might be a rival for employment. In these times, securing a job was no easy feat. Though the work was odorous, it provided for a family. QX, once again leveraging the power of currency, tossed the rat a survival token. In an instant, the rat's demeanor shifted as if encountering a benefactor. "Esteemed leader, how may I assist you? I am here to procure some items. Kindly step aside and do not disturb me." "Of course. Your efforts are appreciated." QX cast a glance at the signs hanging from the doors of the bungalows, unable to suppress a smile. There were sections for near-expiration items, foodstuffs, discarded props, daily necessities, and obsolete vehicles. He first entered the near-expiration zone, the very place where the rat had been working. Upon seeing the contents within, QX found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Inside were shelves adorned with a myriad of different items. Curry-flavored toast. 3 days until expiration. Who on earth invented such a flavor that it simply cannot sell? As he picked it up, the price materialized before him. 5 slices per package, 100 packages per set, each set costing a mere 1 survival token. Without a hint of hesitation, QX purchased 5 sets, believing these would sell well in the chat hall. This time, he intended to offer them at a modest price, planning to sell each package for a material. Whenever monsters attacked or natural disasters occurred, supplies along the roadside would typically surge. He anticipated that this sudden and drastic reduction in food resources would follow the same trend. QX hoped that more individuals would endure. Only if others survived could they continue to exchange with him and reap the benefits. He surveyed the area, focusing solely on the most affordable items. Chili sauce. 9 days until expiration. Spicy from S province, understand? 1 survival token per set, 50 bottles per set, each bottle containing 220 grams. Canned meat. 6 days until expiration. Normal flavor, though the cans may be dented or scratched due to an accident involving the transport vehicle. 1 survival token per set. 50 cans per set. Oat milk. 4 days until expiration. 0 sugar, low fat, essential for those on a diet. Requires shaking before consumption due to some sediment. 1 survival token per set, 50 boxes per set. For these items, QX purchased 2 sets each. The rest, after much deliberation, proved difficult to commit to. Even from their names, it was evident that they were culinary disasters waiting to happen. For example, the handmade snail noodles, strawberry instant noodles, mustard spicy sweet orange cupcakes, and pure milk with a vinegar-like flavor. Despite their outrageous descriptions, their prices are far from inexpensive, although they are sold in groups for a survival coin. Each group contains only a handful of items. Chi-Su, reluctant to challenge such extreme flavors, could only conclude that their status as nearing expiration goods was not without reason, as they simply could not be sold. However, just as Chi-Su was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a large box at the entrance. It had to be placed on the shelf and lacking a price tag. Inside the first box were 300 boxes of special pure milk. Chi-Su attempted to reach in, but found his hand could not fit. Items not cleared, currently unsellable. Upon opening the door, Chi-Su spotted a mouse sitting beside a pile of garbage, happily clutching a survival coin. He beckoned it over. "Leader, what are your orders?" The mouse inquired. Chi-Su pointed at the box of pure milk and said, "Quickly set a price. I want all of these." He tossed another survival coin to the mouse. The mouse, surprised by such extraordinary luck, feigned a glance at the pure milk. "This isn't even fit for display. It must be taken to the back for destruction. Would you assist me in moving it?" With that, it affixed a destruction label to the box. Chi-Su was taken aback. Could it really be done this way? Feeling he had spent too much money just moments ago, he gave the mouse a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You're truly amazing." Without hesitation, Chi-Su accepted the milk and continued to inquire if there were similar items available. The mouse hesitated for a moment, then nodded and dashed outside, returning with a small cart filled to the brim with braised beef noodles, a large quantity estimated to be over 1,000 buckets, still 25 days away from expiration. The mouse, sensing Chi-Su's interest, proactively placed a destruction label on the cart without waiting for Chi-Su to speak, flashing a sycophantic smile. Chi-Su was at a loss for words. No amount of luck could compare to the power vested in his job. The king of waste collection is undeniably the most formidable presence, regardless of location or era. Chi-Su was thoroughly satisfied with his acquisition of these 1,000 buckets of instant noodles. In the adjacent food section, Chi-Su lacked the courage to open the door, as the stench emanating from within could rival that of an elderly man's unwashed feet over the course of 800 years. As for the abandoned props area, an array of precious items lay scattered, albeit all in a state of disrepair, with no hope for restoration. Chi-Su even spotted a fully automatic steering wheel that stirred his heart. Alas, its description read, "Fully automatic steering wheel missing parts. Fear not for your life. Boldly install it. It will guide you into the black mist by the roadside." Upon reading this, Chi-Su lost all interest and, confirming that he could gain nothing from the room, promptly exited. Upon entering the adjacent household goods section, I procured 100 towels, 100 scarves, 1,000 pieces of fragmented soap, and 100 oversized water storage barrels. In a serendipitous discovery, I stumbled upon 1,000 yards of green fabric tucked away in a corner. Excitement surged within me, as I initially believed that such a substantial amount of fabric could only be acquired from a textile factory. However, it came to me effortlessly. The fabric, marred by uneven dyeing, was inherently unappealing, now further compromised in its aesthetic. I paired a piece of the fabric with some green wool, confirming that a green wool ensemble could indeed be fashioned. My gaze then shifted to the price tag. 1,000 yards required 10 survival coins. Under normal circumstances, I would have been elated, but after indulging excessively in bargains today, I found myself feeling that the 10 survival coins were rather exorbitant. With a slight frown, I glanced at the rodent companion, inadvertently dropping 2 more survival coins from my pocket. The rodent quickly grasped the situation, exclaiming, "Why is this pile of scrap still here? It is my oversight. I shall remove it immediately." I nodded in approval, reassured that everyone has their moments of overwhelm and acknowledging that the rodent had been diligent in its duties. The rodent affixed a discarded label to the fabric and promptly loaded it onto a small cart outside, while I casually tucked it into my backpack, intending to continue browsing. Suddenly, the entire refuse station erupted with alarm bells. The rodent, regretfully thumping its thigh, remarked, "We must change shifts, dear leader, until we meet again." Before I could respond, the rodent shed its work uniform, handing it to a bull-headed figure who approached swiftly. I had hoped to assert my leadership presence, but as I leaned forward, the bull-headed creature bared its teeth menacingly, prompting me to retreat. For safety's sake, I resolved to ignore it, although I had intended to purchase a few more items. The bull-headed figure returned just as I was about to reach for something, its unwavering gaze fixated upon me. I made my way to the back of the old vehicle section, only to discover that my work permit did not grant me sufficient access to enter. Clear in my throat, I pondered whether the title of scrap collector would suffice to make purchases here, wary of provoking the bull-headed creature. In a moment of tension, I cautiously passed by the bull-headed figure, inadvertently dropping 2 survival coins once more. It halted me, declaring, "You've dropped your money." I feigned ignorance, insisting, "That does not appear to be mine." The bull-headed creature clenched its fist, as if ready to strike. "It is yours, you fool. I watched you drop it." Speechless, I retrieved the coins and opted to depart, having already availed myself of ample deals for the day. I still possessed 3 station selection cards, which I could redeem later when I sought out that charming rodent once again, far more accommodating than this obstinate bull-headed figure. Indeed, every workplace contains both the scheming and the dutiful employees. As I exited, I waved goodbye to the duck, bidding it farewell. The duck, having received payment, turned its back in feigned ignorance, merely lifting its eyelids slightly before closing it again, as if it were unfamiliar. Chi-Su suddenly found the mouse even more endearing, regretting not having inquired about its name. Upon exiting, Chi-Su took stock of his recent acquisitions. He had spent a total of 15 survival coins, purchasing 500 curry-flavored toasts, 100 bottles of chili sauce, 100 cans of meat, 100 cartons of pure oat milk, 100 towels, 100 scarves, 1,000 bars of soap, and 100 large water storage buckets from the warehouse. Additionally, he spent 3 survival coins acquiring 3 items classified as destroyable from the mouse. 300 cartons of Su pure milk, 1,000 packs of Kong Shifu braised beef noodles, and 1,000 pieces of green fabric. The bounty was so substantial that Chi-Su could hardly contain his excitement, wanting to skip joyfully ahead. Upon stepping out, he immediately shared 5 cartons of Su pure milk with each member of the group, noting that the milk was set to expire in 5 days. All available time-stop slots have been occupied by Chi-Su to store the dishes created by the renowned chef Zhonghua, leaving no room for the milk. Even if it were to expire, the joy of sharing such delight was truly gratifying. Retired Magic Boy. What is up, big boss? Why the sudden generosity? Old White Dragon. Just happened to be thirsty. Chi-Su, feeling particularly disheveled, had no time to respond. Once in the vehicle, without hesitation, he activated the folding automatic shower, tossing his dirty clothes into the basin, filling it with water, and adding 2 or 3 pieces of soap. His plan was to soak them first and scrub later in the evening. However, bathing could not be delayed. Chi-Su felt as though flies were buzzing around his head. After half an hour, lacking a faucet, he finally returned to a fragrant state. He quickly dried his hair with a towel. Chi-Su currently sported shoulder-length hair, which dried easily in the warm temperature, but as the cold set in, air drying would become a challenge. He faced a choice, to buy a hairdryer or shave his head, with a preference for the former. He directly inquired in the chat hall, "Does anyone have a hairdryer?" Within 30 seconds, Jinzhong Zhao Taibu Shan sent over a hairdryer. Although the transaction details were unspoken, Chi-Su proactively offered a box of instant noodles, 2 cans of meat, a curry-flavored bread, and a carton of Su pure milk in return. Vinzong Zahati Bushan. So generous? Did you send that by mistake? Chi-Su replied, "They're all near-expiry foods. Most cannot be stored." Jinzhong Zhao Taibu Shan. Even so, that's a fair trade. Thank you. Chi-Su was not in a rush to trade other items in the group. It was daytime, and naturally, travel took precedence. Who knew if he might encounter another intersection of parallel roads or a station? Unfortunately, he only stumbled upon 3 supply boxes along the way, all guarded by monsters. Chi-Su felt disheartened, having lost his anticipation for supply boxes. They either contained worthless basic materials or monsters, and the latter were increasingly difficult to defeat. After several battles, even the sight of a supply box made him reluctant to exit the vehicle. As night fell, Chi-Su found himself ravenously hungry. The increase in monsters and battles had drained his energy rapidly. Had it not been for the beef jerky and snake jerky he had consumed along the way, he would have felt faint from hunger. Fortunately, the culinary master in the group had shared several portions of freshly steamed rice. Chi-Su quickly jumped down from the vehicle, set up a small table, and laid out a plate of sweet and sour pork and a plate of twice-cooked pork, savoring the rice in hearty bites. For the umpteenth time, he wanted to give the culinary master a thumbs up. It was simply delectable. Since entering the survival game, he had never tasted such exquisite food, not even before. While he ate, he glanced at the chat room, where nearly everyone was expressing their last words. The conversation was filled with despair. Vitamin C. Perhaps dying is a form of liberation. I'm too afraid to even open a box. Unsure of what the point of continuing is. Bearball. Same here. I'm so hungry I can't feel anything. I can't find even a morsel of food on the trading platform. It's hopeless. Player 0209. Damn it. There should be some hope for survival in a survival game. Where can we even find food to survive? Player 1111. Don't eat monster meat. I've been poisoned. Seeing this, Chi-Su decided to contribute to the chat. Invincible Black Whirlwind. Everyone, prepare your basic materials. I'm going to list a batch of curry toast in the trading hall. Perishable food that needs to be consumed promptly. Buy only if you can accept the terms. No price bargaining or returns, and each person is limited to one purchase. After sending the message, silence enveloped the group. No one responded. Those who had been chatting moments ago discreetly exited the chat room. Ball, please list the remaining curry toast in the trading hall for exchange with any material. Received. Chi-Su had no intention of profiting, hence he set a fair price, limiting purchases to prevent anyone from buying low to resell. The moment the items were listed, all 475 curry toasts were sold out instantly. Even Chi-Su himself couldn't refresh the page before receiving 475 materials. Retired Magic Boy. Thank you, kind sir. You are truly doing a good deed. Though retired Magic Boy hadn't joined the rush, he felt it necessary to lead with some uplifting words. Player 1007. I got it. I can survive for another 3 days. Thank you, kind sir. Player 1219. The Whirlwind Master even came to the chat room beforehand to remind us to prepare materials. I was ready to go bankrupt upon seeing the food refresh. I didn't even check the price and just grabbed it. After securing it, I realized it only cost one material. Player 1228. ISNT, this just pure benevolence? Invincible Master, you are my god. If anyone dares to speak ill of you again, I will make sure they regret it. Player 0726. This is my first message in the chat hall, not for any other reason, but to express my heartfelt gratitude to Invincible Black Whirlwind. Thank you sincerely. Sweet Donut. This is so unappetizing. Invincible Master, non-lucky spirit. After surveying the situation, I can't be the only one who failed to snatch anything, right? Fortunate spirit. I didn't manage to grab anything. As soon as it refreshed and I clicked, it showed that the transaction had failed. Old White Dragon in the waves. Sweet Donut. If you think it's so unpalatable, then don't compete for it, you foolish being. Clearly, some are trying to do a good deed, yet you choose to criticize, truly a case of biting the hand that feeds you. Light illuminating humanity. Invincible Black Whirlwind. Could you perhaps share where you obtain these toasts? Times are tough for everyone. If you have an abundance, it would be gracious to share, helping us all through this difficult period. I believe everyone would be thankful for your generosity. Little Chef of China. This moral coercion is truly despicable. First, sell all your food made from a single ingredient before you utter such words. Chief Beauty Officer, exactly. How can one be so lowly? Invincible Black Whirlwind, esteemed one. What a disgrace. Chi-Su naturally noticed this and took some action before sending another message in the group. Invincible Black Whirlwind, Sweet Donut, Light illuminating humanity. Greetings to you both. I have thoroughly placed you on my blacklist. You shall have no purchasing rights for any items I sell in the future. Little Chef of China. Cool. 2 less competitors. Fortunate spirit. This should have been done sooner. Taking advantage while speaking sour words is utterly unacceptable. Sweet Donut. If you want to blacklist me, go ahead. It's not as if I must buy from you. Can you really keep selling at low prices forever? Light illuminating humanity. I too have nothing to eat. If I had any, I would gladly give it away for free. Player 1215. Then you should keep quiet. Chisu returned to the group and inquired who needed chili sauce, canned meat, pure milk oats, and instant noodles. All are nearing expiration. Little Chef of China. I don't want any. I'm not accustomed to these and prefer cooking for myself. Warwolf 009. I'll take 3 portions. How can we trade? Energetic Girl Pot. I want 5 portions. Things have been tough lately. I need to stock up on food. Old White Dragon in the Waves. Esteemed one, 5 portions. Seeing the situation, Chisu sent 5 portions to each person except Little Chef of China. Invincible Black Whirlwind. No need for trade. It didn't cost much. Then Chisu returned to the group to make an announcement. Invincible Black Whirlwind. I will soon be selling 70 bottles of S Province's extremely spicy chili sauce in the mall, along with 2 basic materials, all expiring in 9 days. Interested buyers, please proceed to the trading hall. The chat hall, which had just been bustling with dozens of messages, was quickly silenced. Even though chili sauce isn't a filling item, it contains oil, and it smells delightful. Many players who adore spicy food felt their hearts racing at this moment. Before the game, they couldn't swallow a meal without spice, and now any edible item makes their eyes gleam with excitement. Finally, an opportunity has arisen, and they are utterly focused, prepared at all times. Chisu did not keep everyone waiting too long. His actions were swift, and like the toast from earlier, it vanished in an instant, channeling the spirit of fortune. He exclaimed, I got it. I got it. Ha ha ha. Thousands are vying for it, and I succeeded. I am indeed the lucky one. Player 0930 lamented. I didn't manage to get any. This is an incredibly spicy offering from S Province. Do people really enjoy spicy food? So many are competing. Player 1113 remarked. Whether one enjoys spice or not is of little consequence. It's affordable, and I'm nearly starving. Any hint of spice will suffice. Rabbit munching on carrots added. I didn't get any. Sob sob. Esteemed one. Is there any left? My reflexes were too slow. Invincible Black Whirlwind declared, yes, I have 70 cans of meat, along with 2 materials, available in the trading hall, but it's limited to 1 per person. Sweet Donut had initially remained calm, considering it merely a chili sauce, something she never consumed. Although a tinge of envy surged within her, it was not enough to cause significant distress. However, upon discovering that Invincible Black Whirlwind was preparing to list other items, including meat, she found it somewhat unbearable. Sweet Donut reached out to Invincible Black Whirlwind. Please, esteemed one. Sob sob. Could you remove me from your blacklist? I merely voiced a complaint. I didn't say much else. I'm on the verge of starvation. Light shines upon the world responded. There's no need to seek his approval. We can thrive independently. Those who see only profit, like him, are not worth our attention. They will inevitably lead themselves to ruin. He fails to comprehend that in this survival game, only together can we progress further. His narrow-mindedness renders communication impossible. Thus, reading more is indeed beneficial. Sweet Donut, now at a loss for words, longed to distance herself from this fool. Feeling burdened by his actions that had led to her being blacklisted, everyone flocked to the trading hall, while the chat room was devoid of responses. Upon returning, after the frenzy for the meat cans, 1,000 messages erupted in excitement, with few noticing the occasional small fry that popped up. Chisu subsequently released 75 boxes of oat milk, all redeemable with any basic material, showing no favoritism. Ultimately, 975 buckets of instant noodles remained. This nourishing food, replete with salt and broth, would surely incite even fiercer competition. With a shelf life of 25 days, Chisu hesitated before deciding not to release them immediately. He first announced in the group, I still have 100 buckets of instant noodles. Who has green hair, various blueprints, item cards, or batteries? You may privately message me for an exchange. Chochio, please help me filter out those who are shamelessly begging. Certainly, 10 strands of green hair could be exchanged for 1 bucket of noodles. If green hair was insufficient, other basic materials could supplement the exchange. Although the Vitality Girl's pot had previously collected a batch of green hair, Those not in dire need of supplies had chosen to hold onto their stock, leaving many with reserves. However, the situation had changed. Food had not been obtained for nearly 4 consecutive days, and it remained uncertain how long this condition would persist. Essentially, no one dared to gamble. Thus, nearly all the items imbued with green fuzz were exchanged with Chi Su, alongside several coveted blueprints, treasured by players and seldom relinquished unless absolutely necessary. Chi Su's utmost satisfaction stemmed from acquiring the universal bullet blueprint. His reliance on his pistol had surged in recent days. Were it not for his desire to avoid excessive dependence on firearms, he might have exhausted nearly 200 bullets. In addition, he procured the washing machine blueprint, tang knife blueprint, and kettle blueprint. Each of these blueprints required an abundance of materials, more than sufficient for his needs. Yet, Chi Su refrained from crafting them, primarily due to a lack of storage space. During the day, there was only enough room in the truck bed, while at night, once the mattress was taken out, many items had to be stowed in his backpack, which was nearing its capacity of 170 slots. Among these, 10 slots designated for perishables were occupied by dishes prepared by the renowned chef Zhang of China. All blueprints could conveniently fit into a single slot, occupying minimal space. And with only 6 empty slots remaining, Chi Su intended to organize his belongings when time permitted, discarding unnecessary items. However, he soon altered his plans. Spicy sauce enthusiast. Invincible master. Do you have any more chili sauce? I am craving chili sauce. It's driving me to despair. Imaichi even cry. Sobi sobi. I could trade this for you. The product information revealed precisely what Chi Su had been yearning for. A backpack expansion card, boasting a capacity of 100 slots. Chi Su had retained 5 jars each of chili sauce and meat sauce, initially intending to sample them himself, but now, what was there to taste? Invincible black whirlwind. I'll trade you 5 jars of chili sauce, 5 buckets of instant noodles, 5 cans of meat, and 5 boxes of premium pure milk for that backpack expansion slot. Is that acceptable? Spicy sauce enthusiast. Absolutely. That is amazing, haha. I thought I could only trade for chili sauce or instant noodles, but there is so much more. Wow, I'm thrilled. In the future, I'll come to you for any good items I find. Seeing the agreement from the other side, Chi Su swiftly passed the items over. Upon receiving the backpack expansion slot and clicking to use it, his total capacity soared to 270, sufficient for the foreseeable future. Chi Su continuously scrolled through various private messages, exchanging with anyone genuinely seeking to trade for instant noodles rather than attempting to exploit his generosity. There was no such thing as too many basic materials, since upgrading vehicles to level 4 required a diverse array of foundational materials in quantities exceeding 100. By accumulating additional basic materials, he could expedite the process of upgrading once he had enough fragments of the vehicle upgrade card. Chi Su had traded away nearly 300 buckets of instant noodles, but found no further messages of value. After careful calculation, I exchanged these near-expiry food items for iron blocks, 189, wood, 133, glass, 196, plastic, 113, copper tubes, 131, cotton, 139, fabric, 16, electronic components, 9, wires, 28, stone, 158, and batteries, 33. Chi Su may have intended to assist fellow players, but the notion of trading for a single material was simply unacceptable. He would not succumb to the manipulative tactics of pity and moral coercion. Chi Su had traversed through the most arduous and despairing times, yet he had never encountered such a benevolent figure as himself during those trials. Thus, he bore no burden in his heart. After considerable effort, he had curtailed his training time and hastily completed several sets. This sudden act of generosity from Chi Su seemed to rekindle a flicker of hope among the others. Even if they continued to unearth monsters from their boxes daily, there lingered a sense of an escape route, urging them to grit their teeth and endure. On the afternoon of the 9th day of the official game, players suddenly discovered that the supply boxes appear to have returned to normalcy. At the very least, even if monsters lay within, there were also provisions, and not just scantily. Chi Su found himself overwhelmed, as his screen buzzed incessantly throughout the afternoon. Initially, he presumed it to be a flurry of trade requests, only to discover that they were gifts. By evening, he had received nearly 30 notifications asking whether he would accept the gifts. Many players persevered and survived thanks to Chi Su's inexpensive food offerings. And upon witnessing the resurgence of food in the supply boxes, many could not help but weep. Thus, upon emerging from their most challenging period, numerous players felt an immediate urge to express their gratitude to the indomitable Black Whirlwind. Their motivations were not rooted in flattery, but rather in a desire for peace of mind and heartfelt expression. Chi Su sensed an unfamiliar emotion stirring within. He had initially sought no reward, for it was not purely an act of altruism. The near-expiry food items had cost him little, yet he had acquired a wealth of fundamental materials, undoubtedly a profitable exchange. However, in regard to these gifts, Chi Su found himself feeling a multitude of sentiments. Yet he coldly declined them all. He issued a uniform response, stating that all transactions had been fair. Regardless of the circumstances, he would not accept them, dismissing any pleasantries and refraining from further engagement. Yet, the chatter within the group grew increasingly fervent, causing Chi Su to furrow his brow. Sensing something amiss, an orchestrated rhythm of influence was at play. He delved into the chat records, pinpointing a few individuals, and ultimately traced the activity back to a player named Chi Kwang, who had initiated the discourse at 3:00 p.m. Chi Kwang proclaimed his gratitude to the formidable elder, exclaiming that he had finally glimpsed the light, as food had emerged from his box. He vowed to express his heartfelt thanks, attributing his hope for survival to this elder, pledging unwavering loyalty henceforth. Following this message, 4 or 5 others joined in, each conveying an overwhelming sense of urgency to express their gratitude, leading the charge to offer gifts to the elder as a token of their appreciation. Chi Su is an individual of remarkable integrity, having taken the time to peruse the chat records, where he discovered that a total of 29 individuals had extended tokens of gratitude towards him. Intriguingly, the few who had been conspicuously stirring the pot had not sent any gifts. While Chi Su remains uncertain of their intentions, one thing is clear: their motives are far from benevolent. As he seldom visits the chat hall, he is not well acquainted with their usual demeanor, prompting him to inquire within the group chat. Invincible Black Whirlwind, Qigong, Storm Dragon King, Red Heart Dragon Fruit, Poisonous Yearning, Fierce Charge. Who knows anything about these players? Old White Dragon of the Waves. I do. None of these fellows are up to any good, especially Qigong. What a blundering fool. A couple of days ago, he proposed to exchange one message for my vehicle upgrade fragments. I fell for it, and that scoundrel claimed the minimum price for a bucket of instant noodles was 3 materials. Chi Su had Chio retrieve several of his transaction records, only to realize, what a doggone situation. Exchanges involving 1 or 2 materials had been blocked by Chio, yet he had indeed consented to a trade request involving 3 materials. Subsequently, nearly 25 individuals followed suit, swapping 3 materials for a bucket of instant noodles. Due to the sheer number of transactions, Chi Su had not initially noticed the oddities in their conversations until today, when he chanced upon their peculiar dialogues. Retired magic boy. It's that poisonous yearning, utterly repugnant. He borrowed my lighter and has yet to return it. Energetic girl, Woody Gang. Huh? Didn't you engage in a transaction? If you had, it should be possible to enforce a recovery. Retired magic boy. I didn't. I had just entered the game and was oblivious to the treachery of human nature. Little Chef Zhonghua. These individuals are all trouble. I've blacklisted them. They made a purchase from me once and then complained about the taste and quantity. It's infuriating, one after another. They keep coming. They're undoubtedly a gang. Old White Dragon of the Waves. They constantly hurl insults in the group, incite conflict, and issue threats. Yet just a moment ago, I noticed them tagging you in the group to express their gratitude. I thought perhaps they had finally reverted to decency. Wolf Warrior 009. Has something happened? Invincible Black Whirlwind. Nothing catastrophic, just that these individuals are rather unpleasant, deliberately stirring the pot. The chat hall is filled with a jovial atmosphere, as everyone shares their dinner experiences. However, as soon as the conversation begins to flow, Qigong's group promptly redirects the discourse towards Invincible Black Whirlwind, urging everyone to express their gratitude once more. From the perspective of an ordinary player, this behavior is quite off-putting. Firstly, those items are not free, and secondly, Not everyone has managed to obtain them. A few expressions of thanks would suffice. It is truly vexing to have one's attempt at a normal conversation hijacked for collective gratitude. Storm Dragon King. In summary, our current situation is all thanks to the great Invincible. He has kept us in formation. We are grateful to the Great One and pledge our unwavering loyalty. Qigong. Thank you, Great One. We pledge our loyalty. Red Heart Dragon Fruit. Thank you, Great One. We pledge our loyalty. The Poisonous Love Trap. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Esteemed One. I pledge my undying loyalty. The Busy Cowboy. How many times must I express my thanks? You all have said nothing, and I find it wearisome, especially since I failed to secure any. Player 0322. Indeed, one cannot win hearts in such a manner. If you have the means, prepare a greater bounty so that everyone may partake. The Heart of the Dragon Fruit. Are you too seeking to be blacklisted by the Esteemed One? What manner of speech is this? The Busy Cowboy and Player 0322 fell silent, intending merely to voice their grievances, but not wishing to incur the disdain or wrath of the Esteemed One. A palpable stillness enveloped the group. Upon observing this, Chi-Su discerned their intention to tarnish his reputation among bystanders. However, he was certain they had additional schemes in reserve. Chi-Su chose not to indulge them and directly addressed the individuals who had spoken previously. The Invincible Black Whirlwind. Chiquan, Heart of the Dragon Fruit, Poisonous Love Trap. Storm Dragon King. I am uncertain of your intentions or the rhythm you wish to set. On that day, I made it clear, all transactions were conducted normally, with mutual consent. I possess an abundance of food and merely sought to earn some material costs. Some require sustenance and are willing to exchange materials. It is as simple as that. So what is the purpose of your incessant prattling? Do you truly believe I am unaware that 3 of my materials could be exchanged for a mere bucket of instant noodles? There should be a limit to your insolence. I have already blacklisted you. Should you continue to provoke, we shall meet on the road. These individuals likely did not anticipate Chi-Su would bring the matter into the open so candidly, leaving them momentarily stunned. However, it was not long before Chiquan responded. Esteemed One, what do you mean by this? We merely wish to express our gratitude, and did you not suggest we help you garner goodwill? Now that it has provoked the disdain of others, you turn your back on us? The Heart of the Dragon Fruit. Indeed, this is quite hurtful. Why do you not blacklist us when you receive gifts? The Invincible Black Whirlwind. Are you certain I accepted your gifts? I offer you another chance to speak the truth. Chiquan, I did indeed send you 5 boxes of self-heating rice. The Lucky One. Upon completion of this assessment, it is evident that these few fools are merely staging their own drama. Player 0429. Initially, I was bewildered, but when I saw these individuals wrongfully accuse the Esteemed One of accepting gifts, it became clear he neither accepted nor welcomed gratitude, merely stating that it was a standard transaction. The Culinary Genius. Some individuals possess a remarkably vile conscience. The Old White Dragon of the Waves. This is clearly a deliberate attempt to sway the narrative. They must have ulterior motives. Player 0103. The Whirlwind Master clearly did not accept anything and is reluctant to acknowledge expressions of thanks. Were it not for the pressure, I suspect the Esteemed One would not even bother to respond to you. Just as the Old White Dragon of the Waves finished his statement, the silent member of Chiquan's little group finally stepped forward. Mighty Strike, to the Indomitable Black Whirlwind. Do you not feel a pang of conscience for deceiving everyone with so many materials? Your heart is truly dark. And to all the brothers and sisters in Zone 666, are you aware of where the Indomitable Black Whirlwind has procured such an abundance of food? Chi-Su raised an eyebrow at this. It should be so easy to obtain a work permit. Otherwise, one wouldn't have encountered it so rarely in the previous game round. Yet this person speaks with such conviction, suggesting they must have some knowledge of the matter. Player 0104. Quite amusing. It has been stated that this is a voluntary trade. Regardless of how the Indomitable Black Whirlwind acquired these items, we are willing to exchange a material for them. Fortune's favor. Indeed, what is the issue with being ruthless or not? Chi-Su remained unfazed, thinking that if it came to it, he could take down 1 or 2, or even more. His weaponry was ample, leaving him unafraid. He continued to eat while observing the farce unfolding in the group. Mighty Strike, let me be frank with you. I can no longer bear to watch you all be kept in the dark by the indomitable black whirlwind. The food he provided you was scavenged from a trash heap. Requiring no monetary contribution whatsoever. He even transferred over 1,000 materials, and you all are here expressing your gratitude like fools. Red Heart Dragon Fruit, what? Scavenged from a trash heap? Ugh, no wonder I've been having stomach issues. I thought it was my digestive system acting up. Mighty Strike, today, I stumbled upon a site called the Garbage Station. It cost 4 survival coins to enter, and upon doing so, I discovered a massive pile of refuse. Everything was free to salvage. I gathered numerous items. For those in need, hurry to the trading hall. I exchanged 3 portions of food for 1 material. Unlike some, I am not greedy. I merely seek to cover costs and labor. Those in need may redeem their items in the trading hall. Player 0716. Really? Scavenge from a trash heap? Mighty Strike. Yes, why would I lie to you? You will have opportunities to encounter garbage stations in the future. Who would be so shameless as to sell for a high price what they obtained for free from a garbage site? Shisu decided to check the trading hall. Expired banana milk bread. Consumption may result in mild diarrhea. Energetic Girl. The items sold by the Whirlwind are all nearing expiration, while yours are outright expired. How do they compare? Mighty Strike. But I do not profit from unscrupulous dealings. I simply cannot abide by the indomitable black Whirlwind's pretense of virtue, while he has profited immensely. Red Heart Dragon Fruit. Exactly. He has collected so many materials from us, at least over 1,000, and it turns out they were obtained for free. How outrageous. Bright Future. Indomitable Black Whirlwind. I mentioned before that you should openly disclose where you acquire the tangible items. Your greed has now stirred the ire of the masses. Donut, yes. I merely commented that the toast was unappetizing, and he immediately blacklisted me. I suffered from stomach issues all day, selling us free refuse while having the audacity to bully me with words. Several individuals skillfully stir the atmosphere, their voices rising in unison with pointed accusations. Gradually, some unscrupulous individuals, seeking to exploit the situation for their own gain, have emerged. Player 0821. I refuse to purchase rubbish. Can I return it? The oat milk made from the materials we bought is now utterly repulsive. I cannot drink it at all. QNGS, she, oh hoo hoo. Indeed, after all, it is something meant for consumption, scavenged from a heap of trash. Why not just state it outright? The grand image I held of the esteemed individual has crumbled. Oh, how my illusions have shattered. Player 0930. Shouldn't there be some form of compensation? After all, I have ingested this refuse. The mere thought is distressing. L-ing. You truly are the epitome of hypocrisy, enjoying your meal and then complaining. You were so eager to purchase initially, yet now you whine incessantly. Zhngu, she, Od-ng. Ordinary players, do not be deceived. These few are merely performers selling wares. Otherwise, when the supply crates increase tomorrow, who would buy their expired goods? Ku-ing and his associates, witnessing the indomitable black whirlwind, have become too afraid to speak in the group, thinking their schemes have succeeded. They privately messaged the indomitable black whirlwind. 20 survival coins, we can resolve this for you. What do you say? QX could not be bothered to respond and directly added these individuals to his blacklist. He then stated in the group, I previously declared that sold food items cannot be returned or exchanged. All who express regret shall not be collaborated with in the future. QNGS, she, oh hoo hoo. The crux is, you never mentioned it was scavenged from dump. Indomitable black whirlwind. It was not retrieved from a trash heap. GUNGMing MNDN. So, from where exactly did you acquire this batch of food? Even now, you continue to keep us in suspense. Why not just reveal it? You and QSH on GUDGing. How can you be so shameless? Shouldn't you divulge someone else's secret when asked? QX's aversion to communication often leads to unnecessary troubles. Though it does not harm him in the slightest, it leaves an unpleasant feeling akin to having ingested a fly. Near expiry food is merely not yet expired, entirely comparable to regular food. Thus, the price at which it was sold initially was indeed quite fair. However, Today he noticed many individuals not affiliated with Ku Eng's group, who, earlier in the afternoon, were expressing their gratitude, now standing in opposition. Q found this quite disheartening. He chose to switch off the screen, disregarding the group chat messages, open a crate for some supplies, and continued his training, resolving to no longer meddle in others' affairs. Nothing is more crucial than enhancing one's strength. When QX was preparing for sleep, he discovered his small group chat still buzzing and decided to re-enter. ZH and go, Shi Odng. Ah, what a thrill. 48. The weather is turning cold. U in QSH on Gu DGing. These people are truly like clowns, thinking they could stir up the rhythm, only to find their efforts wasted throughout the night. Ling LLOBILing. Even more amusing is that what they have listed in the trading hall is scarcely being purchased. QX was momentarily taken aback and returned to the chat hall. It has come to light that 216 individuals have severed ties with the notorious Chi Quan, decisively blacklisting him and his unscrupulous associates, vowing never to engage in transactions with these individuals again. This number continues to grow steadily. Chisu scrolled through the chat history and noticed that during the early night hours, many were preoccupied and unable to keep up with the screen, as the abundance of boxes to open demanded their immediate attention. Naturally, they were outnumbered by those adept at manipulating the rhythm of the game, like Chi Quan. When the players finished opening their boxes and intended to share their joy, they discovered a heated debate unfolding in the group. Upon learning the details, the players vehemently condemned Chi Kuang and his faction. Those who had previously aligned with Chi Kuang, seeking compensation from the invincible Black Whirlwind, quickly shifted their stance as the situation turned against them, claiming they were merely misled by those with ulterior motives, expressing gratitude towards the invincible Black Whirlwind. Without hesitation, Chi Su blacklisted them, recognizing that tensions were bound to escalate. He anticipated a rush for cotton clothing and green for outfits, resolutely wishing to prevent this group from acquiring even a single item from him. The current scarcity of opportunities on the road, coupled with a lack of positioning cards, left Chi Su contemplating a direct confrontation to release his pin-up frustration. Observing numerous mentions of himself in the chat, with others offering consolation, Chi Su responded, "Invincible Black Whirlwind, I am not angry, merely occupied. Let the jesters continue their performance." As bedtime approached, Chi Su settled down for rest, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. The current phase was nearing its conclusion, and a different kind of challenge would soon present itself, likely a drop in temperature. During the night, Chi Su had taken the precaution of placing 2 large comforters by his bedside. True to his expectations, he was soon awakened by the cold. However, the temperature remained bearable. He wrapped himself tightly in both comforters, rolling and shifting until he managed to cocoon himself like a silkworm, gradually warming up. Yet by morning, Chi Su found himself reluctant to leave the warmth of his bed. His head, exposed to the chill outside the comforters, struggled to think clearly as he lingered in bed for a while, finally donning his clothes beneath the covers. Once dressed in a green fur outfit, he felt even warmer than while nestled in bed, and, after slipping on a pair of snow boots, he no longer felt the cold. Glancing down at his striking ensemble, he admired the vibrant green of the outfit that made his complexion appear even fairer. The green fur suit, while exceptionally warm, was not bulky. It resembled ordinary sweatshirts and pants, allowing for ease of movement. Inside the confines of the vehicle, Chi Su found the atmosphere tolerable. Choosing not to activate the red crystal just yet, deciding it prudent to wait until the temperature dropped further in the coming days. Otherwise, retrieving supply boxes upon exiting the vehicle would prove significantly more challenging. Suddenly, the group chat chimed, revealing a message from the boisterous Lao Bailong, who had shared 6 bottles of Erguo 2 in the group. Lao Bailong exclaimed, "Take a small sip to warm yourselves. We must not let the cold defeat us." To which the retired magic boy added, "No drinking and driving. Drive safely." In the midst of the chilling winds, Longly Lao Bailong remarked, "Why bother with such trivialities at this hour? A mere sip won't harm. However, the sudden drop of 20 degrees has rendered me nearly frozen." Zhonghua Zedingjia echoed his sentiments. "I too am cold, both shivering and famished, unable to leave the warmth of my bed. Fortunately, I I recently unearthed a comforter. Zhanlong009 encouraged action. We must keep moving, engage in some exercise to warm ourselves. We ought to acclimatize to the cold. If temperatures continue to plummet, we shall be in dire straits. I suspect the cold may persist for 10 days. Yuanqi Shan Guoda, Gang lamented. Ah, I find this day to be excruciating. I dread the cold above all else. Chishu had previously crafted several green woolen outfits. After a moment's hesitation, he proclaimed, I possess excellent warm attire. At this temperature, donning will render me nearly impervious to the cold. Trade me 2 vehicle upgrade fragments for an outfit. Everyone, possessing ample upgrade fragment from their last dungeon run, was quick to comply, except for Zhanlong009, who boasted a wealth of resources. Without hesitation, they flooded the chat with their fragments. Whenever the invincible black whirlwind spoke, it was certain he sought advantage rather than loss, a belief firmly held by all. Chishu received 12 vehicle upgrade fragments and subsequently shared 6 green woolen outfits in the group chat. Green woolen outfit, crafted from the delightful green fur shed by the adorable green monster. This special fabric envelopes the wearer in unparalleled warmth and comfort. Long Li Lao by Long exclaimed, what a splendid garment. It makes me feel as though I'm 20 years younger, complete with a hat, scarf, and gloves, truly perfect. Zhonghua Xiangjia replied, all right, I can move now. Await my return as I prepare steamed buns and brew some hot soup. Send me your thermos. Yuanqi Shan Guoda Gang marveled. Incredible. How does this attire provide such warmth despite its lightweight nature? Zhanlong009 suggested, it is comfortable indeed. I recommend that everyone refrain from wearing scarves and hats in the vehicle to gradually acclimate to the cold. Let us save our boxes for the evening, allowing for sufficient warm-up prior to opening them. In this frigid weather, stiffness in the body does not lend itself well to encounters with monsters on the road. Retired Magic Boy replied, understood. The buns sent by Zhonghua Xiangjia were homemade, filled with a mixture of python meat and radish, each the size of a fist, which Chishu devoured in 2 or 3 bites. He felt a lingering hunger until he consumed an entire bowl of porridge, which brought him great satisfaction. At 6 o'clock, Chishu set forth, as usual, noticing that the mileage reminder in the upper right corner had changed. It displayed a remaining distance of 70 kilometers for the day, marking a second increase of 10 kilometers. The chat room was rife with lamentations, with many tagging the invincible black whirlwind, inquiring if he had any solutions. Mei Meng Changjin lamented, I was overly optimistic, thinking I could enjoy a few pleasant days, only to find myself transitioning from one extreme to another. Shou Si Bu Bei Yingyu added, are the children freezing? I have donned 3 short-sleeve shirts, 2 long-sleeve tops, and a coat, wearing every piece of clothing I own. Yet it is of no use. I remain cold as ever. The divine luck of the Emperor. Fortunately, the gloves and snow boots I obtained from the previous box were not sold. They have indeed saved my life. Sweet donut. Luckily, I uncovered a crafting table yesterday, and I still possess the blueprint for the duck-down jacket. 49. Evaluation of the duck-down jacket and cotton jacket. The unlucky one, wow. Are you selling the duck-down jacket? What is the price? Sweet donut. I will sell it, but not to you. Weren't you the one who mocked me alongside the invincible black tornado yesterday? Apologies are too late now. The unlucky one, fool. Red Madness. How about we trade? I didn't mock you, did I? Sweet donut. 3 vehicle upgrade fragments, 10 duck feathers, 10 pieces of fabric, and any 1 food item. Those in need should quickly private message me. I won't deal with those who spoke ill of me yesterday. The unlucky one. Are you out of your mind? 3 vehicle upgrade fragments and 20 materials? How can you even think that? Sweet donut, though not responding, remained unfazed. Just a few days ago, she struggled to obtain food while hungry, and given the current cold weather, it was unlikely to find items related to warmth. Setting a higher price didn't worry her about having no buyers. Indeed, within minutes, she received an order. However, most players were in a state of hesitation. Player 0809. I recently found a thermometer, and it currently shows a temperature of only -1 degree, well within human tolerance. Let us unite and refrain from purchasing to pressure the merchant to lower prices. Sweet donut, you have been added to my blacklist. This phrase was also learned from the invincible black tornado. It certainly sounds quite impressive when spoken. Blue flower, boss. Calling upon tornado. Do you have any blueprints for cold-resistant gear? Chisu was not planning to sell the green first set directly, having only resumed the appearance of resource boxes with content yesterday afternoon, so most players likely did not possess many valuable items. Chisu intended to first sell a wave of cotton clothing and consider the green first set in a couple of days. Thus, a message was sent in the group. The invincible black tornado. I have blueprints for cold-resistant cotton clothing, but I must charge a handling fee. 3 cotton, 3 fabric, and 3 of any other material. Batteries will be prioritized. If cotton pants are needed, add 2 of each. No bargaining, no returns, and no after-sales service. Colors of the cotton clothing are flexible. The price Chisu offered was significantly more reasonable than Sweet Donut S. It clearly consisted of the basic materials needed to craft cotton clothing. Even if a material fee was required, everyone would be satisfied, as it was truly inexpensive. The divine luck of the Emperor. I want it. Invincible boss, I will initiate the trade right away. Thankfully, I had the foresight to stockpile a considerable amount of cotton earlier. Upon hearing this, the crowd became excited. Cotton clothing was indeed available. Hunger could be endured with water, but the cold was unbearable. This could truly be life-threatening. Many who had yet to upgrade their vehicles to enclosed spaces were already losing their minds, desperately needing basic materials to upgrade their cars, while also wanting a set of cotton clothing. Chisu assigned this task to Chio. Dear Chio, I have prepared the cotton coat blueprints and ample raw materials on the workbench. If someone places an order, remember to accept it yourself. Chio, it seems to slightly exceed my work capacity. Chisu smiled faintly. Not outrightly rejecting it signified that there was hope for this task. Thus, he commenced showering her with compliments, saying, "How could that be? My little assistant Chichio is so remarkable. Communicating with you is effortlessly seamless. Such a simple task must be a breeze for you. After all, my Chichio is a highly advanced, intelligent sprite, far surpassing the mundane announcement sounds of ordinary players. I am truly grateful for your presence. You have saved me from considerable trouble." Chichio remained silent for a moment before finally relenting. "All right, I shall assist you this time." To Chisu's ears, this translated to, "I will help this time, and I shall continue to assist in similar circumstances." After all, the lack of a stipulation against future assistance implied that similar situations could be addressed again. Once the transaction method was confirmed, Chichio had already processed the order while Chisu set off to seek treasure chests. She intended to follow the suggestion of Warwolf 009, collecting only the chests without opening them, planning to finish everything in one go later that night. Upon disembarking, a gust of wind rushed straight down her collar. Chisu's luck with chests was quite favorable today, having collected 2 silver supply chests, and surprisingly, by evening, she stumbled upon a golden supply chest. Chisu was immediately filled with anticipation. After parking for the night, she first examined all the orders Chichio had taken that day. A total of 663 cotton coats and 253 pairs of cotton trousers had been sold, yielding over 2,000 various materials. Another bountiful harvest. Most importantly, the most lucrative green first set had yet to be sold. Though the day was cold, it was relatively warmer compared to the previous day, and some players with a robust constitution felt it was still bearable, thus they were not in a rush to craft. Because the duck-down coat had dropped in price. While everyone was labeling Sweet Donut a profiteer and collectively boycotting her goods, she remained unfazed. However, when an invincible black whirlwind announced the sale of cotton coats, Sweet Donut instantly understood. If she did not lower her prices, she would likely earn nothing. She reluctantly transformed her vehicle upgrade fragments into 1 and converted duck feathers and fabric into 5 each. Sweet Donut proclaimed, "This is a duck-down coat, much warmer than cotton clothing. I believe everyone knows their worth. Before the survival game, check online. Aren't duck-down coats pricier? More cost-effective? Hua, kai fu gue." Having purchased both the duck-down coat and the cotton clothing, stated, "As a victim of both, I shall provide a fair and just evaluation. The warmth of the cotton clothing undoubtedly surpasses that of the duck-down coat. I believe that for warmth, besides the cotton or duck-down inside, the outer layer of fabric is also crucial. The fabric of the duck down coat sold by Sweet Donut is merely a thin layer, and the filling is not substantial, resulting in inadequate warmth. In contrast, the cotton clothing sold by the Whirlwind has sufficient cotton fill, and the outer layer is made of robust, wind-resistant fabric, making its effectiveness self-evident. In summary, the current temperature is sufficient for a duck-down jacket. However, should it become colder, one might as well purchase a cotton coat directly. Additionally, I am offering my duck-down jacket for sale at a low price. Most individuals are still observing, eager to see if the price of the donuts will drop, and whether the formidable black whirlwind will follow suit. Regrettably, after waiting all night, my body temperature has plummeted by another 5 degrees, and the black whirlwind has yet to utter a word, let alone promote their business. Human nature often exhibits a rebellious streak, and the more one resists, the more restless one becomes. Chi Su, completely indifferent to the thoughts of others, was fervently cleansing his hands and praying. He was preparing to open the golden supply box. The other supply boxes contained nothing of note, merely items he already possessed or basic materials. Chi Su was not disheartened. According to the law of conservation of luck, his fortune was bound to improve. 50. Crafting Table Blueprint. Chi Su brandished a long stick and a handgun, holding the stick in his left hand to pry open the treasure chest while aiming the gun with his right. Suddenly, something appeared to flash before his eyes, sending a chill down his spine, prompting him to instinctively swing the stick. The sense of danger intensified. A creature moving at such speed was impossible to hit, rendering the gun merely ornamental. He couldn't even identify a target. In a moment of desperation, Chi Su hurled an emotional bomb, a tool acquired from a previous experience where a young man had been vocally criticizing his superior, with Chi Su fervently joining in, even intensifying the tirade. He spun a tale of woe regarding his own laborious experiences, leaving the young man utterly bewildered. This special item, requiring no precision in throwing, would automatically lock onto the strongest attack target of a unit and immobilize it for 5 seconds. Chi Su had intended to reserve it as a life-saving trump card, but now it was used up. What a stroke of bad luck. Chi Su felt a pang of regret, having squandered a vital survival tool. He swiftly exchanged his gun for a cleaver, and then everything went awry. A slender black snake, resembling a fine thread, was now less than 10 centimeters from his neck. Chi Su, unwilling to waste another item, immediately swung his blade with wild abandon, cleaving the snake into several pieces. Once he confirmed its demise, he collapsed onto the ground, shaken by the peril he had narrowly escaped. Such unforeseen dangers. Despite wearing a bulletproof undershirt, his neck was fully exposed. Just as Chi Su exhaled in relief, he suddenly felt a painful, numbing sensation in his lungs. A glance at his player interface revealed he had succumbed to poison. Without hesitation, he retrieved an antidote pill and consumed it, taking a considerable amount of time to recover fully. Illuminating the fragmented black snake with a holographic screen, its specific information soon materialized. Recently deceased black-lined snake, a top-tier serpent, marked by swift movement and the ability to conceal itself, making it exceedingly difficult to thwart its attacks. The first black-banded snake slaughtered possessed unique properties. Boiling a freshly deceased black-banded snake could swiftly enhance three-dimensional attributes by 3 points. Chi Su, despite feeling unwell, hastily tossed several small black bands into the electric pot. When it came time to add seasonings, he hesitated but ultimately decided to forego them. The 8 small segments of the snake, collectively no thicker than a pinky finger and devoid of even a couple of ounces of meat, hardly warranted the attention of a culinary expert. Indeed, Chi Su ended up with a pot of merely broth. He drank it without a second thought. It was hardly different from slightly warm boiled water, bearing a faint fishy taste that was still tolerable. The changes in his body were quite evident, as he felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, a warmth enveloping him from head to toe, despite the modest increase of merely 3 points in each attribute. Nonetheless, Chi Su sensed a significant enhancement in his strength. A glance at his player panel revealed some tangible results compared to before. Player: Chi Su, female, 24 years old. Carefree little friend occupation: scrap collector survival coins. 1465 ID. 88666200106008 nickname. Invincible Black Whirlwind Vehicle. Brand new pink garbage truck, level 3 vehicle. 51 battery. Health. 88. Rosy complexion and good condition. Fatigue. 56. Desiring to lie down. Strength. 36.3. Somewhat respectable, right? Stamina. 38.3. A diligent child who exercises daily. Agility. 43. Nimble and flexible. Overall combat power. 56. Not overly strong. Yet you possess considerable courage and creativity. Due to the benefits of his title, only the strength attribute remained just below 40. While the other two had successfully surpassed that threshold, Chi-Su felt a sense of optimism as he gazed at the lengthy 4-page inventory list, which brought him great comfort. After dismissing his player panel, he hurried towards the golden supply box. Upon peering inside, Chi-Su's face lit up with joy. The disappointment of wasting a trump card item vanished instantly. The box contained 3 blueprints and a precious item. Crafting table blueprint, Little Sun blueprint, compressed solid wood bed blueprint, and a vehicle strength card. Vehicle strength card. When used, it significantly enhances a vehicle's collision resistance, far exceeding that of vehicles of the same level. Without hesitation, Chi-Su used it immediately. The pink garbage truck suddenly emanated a dazzling light, which quickly faded. A metallic protective layer seemed to envelop the edges of the truck, and the tires appear to have thickened. The entire vehicle appeared sturdier and more resilient to impacts. Chi-Su then turned his attention to the crafting table blueprint. Currently, there were very few players possessing a crafting table, probably no more than 10 across the entire region. The potential value of this crafting table blueprint was immense, yet he chose not to rush into mass selling within large groups, opting instead to first promote his cotton clothing and green fur set. However, Chi-Su promptly shared the attributes of the crafting table in his small group chat. Crafting table, an indispensable element in survival games. Without it, one's progress is severely hindered. It is worth every effort to acquire, even if it requires selling one's possessions. The crafting table requires 26 iron blocks, 1 piece of wood, 3 glasses for bronze, 8 silver, and 6 gold. Although the required materials are numerous, the value of creating the crafting table is undeniably high. With the abundance of chests being opened daily, storage is nearing capacity, and discarding items feels like a waste. Some members in the group have sought assistance from Chi-Su to decompose a batch, but they feel hesitant to impose too frequently. Wolf Warrior 009. Is this a blueprint? Wow. I find myself envious of your luck. Obtaining one is fortunate enough. Yet you've also acquired a blueprint. Invincible Black Tornado. I almost fell victim to the Black Line Snake. Retired Magic Youth, Is everything all right now? Invincible Black Tornado. Yes. All is well. It has been consumed. Old White Dragon of the Waves. That's good to hear. Chinese Master Chef. Did you make it yourself? Is it delicious? Does it have a fresh flavor? Why not let me prepare it for you? Do you think my snake dishes are subpar? Faced with the barrage of questions from Chinese Master Chef, Chi-Su could not help but chuckle. He replied, "The black line snake has no meat. I chopped it into tiny pieces resembling black threads and simply boiled it to drink as soup." Chinese Master Chef. Good, that's excellent. Whenever you come across ingredients, bring them to me. To my brothers and sisters in the group, I will process them for you free of charge. Chief Beauty Officer. Thank you, Master Chef. Ever since I met you, my quality of life has skyrocketed. Suddenly, Chi-Su felt a craving for hot pot. He could surmise that the chef profession held special bonuses for Chinese Master Chef. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so dedicated to cooking. After all, it is a survival game, and one should maintain a sense of moderation. As the conversation continued, Chi-Su curiously inquired within the group, "Crafting table? Why is no one asking about it? Do you not want one? Is there a lack of materials?" Old White Dragon of the Waves. Almost. I am currently trading in the exchange hall. Energetic Girl Pot. We are saving up for now. Chi-Su hesitated, realizing that even if certain materials were missing, he had ample supplies. Chinese Master Chef privately messaged Chi-Su, asking, "Do you need this? Can I trade it for a crafting table?" Upon receiving 3 differently colored small pills from Chinese Master Chef, Chi-Su's eyes lit up. Dimensional Attribute Enhancement Pill. Consume me. and you shall grow stronger. Chisu promptly replied, "No problem, let's trade." Chinese Master Chef, "Great. I received a promotion today, and will send you some more good items." Chisu, puzzled, asked, "Promotion?" Chinese Master Chef, "Yes, did I forget to mention?" Two monster merchants appeared, wanting to buy the meals I prepared, and a notification was triggered. I received a chef certificate. Today, I visited a location called Monster Restaurant, and they have appointed me as the honorary head chef. As long as the dishes created receive favorable reviews, one can accumulate value points. These points can be exchanged for any food or ingredients at the restaurant, and one may also choose to visit the restaurant once a week. After being promoted, I occasionally discover special effects in the dishes I prepare, exemplified by this steak. The renowned chef from a monster shop sent over 6 small pills along with the steak. Chisu scanned the steak with the screen. The heartfelt masterpiece of the renowned chef from the monster shop, ordinary steak. Consuming it will increase strength by 0.5. Chisu. Overwhelmed with curiosity, Chisu pondered why he had never heard of this esteemed chef during the first round of the game. He was certain he had thoroughly reviewed the list before the merger of District 666 and District 665. A name as distinctive as renowned chef should have left an impression. Having skipped dinner, Chisu quickly devoured the steak and also consumed the 6 attribute-enhancing pills. A warm sensation enveloped him, perfectly contrasting the cold night. Initially, Chisu believed the attributes were evenly distributed. However, upon inspecting his player panel, he discovered that the enhancements seemed random. By sheer coincidence, all enhancements were allocated to strength, resulting in an astonishing increase of 12 points. The previously lowest strength value surged to 48.5. With the title's bonus, it had officially surpassed 50. Chisu felt as though he could shatter the ground beneath him. Yet the roads in this game are far too resilient for such feats, and he would not dare attempt it. Nevertheless, Chisu was curious about his overall combat prowess compared to other players. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to message Battle Wolf 009. Invincible Black Whirlwind. If I'm not mistaken, you must have been a special practitioner before the survival game, right? Do you have inherent advantages in combat and physical capabilities? Battle Wolf 009 readily admitted, affirming his 9 years of service in the Special Forces. Chisu inquired, "Would you be willing to exchange your 3-dimensional data and overall combat power for a crafting station? I wish to gauge the disparity between my strength and that of more formidable players." Without hesitation, Battle Wolf 009 shared a screenshot of his 3-dimensional attributes and overall combat power. Battle Wolf 009, Strength, 91, strong and powerful, with a balance of force. Endurance, 93, top-tier human, impressive indeed. Agility, 88, nimble and agile, like flowing clouds. Overall combat power, 135, a versatile high-end player. Battle Wolf 009 remarked, "The crafting station is not urgent. I will soon gather the necessary materials." Chisu sighed deeply, no longer exhilarated. Just moments ago, he had celebrated breaking the 50-point barrier in strength, only to realize he was merely halfway to matching others. Chisu crafted 2 stations and sent them to both the renowned chef and Battle Wolf 009. Battle Wolf 009, not wishing to receive anything for free, provided Chisu with all his existing materials. Chisu promptly declined the offer, suggesting they exchange messages instead, which proved to be quite effective. At the very least, the fleeting sense of inflated pride he had felt was swiftly extinguished. Before retiring for the night, Chisu glanced at the sales figures, noting that nearly 100 sets of cotton jackets had been sold that day. However, upon waking in the morning, he was astounded to discover that sales had skyrocketed overnight, with a total of 410 pieces sold, surpassing even the figures from the first day. Looking out the window, he noticed the world blanketed in white snow. He had anticipated a drop in temperature the previous night. To avoid being jolted awake by the cold, he had activated the red crystal before sleeping, allowing for a particularly restful slumber. After freshening up and having breakfast, Chisu prepared to set out, only to realize that his vehicle's battery, which had been at 40 last night, was now completely drained. In frigid conditions, battery consumption doubles, significantly increasing operational costs. highlighting the advantages of a fuel-powered vehicle. He promptly replaced it with a fully charged set of batteries. At that moment, Langley Lao Bai Long sent over the materials for the crafting station, along with a set of snow chains. Remember to install the snow chains before you head out. The bottom layer of snow has turned to ice, making it slippery. He advised. Understood. Thank you, replied Chi Su, appreciating the gesture of sharing useful items. Without hesitation, Chi Su crafted the station and sent it to Langley Lao Bai Long before jumping out of the car to install the snow chains. Dressed in a green fur suit, with a thick cotton jacket layered over it, wool socks tucked into snow boots, and glasses perched on his nose, he felt a rush of cold air seeping into any exposed skin. The difference in temperature between the areas enveloped by his outfit and those that were not was stark. Having just emerged from the warmth of a greenhouse, Chi Su took a moment to acclimate before he completed the installation of one wheel. Today's journey required him to traverse 70 kilometers. He switched off the red crystal and drove steadily at 30 kilometers per hour, stopping to retrieve any boxes he encountered along the way, tossing them into the truck bed. Unopened boxes could not be placed in his backpack. Although the pace was slow, he hardly paused, completing the morning's journey efficiently. Amidst the icy landscape, a sudden craving for hot pot struck him. Chi Su had forgotten about the complete set of hot pot tools and ingredients he had received as a reward during a previous event. He had casually stored it in the fresh-keeping compartment of his backpack, only to now recall the delicious, spicy rabbit heads crafted by the renowned chef China. Upon retrieving them, he found an oversized takeout container that required more than one table to accommodate. Thus, he headed to the marketplace to purchase a standard-sized dining set, exchanging a piece of cotton clothing for it, a mutually beneficial trade. The entire tabletop became a lavish display of delicacies: snowflake beef, lamb rolls, tripe, basa fish, duck intestines, shrimp paste, luncheon meat, fish roe dumplings, crab sticks, cheese rice cakes, baby bok choy, enoki mushrooms, wide rice noodles, shiitake mushrooms, lettuce, and the most impressive of all, a colossal spicy rabbit head. The pot contained both spicy broth and mushroom soup. Chi Su had not savored hot pot in many years. As he gazed at the boiling lamb rolls within the pot, he opened a box of sesame dipping sauce and dry seasoning, while steeping a cup of rose tea. On this endless snow-covered highway, amid such picturesque scenery, Chi Su was suddenly struck by a wave of beauty. He took a photograph, intending to share it with a small group, but inadvertently posted it in the main chat room. Instantly, players, who were reluctant to venture out in the frigid winter, erupted into the chat. One player exclaimed, "May I ask, esteemed Whirlwind, is this a survival quest on the highway, or a solitary enjoyment of travel?" Another chimed in, "Could I perhaps partake in hot pot broth?" A third lamented, "I'm envious to tears. I've exchanged all my resources for warmth, while I'm still gnawing on dry bread. Dear Whirlwind, can you finish all that alone? I have a friend who wishes to partake as well. He is practically frozen." Another player added. Amidst the chatter, one remarked, "A little one has shattered into pieces." Chi Su had no intention of showing off. After all, those who flaunt their wealth often face dire consequences, and prominent figures on the leaderboard frequently encounter blockades after location sharing. However, with so many players having emerged from their winter hibernation, Chi Su decided against retracting his message. Within a minute, the chat was inundated with over 9,999 messages. Although Chi Su rarely spoke in the chat, his every message invariably ignited a flurry of activity. Feeling somewhat awkward as he rubbed his legs while waiting for the meat to cook, he suddenly heard the familiar announcement sound. Congratulations to player Chi Su for earning the new title Little Rascal Who Loves to Show Off. When over 5,000 players express envy, you will receive a special supply box devoid of monsters. The more envious players, the more fervent the responses, and the higher the supply box level. This title will automatically vanish after 5 days of refraining from boasting. This act of boasting is still reverberating. Wearing this title will allow you to claim your rewards once the boasting concludes. Chi Su was taken aback. He had triggered a title yet again. Without a moment to ponder, he adorned his new title. Regardless, he had boasted, and he intended to claim his reward without regret. Suddenly, he recalled someone he had met after the server merge, a character named the Lord's Favorite Ugly Socks, who enjoyed bragging in the group about his daily endeavors. This led to envy from countless others, culminating in him being ambushed and robbed, resulting in his avatar turning black. Chisu mused whether that individual had also inadvertently triggered the title in pursuit of the special supply box, thus compelling him to boast. A player inquired, "Invincible Black Whirlwind, might I ask, do you not feel cold sitting in this icy expanse? Why not eat in your vehicle? Or do you possess some unique method of warmth?" In response, Chisu promptly shared the attributes of a green fur ensemble in the chat. Green fur ensemble, a four-piece set consisting of a hat, scarf, top, and pants. Once donned, the green fur ensemble instantly elevates your thermal sensation to that of spring, banishing the cold. I am exceedingly warm. Invincible Black Whirlwind, dressed in the green fur ensemble. I no longer feel the chill. To be honest, enjoying hot pot amidst the icy landscape is quite delightful. Upon uttering this statement, Chisu immediately noticed a new bragging point statistic appearing beneath his title, with the numbers continuously rising. The retired magical youth understood well. This was precisely the moment when allies were needed. He promptly messaged in the group chat, "Big shot, are you selling that green fur ensemble? Can you craft any extras?" The kid is nearly frozen silly, willing to go bankrupt for a set. It's too cold, and I can't even defeat the monsters that appear from chests. Old white dragon in the waves? What are you thinking up there? Such fine items are generally rare. How could they possibly be produced in bulk? If they could be made in multiples, who would refuse them? The two led the charge, and soon others joined in, all requesting the green fur ensemble. While Chisu read the messages in the chat room, he savored the hot pot. The lamb was indeed quite fresh, and the sesame sauce was fragrant. After the first pot was cooked, Chisu served a small bowl to a few people in the group chat, garnished with a sprinkle of sesame sauce and broth. Energetic girl's pot. Wow, I'm craving it right now. This is truly delightful. Chinese cooking master. This broth base is excellent. Only after they had nearly finished eating, and the bragging points had scarcely increased, did Chisu respond in the group. Invincible Black Whirlwind. The green fur ensemble is for sale, but the materials are rather precious. I don't have many, probably just enough for a few dozen sets. If anyone needs it, hurry up. I'm just taking a break to digest before I must travel again this afternoon. Non-lucky player. What? You need to digest? Shouldn't this food be preserved rather than consumed? Brother Chin, look at what you're saying. I don't have many either, just enough for a few dozen sets. I'm also at a loss. Player 1213. So, how much is the green fur ensemble? It won't be auctioned off or go to the highest bidder, will it? If that's the case, we won't be able to afford it. Invincible Black Whirlwind. I will prioritize special items and foods rich in unique attributes. Additionally, I will accept vehicle upgrade fragments, batteries, and basic materials, but the quantity will need to be larger. I'm quite busy and may not respond to everyone adequately. I don't wish to haggle back and forth. If anyone needs it, just initiate a trade. I think that will suffice, and I will simply click to agree. Upon hearing this, many were instantly dissuaded from their thoughts, while some with resources began rummaging through their supplies, considering exchanging for a green fur ensemble to ward off the cold. Meanwhile, several friends in the group took advantage of the trading frenzy to gather materials for crafting stations, making the trading hall vibrantly lively. 53, a two-pronged attack. Old White Dragon in the Waves was the first to complete the exchange, sending over an extra red crystal aside from the materials needed for the crafting station. Invincible Black Whirlwind. The red crystal can be fused with vehicles, providing a heating effect. I have one here. You should keep it for your use. Old White Dragon in the Waves. No need. ISNT this a consumable? Here you go. I'm quite resilient to the cold. Although I hail from the north, I managed to endure winter without purchasing thermal underwear. I currently wear my green woolen ensemble in the car, rolling up my sleeves. Upon hearing this, Chisu felt no hesitation. It was clear that he preferred not to take advantage of others, who would willingly endure the chill if they could be warmer. Next came the retired magical youth, who not only sent over the basic materials, but also provided 4 vehicle upgrade shards. After Chisu shared the crafting station with him, he returned the shards. The value of your potion basin is sufficient. There is no need for you to give me anything more. The retired magical youth replied, a deal is a deal. That is a token of gratitude for saving my life. Please accept it, or I shall remain uneasy. After Chisu accepted the gift, He replicated all the potions from the basin and sent one of each back to the retired magical youth. The invincible black whirlwind remarked, "Then take this." The retired magical youth expressed envy, stating, "Boss, I always said that such fine items can only reveal their true potential in your hands. In mine, they would languish, leaving me a solitary old man. You have assembled a true family portrait." The energetic girl and the chief beauty officer exchanged supplies in the group for quite some time and eventually gathered enough items. However, feeling that she lacked anything of significant value, she refrained from trading with Chi-Su. Chi-Su, taking the initiative, proposed a trade, trusting that his companions in the group were of good character, thus rendering the need for meticulousness unnecessary. Although both parties agreed to the trade, they generously offered extra supplies, which Chi-Su graciously accepted. After exchanging goods with his group friends, Chi-Su began to review the numerous trade messages sent by private players. His first task was to instruct Chio to block all those seeking to exploit the situation for free. The first offer he encountered involved 3-dimensional attribute enhancement pills and 1 vehicle upgrade shard. Chi-Su readily accepted. He then consumed the 3 enhancement pills, achieving a balanced increase of 2 points in each attribute. Another player sought to exchange a green crystal for a green set. Chi-Su hesitated before suggesting, "Could you add a little more?" The green crystal serves solely to promote plant growth. All crystals are consumables, and once their energy is depleted, they become useless. 1 crystal represents 1 month in a plant's growth cycle. Chi-Su didn't have an urgent need. His orange tree had already been planted for half a month and would be ripe in another half month. As he wasn't in immediate need of fruit, his desire to trade was not particularly strong. Vitamin C responded eagerly. All right, I'll add more. Just save me a set." After a brief interval, he sent over a refined set of tableware. "Boss, would this suffice? I noticed you're still using disposable chopsticks, which hardly befits your status." Chi-Su agreed and completed the exchange, realizing that he would want to flaunt his culinary endeavors. Continuously using disposable utensils was indeed unbecoming. The bowls and plates he originally procured were mismatched, detracting from the overall display. After a thorough search, Chi-Su managed to trade away nearly 30 sets of green woolen garments. Some players may lack the desired items, yet the basic resources provided are ample and quite commendable, prompting Chi-Su to agree. He has now accumulated 60 vehicle upgrade fragments. With just 40 more, he can proceed with another upgrade. Such fundamental materials are undoubtedly welcome. The showcase value chest awaits collection, though the showcase points occasionally fluctuate, leaving Chi-Su uncertain about any potential changes to the chest. Hence no one is in a rush to claim it, knowing it won't vanish. This transaction consumed a considerable amount of time, and by 2 in the afternoon, Chi-Su set out once more. After a brief advance, he encountered a parallel highway. However, despite traveling for an extended period, he saw no other vehicles. Just as he pondered this peculiar situation, the front wheels of his vehicle suddenly skidded. Chi-Su hastily regained control of the steering wheel, only to find 2 vehicles materializing simultaneously from both the front and rear, colliding forcefully with his. Initially concerned that his vehicle might slide off into the surrounding black mist, this violent impact steadied him instead. Glancing at the 2 vehicles that had suddenly appeared, one an off-road vehicle, the other a pickup, Chi-Su noted that their collision had inflicted no damage on his garbage truck. Rather, their own vehicle had crumpled. Seizing the moment, Chi-Su pressed down on the accelerator and charged directly toward the off-road vehicle. With the front wheels already incapacitated, there was no saving a basic vehicle repair card, so he decided to expend a bit more before the inevitable. Caught off guard by Chi-Su's audacity to collide, the occupants of the off-road vehicle were momentarily stunned as they were shoved toward the roadside. Realizing they were on the brink of being completely toppled, the passengers had no choice but to leap from the vehicle, unable to press the accelerator under the circumstances. Chi-Su immediately hit the brakes, halting his advance. After all, if someone were to perish, he still wanted to sell his car. This time, Chi-Su had learned his lesson. The notion of threats was irrelevant. Eliminating the occupants took precedence. With a plethora of peculiar items at stake, he was determined to avoid a misstep. He drew his firearm and commenced shooting. The man who had just landed was rendered immobile by a flurry of bullets, with no cover in sight. "Wait!" Chi Su shot indiscriminately, quickly landing a bullet in the man's chest, abdomen, and leg. Once he confirmed the man was lifeless, he swiftly turned to continue firing at the rear, ignoring their hollow threats and nonsensical chatter. The pickup driver crouched beneath the steering wheel, paralyzed with fear. Grasping his gun, he hesitated, realizing he had only 8 bullets. Missing would spell disaster. Panic fully engulfed him. Why was this situation so starkly different from his expectations? Despite both vehicles being of the same level, why hadn't the ambush resulted in immediate death? Furthermore, the invincible black whirlwind was a woman, equipped with protective gear and wielding a long stick alongside his handgun. Chi Su wasted no time. He dashed forward, smashing the vehicle's window with a swift blow, simultaneously firing wildly while jabbing the stick inside. Upon spotting the occupants, Chi Su fired at point-blank range, causing blood to erupt instantaneously. After inspecting the surroundings, Chi Su let out a slight sigh of relief. The most crucial detail was that, following the deaths of the 2 individuals, the adjacent parallel road had mysteriously vanished. Chi Su soon realized that this was not merely a case of intersecting parallel roads, but rather that both individuals had simultaneously utilized their positioning cards against him. He swiftly activated the light screen to check, and everything appeared normal in the chat hall. Upon observing the avatars of Chi Kwang and his companions, it was evident that Meng Meng Gan and Hong Xinhualong avatars had indeed turned black. Having had previous unpleasant encounters with them made them easy targets to identify. Chi Su raised an eyebrow, pondering how they had come to seek him out before he had even initiated any pursuit. Contemplating the various items in his backpack, Chi Su hesitated over whether to employ a designated sidecar to visit the monster shop in hopes of acquiring a few player positioning cards, or to head straight to the Monster Commission Center to spend money and eliminate these individuals preemptively. Meanwhile, in the group chat of Chi Kwang's team, the remaining 4 members were beginning to panic. Storm Dragon King exclaimed, "What the hell, they died. We just mentioned finding the invincible black whirlwind, and within a minute, both of them are gone? Useless." Kikwang retorted, "What a waste of my 2 positioning cards and an invisibility card, you fool. You still have the audacity to claim you've killed before participating in the game. And with all the resources for upgrading the level 3 vehicles, are these 2 just pigs? I might as well have saved them for myself." Poisonous love expressed confusion. "I don't understand. Is the invincible black whirlwind truly that formidable? 2 people went invisible for a sneak attack, armed with guns, and yet within a minute, they were eliminated. It's unreasonable." Chi Kwang replied, "If they're dead, at least they could have shared some useful information. Useless trash, dying without any value." Storm Dragon King urged, "Quick, check the chat hall. The invincible black whirlwind has tagged us." Chi Su had just been contemplating finding an opportunity to assert his dominance, hoping to avoid a barrage of individuals attempting to frame him. Now, it seemed, someone had conveniently handed him the justification. Thus, rather than hastily collecting the spoils, he decided to first send a message in the chat hall. "Invincible black whirlwind. Chi Kwang, how does it feel to have wasted 2 positioning cards and 2 invisibility cards, along with losing 2 henchmen? Quite the loss, isn't it? If you have the skill to launch a sneak attack, I hope you also possess the fortitude to withstand one. Invincible black whirlwind. I am in the market for positioning cards at a premium, willing to trade using the green hair set or the crafting table." Unlucky player exclaimed, "What is going on? The boss is angry. How can the boss be so extravagant even in anger? Who has positioning cards? This is a golden opportunity." Lucky player added, "Oh my goodness, invincible black whirlwind. I have one. I found it in a golden chest yesterday. I was wondering who would want this useless item. Why was it even in a golden chest? It kept me up all night in frustration. I never expected this twist of fate. Ha ha, I'll message you privately." Illumination spread across the land. Invincible black whirlwind. "You've taken lives? Both of Chi Kwang's friends have turned black. How could you do such a thing? Do you not realize this is against the law? Can you truly act with impunity within the game? Donut." Moreover, they brazenly boasted in the group about their intention to continue killing. Oh my goodness. It frightened me to death. Is Super Xiong truly addicted to murder? Player 1111. Vitamin C. My understanding is that Qi Kuang sent two individuals to ambush Invincible Black Whirlwind, only to be counterattacked by the Whirlwind boss. This should pose no problem, right? If they don't counterattack, are they just waiting to be killed? Green Flower. Counterattacking is certainly viable, but it doesn't necessarily mean they were instigated by Qi Kuang. I mean, no offense, but this has escalated into conflict. Everyone should refrain from being impulsive and let Qi Kuang explain the situation. Qi Kuang then stepped forward, saying, I just learned what transpired. Boss, we are genuinely terrified. We are nearly frozen to death. You refuse to sell us your warm clothing, and the green fur outfit is also off limits. Surviving this ordeal is already difficult for us. Who would dare to confront you? We sincerely apologize for offending you before. Please grant ordinary people a chance to live. Chi Su raised an eyebrow, surprised that this person suddenly displayed some wit. Old White Dragon, your words are as empty as flatulence. Meng Meng Gan and Red Heart Dragon Fruit have been closely following you since they entered the game, and now you claim ignorance? Do you take us for fools? Qi Kuang, I truly did not know. After the previous conflict, we had a falling out. The facts remain as they are. If you don't believe me, there's little I can do. Chi Su chuckled. This was easier to address. Invincible Black Whirlwind. Now I understand. My apologies for the misunderstanding. Just then, the fortuitous player, feeling particularly audacious, posted a photo of themselves in the green fur outfit in the group. My goodness, comrades, this is priceless. Ha ha. It's so warm that I feel like rolling in the snow outside. Donut. Fortuitous player, did you trade a positioning card with the Whirlwind boss? Fortuitous player. No. The boss generously gifted it to me because he found me adorable. Qi Kuang, feeling a bit panicked, directly addressed the group. Invincible Black Whirlwind, I truly did not instigate this. Invincible Black Whirlwind, I know. I genuinely did not purchase a positioning card and want to come after you. I just think the fortuitous player is adorable. Fortuitous player. Exactly, I'm incredibly cute. Qi Kuang. Not a soul would believe that. To Qi Kuang's astonishment, Invincible Black Whirlwind remained unyielding and even openly confronted him in the group. Qi Kuang frantically searched the trading hall for protective items, but such valuable goods were rarely available. Ultimately, he sought out individuals of considerable strength he knew to inquire. He even approached Old White Dragon and Chinese Cooking Master, but the latter not only ignored him, but also sent a message to Jin Zhong, Zhao Tai Bushan. Chinese Cooking Master, if you sell the bulletproof outfit to Qi Kuang, I will no longer accept your orders. Jin Zhong, Zhao Tai Bushan paused momentarily and asked, why? He said he would trade 10 vehicle upgrade fragments for it. Never mind. Eating is more important. I'll block him. Just don't refuse my orders. Chinese Cooking Master, all right, I'll prepare a delicious fish dish for you shortly. The golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt. Oh, Qi Kuang, akin to an ant stumbling against obstacles, was in a state of frantic distress, unable to acquire any protective gear and resorting to purchasing various weapons. Meanwhile, Qi Su had already set his plans into motion without a moment's delay. He first sold the off-kilter SUV he had crashed and the completely shattered windshield of his pickup truck. Although the damage was considerable, the engine and parts remained intact, and being a Tier 3 vehicle, the price was more favorable than Qi Su had anticipated. One vehicle sold for 344 survival coins, and the other for 313 survival coins. They held no significant supplies, so there were no additional gains. However, this was of little consequence. Qi Su promptly used a positioning card to lock on a Qi Kuang. Since he had decided to instill a sense of intimidation, he opted for a straightforward, face-to-face encounter. Mercy is often a precursor to disaster. Qi Su had always adhered to the principle of avoiding unnecessary conflict. Unless absolutely necessary, he preferred not to provoke trouble. Though he had encountered more severe situations, he had always sought to navigate them gradually and find a way to retaliate. This instance, however, unfolded with an unexpected directness. The user of the positioning card would remain oblivious to being tracked. It appeared entirely like a parallel road, and Qi Su surmised that Qi Kuang was unaware, intending to catch him off guard. Qi Kuang, indeed unaware, felt his heart racing, especially upon noticing a vehicle approaching from behind, gripping his gun tightly. However, seeing a charming, pastel-colored car in the rearview mirror lowered his guard significantly, even prompting him to lean out the window to whistle. Chi-Su calmly maneuvered to his side, smiling, and before Chi-Kwang could utter a word, he shot him squarely in the forehead. Only then did he exit the vehicle to inspect Chi-Kwang's ride. Was it truly this unimpressive? Chi-Su had expected to profit further, but was taken aback to discover it was merely a Tier 2 vehicle. He found it puzzling why his two underlings had already advanced to Tier 3 while their leader was still driving a dilapidated van. Upon opening the van, he found it filled with old-fashioned rubber hot water bags, over 1,000 of them. Chi-Su examined them closely, confirming they were not scavenged from a garbage bin, but brand new. Initially bewildered, he anticipated a lack of resources, but soon realized he had struck gold. He sincerely appreciated the thousands of hot water bags gifted by Chi-Kwang. After stowing the hot water bags in his backpack, Chi-Su dismantled Chi-Kwang's battered Tier 2 van, ultimately selling it for a mere 199 survival coins. Chi-Su clicked his tongue several times, pondering how poorly the leader had fared, gaining nothing of value, whereas his younger subordinates were undoubtedly more comfortable. Simultaneously, at the moment of Chi-Kwang's demise, the group chat he had created dissolved automatically. The Storm Dragon King and Poisonous Affection were left dumbfounded. In disbelief, they clicked on Chi-Kwang's profile, confirming the status read deceased. Their leader had truly been slain? What would become of the freshly made 1,000 hot water bags? They lamented the significant loss. In the treacherous game of love and strategy, both of us find ourselves in peril. The formidable Black Whirlwind is relentless and possesses immense strength. If he still has a tracker, we might be unable to escape his grasp. Storm Dragon King, what on earth should we do? All my supplies have been exchanged for rubber. Our food is in his possession. If he perishes, we will be left with nothing. In this dire situation, I realize that survival is paramount. I must seek reconciliation with the invincible Black Whirlwind. I refuse to believe you haven't hidden any resources. I urge you to be wise and not drag me down with you. Without hesitation, I sent a private message to Chi-Su, my esteemed leader. Would it be possible to negotiate? Here is my sincerity. Our resources are entirely under Chi-Kwang's control. Should he fall, my ranking will plummet. Rest assured, I shall harbor no ill intent moving forward. I have always been the most astute member of this small faction, subtly guiding its development. Chi-Kwang merely serves as a decoy, drawing attention away from the real players. It was I who suggested and persuaded Chi-Kwang to elevate Meng Mengen and Red Heart Dragonfruit to level 3, allowing us to maintain a balance and probe the Black Whirlwind stance. Little did I know this would lead to calamity. In a display of generosity, I presented Chi-Su with 10 vehicle upgrade fragments as a gesture of goodwill. Chi-Su accepted them, for why refuse such an offer? Especially when he currently lacks a second tracker. As for the future, it is wiser to eliminate threats entirely. Excessive leniency often precedes disaster. At this moment, others in the group noticed that Chi-Kwang's avatar had turned black. Yet, just before his demise, everyone had been jesting, cautioning each other that the whirlwind would soon extinguish them. Now, however, silence reigned, as the world had irrevocably changed. The powerful can now dictate the fate of others based solely on their whims. In a flash, those accustomed to banter in the chat room became noticeably cautious. Ultimately, a user named Radiance Shining Upon Humanity tagged the invincible Black Whirlwind. Did you truly kill Chi-Kwang? As fellow humans, do you believe such actions are justified? Before Chi-Su could respond, I was elated, relieved that the Black Whirlwind was not merely a mercenary. The emergence of more voices to draw fire away from me was undoubtedly advantageous. Thus, I boldly stepped forth as a contrasting figure. I addressed Radiance Shining Upon Humanity. Do refrain from hurling baseless accusations. What does this have to do with the whirlwind? My brother just sent me a message indicating he would open a diamond supply box, and then his avatar turned black. Seeing my companion's sudden change of heart, Storm Dragon King could no longer remain idle and hastily joined the conversation. Indeed, I can attest to that. Radiance Shining Upon Humanity. Then, kindly share the chat logs. Storm Dragon King. Who do you think you are, demanding anything from me? Radiance Shining Upon Humanity. It is only thanks to this survival game that individuals like you, devoid of education, ever have the chance to converse with someone of my caliber. Storm Dragon King, I now possess a positioning card. I shall be the first to take you down. Chi-Su did not respond further, as it is evident to any astute individual what this implies. The Storm Dragon King also sent Chi-Su an apology and compensation, yet no words accompanied it. Chi-Su intended to accept it for the time being, deciding to address future matters later. Upon opening the compensation, he discovered that the Storm Dragon King was indeed a good person, possessing a far more amiable demeanor than that treacherous poisonous setup. In addition to 8 vehicle upgrade fragments, he also received a backpack expansion card, 100, and a backpack stasis slot, 10. With resources accumulating, it was imperative to have a larger backpack. Chi-Su promptly utilized the card, expanding his backpack capacity to 370 slots, 20 of which could store food in stasis. This alleviated a burden on his mind and allowed him to exhale in relief. Despite the roundabout journey, he had only traveled less than 100 kilometers thus far. Not long after, it was 9 p.m. Chinese little chef shared a crispy fried fish dish in the group, and, as Chi-Su unveiled it, he was immediately enticed by its aroma. At that moment, Warwolf 009 also sent Chi-Su a positioning card, freshly acquired from a box. Uncertain if it would be of assistance. 56. Let us summon some monsters. Warwolf 009. No need to be formal. Take it. It is better to cut the weeds at the roots. Otherwise, you may invite trouble upon yourself. I have no use for it at present anyway. Upon hearing this, Chi-Su accepted without hesitation, primarily due to Warwolf 009's status. It felt peculiar to declare intentions of violence in his presence. From this perspective, Warwolf 009 did not appear so rigid. Yet, why did their team engage in such self-righteous acts in the previous game? Their assistance, although seemingly benign, often extended to areas where it was unwarranted. Chi-Su preferred to avoid owing favors, and given the current value of positioning cards, he sent over 20 survival coins. Warwolf 009 promptly returned them, stating he did not require them, and he had not actively provided Chi-Su with resources either. Chi-Su thus relented, only sending over a pizza and a family bucket. Invincible Black Whirlwind. Food should be acceptable, right? At this hour, you surely haven't had dinner yet. Warwolf 009 accepted this offering, finding it delightful. Chi-Su planned to use the positioning card at dawn to locate the poisonous setup, who appeared to be even more sinister than the Storm Dragon King, previously instigating discord in the group. Chi-Su sensed he was a pivotal figure. He sent 15 hot water bags to the group, preparing to warm the beds. And whoa. Today I saw someone selling rubber hot water bags at the trading center. Basic resources are insufficient. One must exchange vehicle upgrade fragments instead. Chinese little chef. I saw that too, but didn't have the heart to buy it. Old White Dragon of the Waves. I wanted to buy it, but sold out. Haha, the boss is clever. Invincible Black Whirlwind. It's 1,000 of them. What a bargain for me. Old White Dragon. How delightful. This news has exhilarated me all afternoon. I admire your approach to matters. Retired Magic Boy. Awesome. At least he has done something commendable. Invincible Black Whirlwind. It's a pity I couldn't find her lighter. In an instant, Retired Magic Boy felt a warmth in his heart, his face flushing with embarrassment. He casually remarked that the elder had remembered so vividly. It's all right. It's not of great value, Invincible Black Whirlwind. Then don't be disheartened. There's no need to bicker with a corpse. Retired Magic Boy slumped onto the seat of the large truck, pulling his hat down forcefully, concealing his entire head within it. He then covered his face with both hands, rolling left and right contorted. Finally, he sprang up, slapping himself, thinking, what am I doing? Surviving. How can I dare to fawn over an online acquaintance? Yet the elder is truly handsome and incredibly capable. After dinner, Chi-Su diligently washed his hands and began to open the special supply boxes. His boast value reached 5678, yielding a golden supply box, while a value of 3,888 resulted in a silver supply box. Chi-Su first opened the silver supply box, revealing 6 vehicle upgrade fragments and a universal planting pool, 1 square meter, receiving another 6 vehicle upgrade fragments. Chi-Su felt he was close to upgrading to a level 4 vehicle, with only 16 more fragments needed to reach the necessary 100. As for the basic materials for upgrading vehicles, he was certainly well equipped, Now, he was curious about the special supplies. With a sense of ceremony, Chi-Su returned to wash his hands once more before opening the golden supply box. The anticipation of not having to worry about monsters inside was truly delightful. Chi-Su reverently opened the golden supply box. This was earned through great effort, indulging in hot pot. Filled with hope, may it not disappoint. Inside there were 3 cards, and Chi-Su instantly felt reassured. Such magical cards rarely contained ordinary items. Congratulations! You have received 3 weapon enhancement cards. 3 in total. Chi-Su immediately retrieved the pink chainsaw. This tool was exceedingly heavy and exhausting to wield. Even with his strength exceeding 50 points, swinging it felt laborious. Thus, despite its formidable lethality, its utility remained too low. However, Chi-Su truly adored it. The more brutal the killing, the pinker the weapon, he relished this essence. Therefore, he promptly chose the pink chainsaw. 30 seconds later, the attributes of the pink chainsaw were updated. Enhanced Level 1 Pink Chainsaw. The wielder of this weapon will automatically gain 10 points in strength, can be shouldered for use. The sharpness of the chainsaw teeth is increased, significantly enhancing lethality. To upgrade again, 2 enhancement cards are required. Once more, Chi-Su swung the pink chainsaw, and finally, there was no sense of strain. He firmly secured the top of the chainsaw against his shoulder, using it as a support. It felt as if perfection and his arm had merged into one. Chi-Su practiced a bit and discovered that it did not hinder his ability to shoot with his right hand at all. Excited, Chi-Su eagerly opened a wooden box he had found by the roadside today. To his surprise, it was devoid of monsters. He then opened a bronze resource chest, only to find it equally lacking in creatures. Having spent the day engaged in battles, he hadn't covered much ground, and his luck with the chests had not favored him either. Thus, he had only encountered 2 chests, both devoid of monsters. Chi-Su then inquired with Zhonghua Zaidangjia for his boxes, which yielded a total of 3 bronze resource chests. Without hesitation, he kicked one open, and this time, he was met with the sight of a fang-bearing iron wolf emitting a faint yellow glow. Chi-Su swiftly swung his left arm forward, employing the pink chainsaw to block, while his right hand unleashed a barrage of gunfire, effortlessly dispatching the creature in a single strike. This method proved far more satisfying than merely swinging a bat. However, Chi-Su soon found himself in a quandary. Should he elevate the pink chainsaw to level 2, or utilize a weapon enhancement card to upgrade his handgun? Ultimately, he resolved to prioritize the handgun upgrade, reasoning that the current monster strength was manageable and the dungeon's difficulty was moderate. The capabilities of the pink chainsaw were sufficient for the time being. Curious about the effects of the handgun upgrade, he proceeded with the enhancement, which was completed swiftly. Upon viewing the new attributes, Chi-Su immediately recognized that he had made the right choice. Level 1 Enhanced Handgun automatically reloads ammunition without manual addition, provided there is stock in a backpack. Bullet strength increased and lethality enhanced. Initially, the handgun could hold only 12 bullets, and Chi-Su's aim was not particularly precise. Thus, he relied on sheer volume, firing a rapid succession of shots regardless of accuracy. This upgrade aligned perfectly with Chi-Su's shooting style. With bullet schematics in his possession, as long as he had sufficient resources, it meant the handgun could sustain itself indefinitely in the future. As for the last weapon enhancement card, he decided to save it for future upgrades to either the chainsaw or the handgun when more enhancement cards became available. Chi-Su felt he had discovered his true weapon of choice. The combination of the chainsaw and handgun was exhilarating and suited him perfectly. Regrettably, the other 2 chests contained no monsters, leaving Chi-Su unsatisfied. Where were the monsters? He yearned for more. As for the items obtained from Zhonghua Zaidangjie's chest, Chi-Su found them unnecessary and opted to return them. Zhonghua Zaidangjia was exceptionally generous, particularly fond of sharing his culinary delights. Chi-Su had a hunch that this individual might have been the cause of his demise in the previous game round. His sincerity left him open and unguarded. He recalled that on the very first day of their group chat, amidst a time when everyone's provisions were precious and tension ran high, Zhonghua had shared a bowl of red bean porridge with everyone. Chi-Su had developed a fondness for special resource chests. That evening, during his workout, He pondered various ways to showcase his possessions. Perhaps he had lived too cautiously in the past. Such challenging questions exceeded his understanding. Unfortunately, he failed to consider this during dinner. Ultimately, Chi-Su decided to consult the small group for advice. Invincible Black Whirlwind. How can one flaunt wealth in the group? This would not only elicit numerous responses, but also evoke envy among many. Waves of Old White Dragon. Did you acquire some special item? Yesterday, when you suddenly mentioned Hot Pot in the chat room, I found it rather peculiar. No wonder. Energetic Girl's Pot. Have you had dinner? Or are you just sharing food? That hot pot from yesterday truly made me envious. Young master of Chinese cuisine. If you need food, I can prepare some hearty dishes for you. Chief Beauty Officer. Posting food again today, surely 1T have the same impact as yesterday. There's a red envelope feature in the bottom right corner of the group. Why not use it to send out warm water bags or compressed biscuits as a red envelope? Who wouldn't be envious of what they receive? Moreover, everyone is currently enduring a challenging survival phase, and you have supplies to give away. Regardless of whether they get snatched up, the envy factor must be maximized. Chi-Su truly forgot about this feature, as it has hardly been utilized. Chi-Su hesitated, as this action seemed rather foolish. Ultimately, however, he decided to give it a try and observe the outcome. Before sending the red envelope, Chi-Su meticulously reviewed the blacklist to ensure that all the individuals he found distasteful were included. He then began crafting the contents of the red envelope. With nearly 400 to 500 boxes of soon-to-expire instant noodles, Chi-Su placed 100 boxes into the envelope, along with 100 boxes of Tet-Su pure milk that would expire in 7 days. He also added 21 unconsumable compressed biscuits, withdrew 50 warm water bags, 5 cotton jackets, and 1 green woolen outfit. He prepared a total of 277 red envelopes, not driven by any obsessive-compulsive tendencies nor the desire to round the number, but simply decided to send them as is. However, before sending, Chi-Su notified the small group. Invincible Black Whirlwind. Everyone get ready. I'm about to send out red envelopes in the group. Let us hope our own people can grab some. After saying this, Chi-Su suddenly recalled the time before participating in the survival game when he was still in university. During that period, it was quite popular to send red envelopes in dormitory and class groups during the new year. Everyone would notify their roommates before sending out envelopes in a class group. Remarkably similar to the present scene. It wasn't truly about the money. It was the joy of being treated in a special manner and the thrill that accompanied it. Everyone immediately prepared themselves in the group, their focus unwavering, barely daring to breathe too heavily, fingers poised above the screen in anticipation. The moment the red envelope appeared, they eagerly tapped at it. Chi-Su was able to receive notifications, yet the names refreshed too swiftly to discern anything clearly. Scrolling to the top, he noticed that nearly all the individuals from the small group were positioned at the forefront. A smile unconsciously graced Chi-Su's lips. While these items weren't particularly valuable, the exhilaration of the experience was undeniable. Indeed, the bragging rights in the upper right corner began to surge dramatically. Chi-Su found it immensely satisfying to behold. With just under 300 red envelopes, they were quickly snatched up. Cornered beast. Aw, what did I miss? Am I foolish? I had to go to the restroom. Just then, sob. Player 0808. I thought I would freeze to death tonight, but I actually managed to grab a warm water bag. It seems as though the heavens are urging me to persevere and carry on. Channeling the spirit of fortune. I too have transitioned from misfortune to prosperity. It is truly remarkable. I managed to procure a bucket of instant noodles. Now, I shall indulge in this delicacy amidst the frigid air, akin to enjoying a hot pot in the icy expanse alongside esteemed companions. Donut, what are you all discussing? What red envelopes? What instant noodles and hot water bags? Is this merely a screen announcement? Why have I not received any notification? Bright tomorrow. I haven't received anything either. Where's everyone seeing this? A helpful netizen stepped forward to elucidate. Player 0228. You two are so mischievous. You must have been blocked by the esteemed one. Do you think you can compete for a red envelope? How is that even possible? Player 0301. It infuriates me. My hands are so unreliable. I saw it the moment it appeared, but in a fleeting moment of distraction, it was gone. Player 0330. I didn't team manage to snag anything either. Oh no, this is so disheartening. Chinese little master chef. Ha ha ha. I actually managed to seize a green-haired outfit. Have I struck gold? Chisu was genuinely surprised that the green-haired outfit was claimed by the Chinese little master chef, especially since there was only one available. This child truly possesses remarkable luck. The bragging points in the upper right corner are rapidly increasing, and Chisu is in no rush to claim the treasure chest. As long as it remains unclaimed, the bragging points will continue to accumulate. Suddenly, Chisu spotted a small orange tree, with its fruits still green. Today, a universal planting pool was also acquired, but Chisu had no suitable seeds, only a packet of carrot seeds obtained previously. However, Chisu is not particularly fond of carrots. Ultimately, Chisu successfully found a packet of tomato seeds in the trading marketplace. Perfect, nutritious, and delectable, providing vitamin C and promoting a fair complexion. The tomato is indeed the way to go. Chisu promptly exchanged a hot water bag for it. The seeds were evenly scattered in the universal planting pool, with a growth cycle requiring merely 10 days. By utilizing a small amount of green crystal energy, the growth period was shortened to just 1 day. Perfect. By tomorrow evening, I shall enjoy sumptuous tomatoes. As midnight struck, Chisu went to bed with a heart full of joy, feeling as though even dreams were sweeter. Upon rising the next morning, Chisu glanced at the bragging points. A staggering 5,638, higher than the bragging points from the hot pot dinner of the previous day. Upon reflection, the reasoning became clear. While dining on hot pot, everyone understood that it was unattainable for them, but the red envelope distributed last night was an opportunity for all. Upon hearing about the urgent need for hot water bags, winter clothing, and green-haired outfits, who would not be excited? Thus, naturally, the emotions generated were all the more fervent. Chisu noticed an overwhelming number of notifications mentioning them, leading to a brief response in the group chat. Invincible Black Whirlwind. I had good fortune yesterday and obtained quite a few wonderful items, so I wanted to share with everyone. Fortunate Sovereign. Wishing you even more luck today. Esteemed one. Player 0407. Indeed, heartfelt wishes abound. Not merely for the sake of seizing red envelopes. If it were not for the cotton coat I managed to procure last night, I would have felt utterly unprepared for the evening chill. Player 0506, I share your sentiments. The hot water bottle from last night quite literally saved my life. Chisu felt a tinge of embarrassment, as in his delight of planting and distributing red envelopes, he completely forgot to sell the hot water bottle. Invincible Black Whirlwind. Are there many in need of hot water bottles? Instantly, the screen was flooded with yes. A single word, yet Chisu could perceive a multitude of emotions and grievances within it. Today marks the 3rd day of the dropping temperatures, prompting Chisu to examine all available heating devices. Beyond the hot water bottle, there are also the blueprints for a small heater. Truth be told, donning the green woolen outfit renders the small heater unnecessary in the vehicle. However, for those unable to afford the green woolen attire, hot water bottles and small heaters remain indispensable. Chisu resolved to list both the hot water bottle and the small heater for sale in the trading hall via the assistance of Chiochio. Chiochio, you truly are remarkably versatile. With your assistance, my survival journey seems to be imbued with vibrancy. Chiochio, therefore, I am tasked with crafting and also responsible for the sales. Chisu nodded, affirming, indeed, such simple tasks could hardly pose a challenge to the illustrious advanced AI assistant. Chiochio, could they? Chiochio, theoretically they should not. But my responsibilities ought not to. Chisu hastily interjected, they ought not to, indeed. Your efforts are much appreciated. Do you require survival coins? This time, Chiochio's tone seemed to carry a hint of excitement. I could certainly use them. Then do your utmost. Today, you shall earn 1 survival coin as compensation. No issues at all, esteemed player. I am delighted to serve you. Gisu Sai. Had I known that a single survival coin could resolve matters, what fuss it would have spared me. Indeed, everything can be smoothed over with a touch of currency. Suddenly, Chisu recalled certain staff members at the station, particularly that exceptionally adept mouse, the flying duck, the purple fox, and the white-pink two-tailed fox. Aside from the stubborn bull-headed creature, It appeared that everyone else held a fervent enthusiasm for survival coins. Chisu sensed that survival coins might possess other significant purposes within the survival game, though he had yet to uncover them. Currently, he had amassed over 2,000 survival coins. With a little more savings, he could purchase the fully automatic autopilot. Acquiring this alongside the automatic pickup mechanical arm would liberate him from the confines of the driver's seat. Extraneous items could be sacrificed. As Chisu indulged in his musings, Xiaoqiu had already commenced working with great enthusiasm. Chisu also announced in the chat hall, the hot water bottle and small heater have been uploaded to the trading hall. Transactions will occur automatically without negotiations or after-sales service. Player 1218, no way. The hot water bottle costs merely 8 random materials? Are you engaging in philanthropy? Esteemed player? I procured my hot water bottle from the Storm Dragon King, and alas, I feel utterly cheated, having spent 2 vehicle upgrade fragments. The embodiment of fortune. How unfortunate you are, unlike me. My hot water bottle was won last night in a red envelope draw. Hee hee. A construction material dealer. Brother Sue. The little sun is quite inexpensive, although it requires a wider variety of materials. Iron blocks, copper wires, plastic. However, it is evident that the big shot is merely making a profit equal to the cost. Chisu only opened the player list to search after seeing the mention of the Storm Dragon King. He contemplated examining what other trades this player had currently posted. To his surprise, the avatar suddenly turned black. Chisu furrowed his brow in confusion. What was going on? Had he been attacked by monsters while opening a chest? Had he not fought back? At this critical juncture, with the player gone, Chisu's first thought was of the poisonous love bureau. His instinct suggested foul play, but why? What had transpired? Logically, with 3 of the 5 small groups deceased, the remaining 2 should have banded together. Yet, Chisu sensed something amiss. Perhaps it was a dispute over spoils. Or maybe the poisonous love bureau harbored a secret desire to monopolize. Chisu glanced at the clock. It had just struck 6. He remained unhurried, opting not to use the positioning card immediately, instead eating a bit before driving forward for a while. Though parallel roads appeared randomly, they typically emerged after players began their journey, and it was still too early. By around 8, Chisu pinpointed the location of the poisonous love bureau. The roads were parallel and intersecting slowly. Today's journey was more challenging than yesterday's. Even with snow chains, he dared not accelerate too quickly. Yet, Chisu was not in haste, proceeding steadily. Gradually, 2 tire tracks suddenly emerged on the road ahead, and a small black dot appeared in the distance. Unable to discern the vehicle from afar, Chisu began to accelerate. To his astonishment, it turned out to be an ambulance, a truly fateful vehicle, equipped with a bed from the first level. As Chisu sped up, the ambulance too picked up speed. He initially believed the driver might have relaxed their vigilance due to his pink car, but instead, they drove even faster. Simultaneously, Chisu received a message. Poisonous Love Bureau. Big shot. I sincerely apologize. What does it mean for you to suddenly catch up? Invincible Black Whirlwind. The Poisonous Love Bureau instinctively felt it was the invincible Black Whirlwind. However, after briefly chatting in the lobby, it seemed today's big shot was selling hot water bottles and little suns. They should still be busy, yet the vehicle behind felt perilous. Chisu attempted to take aim and shoot, but the distance was too great, and with constant movement, the chances of hitting were minimal. Thus, he steeled his resolve and charged forward, colliding directly. The positioning card had only 2 hours of usage. Having already spent nearly an hour in pursuit, Chisu was determined not to return empty-handed. The Poisonous Love Bureau hastily swerved aside, but Chisu relentlessly pursued, nudging with the front of his vehicle. Surprisingly, the ambulance remained steady. Chisu instantly realized it had also ascended to a level 3 vehicle. Chin-Su found himself momentarily speechless. How did this leader, Chi Kwang, manage to be so inept? Every one of his subordinates had reached level 3, yet he remained a pitiful level 2 vehicle. Given the proximity, Chin-Su felt no apprehension. He aimed directly at the wheels and fired. 59. Instantly, the ambulance lost its balance, spinning twice on the road. However, the poison setup's response was relatively swift. Just as the vehicle came to a halt, Chin-Su spotted a dark muzzle protruding from the window. He swiftly crouched down to evade, as bullets struck the window, leaving it intact but adding a network of cracks to the glass, with one bullet embedded within. Once more, Chin-Su fired. The ambulance's tinted windows obscured his view of the poison setup's position, compelling him to shatter the glass with successive shots. The poison setup was seething with frustration, questioning the model of the handgun. How many bullets does this man possess? Why do they seem inexhaustible? Just the day before, Chin-Su had upgraded his weaponry and crafted an additional 200 rounds specifically for this encounter, ensuring a smoother shooting experience. Bloodied from the glass that had shattered upon him, the poison setup found himself in a quandary, whether to exit the vehicle or remain inside. As Chin-Su continued to fire, he maneuvered to the side of the ambulance and produced a pink chainsaw, disassembling the door with ease. The moment he glimpsed a figure, another barrage of bullets rained down. The poison setup clutched his gas capsules, but alas, he had no opportunity to deploy them before meeting his demise. The poison setup was left bitterly disappointed. He had only just acquired his prized possession, yet had no time to utilize it. He had recently allied with the invincible Black Whirlwind's arch-nemesis, but now he found himself bereft of any chance to execute their plans. The disparity in weaponry and strength between the two was glaringly evident, rendering the outcome of this confrontation all but inevitable. Chin-Su surveyed the ambulance, noting the numerous bullet impacts adorning its body, the windows nearly obliterated, and the passenger side door almost entirely removed. It was a scene of utter devastation. He retrieved his work ID and scanned it against the holographic screen. Detected: one multifunctional ambulance, level 3 vehicle, multiple severe damages, unable to operate normally. Current recovery price, 99 survival coins. Do you wish to confirm the transaction? Despite its condition, being a level 3 vehicle and a relatively scarce multifunctional ambulance, the price was still somewhat acceptable. Chin-Su raised a reasonable objection. This was a level 3 vehicle, yet the offer was lower than that of a level 2. The screen announced that the damage was too extensive. Standing in place, Chin-Su waited for a considerable time, but the assessed price remained unchanged, prompting a sigh from him. Very well, not every attempt to seize a bargain would succeed. He was prepared to concede an additional 50 survival coins. If that did not suffice, so be it. Just as he resigned himself to this, the holographic screen chimed once more. Chin-Su promptly altered his earlier statement, declaring, "All right, I'll sell it." Upon detecting a complete and unique item in the back seat of the vehicle, a prompt appeared. Would you like to sell it together for an additional 999 survival coins? Esteemed player, this is an opportunity not to be missed. In 10 seconds, if no response is received, it will be assumed you agree to the sale. 10, 6, 4, 2. Chin-Su was momentarily bewildered, questioning which mathematics teacher had imparted such a method of counting down. Without a moment to ponder further, Chin-Su shouted frantically, "I won't sell, I won't buy. Stop, stop, leave my special item alone." Only when the announcement ceased did he realize that he had received 149 survival coins, and a large box thudded to the ground. In haste, Chin-Su scanned the box with the light screen. It read, "Universal copy-paste box for use with energy stones. Limited to once per month, place one item inside me, and if energy levels are sufficient, I will regurgitate 1,000 identical items within a day. Owning me is undoubtedly a highlight of your life." In that moment, Chin-Su comprehended the origin of those 1,000 hot water bottles. Such a remarkable item, and only for 999 survival coins? Even an extra 9 wouldn't tempt him to sell. His only concern was the difficulty of obtaining energy stones. He resolved to gather them slowly, realizing that the more he yearned for possession, the more elusive it became. A relaxed attitude might yield better results. Due to the issue of rebinding, the usage count for this month had reset. Suddenly, a bold idea struck Chin-Su. If he exhausted the usage count before unbinding and transferring ownership, would that not circumvent the once-per-month restriction? The light screen announced, "Incorrect. Only upon the original owner's demise can the special item be claimed by another." Upon hearing this, Chin-Su understood that the Storm Dragon King had been ensnared by a scheme devised by the Toxic Infatuation Bureau, aimed at eliminating him due to the universal copy-paste box. The method of assassination must have been straightforward. either by acquiring a monster treasure chest and using a prediction card to reveal it before handing it over to the Storm Dragon King, or by placing a bounty at the kill point. Regardless, the Red Madness 5-member team had vanished completely, and Chishu felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. Despite the item description of the copy-paste box not explicitly stating so, Chishu surmised that the rarer and more precious the copied item, the higher the energy cost required. Energy stones were of paramount importance. Not wishing to linger, Chishu hurriedly gathered his belongings and departed, planning to study his newfound treasure later that evening. With a delightful acquisition of 149 survival coins and a remarkable item, he also resolved a potential threat that could have turned into an adversary. Perfection. Habitually, Chishu cleared the battlefield post-conflict, reclaiming the vehicle and discarding bodies into the surrounding black mist, even tidying up a damaged car door in the process. He hesitated over whether to use a basic vehicle repair card. Presently, only a spiderweb crack marred the lower right corner of the windshield, while the rest remained largely intact. Ultimately, he decided against using the repair card, feeling it a waste. After a moment's contemplation, he set off on his journey. As the effects of the positioning card faded, Chi-Su continued forward. While the group chat buzzed with discussions about warm water bags and small suns, hardly anyone noticed that the toxic setup of unrequited love had vanished. Those who did were too intimidated to speak out. After lunch, Chi-Su observed that the wind and snow were intensifying and the battery's charge was depleting rapidly, prompting him to pause. He had already completed the 70 kilometers for the day. If necessary, he could resume tomorrow, given the shorter travel distance. He had only secured a single treasure chest, a mere silver supply box. As he donned the pink chainsaw on his arm, a shadow emerged the moment he opened the chest. The creature was substantial. Chi-Su instinctively positioned the pink chainsaw in front of him as a shield while firing rapidly. This combination of maneuvers succeeded in vanquishing the monster, leaving the ground awash with green blood. Only after it succumbed did Chi-Su discern its true form, a large green blowfly, capable of flight and venomous sprays. Fortunately, he had struck it down the instant it emerged from the box. Had it taken to the air, it would have posed a significant threat. In a previous round, Chi-Su had encountered a large green blowfly that relentlessly pursued him for nearly 100 kilometers until his vehicle ran out of fuel. Forced to confront it directly, he had suffered poisoning and severe injuries. When the blowfly lunged to consume him, he feigned death and ultimately delivered a fatal blow, managing to eliminate it. He then exchanged nearly all his resources for an antidote pill and a hemostatic bandage, barely surviving that ordeal. With his vehicle out of fuel, he had to push it along, enduring days of hardship that made him wish for the end. Now, Chi-Su was once again on high alert. The strength of the monsters had evidently increased. The previous black line snake and this large green blowfly had appeared much earlier than in his last game. This led him to feel somewhat inadequate in his experience. However, clarity had begun to dawn upon him. He formulated a hypothesis and shared it in the group chat to seek confirmation. Invincible Black Whirlwind. What monsters have you all encountered while opening chests recently? Wolf Warrior 009. It's unbelievable. I just faced a carrot monster that spits wind blades. I wasn't paying attention for a moment, and it left a huge gash on my arm, tearing my clothes. The monsters are getting stronger. Invincible Black Whirlwind. I sent over a hemostatic bandage. I have plenty of supplies. Feel free to ask if you need anything. Wolf Warrior 009. Thanks. I wouldn't hesitate to ask if I really need it. Energetic Girl Pod. I just encountered a staggering 8 gray mice. Old White Dragon of the Waves. I haven't opened any chests today, but I came across a large cockroach yesterday. Invincible Black Whirlwind. Was the cockroach's antenna exceptionally long? Old White Dragon of the Waves. Yes, have you encountered it too? Retired Magical Boy. Oh my, is it that terrifying? My chests contain either mice or white, limbless monsters. At this point, Chi-Su understood that the more robust the three-dimensional data and overall combat capability, the stronger the encountered monsters would be. The creature faced by Wolf Warrior 009 was a tier above those he had encountered, possessing special attack abilities. The long-bearded cockroach, the large green-headed fly, and the black-striped snake, akin to monsters enhanced by their distinctive traits, suggest that their strengths are comparable to those of the Dragon of the Waves. Conversely, The gray mice and the white-headed creatures encountered by the youths represent the weakest adversaries. Possessing negligible offensive capabilities, one would only perish at the hands of these monsters due to sheer misfortune. The invincible Black Whirlwind shared his speculations in the group chat. The energetic young Lady Gwada gang expressed her dismay. "So, I am this weak?" The Chinese culinary prodigy inquired. "With such heavy snowfall, are you still on the road?" The invincible Black Whirlwind replied, "We've halted. The battery drains too swiftly, making it arduous to proceed." The Chinese culinary prodigy suggested, "I too have stopped. Since I have time today, what shall we have for lunch? Let us gather for a meal, and perhaps the Whirlwind leader can take some photos to share with the group." The Dragon of the Waves interjected, "Does anyone have any alcohol? I've been abstaining." Chisu suddenly had an idea and said, "Old White Dragon, can you drink?" The Dragon of the Waves responded, "Of course. I have rarely encountered anyone who can outdrink me. I assure you, this is no boast. Prior to the game, I would consume at least a pound daily. My modest degree from second-rate university is why I could earn a monthly salary of 30,000, thanks to accompanying my boss for drinks every day. Since entering the game, however, I've been deprived of both cigarettes and alcohol, leaving me as restless as a cat on a hot tin roof." Chisu continued, "There is a location called the Tavern, which offers a challenge to drink against a monkey. I am uncertain of the monkey's capacity, but should you manage to outdrink it, surely good fortune will follow." The Dragon of the Waves exclaimed, "No way. There is such a delightful opportunity, and it's free?" The invincible Black Whirlwind clarified, "Participation in the contest requires 2 survival coins." The Dragon of the Waves declared, "That's worthwhile. Even if I don't win, I can certainly drink my way back to those 2 survival coins. I just wonder when I might encounter this location." The invincible Black Whirlwind replied, "I possess a card that allows me to choose any location." The Dragon of the Waves exclaimed, "Brother, uncle, boss, just tell me what you desire. I would risk my life to procure it for you." Chisu chuckled, finding it rare to witness the Dragon of the Waves so animated. The invincible Black Whirlwind then disclosed, "I have heard a rumor that the tavern yields energy stones, and I am in need of those." Chisu had never visited the tavern, and this information was merely hearsay, leaving its accuracy uncertain. The chief beautiful officer suddenly transmitted an energy stone. "Is this what you seek?" I opened it from my first golden supply box, yet remained oblivious to its purpose. Startled, Chisu realized, what a revelation. One seldom knows until they inquire. It seemed everyone had opportunities aplenty. Chisu accepted the stone and asked, "What do you require?" "My inventory is quite comprehensive." The chief beautiful officer replied, "I desire a green fur ensemble." "Is that permissible?" The invincible Black Whirlwind affirmed, "Absolutely. Is there anything else you need?" The chief beautiful officer continued, "Do you have cotton clothing or snow boots?" Chisu sent the entirety of his thermal gear to the chief beautiful officer. The retired magical young man remarked, "Are you that averse to the cold? I feel quite warm in this green fur ensemble. I suppose I'll only need a hot water bottle when it's time to sleep." Chief Beauty Officer, allow me to share some delightful news. I have found my partner. Previously, I had a warm outfit that I gifted to her. Chisu was astonished. What a serendipitous encounter. In the entirety of the Huagua district, there are 999 major regions, each containing numerous subdivisions, the precise number of which remains unknown to Chisu. Old White Dragon of the Waves, are you certain you are not mistaken? Do not let yourself be deceived. Chief Beauty Officer, I am not mistaken. We spoke via voice chat. Retired magical young man, congratulations. So you are indeed male? What a peculiar name you have chosen. The fact that you two managed to cross paths is truly fate. Chief Beauty Officer, indeed, I utilized her Douyin username, and she used mine. However, we had previously overlooked this detail until just now. Invincible Black Tornado, congratulations. Chinese little chef, this is splendid news. After I finish preparing a delicious meal at noon, I shall set aside an extra portion for you. Chief Beauty Officer, how wonderful. I shall compensate you with other resources. Since we recognized each other, I have not savored your culinary creations for ages. I'm craving them. Chisu meticulously scrutinized the player list once more, yet found no familiar faces. He had no relatives or family. After his parents passed away, he gradually lost touch with his grandmother's side of the family. Having not seen them for several years, even before participating in the game. The only individuals he yearned to see were his former employer from his work-study days, who had significantly supported him during his education, and a few of his university roommates. However, the probability of encountering them was exceedingly slim. During his previous 4 years of gameplay, he had not encountered any of them. Thus, he quickly dismissed the thought. Chinese little chef sent Chi-Su a private message. Boss, can I gift the green-haired outfit I received from the red envelope yesterday? Sly grin, invincible black tornado. Of course. Have you found someone you know? Chinese little chef. Not really, but do you recall the customer you introduced me to, the one with the golden bell shield and ironclaw shirt? We get along quite well. He sent me an automatic defense item, and I wish to reciprocate. Chi-Su remembered the individual who possessed the bulletproof outfit. He had enjoyed trading with him as well. Invincible black tornado. No problem at all. What you want is yours. No need to consult me. Chinese little chef. Okay. By the way, he also has energy stones. Chi-Su's eyes brightened. Excellent. I shall inquire about it. As soon as Chi-Su opened the chat with the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt, the individual sent the energy stones. This is for you. Could you add me to your small group? Without hesitation, Chi-Su added the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt to the group. He then stated, joining the group is no issue. We simply chat, exchange resources or information. I indeed require your energy stones. Do you have anything you desire in return? Golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt. I have a hearty appetite. Just a bit of food will suffice. Chi-Su sent a family bucket and a pizza. The family bucket had just one portion left, which seemed rather impractical to occupy a slot. In comparison, Chi-Su's appetite had already been sated, rendering him indifferent to such fare. Just in time, the tomatoes had ripened. Chi-Su selected 5 large ones, though they served no particular purpose. Vegetables and fruits were quite precious at present, and these tomatoes appeared delectable. The energy from the green crystal had not yet been depleted, and it would mature again by tomorrow, alleviating any concerns of scarcity. Using such trivial items to exchange for a valuable energy stone left Chi-Su feeling somewhat guilty, especially since everyone in the group was considered a potential long-term companion. Thus, he decided to supplement his exchange with 2 hemostatic bandages. In recent days, the medicinal cauldron had been tirelessly at work, producing numerous types of potions. Upon receiving the hemostatic bandages, Jin Zhong Zhao Tai Bushan immediately wrapped one around his thigh, initially believing that such treasures would not be readily exchanged. The invincible black whirlwind was indeed a generous person. Suddenly, it dawned on Chi-Su that trading with the invincible black whirlwind might be a wiser choice. While the culinary skills of the Chinese little chef were delightful, the portions were modest, leaving one hungry if the wait was prolonged. The invincible black whirlwind had a more abundant supply. Glancing at the new group chat, Chi-Su hesitated, unsure of what to say amidst the 7 other members. Energetic young Girlwood gang exclaimed, "Wow, we have new friends joining. Welcome, welcome, let us celebrate." Chief Beauty Officer chimed in, "Welcome. Finally, we have new friends. Newcomers, please share your photos." The Chief Beauty Officer was merely joking, a habit formed during the survival game, aiming to liven up the chat. Such playful banter was common in the chat room. However, to everyone's surprise, Jin Zhong Zhao Tai Bushan actually shared a photo. It was a perfectly standard frontal shot of a seemingly upright bald man, a slight smile playing on his lips, though he appeared somewhat tense. Chief Beauty Officer exclaimed, "Oh my, I'm so sorry. My words were too careless. I didn't mean to imply anything about your baldness, and I realize we have a no photo sharing rule. I apologize. Would you like me to retract my comment?" The Chief Beauty Officer, feeling increasingly awkward, nearly tripped over his own shoes, ultimately deciding to share his own photo to take responsibility for the mishap. There was no other option. One must own up to their mistakes. The Chief Beauty Officer was a young lad, albeit appearing slightly awkward in his smile. Jin Zhong Zhao Tai Bushan replied, "No worries, it's already done. And there are only a few of us in the group." Retired Magic Boy remarked, "Chief Beauty Officer, your mouth." To which the Chief Beauty Officer responded, "Haha, my bad. As an apology, I'll send you a portion of the barbecue jerky that the little chef made." Jin Zhong Zhao Tai Bushan accepted the offering but returned with a bulletproof thermal suit. He was not upset, recognizing that it was his own misunderstanding. having taken the jest to heart. Is anyone interested in the bulletproof thermal suit? I have the blueprints and the crafting station. I'll make them for everyone for free. No processing fees. Let us trade resources together in the future. Except for Chi Su and the Chinese little chef. Everyone else eagerly engaged in conversation with Jin Zhong, Zhao Taibu Shan. Chi Su held 2 energy stones in his hands, scrutinizing them intently. These peculiar objects were entirely black, exuding a palpable sense of quality and weight. Merely grasping them allowed him to perceive the energy they emanated. Chi Su conducted a brief search of his current inventory, contemplating which item would be most advantageous to replicate. The enhancement capsules for attributes seemed most suitable, yet he found himself devoid of them at the moment. The most enticing option, however, was the Station S autonomous selection card. Without hesitation, he thought that replicating such an item could lead to unimaginable wealth. Treasure hunting in the junkyard could become a daily affair. However, when he attempted to deposit the stones into the box, his expression turned to one of utter disbelief. Please deposit 3,758 energy stones. Jesus my wheelie. Realizing that he had indeed been overly naive. The reason why the reckless gang did not replicate other valuable items, opting instead for warm water bottles, was now evident. He then tried to replicate vehicle upgrade fragments, only to discover they required 369 energy stones. It appeared that only mundane items devoid of special effects like cups, boiled water, compressed biscuits, or bread could be replicated for a mere single energy stone. In stark contrast, even unupgraded weapons demanded 8 energy stones, while warm water bottles required 2. To procure slightly more appetizing food items, one would need between 3 to 6 energy stones, and a complete meal prepared by Fat Brother could demand 7 or 8. After thoroughly exploring his options, Chi Su resigned himself to the reality that these 2 energy stones, hard-earned, were not worth expending on trivial items at this juncture. He decided to wait and observe what calamity the next 10 days would bring before determining what to replicate. Meanwhile, the boisterous old white dragon surged forward into the storm. Driven by the allure of the autonomous selection card, he braved the blizzard, making it through the intersection just as the light turned green, his excitement palpable as he rushed straight to the liquor monkey. "Hey, brother, I'm here to challenge you to a drinking contest." The liquor monkey was taken aback. Chi Su had never anticipated old white dragon's audacity to charge into such a fierce blizzard. The chat hall was lively, as with vehicles rendered immobile. Humans, being social creatures, found solace in camaraderie, sharing grievances to alleviate their pent-up frustration. Chi Su glanced at the sales of warm water bottles and small suns. The sales of warm water bottles were particularly robust, given their affordability. Over 800 had been sold, and with previous giveaways, the stock was nearly depleted. Chi Su decided to withdraw the transaction, retaining a few warm water bottles for himself, anticipating future weather that might necessitate their use. The small sun, with its blueprints and ample materials, would remain listed for sale, yielding whatever profit it could. Although the blizzard had begun to wane, the day remained electrically taxing, prompting Chi Su to delay his departure until after lunch. Yesterday's tomato harvest yielded a total of 28 fruits. Chi Su washed one and tasted it. It was indeed a bit icy, yet with the red crystal stone heating the vehicle, he found himself perspiring slightly on his back. A cool, refreshing tomato, consumed, alleviated the heat within me, and so I prepared a few more, requesting a sprinkle of sugar from the esteemed chef, which transformed the flavor instantaneously. I shared freshly picked, succulent tomatoes with several members of the group. The chef remarked, "Awesome. These ingredients are fresh. Do you have any more? I'd love some for a tomato gnocchi soup tonight." I reserved 3 for myself and generously sent the rest to the chef. Quality ingredients can only reach their pinnacle when handled by a skilled chef. For lunch, the chef prepared sauerkraut roasted meat, featuring grilled beef ribeye paired with Northeast pickled cabbage. With the first bite, the flavors danced on my palate. The meat was fragrant and rich in texture, complemented perfectly by the tangy cabbage and chilled tomatoes, making for a delightful experience. I found it even more delectable than the honey-glazed roasted meat the chef had made previously. I captured the moment with a photograph and shared it in the chat room. momentarily captivating everyone's attention for 10 seconds. A comment from a cake shop owner read, "Suddenly, my instant noodles seem rather lackluster." Player 1230 chimed in, "Yesterday, it was hot pot. Today, it's roasted meat. I can't help but think, before I found my footing, I never enjoyed such lavish meals." Another remarked, "Boss, your photo radiates deliciousness from the screen." A player humorously added, "Am I the only one fixated on that plate of tomatoes? I feel like I haven't had vegetables in a year. The dry vegetable packets and instant noodles don't count." Player 0701 echoed, "Same here. I can't even manage a proper visit to the restroom." My interest in the chat room waned as I fixated on my newly acquired bragging points. Initially, they surged swiftly, but the pace soon decelerated. Compared to yesterday's hot pot extravagance, this was hardly comparable. With just over 2,000 points, reaching 3,000 seemed a challenge. It was inevitable that the first attempt would yield the best results, but it was better than nothing. Glancing outside the car window, I noticed the snow continue to fall, likely accumulating to half the height of the tires. Navigating tomorrow could prove even more arduous. Having satisfied my hunger, I resolved to stretch my legs. I exchanged 2 warm water bottles for a sturdy shovel in the trading space, then stepped out to begin shoveling snow. The snow was currently manageable. As the blizzard had yet to intensify, the snow on the ground remained relatively loose. If it persisted through the night, it would likely turn into ice beneath. Anyone with a snowplow would be fortunate at this moment. My strength had significantly increased, and wielding the shovel felt effortless. Before long, I was warmed through, a light sheen of perspiration forming on my brow. Dressed in a singular green fleece outfit, I was comfortably attired for the task at hand. Having cleared nearly 50 meters, I turned to find that the snow continued to fall, quickly layering back over my efforts. Glancing back, I felt a sense of achievement. To avoid wasting the path I had cleared, I decided to drive 50 meters for every 50 meters I shoveled. The treasure chest by the roadside had been completely blanketed by snow, yet a faint glimmer could still be discerned. Chisu, undeterred by the hassle or the meagerness of the find, brandished his shovel and approached the chest. By the afternoon, his efforts bore fruit. He had unearthed a golden supply box and 2 bronze ones. However, Chisu was quite fatigued. He felt no chill, yet his hands were as cold as ice pops. During a brief respite, he glanced at the chat hall to see if there were any new developments. To his surprise, he noticed someone had mentioned him. Luck Incarnate. Invincible Black Tornado. Come join the conversation. Today is so delightful. It's rare not to worry about searching for boxes, especially with such heavy rain and snow making movement difficult. Unlucky one, indeed. Today is splendid. With a green-haired outfit, I feel warm, and I needn't fret about finding boxes. The esteemed figure remained aloof, refraining from speaking, yet everyone could sense the warmth emanating from him. Chisu snapped a photo of his journey thus far and sent it to the chat hall. Invincible Black Tornado. Mainly, I couldn't check the screen this afternoon. The snowfall was too heavy. I was shoveling snow while trying to move forward, covering only 3 or 4 kilometers in total, but the rewards were quite satisfactory. Chisu then shared a photo of the 3 supply boxes he had discovered that afternoon. Instantly, the chat hall, which had the potential to burst forth with hundreds of messages in a second, fell silent. He then noticed that his bragging rights were skyrocketing at an extraordinary pace, even accelerating further. With a twinkle in his eye, Chisu seized the opportunity to stoke the flames in the group chat. Invincible Black Tornado. I've noticed that despite the heavy rain and snow, there are quite a number of boxes, and their quality is decent, though my hands are freezing. After a whole day of work, my hands are numb and devoid of feeling. Indeed, the rate at which his bragging rights surged increased even more. Energetic girl Woody Gang, oh my gosh, I slept all afternoon. Seeing this message now makes me want to slap myself. Luck Incarnate. I finally understand why Tornado always tops the leaderboard. With such determination, success is inevitable. Dreaming of blossoms. I feel the same. With so many supplies and such hard work, I, who barely know where my next meal will come from, deserve to starve. Player 1012. I'm logging off. I need to go shovel snow. Chisu offered a gentle reminder. Invincible Black Tornado. Everyone, remember to wrap your hands. Mine are frostbitten. Unlucky one. Woe is me. I feel utterly useless. I must go shovel snow too. With so few supplies, what is the point of chatting? Chi Su watched in astonishment as his bragging rights reached 26,000. A considerable increase compared to the last time he indulged in hot pot. Truly a delightful surprise. Indeed, one need not fear a rival's diligence, excellence, or strength. Rather, it is the combination of all three that is truly formidable. Satisfied, Chi Su thought to himself that they all must strive to grow stronger. Otherwise, in the future, they might find themselves unable to trade with anyone. The formidable Black Whirlwind possesses a plethora of resources, consistently regarded as the most powerful figure in the district. While others pause to rest and engage in conversation, he silently ventured out to clear the snow, relentlessly pursuing the resource boxes at any cost. This act garnered far more astonishment than indulging in a lavish meal. Congratulations to the player for surpassing 10,000 in bragging points. Title upgraded. From the little braggart to the grand braggart. Upon donning the upgraded title, bragging points can be stored, allowing exchanges for diamond resource boxes, obsidian resource boxes, and radiant resource boxes at milestones of 50, 000, 100, 000, and 400, 000 points respectively. Chi Su inhaled sharply. He had only acquired an obsidian resource box once in the previous game, and the radiant resource box was a rare mention. Now, the opportunity to exchange for a special resource box devoid of any monsters had arisen. Chi Su promptly resolved to wait. Currently, he possessed over 31,000 bragging points and decided to exchange for either the obsidian or radiant resource box once his points reached 400,000. Today was indeed a fortuitous yet anxious day. He had a universal copy-paste box, but lacked energy stones, rendering him unable to replicate valuable items. Despite having ample bragging points, the title upgrade deterred him from exchanging for ordinary resource boxes, thus he chose to wait. Just as anxiety began to mount, the formidable old white dragon messaged Chi Su privately. Without uttering a word, he sent over 10 energy stones and 10 bottles of plum wine. The formidable Black Whirlwind inquired, "What is the situation? How did you acquire so many energy stones?" After a lengthy wait for a response, Chi Su decided to examine the plum wine he received. Plum wine, produced by the Monster Tavern, personally brewed by the Wine Monkey. Unlike the ordinary beverages sold at the tavern, each bottle consumed increases agility by 3 points, effective up to a maximum of 10 bottles. Without hesitation, Chi Su twisted off the cap and down a bottle, as he had no intention of continuing to drive shortly. The flavor was subtle, with a delicate fragrance of plum, and upon tasting it, he felt warmth enveloping him. The taste was delightful. However, after finishing one bottle, Chi Su felt slightly tipsy, a state attributed to his infrequent drinking. Even without the agility boost, this plum wine was indeed a delightful find. Chi Su placed it into the universal copy-paste box. Excellent. He had completely given up hope. Initially, he had contemplated attempting to replicate the three-dimensional attribute enhancement pills, but that notion had vanished entirely. To successfully replicate a single bottle of plum wine required 325 energy stones, and the thought of the three-dimensional enhancement pills was utterly inconceivable. Chi Su had been somewhat concerned about old white dragon's sudden silence. But upon noticing his icon still lit up at 9 p.m., he felt reassured, perhaps due to the wine consumed before sleep. Chi Su enjoyed an exceptionally deep slumber, awakening the next morning with a refreshing sense of relief from fatigue. After refreshing himself, he savored a coconut bread roll and drank a carton of pure milk, only to finally notice old white dragon's reply. "Yesterday, I engaged in a drinking contest with that notorious drinker, and I nearly succumbed. He truly has an extraordinary capacity for alcohol. I almost perished right there. I intended to send you a message upon returning to my vehicle, but before I could finish, I fell into a deep slumber." Chi Su slightly curled her lip, expressing concern over the reckless drinking, deeming it unnecessary. Langley Layabailing replied, "That cannot be helped. It was a rare opportunity for me to drink freely without charge. If I were to squander it, it would be more painful than losing my life. The wine is genuinely delightful, and it even granted me an additional 5 points of strength, though regrettably, it is not for sale." I merely purchased 30 bottles of plum wine, which lacks potency and is rather dull, though it does enhance agility, albeit only for the first 10 bottles. Gisu Vimak? Your gains are commendable. I shall accept both the wine and the energy stones. Do you require anything? Langun? No. The benefits I acquired far exceed your expectations. I even received a work permit and secured a position as a drinking contest master at the tavern. Chisu was taken aback. I have heard of bartenders, but never of a drinking contest master. Langley Leabailing chuckled and sent a voice message, his voice hoarse, as if caught in a chain. That drinker has been promoted to manager, and I have taken over his duties. I need not remain in the tavern constantly. But if someone wishes to engage in a drinking contest, I must attend. Additionally, I receive a salary and commission each month. Most importantly, I can choose to teleport to the tavern at any time. Though that drinker warned me that teleportation before 6 o'clock and after 9 o'clock in the evening may entail dangers. Woody Haixuanfing chimed in. Indeed, during those hours, all monsters can attack players at will. If you stray more than 8 meters from your vehicle, you will no longer be protected by the rules. Langley Leabailing responded. All right, I shall procure some different wines for you all when the opportunity arises. Chisu transferred 50 survival coins, requesting that any useful items be brought back for her. Langley Leabailing exclaimed, such a bounty of survival coins. Woody Haixuanfing replied, because I have secured a job as well, he added proudly. Langley Lao Bai Long Lao Kit. I suspected as much. It must be related to wholesale supplies. The Chinese culinary master must also have a job. I cannot comprehend it before, but is all clear now. Woody Haixuanfing did not confirm or deny, instead sending several thumbs-up emojis. At 6 o'clock in the morning, all players receive an announcement. Due to adverse weather conditions, today's prescribed mileage has changed. We wish everyone safety during this cold period. Chi Su glanced at the screen. The previous days had mandated a daily mileage of 70 kilometers, but today it was reduced to 20 kilometers. However, Chisu suddenly recalled an important fact. Players who failed to meet the mileage would face erasure. This was common knowledge, yet only today. Players who exceed the mileage would receive rewards. The farther they traveled, the greater the rewards. Chisu stated in their small group, let us set aside all other matters today and focus on achieving our mileage. The Chinese culinary master replied, today I wish to make dumplings. Woody Haixuanfing urged, dumplings can wait until the evening. Prioritize the mileage. The Chinese culinary master acquiesced. Understood, I shall exert myself for this plump life of mine. Wolf Warrior 009 confirmed. Received. I shall disembark to clear the snow now. In the swirling depths of the tumultuous sea, Old White Dragon announced. I shall first wash my face with snow to shake off the effects of the alcohol. He then remarked, I've just noticed a new member in our group. Welcome, brothers. Let us each raise a bottle. Old White Dragon sent a gift to each member of the group. Will you accept? Everyone eagerly accepted, although Golden Bell and Iron Shirt hesitated, feeling as though they were taking advantage, yet ultimately decided to accept the gift, reciprocating with a bulletproof thermal outfit for Old White Dragon. Thank you, brother. I won't stand on ceremony. This thermal outfit provides ample security. A sip of liquor, followed by a scoop of snow, what a delight. Time to get out and shovel. Chisu returned to the driver's seat and assessed the situation. A fresh layer of snow had blanketed the ground, yet fortunately, it had not reached the wheels of the vehicle. With a simple stretch, Chisu seized the shovel and leapt from the car. Without shoveling some of the snow, the vehicle simply could not move. The night's chill had solidified the snow, making it nearly impossible to break through with the shovel. Undeterred, Chisu extracted a pink chainsaw, aimed it at the ground, and dashed forward, spraying ice and snow in all directions. He made several trips back and forth, and upon returning to shovel the snow, the task became significantly easier. Chisu also went to the crafting table and dismantled a piece of iron, transforming it into 4 large metal sheets, which he securely fastened to the end of a long pole, thus creating a makeshift snow pusher. With newfound strength and ample rest, he tirelessly worked without feeling fatigued, reveling in the sheer joy of the labor. Each scoop of snow was exhilarating, free from the worry of monster ambushes. As the morning wore on, Chisu did not rest for a single minute, and through his diligent efforts, his strength had increased by 2 points. Yet, Upon checking the mileage, Chi-Su felt a wave of despair wash over him. After all that exertion, having not rested for even a moment, he had only traversed 19 kilometers. Certain stretches of road were treacherously icy. Chi-Su simply brushed aside the loose snow and drove over, though the garbage truck's capabilities were limited. In the most extreme conditions, he had no choice but to disembark and shovel. Even so, having covered just 19 kilometers felt disheartening. Opening the chat room, Chi-Su observed the vibrant enthusiasm of his companions. Regardless of the distance traveled, even with slow progress, they cheered each other on. Some were faring better, with vehicles well suited to the harsh terrain, having already covered 30 to 40 kilometers in the morning. Chi-Su felt a tinge of embarrassment. He had only sought to showcase his prowess, yet inadvertently attracted formidable competitors. What could he do? He rolled up his sleeves and resolved to press on. Chi-Su possessed no obsession with dominating the leaderboard. His sole desire was to survive a little longer, just a bit longer. One wonders if an opportunity might arise to witness the terminus of this highway. After all, it is merely a ranking, not something of great significance. However, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Chi-Su was unexpectedly greeted by the melodious announcement of the light screen. The conditions for upgrading to a level 4 vehicle have been met. Would you like to initiate the upgrade now? The process will take 20 minutes. Chi-Su was taken aback. Had he achieved it? What were the upgrade conditions? He recalled that just yesterday, he was still short by several fragments for the vehicle upgrade. A glance at the system's light screen revealed that the green-haired ensemble had sold remarkably well today. Xiao, as a salaried advanced AI assistant, had been diligently working, meticulously analyzing various dimensions to filter out items beneficial to Chi-Su, ensuring no losses and genuine necessity before confirming transactions. Consequently, Xiao not only managed the sale of the Little Sun, but also took over the sales of cotton clothing and the green-haired ensemble. It was at this moment that Chi-Su realized he had amassed 103 fragments for the vehicle upgrade. The requirements for upgrading to a level 4 vehicle were as follows. Iron, 188,423. Glass, 188,538. Battery, 88,123. Rubber, 88,485. Wire, 88,221. Copper, 6678. Silver, 3354. Gold, 2232. Energy stone, 812. The conditions for upgrading to a level 4 vehicle have been fulfilled. Would you like to begin the upgrade? Without further hesitation, Chi-Su promptly initiated the upgrade. During the midday rush, Chi-Su hastily consumed a few rice balls accompanied by plum wine. Having been hungry for some time, he seized the opportunity to have a meal. Eating something spicy on a chilly day was a delight. Chi-Su prepared a pot of hanging noodles and then took out a serving of spicy stir-fried meat. Once he retrieved the noodles and drained them, he mixed in the stir-fried meat, giving it a gentle stir. Spicy stir-fried meat mixed with noodles. Chi-Su envisioned a delightful culinary creation, yet the flavor seemed somewhat off. Fortunately, the expertise of the Chinese culinary master ensured that it was not entirely unpalatable. Chi-Su even took a chemical snapshot and sent it to the culinary master, inquiring why his mixed noodles tasted so peculiar. The culinary master replied, "It's difficult to articulate, but this may relate to talent. Whenever food is before me, a vision of how to prepare it more deliciously automatically forms in my mind." The invincible black whirlwind responded, "I understand. Perhaps I lack the gift for cooking." The culinary master added, "You're likely at the stage where the food is edible, yet not necessarily well prepared." Chi-Su had never considered himself incapable in the kitchen. While many contemporary young people resorted to takeout daily, Chi-Su preferred to cook for himself, albeit simply, boiling noodles, steaming rice, and stir-frying vegetables. Occasionally, when in the mood, he would prepare a filling for dumplings or buns, and they seemed to turn out quite well. Having never received formal instruction, Chi-Su had learned through trial and error, leading him to believe he possessed some talent. Today, however, he came to realize that the distinction between merely edible and truly delicious was indeed stark. In the realm of culinary delights, the young master of Chinese cuisine exclaimed, "Do not dwell on it any longer. This evening I shall prepare something delectable for you. Today, I have fresh crayfish, and if you desire a dish of mixed noodles, I can concoct a spicy crayfish noodle dish for you tonight." Chi-Su could not help but swallow in anticipation. It sounded absolutely delightful. Congratulations to player Chisu for successfully upgrading their vehicle. Congratulations to player Invincible Black Whirlwind for being the first in the entire server to upgrade to a level 4 vehicle. Would you like to announce this to the entire server? If you choose to do so, you will receive a precious item. This opportunity is singular, so please choose wisely. Chisu found himself with little hesitation. Announce it. In an instant, the minds of all players participating in the public survival event resonated with the announcement of Invincible Black Whirlwind's successful upgrade to a level 4 vehicle. Congratulations to player Invincible Black Whirlwind from the 666th district of Huagua's 88th region for achieving the accomplishment of being the first in the entire server to upgrade to a level 4 vehicle. We hope all players strive hard to keep pace with the leading tier. Elimination will be imminent. Our survival game is exceedingly fierce. Why is it yet another player from Huagua? Why is it still that Huagua player? Whirlwind, I long for the day we may meet. Damn, just 5 minutes late. Cursed Huagua monkeys. One day, I shall bring you to your end. In the DIY vehicle chat hall, player 1214 remarked, Aren't we all shoveling snow? How did that master upgrade again? Starry Eyes replied, I do not understand. It has scarcely been long since the upgrade to level 3. How can they ascend to level 4 so swiftly, and moreover, be the first in the entire server? Unlucky player commented, Haha, that master is phenomenal. A swimming and fitness coach named Chun expressed, Indeed, it is impressive. To reach a level 4 vehicle requires 100 vehicle upgrade fragments. I felt as though the sky was falling. Yet the master has achieved it. Splendid, splendid. Now I feel motivated as well. Player 1007 interjected, Oh? The one above is rank 2. This is the first time I've heard you speak. A swimming and fitness coach named Chun responded. It turns out I've been selling too many classes, constantly seeking out people to promote my lessons. Now, I finally do not have to engage in this tedious work, which is why I have been reluctant to speak. Player 1229 chuckled, Haha, I see. The Master S upgrade is a wonderful thing. Such a diligent and kind master. I hope they remain the first in the entire server. Lucky player echoed, Indeed. Always the first. Ha ha. Our pride from the 666th district. Illumination spread across the world side. Ah, I hope you all learn to avoid empathizing with capitalists. The fragments and materials required for their upgrades are all extracted from you. Lucky player retorted, Fool above, the witnessing is complete. Unlucky player concurred. Blue flower urged, Let's not quarrel, for these are joyful days. At that moment, Chisu was engrossed in the server announcement rewards, truly lacking the leisure to engage with those who spoke with such sarcasm. Congratulations to the player Chisu for receiving the following rewards. 200 survival coins, DIY vehicle design, a Heart of the Strong 1, weapon enhancement cards 2, energy stones 30, an advanced backpack expansion card 1, fire element red crystals 5, plant green crystals 5, ice element blue crystals 5, a large group chat card 1, and a random item duplication card 1. Upon gazing at this plethora of rewards, Chisu could only describe his emotions as a blooming heart, overwhelmed with joy. Time was of the essence, and eager to continue his journey, he hastily set to work, first utilizing the random item duplication card to replicate the Heart of the Strong, simultaneously activating 2 Hearts of the Strong. His three-dimensional attributes surged by an impressive 10 points. Chisu suddenly collapsed to the ground, feeling as if his entire body had been shattered and reassembled, the pain rendering him breathless. Even the slightest movement proved arduous, and in the frigid temperature, he was drenched in sweat. Regret washed over Chisu as he lamented his decision to use them all at once, recalling that his previous experience had not been nearly as excruciating. This agonizing sensation lingered for nearly 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. After waiting a while, he finally sensed a slight restoration of his strength, though standing remained a challenge. His legs felt weak, and even the slightest movement of his head sent waves of discomfort throughout his body. Fearing that someone might use a positioning card on him, Chisu mustered all his strength to hastily board his vehicle. If anyone were to approach now, even with attributes lower by 20 or 30 points, they would likely still pose a threat. Feeling utterly drained, he exerted himself to climb into the driver's seat. To his surprise, The vehicle's appearance showed no signs of alteration. But upon opening the DIY vehicle design card, he understood the reason. It turned out that all upgrade directions and even the size of the vehicle could be adjusted at will. Chisu opted for a garbage truck design, firmly resolved to pursue the garbage route since discovering the significance of work permits in the survival game. Thus, a garbage truck seemed most fitting. The overall structure remained a combination of the driver's cabin and the cargo area, but Chisu expanded the cargo area to its maximum selectable size. This adjustment would enhance his quality of life, providing a spacious area to move around in while confined within the vehicle. The current dimensions of the cargo area were 8 meters in length, 3 meters in width, and 4 meters in height. Although the proportions appeared somewhat peculiar, they were more suitable for accommodating furniture. With limited time to continue on his journey, Chisu did not rush to arrange specific furniture placements. However, items he had previously acquired, such as a sofa, bed, small cabinet, water storage barrel, folding bathroom, and toilet, could all be positioned accordingly, boasting fixed attributes when stationary. For the wheels, Chisu selected multi-functional obstacle wheels, which were notably larger than the previous ones, boasting a diameter of 5 meters. While this would affect the maximum speed on flat terrain, it would ensure smoother travel over obstacle-laden surfaces, especially in the current icy and snowy conditions. With the vehicle upgraded to level 4, it came equipped with an automatic enhancement. The glass has been completely upgraded to bulletproof glass, and the bullet that was once embedded in the lower right corner of the windshield has vanished entirely. Chisu is quite pleased with this change. Although it did not affect functionality, its mere presence was distasteful. Furthermore, a basic vehicle repair card has been saved. In addition to this, every inch of the vehicle's exterior has become more robust and stable. The previously flimsy metal surrounding the cargo area, as thin as paper, is now impervious, and a gentle tap reveals its reliable thickness. The comfort of the driver's seat has reached new heights, transforming into an ergonomically designed seat scientifically tailored for human anatomy, significantly alleviating fatigue from prolonged sitting. Additionally, it is equipped with an automatic massager for both the lower back and neck. The front passenger seat has been ingeniously converted into a hidden compartment, which can be adjusted when needed and remains concealed beneath the vehicle, thus creating a spacious corridor for easy access from the driver's cabin to the cargo area. An invisible door has also been added at the connection point, lending an air of sophistication to the overall design. Chisu adjusted his seat to the center position of the driver's cabin. Since the vehicle drives autonomously, there is no necessity to choose the right-hand side. To his left is a suspended small table compartment, designed to hold frequently used items, with space beneath it for his legs. This arrangement allows for effortless dining or resting his arms, as there would otherwise be no comfortable place for his legs, making any movement quite uncomfortable. Moreover, this small table compartment is capable of rotating automatically. Once the autonomous driving system is installed, if he chooses not to drive, he can recline the seat and rotate the cargo area to engage in activities at the front. Thus, the left side has become a multifunctional storage area, while the right side serves as a corridor and doorway, perfectly independent of each other. After adjusting everything, Chisu felt the pain in his body subside, completely replaced by joy and excitement. A glance at the time revealed it was already 5 p.m. He pressed the accelerator once more and set off. He was ready to bid farewell to snow shoveling and ice scraping. The snow, piled high enough to reach his knees, posed no obstacle for the vehicle. In fact, he could easily increase his speed to 20, thus propelling forward. With renewed vigor, Chisu charged ahead, exhilarated, without pausing even for a moment. Even upon encountering a supply box by the roadside, he did not stop. He drove right up next to it, opened the door, leapt out to grab the supplies, and continued on his way. By 9 p.m., he checked the day's mileage on the display screen, 75 kilometers. A broad smile spread across his face. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the first-place reward should still be within his grasp. As everyone parked for a brief respite, they heard the announcement from the display screen. Initially, they presumed it was another momentous achievement by the formidable, invincible Black Whirlwind, as the announcements were predominantly triggered by his exploits, aside from notifications for instances and leaderboard updates. However, They were taken aback to discover that this time, the news pertained to all players. Congratulations to all players in the Huagua 88 District, Zone 666, for setting the highest average mileage for the day across the entire server, claiming the crown and collective honor, a testament to the efforts of each and every player. The survival game has prepared generous rewards for each player, encouraging everyone to persevere and achieve even greater accomplishments. Do you accept the reward? Yes, no. Chi-Su was taken aback. Is it really possible? The enthusiasm from last night was quite intense. Hastily, Chi-Su opened the chat lobby to see how far everyone had progressed collectively, as the entire server had achieved a remarkable milestone. It was only at this moment that Chi-Su recalled this event. However, in the previous life, this collective reward had been claimed by the players from the old Soviet Union. Hence, it did not leave a deep impression. Chi-Su promptly clicked to accept the reward. Congratulations! You have received a complete hot pot set, single serving, non-transferable, non-storable. If not consumed tonight, it will automatically vanish by morning. Player 1111, wow. The collective reward. Hot pot. I am also among the elite who received the server-wide reward. Old White Dragon of the Waves, 666. The division is impressive. Retired magical youngster. Amazing, amazing. Haha. Who was it that said they wanted to eat hot pot a couple of days ago? Here it is. Luck incarnate. Windstorm boss. Oh no, we truly cannot do without you. Player 1008. I was exhausted today. When I hit 20 kilometers, I thought about giving up, but when I checked the group, everyone was so competitive. I pushed through with all my might. Energetic girl pot. If the Windstorm boss is this dedicated, how can we dare to stop? Breaking the cocoon. Ah, finally, my child can also enjoy hot pot. Thank you, Windstorm boss. Chi-Su smiled at the last message. Invincible Black Windstorm. Why thank me? This is a collective reward earned through everyone's efforts. Breaking the cocoon. You don't understand. If it weren't for your inspiring act of shoveling snow yesterday, I would have given up after reaching 20 kilometers. I was so exhausted I felt like crying, but now that I've received this reward, I feel rejuvenated. Chi-Su sent a comforting gesture. Player 1219. Who says the boss is aloof? Our boss is kind-hearted and considerate, and even knows how to comfort others. I want to marry them. Old White Dragon of the Waves. Nonsense. You just want to live off someone else. Laughter erupted. Are you happy? The collective rewards have been claimed. Next, it's time to receive the individual rewards for the top ranks. The top 100 will each receive rewards, with those ranking higher receiving even more lavish prizes. Below is the list of the top 100. First place, Invincible Black Windstorm. Second place, Old White Dragon of the Waves. Third place, Battle Wolf 009. Fourth place, Coach Shun of Swimming and Fitness. Fifth place, Light Illuminating the World. Sixth place, Energetic Girl Pot. 16th place, Golden Bell Shield Iron Cloth. 19th place, Retired Magical Youngster. 46th place, Luck Incarnate. 99th place, Breaking the Cocoon. Player Invincible Black Windstorm. Do you wish to claim your reward? Yes. Congratulations. Player Invincible Black Windstorm has received Survival Coins 50, Vehicle Expansion Card 1, Basic Vehicle Repair Card 3, Vehicle Upgrade Fragments 10, Reward Snatching Card 1, Energy Stone 1, Extra Long Snow Boots, Washer-Dryer Combo. The rest is quite comprehensible, but the reward Snatching card left Chi-Su rather perplexed. Upon clicking to take a look, Chi-Su nearly burst into laughter. Reward Snatching card. Can snatch all rewards from any player in this event. Chi-Su. Use. Selecting light spreads across the world as the target. Fearing that light spreads across the world would utilize the rewards, Chi-Su opted to use it immediately. Light spreads across the world. Was utterly stunned. Just as the hot pot broth began to simmer, everything, pot and ingredients, vanished entirely. Glancing at the backpack, Chi-Su noted that the earlier rewards had also disappeared. He immediately roared, "Where are my belongings? What is going on? Where's my stuff?" Unfortunately, no one responded, and Chi-Su found amusement in the situation. The hot pot was nearly ready for him to enjoy. The selection of ingredients was not overly abundant, lacking the richness of the previous bounty he had received. Light spreads across the world ranked 5th. Although the rewards were not as substantial as those for the first place, they were still commendable. Survival Coins 10. Basic Vehicle Repair Card 1. Vehicle Upgrade Fragments 10, Fire Element Red Crystal 1, Energy Stone 1, and a Tactical Jacket Set 1. Chi-Su glanced at the group chat. Chief Beauty Officer. Am I the only one not on the leaderboard? How embarrassing. Chinese little chef. What's your situation? Leader Whirlwind mentioned it beforehand. You missed your opportunity. Old White Dragon of the Waves. Indeed, this is unexpected. Wolf Warriors 009. No worries, don't feel pressured, take your time. And speak up if you encounter any difficulties. Chief Beauty Officer. Sigh, I'm about to lose it. My girlfriend received a positioning card and came to find me yesterday. We hadn't seen each other in ages, so you understand. Then she took all my supplies, claiming she would provide me meals at designated times from now on. Old White Dragon of the Waves. Well, you brought this upon yourself. Energetic girl. Indeed. This time the rewards are quite impressive. Even the 6th place received an energy stone. Chief Beauty Officer. I feel helpless. I can't just ignore her. She's an only child and can't do anything. Before participating in this game, we lived together and I did most of the chores. After joining the game, I was already astonished that she managed to survive until now. In truth, the Chief Beauty Officer wanted to express that his girlfriend had heard about the Invincible Black Whirlwind S small group, where useful information was often shared, and Chinese little chef would frequently post delectable food items. She insisted on being added to the group. The Chief Beauty Officer was reluctant, and they had a huge argument yesterday. Unexpectedly, his girlfriend directly used a positioning card and came charging over. 67. Lost all affection. The Chief Beauty Officer's first remark was, "Have you lost your mind? You used such a precious positioning card just like that?" Just the other day, Leader Whirlwind was offering high prices but couldn't acquire one. Naturally, the Chief Beauty Officer's girlfriend exploded in anger. "You only care about your Whirlwind leader. Do I even matter to you?" Thus, they navigated through a chaotic morning. The Chief Beauty Officer only commenced his mileage challenge in the afternoon, culminating at 9 in the evening, having completed a mere 20 kilometers alongside his girlfriend. As for the leaderboard, it was a notion too far-fetched to entertain. The community had grown weary of engaging with the Chief Beauty Officer, rendering them somewhat speechless. Previously unnoticed, it now became apparent that both he and his girlfriend appeared to lack sound judgment. Chi-Su hesitated momentarily before expressing, "This is a survival game. The gameplay is not the focal point, but survival itself. Your current approach to the game with your girlfriend is precarious. I merely offer this caution once. Should the need for reminders arise again, it will be time to bid farewell." Despite the relatively cordial interactions with others, Chi-Su inherently harbored a strong sense of wariness, fearing any discomfort and disliking uncertainty. Insights gleaned about the Chief Beauty Officer and his girlfriend had soured Chi-Su's perception of him, for it is impossible to produce two distinct types of individuals from the same bed. Even amidst the present romantic entanglements, Chi-Su found foolishness to be more detestable than malice. The existence of this group was fundamentally a resource and convenience for its members. Chi-Su would not tolerate anyone undermining this balance, as it would be unfair to others. The Chief Beauty Officer, unfazed, chuckled and responded casually, all right, I understand." He initially intended to inquire of the Invincible Black Tornado about the possibility of adding his girlfriend to the group, considering there was but one spot remaining. However, he now felt too embarrassed to voice such a request, suspecting it would likely be met with refusal, for the tornado did not seem as accommodating as anticipated. In the chat hall, all players were exuberantly showcasing their rewards, having each received a complete hot pot meal set. They feasted and flaunted their prizes, reveling in the joy. Chi-Su, too, joined in the display, ever conscious of his need to maintain a high level of bragging rights. Thus, the image he shared was crafted with subtle cunning, clearly depicting 2 portions alongside a bottle of plum wine and chilled tomatoes. "My favorite junk food, 666. The tornado's bounty is evidently more abundant than ours," remarked the handsome man. "Of course, he is the first." Light of Tomorrow chimed in. "You've stolen my reward. Haven to you, Invincible Black Tornado. No wonder you have 2 portions. Can you return what belongs to me? I fail to understand your animosity towards me." Invincible Black Tornado replied, "What do you mean?" At this juncture, Chi-Su's participation was unnecessary, as the others collectively unleashed a barrage of retorts towards Light of Tomorrow, leaving him momentarily speechless. I've never encountered such shamelessness. What kind of dog are you? Snapping at everyone. Go get vaccinated if you haven't already, and stop emerging to disgust us daily, declared the European emperor. Could the players collectively vote to mute that light of tomorrow? This is beyond excessive, added the non-emperor. Agreed. Why is there no such feature? Responded the butterfly emerging from its cocoon. Light illuminates the world. You are nothing but a pack of sycophants, groveling for a mere red envelope, forsaking your dignity. My reward has vanished entirely. I placed fifth. All gone. Player 0618. What is the upper floor babbling about? I see nothing but a jumble of characters, utterly incomprehensible. Langley Lao by Long. This behavior is quite unbecoming. Dogs are charming creatures. As an ardent dog lover, I cannot bear to witness such insults directed at them. Breaking through the cocoon to become a butterfly. Indeed, what have the dogs done to deserve this? Light illuminates the world, gritting teeth, kicked and hammered in frustration within the vehicle. After a grueling day, there were no rewards, yet there was no recourse, until he accidentally toppled a golden supply crate, and monsters emerged. Only then did he awkwardly draw his weapon to retaliate. Ultimately, he narrowly survived after a critical, life-saving item shattered. Poisoned and injured, he exhausted all antidotes and bandages just to stay alive. However, the overwhelming despair evaporated upon glimpsing the contents of the golden supply crate. Invincible black whirlwind. Just you wait. Light illuminates the world was exhilarated, as if he had won the lottery, bustling with excitement. Before long, all players suddenly heard the district announcement once more. Greetings, players. A special dungeon has been successfully triggered and will commence tomorrow at 8 a.m. We encourage players to enthusiastically sign up. Player 1218. Goodness, the announcements today are plentiful. Langley Lao by Long. Another dungeon? Why is there no star rating introduced this time? Chi Su raised an eyebrow. A special dungeon it was until he announced at midnight, so it could either be a benevolent event or a devious design. Chi Su hesitated for quite some time over whether to register. If it were indeed a benevolent dungeon, someone would surely mention it. Such matters rarely go unacknowledged. Chi Su strolled through the chat hall, where everyone was discussing the special dungeon, yet few spoke of the benevolence aspect, with most believing this challenge was no different from previous ones. In the end, Chi Su decisively clicked no. The group chat chimed, with Langley Lao by Long speaking. Langley Lao by Long. Why do I find this dungeon peculiar? Not only was it not announced at midnight, but it also lacks a star rating. It's merely labeled as a special dungeon. How special could it be? Shall we sign up? Zhonghua Xiao Dongjia. Let us see what the leader decides. I don't want to register. If I do, I might not eat well for at least 2 meals. Vinzong Zahati Bushan Unkonjuv. But the rewards for the dungeon are rather appealing. Wouldn't it be a pity not to register? The retired, magical young man was bewildered. Is this truly about not eating well? Chi Su directly stated in the group, I will not register. Something feels amiss. Everyone else can analyze it for themselves. Zhonghua Xiao Dongjia. Then I won't register either. Langley Lao by Long. I won't sign up either. It feels strange. Vitality Girl Guoda Gang. All right. No registration. Jin Zhong Zhao Tai Bu Shan. Then I shall refrain from signing up as well. After a while, Chi Su glanced at the group chat. And aside from the chief beauty officer, everyone had expressed their reluctance to sign up. He contemplated forming another group, just as a large group chat card appeared. While the smaller groups had their merits, the lack of members was a concern. Chi Su needed to gradually gather more like-minded friends with whom he could engage in meaningful conversations. After establishing the new group, he invited players such as Lucky Player, Unlucky Player, Player 0618, Player 1219, and Coach Chun, the swimming fitness instructor. Chi Su did not frequent the chat hall often, and his acquaintances were relatively few. He merely invited those he remembered who had previously participated without issue and were somewhat skilled players. The core of the team Chi Su envisioned would undoubtedly reside within this small group, primarily aimed at expanding his social interactions. Given the opportunity to start anew and armed with the knowledge of the correct answers, Chi Su was determined to step beyond the confines of his comfort zone and diligently plan for the future. During this period, Chi Su genuinely felt the advantages of having trustworthy individuals around, as they could often provide significant convenience. For instance, he had entrusted the energetic girl, Guodi Gang, with selling water condensers for him. Although he now had Xiao, the passive AI could not rival the richness of human emotions, especially in nuanced communication. There was also the culinary talent, Zhonghua Zaidangjia, whose dishes were so delightful that Chi Su found it unbearable to go a day without them. Despite being able to find food in the supply box, it simply couldn't compare. Perhaps it was due to his improved circumstances that he had begun to be more particular and discerning. Nevertheless, this inner joy brought a sense of anticipation to his otherwise mundane survival journey. After completing the group setup, Chi Su had yet to speak when the chatterboxes began to lively engage spontaneously. Unlucky player. Am I in the eyes of a big shot? Or did I unintentionally end up in a little black room for a talk? Lucky player. Wow, I can actually create group chats. Big shots certainly have an abundance of resources. Coach Chun. Oh, there's even me? Breaking out of the cocoon. How delightful. So in the future, if we feel bored, want to chat, or wish to exchange resources, we can inquire here without those unpleasant individuals. Chi Su also sent a message. Invincible Black Whirlwind. I'll enable group chat permissions so everyone can invite their relatively normal friends, but please be discerning. Let's avoid those who seek to take advantage or have ulterior motives. Coach Chun, I completely agree. Having such a platform is wonderful. The chat hall is not suitable for someone of my age. If I want to pose a question, I can hardly see the answers without 5. 2 eyes. Breaking out of the cocoon? Exactly. That's why I'm not fond of speaking in the chat hall either. Gradually, 3 or 4 dozen more individuals joined the group. At this moment, Lucky Player inquired, Big shot. Have you signed up for tomorrow's dungeon? Unmatched Black Whirlwind. I haven't registered. It feels a bit off, somewhat uncertain. A Coach Chun from Swimming and Fitness. Indeed, I share that sentiment. The previous announcement, though rather obnoxious, at least indicated the star rating of the instance. Now, with silence prevailing, I hesitated to sign up. European Monarch. You startled me. I was just about to register, but now I shall refrain. Non-lucky player. If even the European Monarch is abstaining, then I too shall hold back. I'm quite conflicted. Traversing the path is exceedingly difficult at the moment. Breaking out of the cocoon, right? Accumulating more distance for rewards is equally viable. Unmatched Black Whirlwind. If we focus on the journey, it's likely that no rewards will remain by tomorrow. Now that everyone is aware, they will undoubtedly push forward with fervor. Given the nature of survival games, tomorrow will likely yield nothing. Breaking out of the cocoon, that might not be so bad. A little rest is warranted. I'm genuinely exhausted today. My arms feel too heavy to lift. Heavily seeking sanitary pads. A newcomer makes an appearance. Instant noodles without flavor pack. I too make an appearance. Chi Su noticed that there were 41 individuals in the group and felt that the number was sufficient. Thus, Chi Su locked the group. With so many, they would surely have ample time to interact. An excessive number would render it meaningless. Then, suddenly, the spirited girl Guodi Gang sent a private message. Boss Whirlwind, did you create another group? Look at that person in the chat lobby named Shovel Hits Twists. They are quite ostentatious. Chi Su scrolled up in the chat lobby for quite some time before discovering his remarks. Boss Whirlwind has added me to the group. I too am under the protection of a great figure. Naturally, the other players were curious, persistently inquiring about the details of the group chat, such as how many members there were, what conditions were required to join, and whether the group was full. This Shovel Hits Twists immediately urged everyone to add him as a friend, prompting a flurry of responses seeking approval. Chi Su sighed. With many participants, such issues are bound to arise. It is unavoidable. One needn't ponder it deeply. This individual was undoubtedly seeking to gather resources, hoping to profit while making empty promises of future inclusion. Chi Su tagged him directly in the chat lobby. Unmatched Black Whirlwind. I indeed created a group, primarily because I was the top in today's mileage and coincidentally received a group chat card as a reward, thus inviting some familiar faces. I also encouraged these individuals to invite players they had traded with and found agreeable. Currently, the avenue for joining the group is closed, and the aforementioned Shovel Hits Twist has no authority to add any players to the chat, and I have removed him. After all, this is a private chat, governed by my personal preferences. I am quite vocal about behaviors I find unappealing. Teddy Bear, I added him as a friend. He claimed 3 fragments of vehicle upgrade cards would grant a chance to queue. Look at me, I'll teach you a lesson. That scoundrel is truly despicable. A troublesome character daring to extort my vehicle upgrade card fragments. Is it easy for me to stockpile resources? Non-lucky player. That is exceedingly unscrupulous. Did you actually give in? Look at me. I'll teach you a lesson. I offered him nothing. I scolded him until he blocked me. Player 1046. Am I truly the only unfortunate soul here? Could we perhaps have another fool join me for some amusement? 45-degree person. All right, let us bring some joy to your heart. There S me as well. In truth, when I transferred those fragments to him, I suspected it might be a ruse, yet I thought, just what if luck were to smile upon me? Indeed, fate shows no mercy to the foolish. Baby bus. Ha! Both heart-wrenching and amusing. With you 2 big fools by my side, my sorrow has somewhat eased. Chisu observed that everyone understood the situation and ceased to converse in the chat room. Even the shovel-wielding noodle dared not utter a word, vanishing in a perfect display of timidity. Chisu added the players who had spoken earlier in the chat room to the group chat. It was quite interesting how swiftly they could adjust their spirits after being deceived. After all, emotional stability is a skill in itself. While sifting through the chat records, Chisu noticed an intriguing point. The luminary was fervently rallying everyone to sign up for a special dungeon, proclaiming abundant rewards, asserting that those who failed to register would fall behind the leading echelon. However, he may have overestimated his persuasive prowess while underestimating the stubbornness of contemporary individuals. Initially, there were indeed many willing to sign up, but his incessant urging only led to diminished interest, culminating in outright criticism of him. Now, discussions had shifted to the Whirlwind Lord's establishment of the group chat, leaving the special dungeon topic abandoned. The luminary's enthusiasm had crumbled. If he failed to ensnare the invincible Black Whirlwind, he would surely face dire consequences. 69. The luminary was left in a state of bewilderment as he boldly declared in the chat room, "Invincible Black Whirlwind, dare you to compete in tomorrow's dungeon? Let us see who claims the top spot. The loser must apologize to the victor. Had I taken this seriously from the beginning, you would find the top position utterly unattainable." The invincible Black Whirlwind had yet to respond, and this proclamation was quickly drowned out by the throng. No one jeered, nor did anyone hurl insults. Everyone tacitly chose to ignore this attention-seeking provocateur. Chisu refrained from replying. If it truly were him, who could say who would be driven to madness tomorrow? The luminary drew a special dungeon card. Treasure Chest Battle. As the card holder, one may opt out of participating in the dungeon and instead command remotely, freely determining the contents of all resource chests encountered by players. They may also lock onto a specific player, with the dungeon featuring 50 monsters. However, the contents of all treasure chests must be supplied at the discretion of the card holder. Naturally, the luminary was loath to squander his resources on others, so the chest would contain either worthless refuse or merely used household waste, or perhaps be entirely empty. In any case, the luminary was convinced that no one would uncover the fact that he was orchestrating this dungeon. He intended to reserve all 50 monsters for the invincible Black Whirlwind, determined to either slay him or drive him to sheer frustration. As the thought of the invincible Black Whirlwind facing untold suffering at my hands tomorrow crossed my mind, a sense of tranquility enveloped me, allowing me to drift into slumber with a smile that I could not suppress. Chisu, however, was entirely oblivious to the conversation happening in the group chat, where the phrase "the light of day fills the world" was mentioned. To say it plainly, there were at least hundreds of individuals tagging me in the chat room daily. If I were to read them all, I would find myself utterly unoccupied. At this moment, Chisu was joyfully engaged in a flurry of activity. Earlier in the day, due to the urgency of travel, I had neglected to organize the layout of the cargo area. Modern vehicles have expanded significantly, and with the addition of a cargo expansion card, I intended to arrange the vehicle properly. I retrieved the expansion card, which allowed me to choose between enlarging the cargo area or the driver's cabin. Currently, the cargo area measured 6.8 meters by 3 meters and lacking windows. It appeared rather dark. Before the temperature dropped, I would often leave the top of the cargo area open. Now, with the chill in the air, it felt gloomy and cavernous. I ventured to the trading hall in exchange for 4 solar-powered lamps, which I hung in each corner of the cargo area. Instantly, the space was illuminated. The cargo area was still rather disorganized. The toilet was placed at the far end, adjacent to an orange tree and a tomato plant. With 2 silver boxes side by side, containing miscellaneous items not worthy of occupying my backpack, such as half-empty water bottles and various food wrappers and refuse. Disposing of a certain quantity of trash could result in penalties from the game. Yet if one were to encounter a trash bin and discard enough waste, rewards could be in store, though the quantity required might be substantial. In the previous round, Chi-Su had discarded a considerable amount, yet no rewards had materialized. Despite hearing of others' fortunes in the chat room, I set up my bed, placing the mattress down and dressing it with linens and 2 large comforters. From today onwards, I resolved not to stow these items away in the space each day, as making the bed and putting it away had become rather laborious. Now that the space had increased, accommodating a bed was feasible. As for the folding sofa, it remained unplaceable for the time being, and there was no necessity for a wardrobe or dining table. Even during the day, the cargo area was quite dark. This was the sole drawback of a garbage truck, as the sealed cargo area became dim and lifeless. Thus, I prefer to spend my time in the driver's cabin. Ultimately, I decided to apply the vehicle expansion card directly to the driver's cabin. In an instant, it seemed to triple in size, taking on a square shape reminiscent of a small room. After measuring the space, I estimated it to be roughly 6 square meters. Although its appearance had become somewhat peculiar, with the cargo area still narrower than the driver's cabin, this was of little consequence. Comfort was my priority. Miraculously, the previously unplaceable folding sofa now found a spot. The driver's cabin was adorned with windows on 3 sides, allowing ample light, and I hung a solar lamp in each corner. I then positioned the folding sofa directly behind the driver's seat, with a small table in front, suitable for resting or dining. As for the cargo area, it would suffice to serve as a sleeping space for the time being. The sofa, adorned in a glutinous rice white, resembles a soft cotton fabric with a wavy pattern, complemented by charming throw pillows and delicate pink cushions. The coffee table is both mobile and height adjustable, providing utmost comfort. Dining no longer requires the discomfort of a small tabletop. Chi-Su is exceptionally pleased with this transformation. It evokes a semblance of a camper van, which in truth pales in comparison to the amenities of this humble vehicle. Upon reviewing today's gains and rewards, Chi-Su realizes there remains an unused advanced backpack expansion card, which he promptly activates. The backpack now boasts an additional 200 slots, more than sufficient for his current needs. The 3 colored crystals have each increased by 5, alleviating any worries about the frigid weather. Even when faced with the impending calamity of sweltering heat, as long as he remains inside the vehicle, he shall suffer no discomfort. The efforts of shoveling snow earlier that morning were not in vain. The following day, as dawn's light graced the world, Chi-Su rose early to organize the monstrous tasks ahead, eagerly waiting for 8 a.m. to open the dungeon, fantasizing about the exhilarating revenge phase. However, upon glancing at the participant list, he was rendered speechless. Over 300 individuals had registered for the segment. Moreover, the formidable Black Whirlwind had not signed up at all, an anomaly that left Chi-Su perplexed. A player of Black Whirlwind's caliber, consistently topping the leaderboard in every dungeon, undoubtedly understood the substantial rewards at stake. He, who never hesitated to brave the blizzards to shovel snow and collect loot, surely could not resist joining such a dungeon. To complicate matters, the charming donut he had been conversing with turned out to be a rather uncouth individual. Chi-Su felt a wave of nausea wash over him, recalling the sweet nothings exchanged the previous night. Anxious and frustrated, he contemplated tagging the Black Whirlwind in the chat hall, but the dungeon had already commenced. Meanwhile, Chi-Su noticed that despite the start of the dungeon, the chat hall remained vibrant with chatter. It appeared that not many had signed up for the dungeon, leaving him curious whether the dungeon master would be irate. Glancing at the road conditions for the day, he noted they were hardly better than the previous day. Fortunately, his vehicle had been upgraded, eliminating the need to disembark and shovel snow. With a press of the accelerator, he surged forward with a satisfying roar, relishing the thrill. Within an hour, he had completed the required 20 kilometers for the day. As he continued, Chi-Su encountered a wooden crate, which he opened to reveal a venomous scorpion. With a swift motion of his chainsaw, he dispatched it into the abyss. By midday, the dungeon concluded, and the chat hall erupted in a flurry of messages. While Chi-Su was contentedly enjoying his meal, a stroke of fortune directed attention to him, prompting an invitation to the chat hall to witness the unfolding drama. Upon his arrival, he discovered a cacophony of heated exchanges. Participants were vehemently directing their ire towards the light of dawn, demanding accountability for the perceived transgressions. Look at you, you vexatious wretch. What sort of dungeon is this? I've spent the entire morning opening supply crates, only to find them filled with foot wash and mouthwash. Do not let me lay eyes upon you, or I shall strike you down with such force that your brain shall splatter. Joyful tidings. I have never spoken in the chat hall, but for you, foolish one, I make an exception. You failed to draw me out even when the red envelope was up for grabs. Yet here you are, provoking me. I vow that, once I obtain a tracking card, I shall be the first to rush over and deal with you. Light spreading across the world, black sweater. What a waste of an entire morning. I am willing to pay a handsome sum for a tracking card, even to the point of financial ruin. Little stool, light spreading across the world. I wish for your vehicle to suffer a flat tire, and for you to meet your demise. You foolish creature, curse your ancestors. Player 0606. Is there a benefactor willing to take on a commission? I am prepared to offer a tracking card for free, along with a reward. With but one request, eliminate light spreading across the world. I shall take care of him. I accept. Watch me extinguish him. Chi-Su noticed that most of those speaking in the group were unfamiliar faces. At the very least, she had no recollection of them. After a lengthy search, she finally unearthed the truth behind the matter. Following the conclusion of this morning's dungeon game, a system notification appeared before everyone. This special dungeon challenge was generously sponsored and led by the player light spreading across the world. Tensions had already been brewing after an entire morning wasted, yielding either worthless loot or mere monsters, with not a single useful item in sight. Even the supply boxes had transformed into mist, rendered irretrievable. The day's objectives were left unfulfilled, leaving everyone in a state of frustration. Ultimately, upon seeing that statement, the pent-up emotions of the crowd found an outlet, and they unleashed a torrent of curses directed at light spreading across the world. A handful of particularly irate individuals even openly threatened to commit murder. Light spreading across the world was now utterly speechless. If by some chance they managed to vanquish the invincible black whirlwind through this dungeon, they might accept it. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that a precious special dungeon card had been squandered, leading to the downfall of a group of inexperienced players, wasting an entire morning, while the very target of their ire remained unscathed. Light spreading across the world began to privately message individuals, extending apologies and even offering some supplies as compensation. It seemed the number of tracking cards had increased. If the tracking continued unabated, peril would ensue. The anger of the crowd was undeniable, yet when the prospect of profit arose, their ire began to dissipate. Eventually, only a few hot-headed individuals remained active on the public screen, incessantly hurling insults. Among them was the one known as Watch Me Eliminate You, who, regardless of how light spreading across the world tagged her, feigned ignorance. In the end, she openly accepted a murder commission, obtaining a tracking card free of charge, and set her sights on light spreading across the world. Chi-Su privately messaged, Watch Me Eliminate You, to initiate a rental transaction. The item for rent was a level 2 pistol with a rental duration of 3 hours. Should the time elapse without return, the game would automatically deem the transaction complete, and the pistol would be returned, even if the renting player had perished in the meantime. Watch Me Eliminate You did not hesitate, accepting the gun without reservation. I owe you this favor. What do you desire? I have little of value to offer. Observing the character you in this game elicits a sense of exasperation. Were it not for their agile skills, they would not have survived to this day. Out of the 10 treasure chests opened, 9 contained monsters. If it weren't for a single lighter and the fact that some monsters can be consumed, survival would have been impossible. In the chat hall, a user named Non-Gamer frequently speaks, and I find myself bemused by the notion that there could be someone more unfortunate than oneself in this game. The presence of a handgun is inconsequential. However, I possess the confidence to confront non-gamer and vanquish the light that they spread. Yet, possessing the weapon would undoubtedly provide additional assurance. Invincible Black Tornado offers a friendly loan, to which I respond affirmatively. The assistance provided is not what I desired. At most, I would share half of the spoils from any edible monsters encountered. I harbor no illusions that you will truly extinguish the light, for misfortune tends to linger. Thus, I opted to exchange either a green wool outfit or a condenser for a locator card in the trading hall. I surmise that the dungeon set by you was intended to target me, and I have no desire to show leniency toward those who are destined to be adversaries. After all, survival games hinge upon both skill and luck, the latter being less predictable. Should you stumble upon a rare and formidable item, it would be too late to reconsider once in possession of it. If memory serves, you possess a precious substitute item that refreshes every 3 days. Consequently, during the last round, many players attempting to eliminate them were met with failure. I resolved to swiftly eliminate them upon receiving the locator card. However, when you returned the handgun, I was taken aback by the message received. You indicated that the gun was quite effective, having dispatched the target with merely 2 bullets. I was astonished. I had never encountered you before, and in the previous game, they left no significant impression. I tentatively inquired if you possessed a substitute item. You confirmed, stating that they had indeed used only 2 bullets. I was bewildered, as I typically fired dozens of rounds with a handgun. 2 bullets? It suggested that you was a seasoned marksman. At the very least, stopping a vehicle under the current weather and ground conditions requires considerable skill. Having just met, I refrained from asking overly intrusive questions, as you seemed reticent and disinclined to engage in further conversation. Yet, internally, I marveled at how impressive you appeared. Finally, that insufferable character has logged off. Later that afternoon, I received a message from you, delivering 1,000 grams of yak meat. Amidst the sanguine spectacle of freshly slaughtered beasts, Chisu's eyes sparkled with delight. His supply of dried meat had been exhausted, making it the perfect occasion for the portly chef to prepare another batch. With a casual flick of his wrist, Chisu offered a pizza in return, knowing the man sought to reciprocate the favor of lending a handgun earlier that morning. Thus he opted for a modest gesture. However, the glimmering gaze of the monster across from him suggested an eagerness for sustenance of a more conventional nature. Is there any more of this ordinary food available? Perhaps I could exchange for some? Chisu, taken aback yet pleased to barter, rummaged through his backpack and presented 20 pork and scallion dumplings, 2 coconut buns, 3 boxes of premium milk, and a bowl of freshly steamed rice. The culinary creations of the esteemed chef Zhonghua were treasures he would never part with, as he found them insufficient for his own appetite. Not to be outdone, the monster generously contributed an additional kilogram of yak meat. Both parties found satisfaction in their transaction, with Chisu sending 2 kilograms of yak meat back to Chef Zhonghua, requesting him to transform it into jerky. Not a problem, Chef Zhonghua replied. This monster meat likely possesses unique attributes, and with my current special properties, the chances of activation are quite high. Chisu responded with several thumbs-up emojis, reassuring him to complete the day's journey first. I've already done so. My tractor may not be swift, but it navigates such terrain with ease. Chisu nodded in agreement, recognizing that the challenging road conditions were indeed suited for versatile, specialized vehicles. By 9 p.m., Chisu had scavenged a total of 4 boxes, 3 wooden crates, and 1 silver supply box. 2 of the wooden boxes contained monsters, and aside from the empty monster box, he only received 2 pieces of wood from the decomposed crates. The remaining wooden box yielded merely 2 pieces of glass, while the silver supply box proved more fruitful, providing him with 2 matcha cakes, 2 jellies, 2 seaweeds, 2 bottles of Wong Wong recovery milk, 2 sugar-free colas, and 2 green onions, truly a delightful assortment of snacks. Chisu, however, had little love for snacks and did not indulge in them outside of mealtimes. Before participating in survival games, he had refrained from snacking due to the risk of crumbs interfering with his typing. Post-participation, this habit was all the more irrelevant. As Chisu prepared to halt, a creature merchant with green hair suddenly appeared ahead, igniting a thrill within him. He swiftly changed his title to freeloader. If memory served, encountering a green monster merchant allowed for one item to be purchased at a mere 10% of its original price. He leapt from his vehicle, eagerly approaching the merchant. The creature, terrifying in appearance, lacked skin, bearing facial features seemingly etched against an abyss. Clad in a black robe and a pointed hat, it was adorned with hair cascading down to its ankles. Yet, Chi-Su couldn't shake the feeling that this monster merchant was rather endearing. "Hi. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you," he exclaimed. The creature merchant abruptly halted, then turned and fled. Chi-Su, fueled by excitement, sprinted forward, swiftly positioning himself in front of the fleeing merchant. The monstrous merchant, in a fit of exasperation, lamented aloud, "I distinctly detected the scent of affluence, yet upon arrival, I am confronted by a mere freeloader." This utterance, while seemingly a complaint, served as a subtle reminder to Chi-Su. It was imperative not to meander about under the appellation of freeloader, for such behavior might preclude any future encounters with the merchant of monsters. "Easy, Gisu in Dazet. I am exceedingly wealthy. Rest assured, in addition to the benefits afforded by my title, I shall certainly procure at least 2 additional items, ensuring that you do not part with your wares in vain." The monstrous merchant hesitated, reluctant to unveil the merchandise panel. "Oh, dear player, I must sincerely apologize. It appears that my stock for today has been entirely depleted." In response, Chi-Su displayed his balance of survival coins, imploring, "Why do you doubt your own judgment? I am indeed a person of means." This revelation piqued the merchant's interest. "Very well, take a look," he conceded. With great fervor, Chi-Su persuaded the merchant to unveil the goods, revealing 4 items in total. 1. Fruit platter. 8 survival coins, composed of 12 of the most popular fruits, providing both taste and nutritional replenishment. 2. Alien Rubik's Cube. 2 survival coins. Are you weary of the monotonous road life? Acquire this toy to effectively stave off dementia. Beneficial for both children and adults, aiding in intellectual development. 3. Assorted compressed biscuits, 100 pieces, 30 survival coins. These are not your ordinary compressed biscuits. They boast a variety of flavors. One can sustain themselves for an entire day without hunger, and they are quite palatable. After perusing the first 3 items, Chi-Su felt a wave of despair wash over him. Despite encountering the monstrous merchant, the available items were utterly devoid of value. However, upon glimpsing the final offering, a cunning smile crept across Chi-Su's face. 4. Fully automatic driving system. 1,200 survival coins, compatible with vehicles of level 3 or higher. Who among the survivors on the road would not yearn for such an automated driving system? It would liberate their hands and grant them freedom. With a grin, Chi-Su declared, "I shall activate the freeloader skill to purchase the fully automatic driving system." How fortunate it is to encounter such an affordable system in the early stages of the game. Later on, it could easily cost over 2,000. The monstrous merchant clenched his fists in frustration, wishing to retaliate. Ultimately, adhering to the rules of the game, he begrudgingly proclaimed, "Skill activation successful. A discount has been triggered, granting you the purchase at a price of 120 survival coins." Chi-Su successfully acquired the automatic driving system for 120 survival coins. Concerned about causing offense, he added, "I shall also purchase the other 3 items at their original price. Do you have any new stock available?" The merchant's demeanor softened slightly, and he replied, "The total for the other 3 items is 40 survival coins. The stock has refreshed. Would you like to proceed with your purchases?" Upon reviewing the new quartet of items, Chi-Su sensed that the monstrous merchant was attempting to toy with him. 5. 18K diamond, 1,000 survival coins. A symbol of unwavering love and a testament to human emotion. There is no girl who could resist a proposal accompanied by an 18K diamond. Silk mask, 800 survival coins. Continuous use for 10 days can grant you an angelic visage, elevating your beauty by 10 points. Soothing pacifier, 100 survival coins. Perhaps you might try biting on it when sleep eludes you. While there's no guarantee of its efficacy, it offers a semblance of comfort that even the littlest ones find hard to resist. 1 meter Chinese knot, 50 survival coins, a cherished tradition of Chinese folklore. No compatriot would dare refuse it, unless you are not of this heritage. Chi Su's lips twitched, as the vulgarity of the insult struck him. This survival game is indeed a connoisseur. 72. Chainsaw upgrade. Chi Su deliberated for long, while before ultimately deciding to purchase the 1-meter-long Chinese, not for the steep price of 50 survival coins. Though the monster merchant felt a pang of regret, witnessing Chi Su's agonized expression provided a sense of vindication. Green-haired monster merchant's favorability increased by 5 points. Current favorability -1. Chi Su took a deep breath and smiled, looking forward to the next encounter. Green-haired monster merchant's favorability decreased by 5 points. Current favorability -6. Chi Su's lips twitched again. Very well then. Oh, how I wish we never crossed paths again. The monster merchant scurried away as if pursued. Chi Su disregarded everything else. Having secured a bargain, the favorability rating was of little consequence. He had acquired an automatic driving system worth 200 survival coins for just 120. This transaction was undeniably worthwhile. It is important to note that not every trip to the monster shop or encounter with the merchant yields such treasures. Many are rather disappointing. Yet, to his surprise, both encounters had proven fruitful. Chi Su currently possessed 34 energy stones, though he had used 2 for upgrades. He had also earned additional rewards and exchanges. Thus, he eagerly placed the automatic driving system into the universal copy-paste box. Excellent. It requires 396 energy stones to replicate. Regardless, he was unwilling to wait any longer. First, he retrieved the Chinese knot and affixed it to the central rear of his vehicle. The 50 survival coins truly felt well spent, as it radiated a sense of festivity. He then declared, "Fusion of the automatic driving system." Reflecting on past failures, he felt a twinge of disappointment. During the previous round, his vehicle had reached level 6 over 4 years, yet had never acquired an automatic driving system. Such items could only be obtained from obsidian supply crates or higher, or purchased from the monster shop or merchant. Currently, Chi Su found it exceedingly challenging to encounter higher-level supply projects, nor did he possess the financial means to amass that many survival coins. This time, however, things had gone smoothly. The fusion process would take an hour. It was already 9 p.m., so there was no rush. Chi Su settled onto the sofa, contemplating what to have for dinner, rummaging through his backpack, and realizing he had a craving for dumplings. Having taken out the small pot, I boiled 20 dumplings and retrieved the vinegar sauce originally provided by the esteemed chef. I presented a serving of stir-fried potato slices with meat, and finally ladled a bowl of dumpling soup. It was a perfect blend of original broth and authentic flavors. If only I had a projector to enjoy a delightful culinary drama while dining, it would have been even more pleasurable. After the meal, I organized my supplies for a while, and once my food settled, I conscientiously began my exercise routine. Although enhancing my three-dimensional data through personal training was a slow process, any potential for improvement was indeed worthwhile. After all, idleness was not an option. Sweating profusely from the exertion, I turned off the red crystal system. At that moment, the system's notification rang out. Congratulations, player Chi Su. The fully automated driving system has been successfully installed, and your personal panel system has been updated. I promptly opened it, noticing a significant enhancement in my data since the last update. Player Chi Su, age 24, ID 88666200100608, nickname Invincible Black Whirlwind, survival coins 2439, title Freeloader Monster. Vehicle Level 4 modified garbage truck, equipped with fully automated driving system. Health 90, rosy complexion, regular routine, balanced nutrition, good physical condition. Fatigue 51, remember to rest on time. Strength 65, equivalent to a robust adult. Stamina 52, achieving full marks in physical fitness tests is not a dream. Agility 57, nimble and light. Impact resistance 35, delicate skin, not particularly resilient. Overall combat power 70, remarkably strong combat value. No obvious weaknesses. With weaponry, overall combat power could increase by 10 to 15, making you a formidable opponent. I noticed a new attribute, impact resistance, which became available after my overall combat power exceeded 70. I decided to change my title from Freeloader Monster to carefree little buddy. When not encountering monster merchants, a consistent increase of 3 in each attribute proved to be more practical. Observing that I still had 3 weapon enhancement cards remaining, I hesitated before deciding to upgrade the pink chainsaw once more. I speculated that upgrading the pistol might yield features like auto-targeting or increased power. While beneficial, it lacked defensive capabilities if monsters approached. The pink chainsaw not only provided offensive capabilities, but could also offer force defense, making it more versatile than the pistol. Therefore, I ultimately opted for the pink chainsaw, reasoning that if I missed with 1 shot, I could fire 10 if I prepare my ammunition in advance. Persistence would surely lead to success. From today onward, I plan to practice my aiming and shooting skills more diligently. Estimated upgrade time: 3 hours. Please be patient. I raised an eyebrow. Astonishingly, this was 2 hours longer than the installation of the fully automated driving system. I changed into a fresh outfit, tossing my worn clothes into the washing machine, which also dried. No worries about them not drying properly. Then, I harvested 30 ripe tomatoes and oranges. Having cultivated them using green crystals, the plants thrived and appeared wonderfully hydrated. Moreover, with the exquisite fruit platter purchased from the monster merchant today, it seems that I shall not suffer a shortage of fruits for the foreseeable future. I then reclined in my cozy bed, indulging in the complexities of a Rubik's Cube. Ever since I thoroughly scrambled this contraption, I have been unable to restore it to its original form. Fortunately, Chisu is not one to take matters too seriously. He casually tossed it onto the bedside table and drifted off to sleep. Upon awakening the following morning, the first thing Chisu did was to check on his pink chainsaw. Level 3 weapon upgraded successfully. Click to view attributes. Level 3 pink chainsaw. The serrated blade is adjustable in length and when equipped. Not only does it enhance strength by 10, but also secures the weapon firmly to the upper body. Coupled with an AI system, it resonates with the player's intentions. Chisu did not fully grasp the literal meaning of this, so he simply grasped the chainsaw with his left hand. As soon as he contemplated the notion of it being fixed, the handle of the pink chainsaw automatically extended upwards, effortlessly binding itself to his arm and shoulder. When he lifted his arm to execute a slicing motion, it felt remarkably effortless, with the weight of the weapon almost imperceptible. Activating the chainsaw allowed him to manipulate its length at will. This was certainly a significant upgrade from the level 2 weapon, and Chisu began to rub his hands in eager anticipation of the monster's arrival. 73, and I am still at level 1. The frigid weather has but 1 day left before it concludes, and everyone has grown accustomed to this temperature. The green fur outfits and cotton garments have begun to lose their appeal. Nevertheless, Chisu felt quite satisfied with the profits. Once the welfare period ends this afternoon, he plans to unveil another surprise: the crafting station. Currently, Chisu has exchanged the crafting station only with a select few familiar individuals in the group. The majority of others likely do not possess it. If he does not sell it now, who knows when it might become available again, or through other means. It is opportune, given that everyone has money to spend this afternoon and the items are still fresh. Today marks the last day of the extreme cold, and it is also the inaugural day of Chisu's fully automated driving system. At the beginning of the journey, he felt a tinge of apprehension and took his place in the driver's seat to observe for a while, feeling a slight surge of nervousness. The AI, Chio, reassured him. Rest assured, the fully automated driving system is fully integrated with me, and there will be no unexpected incidents. Should any damage occur, I shall promptly notify you. Chisu soon realized that this system was even steadier than when he drove himself. He set a speed of 20 kilometers per hour and proceeded forward gradually. The roads were lined with accumulations of ice and snow, reflecting light. If driven too quickly, he might easily miss the supply crates. Once he confirmed the reliability of this fully automated driving technology, he was able to liberate his hands entirely. He glanced at the group chat, contemplated shopping for a few items or enjoying some fruit, and gazed at the distant scenery. Finally, Chisu suddenly recalled the matter of showcasing his achievements. He snapped a photograph, deliberately avoiding the pink decorations, capturing only a table laden with fruits and the advanced electronic display screen. He shared this in the chat hall. Unbeatable black whirlwind. I have just installed the fully autonomous driving system. The sensation of liberation from my hands is quite delightful. However, I find myself in need of an automatic resource box retrieval arm. If anyone has one, please message me privately. I am willing to exchange it at the crafting table. Azure Little Flower. Oh my, so much fruit. Esteemed one. I yearn for grapes. I too wish for someone to assist me with driving. Old White Dragon. Indeed, this fully autonomous driving system is fantastic. I can stand up and enjoy a smoke to stretch my legs. Driving daily has rendered my backside numb. Player 1009. Esteemed one. It seems we hail from different eras. My vehicle merely has a roof, while you have already ventured into the realm of artificial intelligence. Unlucky enthusiast. What on earth is an automatic resource box retrieval arm? I feel as if I have never even heard of it. However, I do comprehend this table full of fruit. The bragging points in the upper corner are steadily rising. It has been nearly a month since the road survival game commenced, and everyone has become numb from driving. Who wouldn't desire a fully autonomous driving system? Then, like the whirlwind, one could sit back, gaze at the treasure chest, indulge in fruit, and unwind. The more I think about it, the more envious I become, yet it is futile. Chishu sent each member of the small group an orange and a tomato, while the larger group received a red envelope containing apples that Chishu does not favor, along with endlessly regenerating oranges and tomatoes. The chat hall has become quiet. The fruit, though abundant, is not in excess. At that moment, a message arrived from I will cut you. Do you need this? The image displayed a chip, and upon opening the product description, Chishu's interest was piqued. Resource box detection system must be installed after the fully autonomous driving system. Upon installation, one can freely set how many meters in advance to receive a voice notification upon encountering a resource box. Unbeatable black whirlwind. I need it. Please quote price. Vehicle upgrade fragments. I require 10. It would be even better if I could acquire more food. Chishu glanced at their inventory and noted they only had 6 fragments. So they replied, please hold on. They then inquired in the small group if anyone had vehicle upgrade fragments. They needed 4. Little Chef sent over 1 fragment, while Energetic Girl Gourd sent the remaining 3. Old White Dragon. You two have gotten ahead of me, esteemed one. Are you upgrading your vehicle again? Your speed is astonishing. Unbeatable Black Whirlwind. It is still early for an upgrade. Reaching level 5 requires 1,000 fragments. I merely spotted something valuable, but that individual wishes to exchange it for vehicle upgrade fragments. Little Chef. Then let us celebrate. What shall we eat tonight? If all goes well, today should mark the final day of the cold spell. Old White Dragon. No problem. Let us gather for a meal. I'll bring some drinks. Old White Dragon. I fancy some honey-glazed roasted meat. Retire Magical Boy. I would love to have that too. Little Chef. No problem at all. The ingredients have just arrived. Then Chishu privately messaged both Little Chef and Energetic Girl Gourd. Do you need anything? Little Chef. I do not require anything. I just leveled up and lack for nothing. The Energetic Girl Gwadi Gang inquired, Boss, do you have any handy weapons? I would prefer a longer knife or a stick. Chisu promptly sent over his previously used long knife and a stunning baton. Which one do you find more comfortable to wield? The Energetic Girl Gwadi Gang chose the long knife, expressing gratitude. Thanks. This knife is far more effective than my original dagger. The Invincible Black Whirlwind cautioned. With the enhancement of combat strength through weaponry, the intensity of the monsters emerging from the crates may also increase, so do remain vigilant. The Energetic Girl Gwadi Gang responded affirmatively. Got it, no problem. Feeling fortunate to have exchanged 3 vehicle upgrade fragments for such a sharp long knife, she rummaged through her backpack and sent Chi-Su a grip strength trainer. Here, this for you as well. I hardly have time to use it with driving consuming my days. I must get back to my tasks, boss. Chi-Su opened the item description. Grip strength trainer. Consistent use for 6 hours will yield a slight increase in strength. This item proved beneficial, allowing for long-term enhancement of strength values. Though the effects might not be immediately apparent, the road ahead was long, and with the newly acquired fully automatic driving system, there was ample time. Chi-Su sent the supplies to Look at Me Slay You, who promptly initiated a trade, transferring the chip to Chi-Su. 2 minutes later, Look at Me Slay You coughed and asked, do you have any electronic components? Do you still need yak meat? I could exchange yak meat for it. Chi-Su paused momentarily, Electronic components were likely the special materials required for upgrading vehicles to level 2. Given this player's formidable combat skills, how could they still possess a level 1 vehicle? It seemed illogical. Chisu pondered endlessly how they managed to ambush light, illuminates the world, and eliminate them with such basic equipment. 74. Automatic broadcast. Light illuminates the world should at least possess a level 3 vehicle. Chisu's curiosity deepened. The invincible black whirlwind replied, "I do." Following this, he initiated a trade, exchanging electronic components for 800 grams of yak meat. He then straightforwardly inquired, "Were you previously using a level 1 vehicle? Would you mind sharing how you managed to defeat light illuminates the world?" "Look at me slay you," abruptly closed the chat window, thinking, "Who do you think you are? Why should I answer you?" However, soon after, the invincible black whirlwind sent over an orange and a tomato as a token of exchange for information. The eyes of "Look at me slay you" brightened, and she quickly returned to private chat, fully detailing her strategy. It was quite reasonable to provide a service in exchange for compensation, especially after nearly a month without fruits and vegetables, resulting in a series of mouth ulcers that caused her health points to plummet. She often worried about her well-being. Thus, she replied with an unusually pleasant demeanor. "I shot at his rear tire, then exited my vehicle to find cover to halt him. The moment he jumped down, I shot him in the head. He seemed to possess some item that prevented an instant kill, so I rushed in and slashed him a few times before tossing him into the black mist." Chishu quickly comprehended the situation. Light illuminated the world, unlocking a method of demise entirely distinct from the previous game, seemingly even more tragic. "Thank you for the clarification. Do you have any further inquiries?" She jested. "This tomato and orange are quite delightful." Chishu found this individual rather peculiar. With such high combat capabilities, one would not expect them to shy away from opening boxes, yet they appeared quite starved for sustenance. Nevertheless, this did not concern her greatly. Her curiosity was piqued, though she was not particularly eager for answers. Thus, she posed another question that captivated her interest, albeit one that could be deemed sensitive. To ease the tension, she sent over some supplies: assorted compressed biscuits X10, oranges X2, tomatoes X2, pizzas X2, Tetsu milk X2. Unbeatable black whirlwind. "Could you share your three-dimensional data and overall combat power?" "No ulterior motives, merely a desire to gauge my own capabilities." The other party seemed to hesitate not at all, promptly accepting the supplies and dispatching their data. Nickname: "Watch me slash you strength." 88, stronger than a young bull. Stamina: 91. Long-distance training is your forte. Agility: 89. Swift and nimble as a cheetah. Impact resistance: 90, if your strength is lower than your resistance. Striking you is akin to a playful tap. Overall combat power: 92, with a firearm in hand. Your combat prowess will exceed 100. Chishu was astounded by this person's statistics. They were indeed remarkable, outshining even Warwolf 009. Most strikingly, they were a skilled marksman, capable of surpassing 100 in combat power with a firearm. Chishu began to formulate a plan. If she could recruit Watch Me slash You into her team, their collective strength would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. Yet, she perceptively sensed that this individual harbored reservations towards her, so she opted to bide her time for the right opportunity. Attention! A silver supply box is located 100 meters ahead on the right side of the road. Would you like to approach and park? "Approach and park," she replied. "Understood." Upon installation of the automatic reporting chip, Chishu officially reclined in relaxation. During the initial phases of a survival game, she had to remain vigilant at the wheel to monitor the roadsides and avoid missing any supply boxes. With a new system in place, reliance on the automated announcements sufficed. She could not help but marvel at the wonders of advanced technology. This apparatus proved more dependable than her own keen observations. Yet, Chishu was not one to relish idleness. Having made substantial progress since her entry into the survival game, she could now perform 50 standard push-ups in one breath. As the vehicle pulled over, Chishu alighted to place the silver supply box into the truck bed. As she had anticipated, the number of boxes began to increase that very afternoon. The chat hall was abuzz with excitement, with everyone fervently wishing for the dismal weather to pass. Chishu chuckled wryly. Indeed, the frigid conditions were arduous, yet posed no danger. Should one encounter calamities such as a horde of demons, snakes, insects, vermin, or the onset of darkness, the number of deceased players would multiply exponentially. Every passing moment saw lives extinguished, and without a handful of antidotes and sturdy weapons, one could scarcely endure these 10 days. Under ordinary circumstances, individuals would typically deliberate on whether to enter a dungeon. Yet amid these two calamities, everyone yearns to seek refuge within. This stark reality served as an epiphany for Chi Su, prompting him to replace all the potions in the medicinal basin with detoxification pills. As he already possessed ample supplies of other items, he decided to prioritize the creation of a greater quantity of the highly useful detoxification pills. By 9 p.m., Chi Su had successfully acquired a total of 8 supply boxes, 3 wooden crates, 2 bronze supply boxes, 2 silver supply boxes, and 1 gold supply box. After parking his vehicle, he promptly retrieved all the supply boxes, intending to open them one by one. Equipped with his pink chainsaw and a firearm in hand, he extended the chainsaw and began to cautiously unveil each supply box from a distance. To his astonishment, 7 consecutive supply boxes yielded no monsters, heightening Chi Su's vigilance to its utmost. It was not until he reached the final gold supply box that he encountered a dilemma, another black-lined serpent. The last time this creature appeared, it had taken the use of a immobilization device to subdue it, and Chi Su was reluctant to squander any protective items this time. Without hesitation, he wielded the pink chainsaw as his primary means of attack, executing a flurry of swift strikes, which, though somewhat comical in appearance, proved effective. He enveloped himself in a nearly impenetrable shield of offense. The black-lined serpent was cleaved into several segments by the chainsaw, yet even in its dismembered state, it continued to writhe on the ground. Chi Su relentlessly continued his assault with the chainsaw until every piece of the creature had dissolved into a pool of dark liquid, embodying the essence of caution. Only then did he turn his attention to the supply boxes. Not only had he amassed an abundance of boxes today, but the yield was also substantial. In total, he collected 6 iron blocks, 8 pieces of glass, 5 batteries, a raincoat blueprint, 6 portions of 500G hawthorn fragments, 6 jars of 198G fresh stewed tremella soup, 7 cans of yellow peaches, 15 tea eggs, 6 solid beverages of white kidney beans with black coffee, 6 packs of 200 baby wet wipes, 30 rolls of toilet paper, 6 crab roe crispy snacks, 30 vehicle upgrade fragments, and 2 weapon enhancement cards. The contents of the gold supply box were limited to vehicle upgrade fragments and weapon enhancement cards. Though few in variety, they were of superior quality. His weapon enhancement cards had now increased to 3, allowing for an upgrade to his pistol. The upgrade process would take longer than the last time he enhanced the pink chainsaw. Requiring 4 hours, Chi Su promptly initiated the upgrade. He then returns to the group chat. Invincible Black Whirlwind. Does anyone need a crafting station? A swimming fitness coach? Aw, did you acquire the blueprint? I need it. How can we exchange? 75, selling crafting station. Chi Su directly posted the materials required for the crafting station, giving everyone a clear idea of what was needed. After a brief interval, he re-engaged in the chat. Invincible Black Whirlwind. Please bring your own required materials, and then select from the following options. 40 vehicle upgrade fragments. For weapon enhancement cards, 8 crystals of various colors, 6 energy stones, 1 automatic pickup mechanical arm. I can supplement some of the materials, and an array of peculiar items. The embodiment of fortune. Is it possible for me to exchange 14 vehicle upgrade fragments, 2 energy stones, and 3 green plant crystals? Please, I implore you to consider my request. The Invincible Black Whirlwind responded. Certainly, let us proceed with the transaction. As long as the values are relatively comparable, feel free to arrange and combine them as you wish. In an instant, the group chat buzzed with activity once more. While engaging in transactions, Chi Su also took the opportunity to converse casually with others. The reason for not delegating all these trivial matters to Chio was to gauge the personalities of each participant through these exchanges. Those with whom he found common ground could be swiftly rallied when the time came to form a guild. Throughout the evening, Chi Su successfully traded 27 crafting stations. Almost everyone who inquired opted for a trade, as crafting stations are indeed essential items in survival games. There were a total of 40 individuals in the group, and nearly half chose to partake, while the remainder either already possessed them, lacked the necessary resources, or were unwilling to part with them. This data was quite impressive, especially since it had not been directly posted in the chat hall. Chisu planned to send Xiao her wages the following morning and assign the sale of crafting stations in the chat hall to her. Upon reviewing the materials exchanged, he noted 459 vehicle upgrade fragments, 9 weapon enhancement cards, 19 various crystals, 19 energy stones, 1 advanced backpack expansion card, 1 monster disappearance card, and 1 invisibility item card. The latter 3 cards were sent by the player known as Look at My Mother, which left Su momentarily taken aback. Is this what it means to be bold in skill? To forsake such valuable items for survival? Nevertheless, due to her insufficient basic supplies, Su supplemented her resources, as the 3 cards were exceedingly precious, leaving both parties satisfied. Just then, Su's meal was ready. He prepared a steaming bowl of tomato and egg noodles for Look at My Mother. This made her even more exhilarated. Today, she would not have to endure hunger. Su then checked the requirements for upgrading the pink chainsaw, which necessitated 20 weapon enhancement cards. He estimated that once the crafting stations were available in the chat hall tomorrow, he would likely achieve the necessary amount, and perhaps even manage another upgrade. Initially, Su had activated the red crystal, but as the warmth intensified, he eventually turned it off. Glancing outside, he noticed that the accumulated snow had begun to melt gradually. The temperature was rising quite swiftly. The energy remaining in the red crystal was still substantial. Despite the extreme cold, the temperature was not excessively frigid. Thus, the crystal was not overexerted. Holding a grip strengthener, Su commenced his aerobic exercises. After completing his workout, he enjoyed a refreshing shower and snuggled under a thick quilt as he settled down for the night. It was no longer necessary to wear clothing in bed due to the current temperature. The green woolen suit was no longer needed. Instead, he donned a bulletproof thermal suit, covering himself with a blanket to ward off the chill. Outside, the sound of sporadic rain could be heard. Although it was light at the moment, the ice and snow on the ground had mostly turned to mud. Su paused for a moment, pondering whether the rainy season had arrived. However, he remained uncertain if it was ordinary rain or acid rain. Acid rain in survival games differs significantly from natural acid rain. It possesses highly corrosive properties that swiftly induce a burning sensation upon contact with the skin. Moreover, ordinary fabrics, plastics, and even metal sheets prove inadequate against the corrosive assault of acid rain. Su rolled down the car window and discarded a piece of metal. After a while, he discovered the metal remained intact, which brought him a slight sense of relief. Regular rain posed little threat, but acid rain would complicate the retrieval of supply crates. Presently, no material exists that can withstand acid rain. This round of gameplay and the weather refreshes are entirely dissimilar, devoid of any discernible pattern, with the sequence thoroughly disrupted. Su suddenly recalled that he had seemingly obtained a raincoat when opening crates yesterday. He hurriedly retrieved it and placed it on the crafting table. It required merely 2 pieces of plastic. Su proceeded to craft 8 raincoats, keeping 1 for himself and distributing 1 each to his companions in the group. Upon examining the raincoat, Su noted it was not merely a basic poncho. Its quality was commendable, exceptionally thick, and designed with a separate structure. The extended brim, when pulled to its maximum, could shield half of his face, providing optimal rain protection. In the trading center, Su listed both the crafting table and raincoats for exchange. The crafting table's requirements mirrored those needed for the supplies distributed to the larger group yesterday. Besides the 2 pieces of plastic, the raincoat demanded 2 additional basic materials of any kind. After completing the postings, Su entered the chat hall and sent a message inquiring if anyone needed a crafting table or raincoat, inviting them to redeem at the trading hall without negotiating prices. Player Ghost Comic, wow, there's really a crafting table. Amazing. Yesterday, I heard from my connections that Master Whirlwind had the blueprints. I was skeptical. How infuriating. Player 1022. This is fantastic. I finally don't have to go to those unscrupulous processors. I have several blueprints saved. Sunshine Boy, cool. Master Whirlwind. I want one. Donut. My goodness, the crafting table is exorbitantly priced. Vehicle upgrade shards cost 40, and weapon upgrade cards, energy stones, and various crystals. These are all valuable items. This is hardly worth it. Non-lucky player. Exactly, you're right. It's not worth it at all. It's far better to seek your services for processing. Not only do you provide the raw materials and blueprints, but they also require an additional 3 pieces of raw material. Donut, it's all trading. No one else has objections. Why are you rambling on? Non-lucky player. Well said. You're not purchasing a crafting table. So what is the point of your chatter? Donut ceased responding, but was on the verge of exploding with frustration. The most lucrative business was slipping away. Not long ago, that retired magical youth began to seize business, offering lower prices, forcing her to reduce her own. Now, if everyone possessed a crafting table, who would seek others for processing? Chi-Su casually glanced at the group chat, then opened Donut's profile. Nickname, Donut, blueprint processing, details via private message. If memory serves, this individual has owned a crafting table for quite some time. Clearly, they have not yet amassed enough profit. The sale of production platforms by Chi-Su is undoubtedly bound to infringe upon the interests of certain individuals. However, it is of little consequence, as the acquisition of resources remains paramount. After a swift morning routine, I prepared 15 dumplings, satiated my hunger, and embarked on my journey. Today's mileage requirement escalated from yesterday's 20 kilometers to 80 kilometers. The road conditions were not particularly favorable, yet it was a day necessitating diligence in travel, with numerous patches of unmelted snow dotting the ground. With a newfound clarity, I possessed an almost clairvoyant perception. The vehicle boasted an autonomous driving system, while the cargo was equipped with an automatic recognition system for constant monitoring. Once again, Chi-Su found himself unfazed. He resolved to continue honing his skills, even clearing the truck bed to repeatedly practice the fundamentals. Regrettably, he had never systematically trained in combat, which rendered many of his moves somewhat awkward. It had been said that within the black crystal resource boxes, one could discover fantastical abilities such as mastery in combat or proficiency in staff techniques, provided that one's 3-dimensional attributes were not excessively lacking. One could instantly transition from novice to expert. However, such occurrences were exceedingly rare, and even those fortunate enough to obtain them were unlikely to part with such treasures, so it was unwise to place all hope upon this. Feeling the ache in his muscles, Chi-Su retrieved his firearm and commenced target practice with his newly upgraded level 3 pistol, which felt more comfortable in his grip. He lowered the window and took a shot at the outside, discovering that the recoil was no longer as formidable. Previously, firing a few rounds would leave his arm numb. Now, he merely felt a slight vibration as the bullet was discharged. The most crucial aspect was the enhanced accuracy. There was no need to lower the gun barrel beforehand, as he could simply aim and shoot with stability. After a few shots, Chi-Su found his rhythm. Yet, lacking a target left him uncertain on how to refine his aim. Just then, he encountered a wooden crate. Hearing the announcement from the screen, he positioned himself by the window without bringing the vehicle to a halt. Upon spotting the wooden resource box, he swiftly fired a shot. It veered slightly off course, sailing over the top of the crate. Moving forward a few meters, he took another shot, this time successfully hitting the target, causing the bullet to pierce through the wooden box, which was sent flying. Inside, it appeared empty at first glance, but upon closer inspection, Chi-Su discovered a large fat rat, completely penetrated by his bullet. He then halted the vehicle to retrieve the wooden crate for disassembly. To his relief, he had initially felt regret over the potential loss of resources within the box. After all, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. But that concern dissipated significantly. Throughout the morning, he encountered 3 wooden crates and 1 silver resource box, all without exiting the vehicle or reducing speed, focusing solely on practicing his shooting skills. Each time he spotted a crate, he fired. The second wooden crate contained fragile glass, which he shattered with a single shot, feeling no remorse as his accuracy had improved remarkably. The subsequent 2 crates, however, revealed monsters, particularly the silver box, which housed an upgraded green-haired creature. In that moment, Chi-Su realized that his luck with crates today had not been favorable. Upon encountering a box, one instinctively shoots. If it breaks, so be it. By the end of the day, nearly 16 boxes have been shot down. Setting aside the sheer number of supply boxes, 1's shooting proficiency had markedly improved. Chi-Su found himself somewhat perplexed. Even during the final day of the disaster period, he had never collected so many boxes. What was happening today? It was barely past 7 in the evening, yet he had already encountered 22 boxes, and not far ahead, another golden supply box appeared. It was one thing for wooden and bronze boxes to be filled with monsters, but this afternoon he had also encountered a golden supply box, which he shot through, only to find it contained monsters as well. Chi-Su had begun to harbor suspicions, wondering if someone had employed some peculiar item against him. Meanwhile, Tian was fixated on the user ranked first in the chat hall, the invincible Black Whirlwind. The unfortunate super double box card had been used on him. How was he still alive? The product description clearly stated that it would double the number of boxes, yet nearly all the supply boxes had turned into monster boxes. With so many monsters encountered in a single day, how was anyone still alive? Was it possible that the supply boxes were being loaded onto a vehicle to be opened later in the evening? Tian, having initially felt disheartened, found renewed hope. After Chi-Su came to a realization, he shot through the golden supply box, confirming his suspicions. It still contained a monster, albeit deceased. As he collected the boxes, he pondered who might be behind this mischief, with his first suspicion landing on Tian. After all, the incident with the crafting table that morning had effectively ruined his opportunity to earn money. If Tian possessed such a misfortune card, there was a 99% chance it would be used against him. However, lacking evidence, Chi-Su refrained from making any accusations. While still deep in thought, he encountered another wooden box. Chi-Su quickly raised his hand and fired, executing a roll on the spot, feeling quite impressive. The next moment, an announcement rang out. Congratulations. Player, you have obtained a new title. I have X-ray vision. Upon equipping this title, one would have 3 opportunities in a day to view the contents of supply boxes. Wow, you're incredibly lucky to have acquired such a rare title. Chi-Su was taken aback. He had triggered a title once again. Curiously, he inquired of Chiyo how the title I have X-ray vision was obtained. Chiyo explained, it can only be successfully triggered by violently destroying 20 supply boxes in a day without opening them, and all the boxes must contain monsters. Chi-Su was bewildered. Was this not a fortunate coincidence? He had intended to practice shooting today. Someone had inadvertently used a special item card against him, and he had serendipitously triggered a title. Chi-Su collected the next 5 boxes he encountered into the truck bed. Given that they all contained monsters, utilizing them might yield fruitful rewards. Perhaps he could even save a positioning card while eliminating foes. By 9 o'clock that evening, Tian began closely watching the profile picture of the invincible Black Whirlwind with eager anticipation. Regrettably, everything was proceeding smoothly, showing no signs of faltering. After a long night of anticipation, I was met with disappointment. Ultimately, I was left with no choice. Observing the trading hall, I noted that 276 crafting stations had already been sold, and Sweet Donut had succumbed to utter despair, having finally discovered a method for sustained profit. Alas, it was completely shattered by the relentless Black Whirlwind. This individual truly lacked integrity. On the other hand, Chi-Su had instructed Chiyo to investigate whether any transactions involving unlucky cards had appeared in the trading hall. Every transaction that had transpired within the trading hall, regardless of its success or age, would be meticulously documented. Indeed, we found what we were seeking. A player named Sleeping Champion had previously offered a super doubling box unlucky card for sale, with Sweet Donut as the purchaser, just as Chi-Su had suspected. Chi-Su was not one to instigate trouble, but if someone dared to bully him brazenly, he would certainly retaliate. Otherwise, what would be the difference between him and a mere dough ball? He could not bear the thought of being stifled in bed at night. Donning the new title, I have X-ray vision, he examined the newly acquired supply boxes. Within the golden supply box lay 10 red-eared venomous insects, whose venom proved lethal. A single bite would lead to certain demise within 10 minutes unless one consumed an antidote. Chi-Su vaguely recalled needing 2 or 3 antidotes, though the exact number eluded him. Additionally, a silver supply box contained an old acquaintance, the black line snake. The challenges presented by these 2 boxes were formidable. In order to avoid mistakenly accusing the wrong person, Chi Su decided to approach a player with whom he was not particularly familiar to probe Sweet Donut. A few individuals in the small group frequently engaged in conversation with him in the chat hall, their camaraderie too overt. Chi Su sifted through his friend's list and ultimately settled on "I'll show you." He sent her a private message, Black Whirlwind, one serving of fried rice and a bottle of cola in exchange for some conversation and information. "I'll show you" deal. Without a great deal of curiosity, "I'll show you" accepted the task and promptly messaged Sweet Donut. "I heard you possess a super doubling box unlucky card. I am willing to exchange 10 vehicle upgrade fragments, 3 weapon upgrade cards, and 50 survival coins for it." As the words escaped her lips, she felt a pang of anxiety. Such a wealth of resources for a worthless card seemed utterly foolish. Sweet Donut replied, "What do you want that super doubling box unlucky card for?" "I'll show you." "That's not your concern. Someone has offended me." Sweet Donut lamented, striking her thigh in regret, realizing she should have acted before involving the relentless Black Whirlwind. If only she had delayed a day longer, she could have profited significantly. Sweet Donut responded, "It's gone. You arrived too late. If I acquire another, I will set it aside for you next time." "I'll show you" received the desired response and promptly captured a screenshot of the chat history to send to Black Whirlwind. Chi Su then forwarded the fried rice and cola to "I'll show you." "Seeing how excited you are ever since I met the invincible Black Whirlwind. I hardly ever go hungry. This person is truly remarkable." Chi Su was utterly unaware of what you were thinking. However, she was certain that today, she would utilize the super doubler box to counteract her misfortunes, specifically for the donut. Chi Su retrieved the 2 boxes she had examined earlier. Sifting through the avatars in the large group, she found Breaking the Cocoon and Becoming a Butterfly and initiated a private chat. "Invincible Black Whirlwind, would you be so kind as to assist me? I am willing to offer a reward." Breaking the Cocoon and Becoming a Butterfly. "Oh my goodness." Whirlwind Leader, speak. "Invincible Black Whirlwind, I will provide you with a golden resource box and a silver resource box. Could you sell them for me in the chat hall? Sell them to the donut, but do so subtly. If she inquires, try to negotiate for a higher price. If she does not ask, do not sell to anyone else." Breaking the Cocoon and Becoming a Butterfly. "May I ask why?" Invincible Black Whirlwind, because the boxes contain monsters and she has used a super double box on me. I must return the favor." Breaking the Cocoon and Becoming a Butterfly did not respond immediately. Her first thought mirrored Chi Su's. She first checked the information regarding the super doubler box in the trading hall. Upon discovering that the donut had indeed purchased it, she confirmed that Invincible Black Whirlwind was speaking the truth and agreed to help. Setting aside her thoughts about the donut, whose character was undeniably questionable and notorious for stirring trouble, Breaking the Cocoon and Becoming a Butterfly recalled how, at the start of the game, she had been completely deceived by her. Promised a bottle of mineral water in exchange for 3 iron blocks and 2 wooden planks. She found the process too tedious and opted to exchange gifts in private chat instead. The result was that she received a mere bottle of mineral water. In contrast to the donut's reprehensible character, the Whirlwind Leader was entirely different. She consistently sold resources in abundance when everyone was in dire need, not only at reasonable prices, providing a lifeline for ordinary players, but also frequently offered words of encouragement or shared images to reignite hope and motivation. Given this comparison, Breaking the Cocoon and Becoming a Butterfly was certainly more inclined to trust the invincible Black Whirlwind. Breaking the Cocoon and Becoming a Butterfly. "Certainly, I shall assist without hesitation. No reward is necessary, as I happen to have a grudge against him." "Is he male?" Breaking the Cocoon and Becoming a Butterfly. "Yes, 100. We encountered each other during a dungeon run." Invincible Black Whirlwind. "Excellent. If the donut decides to purchase, you can negotiate the resources with him. Regardless of the outcome, the items will be yours, but the transaction must occur in the trading hall, as I require proof of a successful trade." Breaking the Cocoon and Becoming a Butterfly. "No problem." Only then did Chi Su send both resource boxes to Breaking the Cocoon and Becoming a Butterfly. Her actions were swift. She announced in the chat hall, selling 2 resource boxes, 1 gold and 1 silver. "I dare not set a price. Today has been unlucky, and I fear they may contain monsters. I am so frightened. Lao by long in the waves. What is the price? I'll take them. The handsomest player. I want them. I'll trade vehicle upgrade fragments. You will be absolutely satisfied with the price. Let us chat privately. Player 0409. Check your private messages. Sell it to me. The price is negotiable. Although many harbor a fear of monsters, those who partake in this survival game still yearn to take a gamble. Under ordinary circumstances, encountering a golden supply box within 10 days is considered a stroke of fortune. To think someone would actually sell one. Instantly, a multitude of people emerged. A fortunate soul remarked, "Little butterfly, this approach is unwise. Sooner or later, you'll need to open boxes yourself. While the monsters are not yet formidable, it would be wise to practice more. You might as well invest in a more powerful weapon." Another chimed in, "What my lucky brother says is true. The trading hall offers numerous weapons for sale. Acquire a stronger weapon and upgrade it. It would be far more advantageous than selling boxes." Butterfly, having just depleted her resources to purchase a crafting table, found herself in dire straits, contemplating a risky gamble. She felt a flicker of emotion amidst the deception and treachery of this survival game, for she had also encountered some warm-hearted individuals. As a flurry of private messages flooded in, she became wary of revealing herself. Though she responded to most, she had yet to hear from Sweet Donut. Just as she feared the worst, Sweet Donut finally reached out. Displaying her cleverness, Butterfly refrained from responding immediately. It was only after Sweet Donut inquired twice that she replied. The highest bidder wins, projecting an air of busyness and saying little else. Sweet Donut gritted her teeth, determined to take a chance, confident in her usual fortune. The monsters she faced were rarely insurmountable, especially with a pistol in hand. What creature could evade her wrath? Thus, she resolutely declared, 10 vehicle upgrade fragments, plus a long sword. I will share the attributes with you. 78. Sweet Donut went offline. Butterfly was quite satisfied with this offer, yet still replied, not enough. Moreover, you owe me 3 iron blocks and 2 pieces of wood. I can hardly be bothered to converse with you. Sweet Donut promptly sent the iron blocks and wood her way. Let bygones be bygones. It's been a while since our last disagreement. You mentioned the highest bidder wins, correct? Butterfly rolled her eyes in exasperation. Were it not for the necessity of selling to her, she would have relished the thought of blocking Sweet Donut. Every word dripped with a rancid undertone. Sweet Donut continued, my offer is already quite reasonable. You cannot sell supply boxes every time. This longsword boasts excellent attributes, enhancing strength by 2 points. With it, you could attempt to open boxes yourself next time. How about this? I promise once more to help you open boxes for free. Butterfly scoffed at the notion of free box openings. Sweet Donut had previously deceived several individuals by claiming to offer free openings, only for them to receive monsters each time, with no resources to show for it. After a couple of such incidents, no one was keen to seek her assistance anymore. Butterfly then shared several chat logs with Sweet Donut. I am quite busy and do not wish to haggle piece by piece. Look at what others are offering. If you cannot meet the price, let us not continue this conversation. Having surveyed the situation, Sweet Donut found herself ensnared in a quandary, faced with 2 unopened boxes. Could they truly withstand such fierce bidding? Broken Cocoon to Butterfly remained silent, fearing a misstep in the transaction. Ultimately, Sweet Donut resolved to take a risk. 16 vehicle upgrade fragments were at stake. What did it matter if she had excess? She offered a long sword and a weapon enhancement card. If it's agreeable, let us proceed. If not, I shall withdraw. Broken Cocoon to Butterfly, satisfied, replied, let us meet in the trading hall. Sweet Donut interjected, why not simply exchange gifts directly? This is such a hassle. Broken Cocoon to Butterfly retorted, are you foolish, or am I? Do you intend to deceive me once more? Will you trade or not? If not, I will seek another. Clutching her heart, Broken Cocoon to Butterfly pondered, am I truly such a simpleton? Very well, let us convene at the trading hall. Sweet Donut conceded. Only upon securing all items did Broken Cocoon to Butterfly exhale with relief. Sweet Donut remained vigilant, cradling a plush bear, a substitute doll that could absorb damage. Fearless of danger, she risked merely wasting an item. She then brandished her pistol, fully prepared before opening the silver supply box. Upon its revelation, Sweet Donut was momentarily taken aback. What on earth? An empty box. Her initial instinct was to believe that Broken Cocoon to Butterfly was intentionally retaliating against her, but a sudden pain in her thigh shattered that thought. Lowering her gaze, she discerned a slender black snake. What use was her firearm? Hastily, she retrieved a dagger and attempted to dislodge the serpent, only for it to evade her strike, leaving her wrist punctured as well. To her dismay, the plush bear crumbled in her embrace. Yet, the pain in her thigh and wrist had vanished. Sweet Donut, flushed with indignation, cursed vehemently. Such a precious substitute doll, lost from a golden supply box. Since entering this survival game, she had never felt so humiliated. In a state of extreme irrationality, she impulsively decided to open another golden supply box. Now, Sweet Donut was solely focused on recovering her losses, unwilling to accept the grave extent of her misfortune. Thus, when 20 red-eared venomous insects erupted from the golden supply box, Sweet Donut was left in shock, racing towards her vehicle in a frenzy. Alas, she was still stung 3 or 4 times. Her health dwindled by a point each second. Warning, warning, dear player, you have been poisoned. Please consume an antidote swiftly, or you shall meet your demise. In haste, Sweet Donut swallowed an antidote, noticing her health decline at a slower rate. Yet the poison was not entirely purged. She urgently searched the trading hall for more antidotes. Just moments prior, 2 or 3 players had been selling them, yet now, not a single one remained. She rushed to the chat hall, exclaiming, "I will pay handsomely for an antidote. Please, I beg you, someone help me." Player 1029 responded, "Even if I had one, I wouldn't sell it to you. You have cost me so many resources." Chishu had been intently observing the chat hall when he noticed Yanquin begin to speak. Without hesitation, he sent out a red envelope. The contents were modest, comprising 20 assorted compressed biscuits, 20 cups of instant noodles nearing their expiration, and 20 bottles of purified water, collected daily from the dehumidifier as surplus. Additionally, he included a few snacks he personally disliked, such as white kidney bean coffee powder, canned yellow peaches, and crab roe rice crackers, bringing the total to 70 red envelopes. The moment he dispatched them into the group, they were swiftly snatched up. Subsequently, the chat hall was flooded with a cascade of thank yous directed at the benefactor. Yanquin then sent a message urgently seeking detox pills, but alas, it was quickly buried beneath the flood of responses, and Chishu, fixated on the screen, nearly missed it. Woody Hike Xuanfeng, you're welcome. If anyone needs a crafting table or a raincoat, remember to trade with me in the transaction hall. After sending this message, Chishu intended to begin his dinner, but Yanquin's avatar had already turned black. Chishu exhaled a sigh of relief, given the chance. He cherished this opportunity for survival more than anyone else. To be aware of someone harboring ill intentions, yet remain inactive, was akin to willingly inviting a brick to one's forehead. Indeed, it seemed a bit harsh. But without ruthlessness, one could hardly survive in this perilous game. He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on Yanquin any longer. He had shifted his exercise routine to the daylight hours, allowing himself to unwind in the evenings. After dinner, Chishu loaded his dirty clothes and sheets into the washing machine, then took some time to digest his meal by playing with a Rubik's Cube. Feeling somewhat drowsy, he placed the clothes and sheets into the dryer before crawling into bed. Maintaining a good spirit and combat readiness was essential for survival in this game. As Chishu drifted into a hazy slumber, he was roused by the sound of the screen announcing, "Hey, dear novice players, have you all become accustomed to our caring and gentle survival game? Tomorrow, a new dungeon awaits you, dear novices. No, a select few strong players and many novices. Let us strive together and look forward to your impressive performances. Do not disappoint me. Those who let me down too often shall find themselves perilously close to demise." 79. Duo Mode Dungeon. This dungeon is a 2-star adventure, Frozen Wonderland. Isn't it beautiful? Just hearing the name is enough to stir your heart. However, be warned, the danger level is quite high. Unlucky players and fools may not return alive. So what are you? An unlucky player or a fool? Yet the rewards are exceptionally generous. Everything you desire is within reach, provided you possess the skill to claim them. The countdown for dungeon registration is 10 minutes. To confirm your registration, please click the button below. The dungeon will officially commence tomorrow at 8 a.m. During the duration of the dungeon, supply crates will not respawn along the roadsides. Novices, remember, a step slower could mean missed opportunities. Would you like to register? Without hesitation, Chi-Su decisively chose yes. With 3 copy protection cards and other marvelous items like monster disappearance cards at his disposal, it was only logical to participate. He had been awaiting this opportunity for the dungeon. Regrettably, the chance from the previous round had been thwarted by the radiance of a new dawn. The Frozen Wonderland dungeon was somewhat peculiar, being a rare 2-player cooperative challenge among the low-star dungeons, with partners assigned randomly. If one's partner was inadequate, achieving a commendable performance would be nearly impossible. A single strong player could not carry the team alone. Nevertheless, Chi-Su was determined to sign up, as any dungeon represented a chance for substantial rewards. After registering, Chi-Su intended to resume his sleep, only to find numerous mentions of him in the group chats. He commented in the smaller group, "This dungeon seems to require combat. I am not certain about other details." Zhonghua Zidingjia replied, "Understood, then I want to sign up. You all participate and return safely. I will prepare a large plate of chicken for everyone at noon." Energetic girl Guo Digang interjected, "I want to sign up." Despite being a novice, retired magical youth proclaimed, "I also wish to join." Invincible Black Whirlwind encouraged, "If you want to join, go ahead. Just upgrade your weapons and be attentive during the dungeon." Jin Zhongxiao Tai Bushin added, "Got it. Does anyone still need a bulletproof outfit? Should I prepare one for each of you? I wonder if wearing 2 layers would enhance the effect." Retired magical youth chuckled, "Huh, it probably won't help. The product description states that effects do not stack." Zhonghua Zidingji quipped, "If wearing an extra layer were beneficial, I would request 70 or 80 sets to pretend to be a big shot. Ha." Chief Beauty Officer requested, "Wind Leader, please craft me a workstation. Let us all give our best tomorrow." Chi-Su raised an eyebrow. Typically, any valuable or newly acquired items would be promptly shared in the group. The workstation was no exception. After obtaining the blueprint for it, Chi-Su remembered to send the materials to the group. Anyone who provided materials received assistance in crafting a workstation. Some individuals, however, were particular and contributed additional items, but Chi-Su didn't mind the value of their contributions. Upon opening a private chat with the Chief Beauty Officer, he discovered that besides a simple thank you, she had not offered much else. Initially, Chi-Su had overlooked this detail, but he was now acutely aware. The previously lively group chat fell abruptly silent, creating an awkward atmosphere. At that moment, Longley Leabailing responded, "Wind Leader has listed the workstation in the trading hall. Just click to claim it." Chief Beauty Officer exclaimed, "Oh, I didn't notice. I've been busy upgrading my vehicle these past few days and hadn't paid attention." After exiting the group chat, Chief Beauty Officer irritably messaged her boyfriend, "I told you it's not suitable. I've sent you the materials. If you need them, just exchange them in the trading hall." Invincible Black Whirlwind completely ignored me. And now others are criticizing me. What does that mean? Are you blaming me? I had just requested you to inquire, and you did not refuse me. It seems you also wish to take advantage of the situation. Chi-Su just witnessed in the chat hall that he had successfully seized a red envelope. How could he have missed it? Clearly, he had promoted the transaction hall's crafting station and raincoat immediately after sending the red envelope. Chi-Su did not expel him at the first opportunity, having encountered numerous instances of ingratitude. Initially, he had thought the chief's charming demeanor to be quite commendable. Yet one cannot entirely avert the desperate actions of a cornered individual. Many personal revelations were shared within the group, and Chi-Su intended to wait for an opportune moment, either to ascertain that he posed no further threat or to decisively take action against him. A heart that lacks resolve cannot endure. Chi-Su opened the large group chat and observed that most were inquiring whether they had registered for the dungeon. He responded casually, "Invincible Black Whirlwind, I have registered. I did not sign up for the last dungeon due to concerns, but this time the system announcement was quite normal, hitting 0 hour, detailing the star level and clearly stating the dungeon's name." His mood slightly affected, Chi-Su replied nonchalantly and then lay down to rest, initially believing that sleep would elude him. However, accompanied by the hypnotic sound of rain, he soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, Chi-Su was roused by the sound of raindrops. Sitting up groggily, he looked up and noticed what seemed to be a leak above the truck bed. Peering outside, he was astonished. The rain was so heavy it resembled being doused with a bucketful. The garbage truck seal was not particularly tight, and water was indeed dripping in through the seams. Chisu hurriedly opened the trading space to look for rainproof fabric. If he could not find it, he would have to stow the bed and place a basin to catch the water for the time being. After browsing around, he did not find a rainproof fabric, but he discovered a vehicle raincoat, a far superior option. The trading conditions were 6 plastics and 6 of any materials. Chisu paid with 6 plastics and selected 6 of the most abundant wood. Once he obtained the vehicle raincoat, he donned his own raincoat and proceeded to cover the garbage truck entirely, simultaneously removing the anti-slip chains. Though the rain was torrential, the ground was not flooded. The ice and snow had completely melted, and all the water flowed into the black mist on either side of the road, rendering the anti-slip chains unnecessary. Despite wearing the raincoat, the heavy downpour soaked his shoes and pant legs upon his return. Chisu glanced at his health status, noting a decrease of 3 points. Survival games are indeed quite unreasonable. No matter how robust one's constitution, exposure to rain will diminish health points, and in severe cases, lead to illness. Thus, he quickly took a hot shower and drank ginger and jujube tea all while bathing. Chisu helplessly pursed his lips. Why did his menstruation arrive at this moment? The dungeon he was to participate in shortly was called Frozen Wonderland, a name that clearly suggests it would be very cold. This was particularly unfriendly to a girl experiencing her period. Chisu typically suffered from debilitating cramps during menstruation, making it difficult to stand upright. He hastily concluded a shower, dried his hair with a hairdryer, and then directed the warm air toward his abdomen for a while. Pleasantly surprised to find that he did not experience any back pain or cramps. This was indeed a fortunate development. It remains uncertain whether it is due to a regular sleep schedule or the daily consumption of hot water and ginger jujube tea. By sheer coincidence, this morning, the esteemed chef prepared red bean porridge, and after consuming it, Chisu felt a comforting warmth in his belly, alleviating his worries. As for the dungeon team, once they enter, trading and chatting are prohibited. Chisu hastily inquired with the chef for some more warm porridge, intending to have it for lunch. The mighty black tornado asked, "Do you have any other warm soups or broths?" The chef replied, "Yesterday, I traded some lamb meatball soup and brown sugar egg water with a player. Would you like it? It's still warm. I've placed it in a stasis space." The meatball soup pairs deliciously with the baked flatbread. The mighty black tornado eagerly accepted, saying yes. "Thank you. I'll bring you something good once I exit the dungeon." Chisu was not reluctant to share. He knew the chef would likely refuse direct gifts, but presenting him with local specialties upon exiting would leave no room for refusal. The chef responded, "All right, no problem. The beef jerky is ready as well. Take that along, and don't forget these baked sweet potatoes." Prosperity and modesty, safety and peace. Chisu felt a twinge of nostalgia. A 1 to 3-star dungeon would last no more than a day. Yet the food the chef prepared could sustain him for 2 to 3 days. He donned his green woolen outfit and applied a heating pad to his abdomen. As the clock struck 6, he surged forward at full speed. For the farther he traveled, the more treasures he would encounter. It was not until he spotted his first bronze supply chest that he recalled the misfortune card for the super double chest. The card's validity seemed to extend for 24 hours, so barring any mishaps, today's chest would surely be filled with monsters. Chisu let out a deep sigh. Monster chests were acceptable. Storing them could yield remarkable benefits if utilized wisely. From 6 o'clock until the moment he entered the dungeon, 2 hours passed, during which Chisu amassed 6 monster supply chests, 1 wooden, 2 bronze, 2 silver, and 1 gold. Utilizing the I have X-ray vision function, he inspected the contents of the golden supply chest and confirmed that the 24 hours had yet to expire. The chest contained a grinning ghost monster, known for his high defense and difficulty to defeat. Before entering the dungeon, Chisu changed into a fresh sanitary pad and a new heating pad, ensuring he was thoroughly prepared. At 8 o'clock, all players registered for the dungeon were teleported to the ice and snow wonderland, where those in lighter attire were immediately struck by an intense, bone-chilling cold. "Greetings, dear players. Good morning. Having just emerged from a cold period, do you feel the long-awaited warmth here? In this dungeon, everyone will be automatically paired with a teammate to collaboratively acquire the ice crystal flowers. A word of caution, The monsters within the pages of the book are indeed vile and terrifying. But what of your companion? Will they selflessly share the ice crystal flowers with you? Each group of players is permitted to enter the dungeon with only one vehicle, and likewise, only one individual's backpack may be activated. It is crucial to negotiate reasonably with your teammates to secure your rights, lest you fall victim to betrayal. Note, the use of firearms and ammunition is strictly prohibited in this dungeon. Those who violate this rule shall bear the consequences. Aside from firearms and ammunition, all other weapons may be freely chosen. The announcement reverberated through the air, almost overtly inciting distrust, yet proved remarkably effective. At the very least, all players have become wary of their unseen teammates. In the previous round, Chisu encountered a teammate of decent skill and character, an amiable young man who initially exuded enthusiasm. However, Chisu's constant vigilance dampened the spirit of collaboration, resulting in minimal interaction. Reflecting on the failure of the last game, Chisu recognized it as a rather normal occurrence tied to his personality flaws. While a degree of caution is warranted, excessive wariness can lead to isolation. At this moment, all players felt a sense of trepidation. Naturally, they wished to utilize their own vehicles and activate their own backpacks, but how could they communicate effectively? If communication faltered, the dungeon's success would be jeopardized, as acquiring the ice crystal flower necessitated cooperation. The players found themselves in a quandary. Simultaneously, all players, along with their vehicles, were transported to the dungeon hall. In stark contrast to the previous game, where they greeted each other with joy and ease, this time everyone exhibited a notable caution. Conversations were confined to small circles, devoid of exuberant exclamations. Chisu suddenly spotted a man with a cigarette in hand, and upon closer inspection, he felt an uncanny resemblance to the legendary old white dragon. Approximately in his 40s, he bore an air of worldly wisdom, reminiscent of the persona associated with old white dragon. The distribution of teams commenced, urging players to remain patient. Shortly thereafter, Chisu found himself shrouded in darkness, only to be teleported to the entrance of the dungeon. Beside him stood a rather audacious young woman, her chattering teeth betraying the cold. She was clad in a fleece jacket and old Beijing cloth shoes, both adorned with survival game insignia. Her demeanor was undeniably arrogant as she gazed upwards at a 45-degree angle, arms crossed, exuding an attitude befitting a luxury vehicle driver, despite being in a delivery truck. Chisu instinctively felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered her before, but could not ascertain the accuracy of his intuition. However, upon noticing Chisu's rather unimpressive vehicle, her head tilted down from its lofty angle, revealing a mixture of envy and curiosity in her eyes. Chisu, taking the initiative, stepped out of the vehicle and greeted her. "Hello, are you cold? I have an extra green fur suit you can borrow." The entrance to the dungeon was merely the beginning. Within moments, temperatures would plummet to 30 or 40 degrees below zero. Given the young woman's attire, she would likely freeze before even encountering any monsters. "Thank goodness she's a girl," Chisu mused. As the young woman spoke, Chisu couldn't help but smile, confirming his earlier suspicion of her being the one he had seen before. This survival game involves grouping, and Chisu was eager to seize the opportunity to become acquainted with the player known as Kong Laonyang Xuanai. The chance presented itself fortuitously, and upon meeting, Chisu discovered that she was not as difficult to interact with as she had presumed. Chisu proactively offered her a green-haired outfit, suggesting it could be worn directly on top to avoid the cold. "Hurry up and put it on," she urged. Kong Laonyang Xue and I felt a touch of embarrassment and pondered what she could offer in exchange, but her backpack was utterly devoid of items. Therefore, she sniffed forcefully and waved her hand dismissively, asserting, "I don't need it. I'm not afraid of the cold." Chisu replied, "I'm from Harbin." Indeed, Chisu struggled with communication, particularly with strangers, yet shared a common background with her fellow townsfolk, making conversation flow more effortlessly. "What? You don't sound like it. You don't have an accent," Kong Laonyang Xue and I remarked. Chisu nodded, explaining that her hometown was Harbin, but she left at a young age and hadn't returned since her family was no longer there. Kong Laonyang Xue and I, despite her cool demeanor, seemed to lighten up after a moment of stealing glances at Chisu, clearly in good spirits. "Let us collaborate for mutual benefit," Kong Laonyang Shui and I suggested, proposing that they use her vehicle since her own was nearly out of power and only had one seat. Chi Su agreed, instructing her to park her vehicle by the roadside so they could converse in her car. Kong Laonyang Shui and I's expression brightened at the prospect, realizing that this way, they could maintain power in the vehicle and not worry about failing to complete their mission for the day. The young girl appeared quite endearing. Chi Su had also stocked her vehicle with supplies, considering that using her own means they would rely on Kong Laonyang Shui's backpack. However, as soon as she entered the vehicle, Kong Laonyang Shui and I exclaimed, "Wow, is the heater on in your car? It's so warm. Also, I've been having a rough time lately. Could I possibly use your backpack?" Before Chi Su could respond, she continued, "Doesn't the mission state that the last reward is for the ice crystal flower? I will give you a larger share. Let us split it 60-40. You can handle the monsters while I stay back." Chi Su was reluctant to hide in the shadows, as this was a rare opportunity to practice real combat. "I also wish to practice monster slaying. If conditions permit, would you guide me?" She hesitated before asking, "May I be so bold as to inquire if you are Kong Laonyang Shui and I?" Kong Laonyang Shui and I was taken aback. "Yes, how did you know? Gisu Gandili Ziplit. We've exchanged items before. Your tone was too similar." Kong Laonyang Shui and I, having traded with very few players due to her lack of wealth, was intrigued. "Are you the one who has transformed from a caterpillar to a butterfly?" Chi Su shook her head slightly. Kong Laonyang Shui and I pondered for a moment longer. "Then are you player 0422? Chi Su shook her head once more. Kong Laonyang Shui and I was thoroughly perplexed. That shouldn't be the case. I haven't traded with many people. Chi Su earnestly stated, "I am the invincible black whirlwind." A wave of nervousness washed over her. This was her first time revealing her identity face to face. In the previous round, she had encountered numerous group missions. However, Chi Su consistently maintained a formal and distant demeanor, reluctant to engage in deep conversations or forge close relationships, resulting in a few adversaries but not a single friend. For the first time, Chi Su felt a sense of confidence. With 3 protective cards and the anesthetic needle concealed within her ring, complemented by a pink chainsaw, she believed she possessed sufficient means to confront any potential threat. "Do you think you're an invincible black whirlwind? And a girl at that? Gisu not that? Look at me. Ready to surprise you with my prowess." She chuckled heartily. "Impressive, sister, but why such an unappealing name? It's rather off-putting." Chi Su's anxious demeanor eased slightly as she recalled a name that contrasted more sharply with her own, which felt safer. "Look at me. Ready to surprise you." She nodded, instinctively viewing Chi Su as a person of great fortune, blessed with abundant resources, even though her combat capabilities were nearly non-existent. "Rest assured, accompanying me will guarantee your safety." "Excellent. Let us cooperate harmoniously." Both tacitly chose not to mention their true names. "Look at me, ready to surprise you," began to scrutinize the adorably pink vehicle. The driver's cabin was more spacious than both of her vehicles combined, resembling a cozy little lounge, complete with soft beige sofas and a table adorned with floral tea and a fruit platter. The driving area was completely distinct from the living space. If she could possess such a vehicle, surviving on the highway for a century would be a trivial pursuit, far less daunting than dancing on the edge of a blade. Chi Su exhaled softly, feeling relieved. It had been years since she had engaged in such a conversation, and it felt surprisingly pleasant, at least not as intolerable as she had anticipated. At that moment, the announcement from the light screen echoed. "The entrance has opened. Players who have made prior arrangements may now embark. This instance of the dungeon is time-limited to 8 hours. Should both parties agree, they may opt to conclude early, which will transport them back to the dungeon entrance, albeit at the cost of 5 ice crystal flowers. If you lack even 5 ice crystal flowers, you might as well resign yourself to death. How foolish and Navi one must be to enroll in a dungeon without adequate preparation. A gentle reminder, while gathering flowers, you shall encounter delightful monsters." The light screen announcements had always carried this tone. Chi Su had found it rather irksome in the previous game, but now, despite its ungracious delivery, it provided useful details, which she considered a slight advantage. "Shall we set off?" "Absolutely." Chi Su instructed Chi Chio to maintain a steady speed of 20 yards. Chichio initially thought the invincible black whirlwind was conversing with herself, but to her surprise, the vehicle began to move magically the next second. Of course, she possessed an advanced, fully automated driving system. Chisu tossed the green-haired outfit she had previously withheld to Chichio once more. Put it on. It will be too cold to battle once we disembark, which might hinder your performance. Consider this my advanced tuition. I hope you can teach me the fundamentals of combat. Only then did Chichio cease to decline, promptly donning the attire. Chi-Chi gazed out the window, and the landscape transformed into a vast expanse of white. However, it was not snow that surrounded her, but ice. The crystalline flowers nestled by the roadside appeared akin to the supply boxes traversing along the highway. The act of harvesting these ice crystal flowers required a certain finesse. Even the slightest shard of ice falling from the leaves or petals would render the dog-light screen unresponsive, necessitating a careful approach with a small knife. Yet, as one attempted to harvest, a plethora of monsters would emerge, compelling the two teammates to synchronize their efforts. One would focus on plucking the flowers while the other engaged the monsters. For every creature vanquished, another would take its place, continuing until the ice crystal flowers were successfully gathered. Chi-Chi vaguely recalled that when the black mist surrounding the roadside dissipated, one would encounter a dense forest abundant with ice crystal flowers. However, entry into this forest prohibited the use of vehicles, allowing only foot travel. Moreover, the strength of the monsters within would be significantly heightened, and the black mist could coalesce anew at any moment. Failing to return to the highway before the mist reformed would likely result in dire consequences. Fortunately, the gathering of the black mist required time, making it relatively easy to anticipate. As long as one was not ensnared by a monster, ample time remained. Chi-Chi felt quite confident in collaborating with the formidable combatant known as Cutting You Down. Is that an ice crystal flower? Following the direction of Cutting You Down's finger, Chi-Chi spotted a flower towering to half her height and as thick as her thigh, standing out prominently by the roadside. Yes, stop the vehicle. As Cutting You Down brandished a large cleaver, Chi-Chi equipped her pink chainsaw. The chainsaw's blade was as thin as a gossamer wing, yet extraordinarily sharp, and she pondered whether she could sever the ice crystal flower directly. Upon disembarking, Chi-Chi noticed the biting cold rendered her green fur outfit inadequate. It was frigid enough that even saliva could freeze. She resolved to acquire a set of temperature-regulating attire at the earliest opportunity. Goodness, that ice crystal flower is colossal. I had expected something much smaller. Let me see if I can kick it down. Before Cutting You Down could charge forward for a sprinting kick, Chi-Chi halted her. It certainly won't be that simple. I will handle the flower. You take care of the monsters, all right? Without hesitation, Cutting You Down agreed, unable to refuse such an adorable and charming girl. Chi-Chi nodded, activating her pink chainsaw. She crouched down, pressing the chainsaw firmly against the ground, aiming to slice the ice crystal flower from its base. The moment the chainsaw made contact with the flower, a cacophony of hissing laughter erupted from the black mist, and a snowball monster sprang forth, intent on charging. In an instant, Cutting You Down delivered a flying kick, sending the creature back into the mist, leaving Chi-Chi unperturbed. The more swiftly they dispatched the monsters, the quicker they seemed to spawn. As the first vanished, another appeared almost immediately, resembling a sentient block of ice with discernible features. Drawing upon her experience, Cutting You Down attempted to conserve her energy, understanding that even reckless aggression must be tempered with strategy. Until the invincible black whirlwind completely severed the ice crystal flower, it drove it into the ground with a single stroke. With a forceful thrust, the ice monster shattered into smaller fragments. Congratulations to Team 1888 for acquiring Ice Crystal Flower 1. The duo wasted no time, swiftly collecting the ice crystal flower before hastily returning to their vehicle to continue their journey. Hey, if you wish to hone your skills, shall I pick flowers next time? Asked Chichu. He nodded sure. Just be careful not to crush it. If the ice crystal flower shatters, it 1T count. Rest assured, my hands are steady, replied the other. After approximately 10 minutes, they encountered a second ice crystal flower. The other took the initiative to pick the flower, slicing from the base, just as Chichu had done earlier. The first adversary was also a snowball monster, Chishu calmly engaged in battle, keeping an eye on his companion's situation while evading attacks. Your offensive moves are too frequent. It's unnecessary. Wait for the right moment to strike decisively, or you'll exhaust your stamina. The other's keen perception quickly identified Chishu's major flaw. With a deft feint, Chishu swung the chainsaw, which struck the snowball monster, reducing it to a pile of debris. The second foe was once again a snowball monster, and Chishu began to practice his one-hit kill technique. However, due to mistimed execution, he received a punch to the shoulder. It wasn't overly painful, just a bit embarrassing. Chishu, accustomed to a chaotic fighting style, often found himself fatigued. So now that his agility had improved, he sought to make some adjustments. The other, while slicing the ice crystal flower, provided guidance to Chishu. After confronting 3 successive snowball monsters, Chishu gradually began to find his rhythm, learning to identify defensive weaknesses in the monster's attacks for swift counterattacks. Just as Chishu intended to continue, an announcement rang out. Ice crystal flower extraction failed. Its leaves are ruined. What a clumsy player. The ice crystal flower shattered into pieces, even more so than the previous ice monster. The other looked bewildered. I was careful enough. What a ridiculous setting. Chishu glanced at the time and the real-time leaderboard. The first-ranked team had already collected 3 ice crystal flowers. Chishu proposed, "Let us do this. I'll pick the flowers, and you handle monsters. Once we secure first place, I can practice at my leisure." The other agreed, "Sounds good. The one that broke counts as mine." Chishu shook his head slightly, dismissing the concern. Subsequently, the duo began their synchronized collaboration, with Chishu even using a thick cushion. He placed it beside the ice crystal flower, kneeling on it to avoid the chill. They successfully gathered 22 ice crystal flowers, propelling them to first place. After defeating the monsters and returning to the vehicle, Chishu immediately placed a hot water bag on his abdomen while continuously sipping hot water. Relieved that his stomach had not ached, he felt a surge of excitement. His body seemed to have grown significantly stronger, both inside and out. As Chishu contemplated stepping forward to take action, the dark mist by the roadside suddenly dispersed. In a surge of excitement, she exclaimed, "Let's go." In the previous round, her teammate had been rather cautious, believing their rank was reasonably good and hesitant to venture into the dense forest. However, Chishu was confident that the character I'm going to / was not one to shy away from challenges. Indeed, she exhibited even more enthusiasm than Chishu, swiftly darting ahead with 3 quick strides. "I will clear the path." Chishu followed closely, wielding a chainsaw in one hand and a long knife in the other. As they entered, they were immediately taken aback by 5 crystalline ice flowers arranged before them. Just as they approached, 4 snowball monsters charged towards them. Back to back, Chishu and I'm going to / you faced off against 2 each. The latter dispatched her foes with remarkable speed, achieving nearly instant kills with each strike. Earlier, she had been mindful of Chishu's pace in flower gathering, but now her true prowess shone through. Despite Chishu struggling with her 2 snowball monsters, I'm going to / you refrained from intervening directly, instead offering guidance from the sidelines. Be more nimble. If you can't break through head-on, find a way around. Don't hesitate when you strike. Your speed is lacking, but your weapon is impressive. Chishu found her words quite enlightening. The instructions were practical and devoid of unnecessary embellishments, embodying a steady, precise, and lethal approach. The knife in her hand felt as if it were an extension of her own body. Once Chishu had dealt with her remaining snowball monsters, they both commenced harvesting the ice crystal flowers. Congratulations to Team 1888 for obtaining 5 ice crystal flowers. Noticing that the dark mist showed no signs of regathering, Chishu was eager to venture further, and I'm going to / you was equally willing. After all, it was a rare opportunity to escape the monotony of running along the highway. Chishu produced 2 roasted sweet potatoes, handing one to go to / you. The steaming, fragrant sweet potato seemed even more delectable in the icy environment. After consuming one to stave off hunger, they had little time to indulge further. Soon, they encountered another group of ice crystal flowers, 7 in total, suggesting a corresponding number of monsters nearby. I'm going to / you held Chishu back for a moment, saying, "Wait a bit, I'll scout ahead." Chi Su, recognizing the wisdom in her words, did not protest. As soon as I'm going to slash, you stepped into the harvesting zone of the ice crystal flowers. 9 monsters materialized around her, comprising both snowball monsters and ice block monsters, with 2 even concealed beneath the snowdrifts. Unfazed, I'm going to slash, you smiled and proactively launched her attack. Chi Su watched for a brief moment, captivated by the spectacle. This was true combat, an impressive display of skill against multiple adversaries executed without a hint of strain. Her movements were fluid and graceful, making it difficult for the surrounding monsters to land a hit. In comparison, Chi Su realized that her previous approach had merely involved wildly swinging her knife, a reckless, all-or-nothing strategy, relying solely on her audacity and fearlessness. Thus, I refrained from causing any disturbance, choosing instead to diligently study from the periphery. Occasionally, I would launch a surprise attack, and my approach seemed to have undergone a remarkable transformation. The furtive manner in which I executed these ambushes appeared more insidious than the monsters themselves. I consistently feigned detachment, maintaining a safe distance to avoid drawing the monster's attention, and only struck decisively when I was certain of a lethal blow. I successfully executed several stealthy assaults, my smile widening with each victory, while I couldn't help but glance back at Chi Su with a sense of satisfaction. Chi Su grinned back, clearly understanding my intentions. This strategy suited me perfectly. I reveled in the astonishment I caused. Such a cunning approach could hardly be attributed to my tutelage. Dear sister, it is your own keen insight that has led to this, not my influence. Chi Su gleefully set about harvesting the ice crystal flowers. She secured 7 more in quick succession, solidifying her position in first place, while the second place holder had only amassed 21. At that moment, the ominous black mist began to coalesce rapidly. Without the need for verbal communication, we instinctively turned and sprinted away, as the speed of the mist's gathering was far swifter than Chi Su had anticipated. Our health plummeted alarmingly, plunging us into a poisoned state. Chi Su hastily consumed 2 antidote pills, passing 2 more to me, and we pressed on, barely escaping as the black fog threatened to engulf both sides of the path. In a final burst of effort, we leapt back onto the road, narrowly avoiding disaster. I had not anticipated coming so close to defeat. The pain in my chest from the poison hindered my speed significantly. Had it not been for those antidote pills, I might have succumbed. Chi Su nodded in agreement, sensing that the rate at which the black mist was accumulating was notably faster than in her previous game. It was evident that one could not solely rely on experience. One must always be prepared for the unexpected. With an hour remaining in the dungeon, Chi Su instructed the vehicle to continue onward and retrieved a fragrant lamb meatball soup prepared by the Chinese culinary master. She also produced 2 crispy, aromatic flatbreads, offering one to me. Are you hungry? Have some food. First place should be secure. We can descend again when we encounter more ice crystal flowers. I felt a twinge of embarrassment. I feel guilty for mooching off your provisions, especially after the antidote pills you gave me. Chi Su handed me the flatbread and served a bowl of lamb meatball soup, asking, with your prowess, why do you find yourself in such dire straits? I hesitated before responding, and Chi Su, understanding my reticence, did not press further. It wasn't until I finished the flatbreads and soup that I spoke. When I first entered the survival game, I was rather irritable and unleashed a torrent of curses upon it, leading to my current profession. Chi Su raised an eyebrow. What profession? A keyboard warrior. I sighed in resignation, revealing the attributes of this role. Those who indulge in insults are often met with the worst fortune. I smirked. Let's see how long you can maintain that bravado. Become a keyboard warrior, and by hurling 10 insults daily, you shall earn a survival coin as your wage. If you encounter a player with hidden attributes and a luck value exceeding 90, both of you will be granted an additional 10 points of fortune. Chi Su suddenly comprehended why. On that particular day, she had relentlessly berated the person who had been so fervently spreading light. After all, we're all mere workers, and earning a living is no easy feat. Chi Su inquired. Have you managed to earn your survival coins today? The other replied, of course, or I would have starved long ago. Out of my 10 chests, at least half are empty, and among the remaining 5 for contained monsters. Chi Su exclaimed in sympathy. How unfortunate. Although I too have encountered that super unlucky chest. It only lasts for 24 hours, yet my misfortunes seem endless. How have you managed to maintain such a resilient mindset? She proposed, in our future trades, I could train under your guidance in exchange for food. What do you say? The other neither agreed nor declined. Instead, he smiled and introduced himself. I am Dongfang Yuan. Chi Su replied, our names are quite complementary. One embodies a desire, the other a hope. When she next encountered the ice crystal flowers, she refrained from hastily plucking them, allowing Dongfang Yuan to observe and guide her throughout the process. After vanquishing 5 or 6 monsters, Chi Su finally regained her rhythm. While personal growth is an individual journey, having a mentor to initiate one into the craft is invaluable. Chi Su had previously endured alone in the last game, not being a master, but possessing a solid foundation. With the encouragement of a mentor, her progress accelerated remarkably. 8 hours later, all players were teleported to the entrance of the dungeon. A transparent screen descended from above, boldly emblazoned with a headline. Congratulations to Team 1888 for successfully obtaining first place with 35 ice crystal flowers. This announcement was magnified and repeated thrice, the broadcasting voice incessantly echoing it. After a while, it continued. Next comes the phase of reward distribution. Who do you believe among you and your teammates contributed the most during this dungeon challenge? How shall you allocate your ice crystal flowers? A friendly reminder. Upon completion of this dungeon task, you may exchange your ice crystal flowers for various supplies at the light screen. Now, you have the freedom to discuss among yourselves. Only when all parties consent may you successfully exit the dungeon. In the previous round of the game, not many players had fallen to the snowball or ice block monsters in the Frozen Wonderland dungeon. However, the number of players who succumbed during this stage was considerably higher. Even though the broadcasting voice's attempts at sowing discord were evident, it must be acknowledged that human nature harbors self-interest. Some teams, who initially bore no conflict, found the situation complicated due to desires for exclusive rewards. Despite her fondness for Dongfang Yuan, Chi Su remained vigilant, keeping all 3 protective items close. As we previously discussed, shall we split 46? Dongfang Yuan inquired. Very well, Chi Su replied, I'll take 21 ice crystal flowers, and you may have 5 more. 84. 2 detox pills, both spicy and mild, along with a plethora of provisions. I cannot rest easy at night without parting with a little coin. Chi Su was not one to be overly polite. While the ice crystal flower was indeed useful, it was not an urgent necessity for Dongfang Yuan. The items exchanged seemed somewhat superfluous for her current needs. Thus, she accepted them without hesitation, yet generously provided Dongfang Yuan with ample food and drink, even crafting a water condenser for her. If you require anything further, do not hesitate to ask. Dongfang Yuan, in return for the monetary transaction, agreed to summarize her daily training requirements and send them over shortly. Observing the slightly disheveled state of Chi Su's vehicle, Dongfang Yuan added, Shall I assist you in tidying up? When they first entered the car, the driver's seat had appeared immaculate. Now, however, it was a scene of chaos, with the floor marred by muddy footprints and bloodstains, and even the adjacent sofa and table had succumbed to the mess. Chi Su declined the offer, not wishing to sing the praises of her unkempt surroundings in front of others. I possess fully automatic cleaning equipment. A simple incantation will restore it to a pristine state. Rest assured, Dongfang Yuan felt a twinge of envy. What extraordinary conditions! Upon disembarking from Chi Su's extravagant refuse truck and returning to her own drafty delivery vehicle, she couldn't help but marvel at the stark contrast, as if she had traveled back to the 70s or 80s. Let's depart. Farewell. They both pressed the button to conclude the instance simultaneously, without any unexpected occurrences, and were promptly transported outside the scenario. Chi Su exhaled a sigh of relief. Having been deprived of social interaction for an extended period, she felt her demeanor had been somewhat tense today. Yet, perhaps it seemed she had made a friend. A sudden wave of positivity washed over Chi Su as she bravely took a significant step forward. The instant's rewards remained a dull gray, indicating that others had yet to emerge. Chi Su surmised that some would likely linger, as in the previous round, where players had waited until evening, nearly nearing the 8-hour mark for the instant's duration. Consequently, She set off in her vehicle. The 24-hour misfortune buff had expired, and the resource crates they encountered had returned to normal. To her delight, as she drove, she stumbled upon a bronze resource crate, which yielded a blueprint, specifically the rain boot blueprint that was currently in demand. Yesterday, while scavenging resource crates, she had soaked several pairs of shoes, so this discovery was quite fortuitous. It required just 3 plastics to craft, and Chi-Su instructed Chiyo to list the rain boots in the trading hall. The price was quite reasonable. Aside from the 3 plastics, only 2 additional basic materials were required. The emphasis was on volume. Indeed, shortly after listing, buyers began to trickle in. The chat hall was abuzz with automated promotions. Chi-Su noticed some chatter in the group chat and clicked in to take a glance. Energetic girl Gwadi gang. Everyone, guess who I was assigned to team up with today? Old White Dragon. Retired magical youth? Weren't you 2 registered together? There's a considerable chance you would be assigned as partners. Energetic young girl Gwadi gang. Indeed, I have never experienced such a joyous day. There were conversations, shared meals, and even cooperative monster hunting. Retired magic boy. Yes, it would be wonderful if we could embark on adventures together in the future. Chi-Su, upon reading this, suddenly recalled the situation before his demise, where various factions were offering exorbitant prices for territory cards. Although no faction has successfully established exclusive territories yet, the implications are evident, suggesting that what Retired Magic Boy mentioned might genuinely come to fruition. However, that is a distant prospect. Seizing the opportunity of today's Fortunate Box events, Chi-Su decided to hasten his journey and collect more resource chests. Although he often felt no lack, his overall supplies were still insufficient. After selling crafting tables for 2 days, he had accumulated fewer than 500 fragments of vehicle upgrade card from a target of 1,000. The raw materials were still far from adequate. Relying solely on trading is not viable. Opening boxes remains the primary focus. Once on the road, Chi-Su added, "Look at me. I'll cut you" to the small group. The last spot in the group was filled. The chief beauty officer furrowed her brows upon seeing the message. Oh no, she would surely be scolded by her girlfriend for this. She had been urged to address this matter long ago, but had not found the right opportunity. Now it seemed there was no chance left. The others, however, were quite pleased. Everyone in the small group relied on each other for support, and in urgent situations, this group was the most suitable refuge. Moreover, over time, they had come to know the Whirlwind leader exceedingly well. They preferred quality over quantity. Otherwise, this vacancy would not have remained unfilled until now. Furthermore, they generally enjoyed each other's company. Although recently, the chief beauty officer had grown closer to her girlfriend, often acting thoughtlessly in conversation and actions, which could be somewhat annoying. Apart from that, everyone had been quite helpful to one another. Old White Dragon, welcome, welcome. Finally, we have new friends. Retire Magic Boy. Wow, it's look at me. I'll cut you. Your insults are so exhilarating. Dongfang Yuan instinctively frowned. What was with this grown man calling someone's sister and exclaiming wow? However, if an invincible black whirlwind could be a charming and lovely girl, perhaps this Retire Magic Boy was not so ordinary after all. Chinese little chef directly sent 2 red envelopes to the group, just as the new friend joined. Taste my culinary skills. I made a large plate of chicken for lunch. If you enjoy spicy food, click the first envelope. If not, click the second. Look at me. I'll cut you. Thank you everyone for the warm welcome. I appreciate the sentiment, but I won't claim the red envelopes as I'm not hungry. Chinese little chef, give it a try. I made plenty. This is my profession. After you finish your meal, please leave me a glowing review in the group. I can earn survival coins from it. You've probably never tasted my cooking before. And as a new customer, my commission is high. Invincible Black Whirlwind. We were teammates in a dungeon. We enjoyed fish ball soup together at noon and have been praising it for quite a while. Chinese little chef. That is perfectly fine. The main thing is to enjoy ourselves and create a lively atmosphere. As the group comprises individuals of considerable trustworthiness, the esteemed chef of China has not held back. The iron cloth and golden bell. Is it inappropriate for me to offer such praise? I am not particularly articulate. Chef of China, it matters not. As long as you compliment me, my remuneration is assured. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yuan accepted a mildly spicy red envelope. only to discover that someone had cheekily claimed both a spicy and a mild one. A sense of relief washed over him. After all, there exists someone even more shameless than myself, daring to order 2 portions of such precious fare? Chief Beauty Officer, take note. This individual is quite greedy. The response was swift. 85, remove him. Chef of China was bewildered. The red envelopes were calculated for a specific number of participants, and he included his girlfriend. Chief Beauty Officer, I enjoy spicy food, while my girlfriend prefers it mild. Thank you, Chef. No wonder you prepare such delectable dishes daily. I will promote your culinary delights. Later, let my girlfriend privately compliment you as well. Chef of China felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, as if his daily offerings were merely a business endeavor. After all, I can hardly keep up with the orders in the group chat. Yet, adhering to his habitual kindness, he refrained from voicing his discontent, feeling it inappropriate to express harsh words within the group. Noticing that Zhanglong009 had yet to claim his red envelope, Chef of China generously sent his portion of the large plate chicken to him. Chishu could no longer bear it. This is my group? Why should I endure discomfort? He directly tagged Chief Beauty Officer. Invincible Black Whirlwind. ISNT this inappropriate? Chef's red envelope was precisely for the number of our small group. If you take 2, how will the remaining person partake? Chef of China, it's all right, let it be. Brother Zhanglong must still be occupied in the dungeon. I've given him my share, and I have other food available. Longly lay a bailing. Indeed, this is not right. It's unfair to take food that someone else has prepared. Energetic girl Guode Gang. Chief Beauty Officer, Chief Beauty Officer. All right. He promptly returned both portions of the large plate chicken and ceased any further communication, clearly indicating his displeasure. Chishu did not indulge him, swiftly removing him from the group chat and marking Chief Beauty Officer for special attention. Any transactions or comments he made in the group would be highlighted. Should any negative trends or signs arise, Chishu was prepared to act preemptively. Longly lay a bailing. He should have been expelled long ago. His thoughts are solely consumed by his girlfriend, devoid of any intelligence. He is always looking to take advantage, wanting to trade an upgrade fragment for a bottle of plum wine. I can hardly be bothered to engage with him, the Iron Cloth and Golden Bell remarked. So when he claims he will cover the cost of my bulletproof autumn attire when he is more affluent, is that also just a fantasy? Upon finishing his statement, he sent a set of bulletproof autumn attire to the user, recalling how, upon entering the group, everyone had generously gifted him as well. Thank you, but I require nothing, nor do I possess any funds. I am cursed by this wretched survival game. Opening 10 crates daily, and only one contains anything of value. You may exchange provisions amongst yourselves, but do not count on me for any contribution. I have nothing to offer in return. Is it truly that dire? Remarked Long Bai. It's commendable that you've persevered until today. Fear not, replied the retired mage. I too have traversed this challenging phase. Fortune may yet smile upon you, so do not surrender. If you require assistance, simply voice it in the group. I wish to lend a hand. Indeed, chimed the spirited girl. The individual we just expelled was exceedingly unreasonable, demanding double portions and speaking as if kicked by a mule. I have an abundance of provisions. What flavors do you prefer? Asked the culinary prodigy. Oriental Yuan felt a peculiar warmth. The camaraderie here was truly heartening. Chisu chose not to linger in the group any longer and decided to peruse the trading hall instead. Chio, someone is selling ice crystal flowers. Please remind me. Received. 100 meters ahead, a golden resource box has appeared. Would you like to veer aside to inspect it? Yes. Just as Chi Su contemplated a stroke of good fortune today, the golden resource box materialized. The rain continued to pour heavily outside, a relentless torrent that blurred the visibility of raindrops. Had it not been for the ample brim of his hat, he might have struggled to keep his eyes open. He swiftly donned his raincoat and slipped into the newly crafted rubber shoes, which conformed to his feet with remarkable softness, indistinguishable in comfort from fine leather boots. These 3 pairs of plastic flowers were indeed worth the investment. With his pink chainsaw secured and handgun in hand, he leapt from the vehicle. To ensure safety, he opted for an extended chainsaw battery to pry open the box. However, the moment a shadow emerged, Chi Su swiftly repositioned himself, identifying the type of monster. discerning its weaknesses and striking decisively. The green-faced hound was agile and swift, yet correspondingly vulnerable in defense. Following Oriental Yuan's advice, he refrained from unnecessary movements, expending minimal effort for maximum impact. Should he fail to achieve a quick kill, he would not panic but rather maintain optimal composure. Chi Su was not ignorant of these strategies. He simply had to fight with utmost determination. Lacking ample protective gear and medical supplies, defeat equated to death. Thus, he was willing to exert additional effort to cultivate a more secure combat environment. With accumulated experience, it was time to contemplate a more streamlined or efficient approach to combat. The rain continued to pour heavily, rendering visibility a challenge. Chi Su faced the oncoming threat, using the chainsaw as a shield while his right hand swiftly aimed and fired. A bullet struck the hound's abdomen, sending the creature crashing heavily to the ground. To be safe, Chi Su fired 2 more shots before dragging it back into the swirling darkness. Once the area was cleared, Chi Su inspected the recently opened golden resource box. Peering inside, he found a commendable haul, promptly stowing it in his backpack. Vehicle upgrade fragments 100, batteries 100, a fully automatic sweeping, mopping, and furniture polishing robot 1, a thermos cup 1, Yangcheng Lake Hairy Crabs 50, fragrant Matai 4, and a single green onion 10,000. Chi Su felt a sense of delight. The vehicle upgrade fragments and batteries were indeed valuable, while the remaining items could only be deemed largely useless. The thermos cup could serve as a replacement for the current insulated cup. As for the cleaning robot, lacking in aesthetics, I desired something more appealing. Thus, I promptly listed it in the trading hall to exchange for vehicle upgrade fragments. It was set to remain for 24 hours, after which the transaction would automatically proceed with the highest bidder for the vehicle upgrade fragments. Subsequently, I sent all the Yangcheng Lake Hairy Crabs and green onions to Chef Zhonghua. Chef Zhonghua quickly responded, "These crabs are fresh. However, Boss Whirlwind, why did you send me so many snacks? Invincible Black Whirlwind, what snacks?" Chef Zhonghua, "This single green onion. I don't consume snacks. I'm trying to lose weight." Chi Su was bewildered. What? What snacks? I had assumed that 1 green onion multiplied by 10,000 meant 10,000 individual green onions. Surely, Chef Zhonghua would find them useful in his culinary endeavors. Little did I know that this was considered a type of snack touted as the authentic taste of childhood. Chef Zhonghua promptly returned a single green onion, and Chi Su opened a packet. The aroma of green onions wafted through the air upon opening. After tasting it, he found it quite palatable, a delightful little snack for casual enjoyment. He distributed 100 packets in a small group and 500 packets in the larger group. Each packet contained 30 grams, which was not much. With 10,000 packets, Chi Su felt he could indulge until the end of time. In the small group, it was customary to share food and resources. However, he had rarely shared in the larger group, leading to a sudden influx of participants. Non-lucky player, I got it. I got it. Today is my lucky day. I was carried through the dungeon by Old by Long and snagged a red envelope too. Lucky player, are you foolish? Boss Whirlwind distributed 500 packets, and there are only 40 people in the group. You only managed to grab 3 packets. Why the commotion? How look around? Are there others who received less than you? Non-lucky player. Coach Chun, the swimming and fitness instructor. This is a snack from my hometown. I used to eat it all the time as a child. It tastes just like this. Emerging from the cocoon. Thank you, Boss Whirlwind. As Chi Su observed the increasing flow of messages, he suddenly comprehended why many guild leaders have been so eager to distribute red envelopes in the chat hall during the previous game round. Was it truly necessary to spend such substantial resources for a few words of gratitude and flattery? Previously, he had thought them foolish. Now he recognized it as a means of showcasing their strength and promoting their guild, a swift method of rallying loyalty. Indeed, perspectives vary with one's position, leading to different interpretations of events. Thus, despite having intended to exit the group chat, he decided to post once more. The invincible black tornado, just in time. I've arrived and cannot finish this alone. I shall share it with everyone for a taste. I plan to head to the chat hall to post another batch of this snack, so those interested can linger there for a bit. In a mere sentence, Those who see this in the group instantly feel a sense of camaraderie with the invincible black tornado, prompting an exhilarating dash to the chat hall. Chisu had glanced at the total number of participants in the 666 division before posting, which stood at 7,336. Although Chisu was unaware of the morning S count, it was certainly not in the 7,000s. It seems many teams could not endure. Chisu directly dispatched 1,000 packets, setting a limit of 1 per person. His bragging rights increased slightly, yet compared to previous instances, the rise was considerably less significant. Chisu had anticipated accumulating 50,000 bragging points swiftly. However, it seemed a distant prospect. He needed to devise a way to amass more bragging points. Before nightfall, the rankings for the Frozen Fantasy Dungeon were finally released. The number of participants in the region had notably decreased since the afternoon. Hello, dear players. It's merely a dungeon. Our 666 division has lost 825 players. You are truly ruthless. Most players who participated in the dungeon grimaced upon hearing this statement. Why had it come to this? It was simply due to your incitement and provocation. Perhaps some individuals had not initially considered such extremes, yet the constant reminders from the screen had intentionally guided them, causing any minor discord to be exaggerated infinitely, ultimately leading to a chaotic brawl where only one member from each team emerged successfully from the dungeon. Now, these trivial matters are being discussed again. Although Chisu could hardly recall the previous round, he was certain that while there had been incitement, it had not been as blatant or excessive. What, then, had caused this shift in the announcements? Next, we shall distribute the rewards for this dungeon challenge. The top 100 will receive rewards. The higher the rank, the more substantial the rewards. A list of items redeemable with ice crystal flowers will follow the top 100, with the redemption period closing at midnight tonight. First place, Team 1888 members. Invincible Black Tornado. Watch Me Slice You. Second place, Team 2849 members. Old White Dragon of the Waves. Possessed by Bad Luck. Third place, Team 53 members. Golden Bell Shield and Ironcloth Shirt. Player 1112. 100th place, Team 2553 members. Battle Wolf 009. Brother Quan is quite cool. Chisu was particularly interested in Battle Wolf 009, whose combat power was so high. Surely, in such a dungeon, success would come easily. Chisu had assumed his rival would contend for the top spot, only to find him at the bottom of the list, even with some assistance from teammates. The outcome seemed rather grim. Chisu suddenly grew curious about what Battle Wolf 009 had encountered in the dungeon. Chisu first claimed the first place reward, 100 vehicle upgrade shards, 1 weapon enhancement card, 10 energy stones, and 1 fatigue-relieving neck pillow. The items were few, yet quite practical. The main highlight lies in the exchange list for the ice crystal flowers below. Though termed a list, it essentially comprises a single item, the attribute enhancement pills. The basic version, which enhances each attribute by 2 points, requires 5 ice crystal flowers. The intermediate version, enhancing by 4 points each, requires 10, and the advanced version, enhancing by 6 points each, requires 15. Each item can be purchased only once. Chisu currently possesses 26 ice crystal flowers. He first procured 1 intermediate and 1 advanced pill, then sent a message in the chat hall. Invincible Black Whirlwind. I am offering high prices for ice crystal flowers or attribute enhancement pills. I am willing to exchange them for crafting stations, condensers, or any other resources. Player 1004. I would like to sell 2 ice crystal flowers. Can I exchange them for a condenser? Invincible Black Whirlwind. Certainly, let us trade. Once I gather 2 more, I will be able to redeem the basic attribute enhancement pill. Player 0612. How can I exchange for a crafting station? Invincible Black Whirlwind. I will provide the materials for an intermediate attribute enhancement pill. Player 0612. All right, I will initiate the trade. Those willing to sell are indeed few, as these treasures can enhance one's own attributes, making them a worthwhile investment in the long run. Hence, aside from Chisu, numerous others are also buying at high prices, yet none offer as favorable a rate as Chisu, coupled with his own influence. Players prefer to approach him first whenever they are willing to sell. Most considering selling are left with remnants of ice crystal flowers, unable to acquire additional attribute enhancement pills. yet reluctant to waste them, prompting their contemplation of a sale. Chisu procured 2 more, utilizing his final quota for purchasing the basic attribute enhancement pill. He then ceased acquiring ice crystal flowers, focusing solely on purchasing the attribute enhancement pills. 10 vehicle upgrade card fragments can be exchanged for a basic attribute enhancement pill. 2 condensers, 5 vehicle upgrade card fragments, or 1 crafting station can be exchanged for an intermediate attribute enhancement pill. A crafting station, 5 vehicle upgrade fragments, and 1 weapon upgrade card can be exchanged for an advanced attribute enhancement pill. Chisu announced this in both the chat hall and trading space. However, players willing to trade were scarce, resulting in only 1 basic and 1 intermediate pill exchanged. Initially, he thought that would be the extent of his exchanges. Yet, as midnight approached, Chisu suddenly noticed someone posting numerous messages in the group, instantly piquing his interest. 87. Significant attribute enhancement. Flameball. Who has anything for emergency aid? I'm severely injured. The hemostatic bandage is ineffective. I can trade an intermediate and an advanced attribute enhancement pill for help. Messages poured in, beginning with text and culminating in voice notes, growing weaker with each utterance. Chisu hastily tagged him. I possess a universal injury treatment card, which should be able to heal your wounds, though I cannot guarantee full health restoration. The other party, lacking the strength to respond, promptly sent over the intermediate and advanced attribute enhancement pills. Certainly, my health value has reached 8. Even if it proves futile, I shall accept it. Had it not been for the bread you sold during those 10 days of hunger, I would have perished long ago. Chisu hastily forwarded the card. 3 minutes later, Xiong Chio Chio responded, exclaiming, "Ah, I am alive. My health value has risen to 39. The remainder can be gradually restored." Chisu hesitated for a moment before sending over a health sandwich acquired from the white-furred fox. This delicacy could enhance health by 5 points, a crucial item for sustaining life in dire circumstances. After all, trading a basic healing card for 2 attribute enhancement pills seemed exceedingly worthwhile to Chisu. He did not wish to take advantage of another's plight. Xiong Chio Chio declined the offer, opting to refuse the item, asserting, "No need, I have a bed. A night's rest will restore a considerable amount of health. I shall be fine." Woody Haixuanfing interjected, "Take it. Merely having 1 healing card is rather insufficient." Xiong Chio Chio replied, "Not at all, esteemed one. It is precisely what saved my life in a critical moment." Chisu sent the offer once more, insisting, "Please accept it. I do not currently have a pressing need for it. We all must strive to grow stronger and collect more useful items. Perhaps next time, you may save my life." Due to the urgency of the situation, Chisu did not privately message Xiong Chio Chio. Thus, the conversation was visible to all. It must be said that this exchange genuinely enhanced the goodwill of many, with the strength and demeanor of a great leader. Yet devoid of the arrogance often associated with such stature, one insisted on providing resources while the other humbly declined, warming the hearts of all witnesses. Especially after recently experiencing the emotionally taxing Frozen-themed dungeon, it seemed as though the fissures in their hearts were mended, if only slightly. Ultimately, Xiong Chio Chio accepted the offer with immense gratitude. Chisu then added her to the larger group and privately messaged, "In the future, if you encounter urgent matters, feel free to ask directly in the group." The chat hall moves too swiftly for messages to be easily seen. Xiong Chio Chio responded, "All right, thank you, esteemed one. Love you. Moi." At that moment, Chisu noticed the bragging value in the upper right corner was beginning to rise once more, and at a swift pace. Chisu hadn't perceived his previous words as boasting. He merely expressed what he genuinely wished to convey. Yet, it was undeniably effective. The value had climbed to 43,000, with less than 7,000 remaining to reach the coveted 50,000 mark. Chisu couldn't help but feel a tinge of excitement. This could be a diamond resource box. As of now, no one in the district had likely obtained a diamond resource box. It appeared that in each major district, the first player to acquire a diamond or higher resource box would receive a district-wide announcement. However, when the bragging value reached just over 44,000, the pace slowed, and it ultimately failed to surpass 45,000. Chisu had no time to lament this missed opportunity as he was captivated by the peculiar experience of Shazheng 09 in the small group. Shazheng 009 was truly a delightful soul, one who never complained or criticized. However, the seasoned old white dragon inquired, "What is going on, Wolf brother? Only 100th place? Wolf Warrior 009. You have no idea what kind of peculiar individual I encountered. I truly do not understand her audacity to attempt the dungeon. Heaven bears witness. I never gossip behind anyone's back." The young culinary master expressed interest, sending a mischievous smirk, and inquired, "Do elaborate?" Wolf Warrior 009. I took on the monsters while she attempted to harvest the ice crystal flowers with a knife provided by me. However, she struggled to make any progress. Meanwhile, I vanquished 5 snowball beasts, and she had yet to procure a single ice crystal flower. Old white dragon from the waves. I was wondering what was happening. Retired magical youth. In the end, she managed to collect 12 ice crystal flowers, which is quite commendable. Wolf Warrior 009. Indeed, while I was cutting flowers and battling monsters, it was no easy feat. The most crucial moment came when we divided the ice crystal flowers. She insisted on ladies first, claiming 8 for herself. Smiling, "Look at me cutting you, what audacity. What is her name? I want to scold her." Wolf Warrior 009. Never mind, I ultimately couldn't hold back and threatened her. She received not a single ice crystal flower. "Look at me cutting you. I also have a profession. I must scold people every day." Young culinary master. Your plight is far worse than my daily cooking struggles. "Look at me cutting you." Smiling, invincible black whirlwind. Wolf Warrior 009. Impressive. While battling monsters and harvesting ice crystal flowers, you managed to acquire 12. Wolf Warrior 009. I nearly lost my life. I was on the brink of disaster, and my thigh is still bleeding. Chisu sent Wolf Warrior 009 a hemostatic bandage, saying, "Take it. I have plenty of medicine." Wolf Warrior 009 returned with 5 vehicle upgrade fragments, stating, "All right, I won't be polite." Chisu smiled helplessly. 5 vehicle upgrade fragments are hardly being impolite, as they're worth nearly the same as in the trading hall. After some casual conversation, everyone dispersed to attend to their tasks. Chisu examined the enhancements to his 3-dimensional attributes, which had risen to intermediate levels, each possessing 2 points. If consumed all at once, his attributes could increase by a remarkable 24 points. However, after the painful lesson learned last time, Chisu was wary of such recklessness. He took out a basic 3-dimensional attribute enhancement pill and placed it in the universal copy-paste box, only to discover the numbers were still far from attainable, which completely drained his enthusiasm. He then consumed a high-level pill, enhancing each attribute by 6 points, and noted that his body experienced minimal pain, just a slight tingling and fullness. Encouraged, he consumed another basic pill. Upon feeling discomfort, he immediately ceased, performed a series of exercises to expend any excess energy, and once the pain subsided, he resumed eating. Initially, he intended to save some for the following day, but perhaps akin to a dog unable to resist leftover morsels, Chisu could not bear to leave any behind. Thus, he toiled until 2 in the morning, leaving only 1 high-level 3-dimensional attribute enhancement pill, having consumed the rest. Finally, he fell into a peaceful slumber, and upon waking the next day, the first thing he did was consume that last pill. As the excitement surged within him, Chisu, toothbrush in hand, eagerly gazed at the player panel. The 3-dimensional data had uniformly ascended by 26 points, a sight most striking. Player, Chisu, age, 24, ID, 88666200106008, nickname, Invincible Black Tornado. Title, Carefree Little Buddy, Survival Coins, 2439, Vehicle, Level 4 Modified Garbage Truck, equipped with fully automated driving system. Health, 83, slightly depleted, advisable to replenish. Fatigue, 56, remember to rest timely. Strength, 89, 3, you are the Iron Barbie. Stamina, 76, 3, athlete level impressive. Agility, 81, 3, nimble and quick-witted. Damage resistance, 40, you're the top-tier fragile, little one. Should you be struck by a monster, you are likely to meet your demise. Overall combat power, 85, wow. Your attack power is maximized, nearly flawless, but your damage resistance is rather poor. I have my doubts about your ability to withstand a monster strike. Upon seeing the damage resistance statistic, Chi-Su's smile faded. He had forgotten this critical point. There was no external means to enhance damage resistance, which could only be gradually improved through repetitive training. Yet, as his three-dimensional data had risen, the strength of the monsters he would encounter would also escalate, while his damage resistance remained feeble. Chi-Su felt a sense of numbness. Unless he could truly strike with unerring accuracy, a single retaliation from a monster would surely leave him gravely injured. Chi-Su abruptly tapped his forehead, realizing how impulsively he had acted out of excitement the previous day. However, regret was of no use now. He needed to devise a remedy swiftly. The sole consolation was that this statistic had nearly reached the level he had achieved in the late stages of his previous game. Thus, he was relatively familiar with the monsters he would soon face. He was aware of their weaknesses, and with the enhancement from the title, I have X-ray vision. Self-preservation in the short term should pose no problem. He resolved to inspect the high-tier material boxes using his 3 opportunities before opening them, ensuring their safety first. With clarity restored, Chi-Su felt less anxious. Yet, he began to ponder how he could swiftly elevate his damage resistance in a short span of time. At that moment, a private message arrived. Chief Beauty Officer, I have contemplated this for a considerable time and feel it is imperative to clarify matters. Since meeting my girlfriend, I have indeed engaged in some rather unscrupulous actions, primarily due to the immense pressure of supporting 2 individuals, while she has continually pressured me. This is my fault, and I sincerely wish to apologize to everyone, but I truly cannot comprehend what transpired yesterday. First, there was Battle Wolf 009, who maliciously intimidated my girlfriend in the secret realm, then refused to give her even a single ice crystal flower and felt entitled to berate her in private without cause. Isn't that a bit excessive? What have I done to provoke you? It is acceptable to target me, but must you also direct your ire toward my girlfriend? Although my abilities may not be particularly formidable, this is a survival game, and everyone has their day of redemption. I hope you can provide me with an explanation regarding the aforementioned matters. While it is true that we may have differing paths, I cannot condone any malicious bullying of my girlfriend. As a man, I still possess a sense of honor. Chi-Su appeared as an elderly man engrossed in his phone, having read all the messages. Finally, Invincible Black Whirlwind. Who is your girlfriend? Chief Beauty Officer. Is this some sort of pretense? Invincible Black Whirlwind. Are you implying a duel? I am more than willing to oblige at any time. Chi-Su spoke with unwavering resolve, causing the Chief Beauty Officer to immediately soften. No, wait, Whirlwind Boss, do not misunderstand. My previous remarks were laden with emotion due to my anger. Why must our issues involve my girlfriend? Chi-Su promptly shared a screenshot in the group chat. When the leaderboard was revealed, it indeed displayed the usernames of 2 players. However, Chi-Su merely glanced and, upon confirming they were unfamiliar, did not scrutinize further, thus remaining unaware. Wolf Warrior 009 also shared a chat record in the group. Chief Beauty Officer, I hope you can apologize to my girlfriend and return her 3-dimensional attribute enhancement pills. I hold a certain admiration for your profession before the survival game. Please do not completely tarnish my perception of your community. Wolf Warrior 009 replied with great tact, suggesting he speak to his girlfriend to clarify the truth. Seeing the opportunity to confront him was quite enlightening. Splendid. Today, SKPI can be achieved. You wouldn't understand. It is quite challenging to find someone to berate with 10 remarks daily, and I do possess a strong sense of morality. Old White Dragon. Wow, such shamelessness. I have a location card. Would anyone like to discuss this with him? Or shall I go? Wolf Warrior 009. Sell me the location card. I will handle the trouble I have caused. Invincible Black Whirlwind. It is not much a hassle, but one must indeed be resolute in the survival game. Wolf Warrior 009. Understood. I should express my thoughts more directly without regard for sentiment. Wolf Warrior 009 promptly sent a new message to the Chief Beauty Officer, clearly detailing the events of that day. Only then did the Chief Beauty Officer grasp the situation, having been in the group long enough to understand Wolf Warrior 009's character. He was not one to act out of personal grievance. However, upon emerging from the dungeon yesterday, His girlfriend had tearfully wasted a location card and rushed over. Initially, he was overwhelmed with anger. Being kicked from the group had already vexed him, and now this incident. He had not truly considered whether what his girlfriend said was genuine. He immediately geared up to seek justice from Invincible Black Whirlwind, aiming to reclaim the three-dimensional enhancement pills and perhaps gain some tangible benefits in the process. Now that he understood the reason, an awkward atmosphere enveloped him, marking a definitive rift with the core team of Invincible Black Whirlwind. Fortunately, the temperament of Warwolf 009 was not excessively volatile. Had it been the unruly old white dragon from the waves, one could only imagine the chaos that would ensue. As the chief beauty officer grew increasingly anxious, her gaze fell upon the props in her hands, and after much hesitation, the matter culminated in her issuing an apology. Although her words were eloquently crafted, Chi-Su was acutely aware that this individual, along with her troublemaking girlfriend, could no longer remain in their midst. He was privy to numerous details, such as the fact that the young master of Chinese cuisine, though lacking in strength, possessed abundant resources, the specific appearance of the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt, the relationship between the old white dragon and the tavern, and the vehicle of the magical young man being a truck. The young master of Chinese cuisine was soon located, prompting Chi-Su to alert everyone in the group. Young master Chinese cuisine, no worries, I have a tracking sensor. If anyone uses a positioning card on me, I will receive a notification, and I look forward to the esteemed ones coming to rescue me. Just wait until I get to you, young master of Chinese cuisine. I'm coming to save you, and I'll make sure he pays dearly. Invincible Black Whirlwind, I can confirm that your sister indeed possesses such strength. Old White Dragon, huh? Your sister is that formidable? Even the Whirlwind leader calls her sister? Ha ha ha. But I'm not afraid. Let him come, and we shall see who survives in the end. With everyone having a clear understanding of the situation, Chi-Su refrained from further commentary and focused on his tasks, having already conceived a swift method to enhance his resilience. There was a special location known as the gym. The names of all stations bore essential distinctions from their broader meanings. This gym was not merely a place for physical fitness. Each piece of equipment had a unique method of use, and fulfilling the requirements could enhance one's three-dimensional attributes. Most importantly, it housed a fighting arena where one could insert coins to purchase challenge durations and engage in sparring with various types of monsters. Should a monster inflict a fatal blow, the arena would automatically eject the individual. One could sustain severe injuries without the risk of death, aligning perfectly with Chi-Su's current desire to endure punishment. Chi-Su had 2 arbitrary dungeon positioning cards in use. He planned to quickly complete 70 kilometers of his target distance today and then utilize one of these dungeon positioning cards. The boxes could wait until evening for a collective unboxing, ensuring greater safety. As the clock struck 6, Chi-Su set out, hurrying along with the intent to maximize his time spent at the gym. The entrance fee could not be squandered, and he even found himself anticipating the possibility of encountering a delightful monster staff member that day. Adjusting his pace to 50 kilometers per hour, he chose not to open any boxes, opting instead to carry them directly. In under 2 hours, he had completed the required distance and promptly retrieved 1 arbitrary dungeon selection card. Just as he was about to click to use it, a message from the young master of Chinese cuisine arrived. Boss, help me. Someone has used a positioning card on me. Instantly abandoning his initial plan, Chi-Su requested a positioning card from the old white dragon, pinpointed the young master of Chinese cuisine's location, pressed the accelerator, and rushed forth. Chi-Su did not believe he would be the chief beauty officer, especially since he had just resolved the conflict yesterday, unless he were to commit robbery and simultaneously wish for his own demise. He would surely face the wrath not only of himself, but also of the numerous patrons of the little chef. However, the little chef was of such amiable disposition that he seldom engaged in unpleasantness with others, and most people were unaware of the little chef's abundant resources. So, why would he use a positioning card on the little chef? As Chi-Su hurried along, he contacted the little chef, assuring him that he was en route and urging him to remain calm and buy time. If worse came to worst, they could resort to utilizing resources. Survival was paramount. I'm on my way, the little chef replied. I haven't seen anyone yet. Soon, a parallel road appeared, presenting 3 lanes. After driving a short distance, Chisu spotted a black sedan. He promptly disengaged the autopilot, pressed the accelerator, and drove aggressively. Lowering his window, he brandished a firearm and fired several shots at the sedan's tires. The owner of the black car was clearly taken aback, swerving violently, and due to the rainy and slippery conditions, nearly veered into the fog. After forcing the car to stop, Chisu was no longer anxious and decided to observe how the driver would react. It became evident that the other party was intimidated, lacking the courage to exit the vehicle or even move. Before long, a message from the little chef arrived. "Boss, did you intercept someone? A player named Wintergreen just messaged me, apologizing profusely and sending me 30 vehicle upgrade card fragments, hoping for mercy." Invincible Black Whirlwind responded, "Ask him why he tracked you." After a considerable pause, the little chef replied, "He said it was Brother Quan's fault for feeding him false information, claiming I had abundant resources but lacked strength." Upon hearing this, Chisu immediately grasped the situation's entirety. Once again, the chief beauty officer and his girlfriend, Brother Quan, had concocted a troublesome scheme. This was a survival game, yet they seemed intent on orchestrating death. Very well, he thought. Let's align with your wishes. Invincible Black Whirlwind instructed the little chef to demand additional resources from Wintergreen and to inform him if he failed to comply. The little chef decisively responded, "Understood." As the little chef relayed the likelihood of receiving resources, Chisu equipped his pink chainsaw and brandished his handgun, swiftly exiting the vehicle. He shattered the driver's side window with a bullet, thrusting the pink chainsaw inside. The cramped space left the man with no escape, and in a state of sheer terror. He suffered a fatal severance of his carotid artery from the chainsaw. If you sought to take a life, be prepared for the consequences of your inadequacies. Chisu searched the vehicle, discovering only a long knife and an olive green shield. The remaining resources had dissipated with the player's demise, now entirely lost. He first disposed of the body into the fog and tidied up the car. Then, he retrieved his long-forgotten work ID. "Greetings, scrap collector. A severely damaged, ordinary sedan has been detected. It is a level 3 vehicle with multiple damages. The windshield is shattered, the driver's side window is broken, and the front right tire is defunct. The current recycling price is 112 survival coins. Do you confirm the transaction?" With a demand for 140 survival coins. Any negotiation below this amount was deemed futile. "All right, if it's not negotiable, then so be it," Chisu replied, momentarily taken aback by the sudden assertiveness in the survival game. Typically, haggling was commonplace. However, the system notification soon chimed again. "Transaction successful." The shadowy vehicle before him vanished. Is this what non-negotiable truly means? Chisu couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. It was indeed quite impressive. "Chio, please assist me in searching for anyone selling location cards." "Understood, conducting a search now." Chio was remarkably efficient. Even before Chi-Su had completed tidying up, a card was located. It was from an old acquaintance, Lucky Emperor, who had inquired the previous night in a large group chat if anyone was interested in trading a location card for vehicle upgrade fragments. Chi-Su promptly sent a private message. Lucky Emperor replied instantly, "Boss, my location card has been sold, but I'm currently at the monster shop, which has them available. I can assist you in purchasing one without any service fee. If you need anything else, I can help with that too." Lucky Emperor sincerely shared photographs of the items available in the monster shop along with their prices. Location Card 5 can pinpoint designated players on the road. 150 survival coins. Upon seeing this, Chisu felt quite satisfied. 5 location cards were ample to eliminate both the Chief Beauty and his girlfriend. 90. Chief Beauty has gone offline. While there wasn't much else he required, Chisu, having just earned a sum of survival coins, felt an urge to spend. After all, his backpack had sufficient space. The more supplies he possessed on the survival road, the easier his life would be. Who knew when some peculiar item might come in handy? Thus, he decided to purchase a few more items. Survival Pen. Writing with our survival pen will yield beautiful script, enhancing memory retention and aiding in recitation. 30 survival coins. How wonderful it would be to return to school with this pen, never fearing a pop quiz on recitation again. White Rabbit Milk Candy $9.99. Every 100 grams provides approximately 400 to 500 kilocalories, ideal for quick energy replenishment during hunger or significant energy expenditure. 99 survival coins. Universal Wi-Fi 1. Connect to freely access the internet. 99 survival coins. Oven. Craving a delicious cake? Buy me. 60 survival coins. Calculating his current total of 2,232 survival coins. Chi-Su noted that these items amounted to 438 coins. While they seemed somewhat pricey, earning money was ultimately for spending. However, it was a pity that the VIP car from the Fox family could only be used by the owner, or else he could have availed in 20 discount. Lucky Emperor was left astonished. Big shot. You truly are wealthy. I'm envious to the point of tears. Your nickname should belong to me. Oh no, that is not right. You not only possess good luck, but also remarkable skill. After receiving the payment, Lucky Emperor quickly procured the items and sent them over. Just as Chi-Su was basking in admiration, a system notification rang out. He had received a work badge. Every week, one can visit the monster shop, and upon successfully completing a purchasing transaction, one is rewarded with 10% of the transaction value in survival coins. The excitement engendered by the auspicious presents made one's breath quicken. Oh dear, windstorm, may fortune favor me. Before participating in the survival game, I struggled to find employment, but afterward I unexpectedly found opportunities. Who would dare believe such a twist of fate? Chi-Su expressed gratitude to the fortunate patron with a gift of a medical bandage and a fruit assortment. The patron insisted on refusing the gift, even sending a large bag of sunflower seeds in return. I am immensely grateful for your assistance in my purchasing endeavors. I have triggered a work certificate, and I humbly hope you will seek my services again in the future. I assure you, I shall not be greedy. Although the patron did not articulate it overtly, Chi-Su understood that it likely pertained to sales or purchasing, triggered by acquiring items of considerable value. How splendid! Truly, the patron possesses remarkable luck, perfectly aligned with my needs, conveniently found within a monster shop. All right then, I shall not hold back, declared the invincible Black Whirlwind. Unfein. My heartfelt thanks. Upon receiving the positioning card, Chi-Su wasted no time in pinpointing the chief beauty officer. Today, no matter the circumstances, she was determined to eliminate those two bothersome individuals and avoid further complications. As the parallel highway emerged, Chi-Su readied herself for battle, equipping her pink chainsaw, pistol, and tranquilizer ring. Not long after setting forth, she espied a bus parked by the roadside. A bus. It was indeed a challenging vehicle to maintain, and this one even came equipped with a work certificate. Should players or monsters choose to board, one could automatically transform into a bus driver and collect fares. Chi-Su felt an immense wave of relief for her timely arrival. No wonder the chief beauty officer had exuded such confidence. She had a vehicle upgraded to a small bus. This vehicle appeared quite valuable, and having just spent a substantial sum in the monster shop, Chi-Su was regretting her earlier expenditure, so she refrained from using her pistol to destroy it immediately. The chief beauty officer was startled by the appearance of the parallel highway, her first instinct being that the temperamental long white dragon was in pursuit. However, she had already apologized, so what more could she expect? Upon noticing the pink vehicle, with a woman vaguely discernible in the driver's seat, she felt a slight easing of tension, though her vigilance remained intact. Swiftly boarding the vehicle, she readied her weapon. Hey, are you the chief beauty officer? Chi-Su had already disarmed herself, opting for an unconventional approach, her eyes drawn to the enticing bus. Who are you? Why are you using a positioning card on me? The chief beauty officer, realizing she was confronted by a gentle and beautiful girl, noted her apparent strength and fortitude. This vehicle seemed to be at least level 3 or 4. You're not particularly handsome yourself. Your girlfriend claims you look like a movie star. Chi-Su concluded with a playful wink and a whistle. The chief beauty officer wore a look of dismay, having recognized the individual in question, undoubtedly summoned by his girlfriend. Despite the perilous situation, she remained unproductive, endlessly comparing trivial matters. It seemed almost a blessing for her to meet her end. Nevertheless, the girl was undeniably beautiful. The chief beauty officer herself was not lacking in appearance. Yet with a resigned tilt of her head and a soft smile, she lowered her voice, saying, Sister, Was it truly worth wasting a positioning card just to see what I look like? Chi-Su nodded earnestly, asserting that it was indeed worth it. After all, a positioning card was merely a trifle, not of great value. How about we share a couple of drinks? Lin want to find out, she suggested, raising a glass of red wine, resting her chin on her hand and swirling the liquid within the glass. The chief beauty officer had once mentioned her girlfriend's nickname in their small group chat, and Chi-Su had just had Chocho dig up the chat history to take a glance. After all, one must act decisively to avoid damaging the vehicle while handling matters. Hesitating for a moment, the chief beauty officer ultimately chose to disembark, clutching a small sleeping pill in one hand and concealing a dagger at her lower back. As she turned, the smile vanished from Chi-Su's face. Was this truly the persona of someone devoted to their girlfriend? Was this it? Chi-Su opened the car door and leaned against the frame, observing the chief beauty officer sprinting through the pouring rain from the bus towards her. With a cheerful grin, she raised her gun and shot without hesitation. At a distance, given Chi-Su's shooting skills, it was unlikely she would hit her target even 3 times. But at less than a meter away, it was a simple feat. Chi-Su had no interest in inquiring about the U-Tree matter. Whether it was her girlfriend's unilateral decision or not, he would not allow her to escape. As the saying goes, one cannot harbor 2 types of people in the same bed. However, if the chief beauty officer was indeed as upright, loyal, and devoted as she claimed, Chi-Su might have felt a flicker of guilt, but at present, he felt nothing at all. He stepped out, firmly grasping the chief beauty officer's arm, attempting to pull her into the dark mist. Just before drawing her in, he noticed a shiny card nestled against her chest. Upon retrieving it, he was astonished to find 91. With a black avatar, Brother Quan exuded a certain coolness. There were 2 items. The top one was an exquisite pink card labeled Transfer Zone card. Allows the user to switch to a different zone, effective after clicking to use at midnight. Chi-Su scanned the card and discovered it had already been utilized. Fortunately, they had come today. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to locate the chief beauty officer the following day. It was clear that she was feeling guilty. Regarding the item beneath the card, it was an identification badge, indicating her profession as a driver. Chi-Su's immediate instinct was to bind it quickly. However, he encountered a limitation. Please select a suitable vehicle. Garbage trucks cannot carry passengers. Well, it was indeed excessive to suggest a garbage truck as a means of transport. Although he could not use it himself, Chi-Su had no intention of selling it either. In the future, it could be advantageous for someone on his team to utilize it, maximizing benefits through development. He returned it to his backpack and thoroughly checked the vehicle, finding no other valuable items before promptly retrieving the recycling identification badge and scanning the bus he had been contemplating. Greetings, waste collection worker. It has come to my attention that you are offering a level 3 vehicle, specifically a bus, with a wear percentage of 15. The right side of the vehicle bears 8 bullet dents, yet there are no damaged parts, though there are 6 scratches and dents. The assessed value is 689 survival coins. May I confirm your intent to sell? Let us be candid with one another. You are correct. I shall offer 789 survival coins, which reflects my utmost sincerity. Very well. I shall accept your terms. The deal is sealed. Chi-Su felt an emotional connection with this entity he was conversing with, believing it possessed its own thoughts and a genuine need for survival coins. The negotiation was merely a means to mitigate his losses. A token gesture sufficed, for he never intended to be overly contentious. It is wise to leave a thread of opportunity for future encounters. The survival coins spent at the monster shop would soon be recouped, and a significant trouble had been resolved, leaving Chi-Su in a rather pleasant mood. He promptly retrieved another positioning card and entered the username Changgu is quite cool. The player does not exist. Please re-enter. Chi-Su was taken aback. What? His initial reaction was to suspect he had entered his username incorrectly. He double-checked and found no errors. He then verified in the chat hall, where Changgu is quite cool indeed displayed a black avatar. The last transaction recorded was at 7:11 a.m., where 39 vehicle upgrade card fragments were exchanged for a pistol. What was going on? Did the chief beauty officer's girlfriend perish? Chi-Su suddenly recalled the earlier game announcement, noting the bus bore 8 bullet dents. Could it be as he feared? Was the promise to cherish his girlfriend truly a fade? Chi-Su had previously doubted the chief beauty officer's decision to entrust all resources to her for safekeeping. It became apparent that some individuals consistently conceal their true nature. During mundane times, all appears amiable, yet when circumstances arise, they become willing to forsake everything. Such selfishness runs deep. Chi-Su shared the unfolding events in a group chat, leaving everyone at a loss for words. Old White Dragon of the Waves remarked, "I'm not merely echoing sentiments. I have long suspected this person's affection may be feigned. Men understand men best. He is not foolish." Yet his repeated comments in the group seemed deliberately designed to provoke our ire towards his girlfriend, which is rather peculiar. Retired Magical Boy remarked, "Ah, child, I have lost all faith in love. From spousal murder for insurance to murder for escape. Heavens, I am terrified. Watch me slice," you chimed in. "What? Both of them have perished. I have yet to complete my 10 tasks for insults today. Where shall I find someone to berate?" I had hoped to rack up several days' worth of tasks from the two of them. Little Chef of China directly messaged Chi-Su, "Boss, I'm sending you the items I extorted today. Little Chef of China is sending you 52 vehicle upgrade card fragments, 3 weapon enhancement cards, 1 low-level 3-dimensional attribute enhancement pill, 1 human skin mask, 13 instant noodles, 6 bottles of drinking water, 800 milliliters each, and 6 antidote pills." Invincible Black Whirlwind responded, "Such a plethora of splendid items." Chi-Su hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted, bestowing the green shield obtained from the wintergreen tree upon the young chef of China. "This is for you. Protective items are rather rare, but your level is still too low. You should level it up." The young chef of China exclaimed, "Ah, I love this. Thank you, boss. Today, I made Northeast cold noodles. They are incredibly delicious. You must try them." Chi-Su's immediate reaction was, "Your sister would absolutely adore this." Seeing the generous portion, he set aside a portion to send to the charming sister. The charming sister was indeed tempted, yet her pockets were light. She felt embarrassed to continually accept another's food. After a frenzied spree of opening boxes and slaying a monster bowl, she finally felt justified in accepting the cold noodles, while simultaneously sending the entire carcass of the monster bowl to Chi-Su. "Whatever meat you fancy, just say the word. I may not have anything else, but monster meat is in abundance." Invincible Black Whirlwind remarked, "Cool, sister." Had this been before their meeting, the charming sister would have felt a wave of goosebumps at such a remark. But now, knowing she was conversing with a soft and lovely younger sister, her mood lightened. Chi-Su promptly sent the monster bowl to the young chef. The next day, after a normal journey, he once again retrieved the arbitrary station selection card. After inputting the gym's name, he encountered a traffic light within a mere 50 meters. Accelerating, he sped through and parked by the roadside. At the gym's entrance, he changed out his damp raincoat and rain boots. Entering the gym was a personal habit, a fundamental courtesy. A polite demeanor is never unwelcome. No creature would appreciate a presence that brings them trouble. Indeed, as soon as Chi-Su stepped inside, he heard a system announcement. The gym owner, Bunny Muscle Monster, has increased in favorability by 5, currently at a favorability of 5. The Bunny Muscle Monster, standing upright, had short white fur that barely concealed its abdominal muscles, giving it a somewhat peculiar appearance. The Bunny Muscle Monster approached with feet turned outward, welcoming him. "Welcome. Would you like to experience the charm of fitness? A single session costs 20 survival coins, while a membership is just 10 survival coins, starting at 100 survival coins. Getting a membership is incredibly cost-effective. You won't regret it. Look at my rock-solid abs. How charming." The Bunny Muscle Monster struck various muscle poses, flashing a devilishly cool smile, rendering the scene even more bizarre. Chi-Su gulped exaggeratedly, exclaiming, "Oh my, you truly possess the best muscle form I have ever seen. Please issue me a fitness card for 200 survival coins. I trust that with your excellence. Your recommendations will surely not disappoint." Though Chi-Su felt a twinge of reluctance, he understood that the gym was the most expensive station. Yet, earning money is ultimately for spending. As long as he could enhance his abilities, spending some survival coins was worth it. The Bunny Muscle Monster was utterly astounded. A player had indeed signed up and directly charged 200 survival coins. It had expected to wait half a year before opening. Reflecting on my decision to work at the gym, I couldn't be more assured of its correctness. After a 6-month hiatus, the gym is finally open, and the anticipation is palpable. Given the KPI rankings across all stations this month, how could I not place within the top 10? The muscular rabbit greeted me with a warm and gentle smile. Ah, esteemed patron, your discerning eye is commendable. Please scan this code. As our inaugural customer, you are entitled to a special offer of 10 survival coins, totaling just 190 for you. He gazed at me expectantly, clearly anxious that I might reconsider. With a gracious demeanor, I scanned for 200 survival coins. The extra is merely a tip. Should I have any uncertainties later, I hope to receive your guidance, as you appear incredibly knowledgeable, and your physique is truly impressive. The rabbit's smile grew even more sincere, surpassing that of the previous white-furred twin-tailed fox in friendliness. Rest assured, no problem at all. From this moment on, we shall be the best of friends. Rabbit Gym owner's favorability increased by 30, current favorability 35. I couldn't help but think how naive the rabbit seemed. A few kind words and a small tip, and his favorability skyrocketed by 30 points. Far easier than with those two foxes. Now, if you would kindly follow me, I shall give you a tour of my gym. Here is the equipment area, where an hour of exercise will enhance your strength. This section is for group classes. Completing an hour alongside the instructor will boost your agility. And over there are the treadmills. Running for an hour will improve your stamina. Lastly, behold our prized possession, the combat arena. Have you encountered various monsters in survival games? Here, you can select any type of creature, and I can recommend the most suitable opponent based on your attributes. After 3 hours of practice, your attributes will each increase, along with potential enhancements to your resilience and overall combat capabilities. However, please note that usage of the combat arena incurs an additional fee, but as our esteemed member, you may access it directly with your card. It's quite affordable at just 10 survival coins per hour. I nodded in understanding. Very well, I shall run for an hour first. Then utilize the combat arena. The rabbit nodded vigorously, beaming with enthusiasm. You truly exemplify a disciplined and visionary player. Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to call for me. Having received your tip, I am committed to providing exceptional service. I acknowledged him with a nod, performed a few preliminary stretches, and stepped onto the treadmill. Glancing at the clock, it was merely 8 o'clock. With an entire day ahead, I was determined to enhance my resilience. Even a slight improvement would be worthwhile. I stepped onto the treadmill, and the rabbit promptly approached, configuring the optimal settings based on my attributes. Chisu believed that with his current physical condition, running for an hour would be a mere trifle. However, upon actually starting to run, he realized that such a boost in physical capacity was not easily attained. The initial 10 minutes felt manageable, maintaining an ordinary pace on a flat surface, serving merely as a warm-up. Gradually, though, his speed increased and the incline became steeper. During this time, Chisu gritted his teeth and persevered. He contemplated the cause of his struggle. Perhaps the rapid rise in his stats meant his body had yet to fully unlock all its newfound attributes, rendering the run quite challenging. Once his speed reached 20, it stabilized, and the incline ceased to change. In the final 10 minutes, both speed and incline began to decline gradually. Chisu exhaled softly, relieved that he had endured the entire session. As the treadmill slowly came to a halt, he felt his legs weaken. Just as he contemplated finding a place to sit for a moment, the rabbit muscle monster appeared. No sitting allowed. Sitting immediately after running impedes blood circulation and may lead to oxygen deprivation and fainting. Come, let us take a couple of slow laps, and afterward, I'll guide you through stretching routine. After a brief respite, Chisu felt significantly better, nodded, and followed the rabbit muscle monster's lead. Despite his exhaustion, he did not forget to express his admiration, saying, "You truly are remarkably professional. This investment is certainly worthwhile." Affection level with rabbit muscle monster increased by 5. Current affection level is 40. The rabbit muscle monster, who had previously harbored disdain for human players, suddenly found them rather endearing. Diligently, it instructed Chisu on stretching and daily exercise routines, even preparing a banana milkshake for him. Chisu suspected it possessed special effects. Glancing at his fatigue level, which stood at 36, he noticed it plummeted to 6 after consuming the milkshake, an astonishing reduction of 30 points. Instantly, he felt invigorated, experiencing a sense of comfort that came from thoroughly engaging his body without the burden of fatigue. He promptly decided to indulge in 3 hours at the combat arena. Dear esteemed customer, our combat arena is exceptionally powerful. All the monsters from survival games have been cataloged, and you may summon them at will. Furthermore, for just 1 additional survival coin, you can watch a replay of each battle you partake in. The time spent watching replays does not count towards the 3-hour limit, allowing you a moment to rest and adjust. Technological exercise is more efficient and beneficial for both body and mind. Of course, I shall cover this survival coin for you, as you're my esteemed customer. Chi-Su, however, could not accept the rabbit muscle monster's generosity. Even if it was willing, he knew that later, upon reflection, it might regret having spent the money. Thus, he promptly replied, No. You have already worked hard enough. I will cover this expense. I cannot let you pay. It would weigh heavily on my conscience and leave me troubled. The rabbit muscle monster insisted a couple more times, but ultimately relented, its smile growing even broader. Although there was no explicit indication of an increase in favorability, Chi-Su felt it was merely a matter of time. The first monster he chose was a mid-level green hair monster with attributes lower than his own, standing approximately as tall as an adult. Its attack method resembled that of a human, albeit with astonishing strength. Chi-Su had encountered this creature a few times in his gaming experience, each encounter ending in a flurry of strikes where he relied on his weapon advantage to prevail. However, today on a combat platform, there was no need for that. Chi-Su wielded his pink chainsaw as usual, as it was his primary means of competition and essential for swiftly enhancing his proficiency. He refrained from using a handgun, knowing that many dungeons would prohibit firearms and ammunition. Much like in Frozen, Chi-Su was equipped with a chainsaw in his left hand and a long knife in his right. He even utilized a weapon upgrade card to elevate the long knife to level 2, enhancing its weight and transforming its material into a special metal. He found both weapons equally effective. They were akin to vehicles, regardless of type. As long as one continued to upgrade them, they would grow increasingly formidable. Therefore, as long as they felt comfortable in his grasp, it was unnecessary to concern himself with their initial weaknesses. Once the green hair monster appeared, the timer for the combat platform commenced. The creature roared, pounding its chest as it charged forward. Chi-Su did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, driving the chainsaw diagonally downward. At the moment the green hair monster raised its hand to block, he swiftly lunged forward with a long knife, successfully forcing the monster back. He took a decisive step forward, quickly adjusting his position to deliver a back kick that destabilized the creature and exposed its back. He then brought the chainsaw down upon its neck, achieving victory. However, he was unable to collect the green hair monster, as it vanished from the platform upon defeat. Suddenly, a thought struck Chi-Su. Were the monsters on the survival road? Were they truly dead, or did they possess some form of protective mechanism? Much like this combat platform, were they forcibly transported away upon reaching a critical point? A shiver ran down his spine as he pondered these unsettling questions. After a deep breath, he resolved to set aside these thoughts for now, recognizing that he lacked the power or means to uncover the truth. Chi-Su did not rush into the next battle. Instead, he reviewed the combat replay and identified several unnecessary, redundant movements. In the following confrontation, he employed a more streamlined and efficient approach to defeat the mid-level green hair monster. He then opted for a different creature, the black-striped snake, which he feared due to its slender and inconspicuous nature, making it prone to causing mishaps. Heightened with caution, Chi-Su remained still as the black-striped snake appeared, both waiting to strike. After a brief moment, the snake launched forward with a powerful leap. Chi-Su sidestepped to evade, and in the instant of turning back, he activated the chainsaw, delivering 3 rapid strikes that successfully hit the snake. However, he narrowly avoided being bitten, as its venomous fangs grazed the fabric of his arm. Without hesitation, he tore away the surrounding fabric and stowed it in his backpack. After watching the video and identifying the issues, Chi-Su re-engaged in battle, facing the black line snake over 20 rounds. Ultimately, he discovered the most effective strategy for confronting it. In the initial stages, He could barely manage to defeat one creature every 5 seconds. This prompted him to switch to another monster, selecting one capable of unleashing diverse elemental attacks, such as fire breathing, water manipulation, metal shielding, and controlling enemies with vine-like tendrils. The most common among them was the ghost-faced wolf, which possessed a variety of attributes, with a predominance of fire elements. The moment Chishu summoned the ghost-faced wolf, its form was not yet fully materialized when it released a fireball. Although he had prepared for this, the speed of the fireball was overwhelming, and he struggled to evade it. He rolled sideways, but was still unsteady on his feet when the second fireball from the fire-type ghost-faced wolf struck. Chishu was acutely aware that, based on his previous gameplay, he needed to dodge the attacks while maneuvering closer to the creature. At last, due to his swift movements, the wolf misfired a fireball, granting Chishu the opportunity to advance boldly. He seized a chainsaw and struck fiercely, managing to sever one of its front legs, though it did not defeat the creature outright. Enraged, the ghost-faced wolf retaliated by launching 2 fireballs, one to the left and one to the right, attempting to drive Chishu back. However, he pressed forward rather than retreating, attacking head-on with the chainsaw while his right arm tensed. At the instant the ghost-faced wolf lifted its leg, Chishu blocked with the pink chainsaw and thrust his long knife into its vulnerable abdomen. The fight concluded successfully in 8 minutes and 21 seconds. Continuing to review the battle replay, Chishu noted his initial struggles, which appeared even more chaotic in comparison to his previous game. Each encounter with such elementally charged monsters left him with some injuries. Despite his previous character's moderate attributes, his resilience was his strongest asset, having endured countless beatings yet remaining unscathed. Each recovery made him more formidable than before, leading him to adopt the moniker Qixiaochan. He realized that investing resources wisely yielded great benefits. The effectiveness of reviewing battle footage was remarkable, allowing him to clearly identify his combat flaws, wasted opportunities, and mistakes. Chishu continued to summon the ghost-faced wolf repeatedly, encountering 3 fire types, 1 water type, 1 advanced ice type, and ultimately 2 gold types. The most formidable adversaries were the gold-type ghost-faced wolves, known for their robust defense, sharp claws, and remarkable agility. Were it not for his bulletproof attire, he might have triggered the arena's protective mechanism and been thrown off the stage. Nonetheless, he suffered greatly at the hands of the 2 gold-type wolves, being tossed around like a rag doll. Ultimately, Chishu managed to use himself as bait to successfully defeat them during a surprise attack. After each round of combat, he diligently reviewed the battle recordings, watching them repeatedly until he grasped the intricacies. Even if he struggled to understand, he would return to the fray, enduring more defeats before reviewing again. His determination even touched the heart of the rabbit muscle monster, which inexplicably raised its affinity for him by an additional 5 points. With no time to ponder the reasons, the 3-hour combat arena privileges were rapidly dwindling. Chishu hurriedly initiated another battle. Victory was attainable, yet the methods and strength expended were excessive. It is the hallmark of true strength to conquer monsters with minimal cost and utmost speed. Players like Dongfang Yuan and Warwolf009, who possess inherent advantages due to their foundational skills, can swiftly elevate their combat statistics through external means. However, combat experience is irreplaceable. After all, they have a solid base, having honed their skills over many years. Thus, without diligent effort, the gap would quickly widen. In survival games, the higher the chess level, the stronger the potential monsters. If one hesitates to open high-level resource crates, the disparity in resources becomes difficult to bridge. Chishu motivated himself, inquiring about the rabbit muscle monster and purchasing a banana milkshake to reduce his fatigue below 20 points. He swiftly consumed a portion of fried rice and performed a series of stretches to aid digestion. Chishu renewed his 3-hour combat arena access, akin to a diligent worker unwilling to spare a moment of rest, determined to extract the full value from this station card. Choosing to confront the ghost-faced wolf head-on, Chishu compressed the battle time to under 5 minutes before switching to another monster, the gorilla monster. While it lacked special attributes, it boasted remarkable strength, high defense, and agility. Chishu armed himself with a chainsaw and a long knife, intending to engage it barehanded. The rabbit muscle monster was bewildered, thinking, "Dear player, although the gorilla monster may not be as high in level as the ghost-faced wolf, it will be challenging to defeat it without weapons." Primarily, the human player's formidable combat prowess relied heavily on that pink chainsaw. Without it, the damage dealt by mere fists would be negligible. Gisu not det ap CTV. Acknowledging the advice, I understand. I just wish to endure some punishment. The rabbit muscle monster feigned sagacity, remarking, "Your peculiar inclination is indeed unique. Rest assured, the gorilla monster can accommodate that." He reminded himself not to be overly astonished. The world is vast, and all types of customers are justifiable. Thus, he calmly withdrew. After all, this charming human customer merely enjoyed taking hits. It was hardly a vice. Upon its emergence, the gorilla monster charged at Chi Su without hesitation. Chi Su did not retreat. As the gorilla monster threw a punch, he met it with one of his own, instantly feeling as if half of his body were about to shatter. His arm went numb, rendering him immobile, and he instinctively crouched to evade the next assault. He swiftly attempted a sweeping kick, hoping to topple the creature, but found that the gorilla monster's legs were as unyielding as iron pillars. Chi Su's ankle throbbed painfully, while the monster remained steadfast. When the gorilla monster regained its composure, it delivered 2 powerful punches to Chi Su's back, leaving him feeling as though he might cough up blood. Chi Su could not afford to delay any longer. Otherwise, the combat arena's protective mechanism would be triggered, and those 10 survival coins would be squandered. He swiftly drew his pistol and fired 2 shots at the gorilla-like creature, which fell to the ground with a bewildered expression. "Are you playing with me?" Chishu stood up, leaning against the edge of the platform, coughing vigorously. The pain was excruciating. The muscular rabbit creature also wore a look of disbelief. With such a weapon, why didn't TU use it sooner? Why endure the beating? After reviewing the replay, Chishu realized that he simply lacked the strength to compete. The disparity in power was insurmountable. However, he glanced at the player panel and saw that his score had increased by 8 points throughout the day, which instantly restored his confidence. "Dear diligent rabbit boss, might there be a creature weaker than the gorilla-like one, yet possessing a similar offensive style, primarily engaging in close combat?" The rabbit creature pondered seriously and responded, "Yes. There's the dome monster. Its hits are not as painful, but it has strong defenses. Does that meet your requirements?" Chishu nodded in delight, recalling his previous encounter with the dome monster, which had vanished shortly after its appearance. He had not thought of it until now, so he eagerly nodded in affirmation. "That fits perfectly, thank you." The dome monster stood about 1.2 meters tall, lacking legs, with a soft, white, and chubby appearance that was quite endearing. Its presence lifted the spirits, being pleasantly squishy and exuding a delightful aroma of dough, causing Chishu to involuntarily swallow. However, this did not detract from its ability to inflict pain. Chishu charged forward, launching an attack with a punch that sank into the dome monster's body, creating a significant indentation, only for it to rebound quickly. He nearly got thrown back, managing to retreat several steps to regain his balance, as the dome monster approached with its soft fists, which transformed into hard dough upon contact. Chishu endured a punch, but driven by a desire to not come out at a loss, he instinctively grabbed a handful of the dome monster's belly, pulling back a sizable portion of dough. "Congratulations! You have acquired a special ingredient. Dome monster's dough, whether for pancakes or handmade noodles, is incredibly fragrant. Consuming an adequate amount can slightly increase health points." Chishu was taken aback. It turned out the dome monster was quite useful. He began to understand why it vanished shortly after appearing. While foreigners may be oblivious, the Chinese have an irresistible affinity for dough-based foods. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he abandoned his punches, fervently grabbing the dough from the creature. Upon realizing its dough was being taken, the dome monster automatically regenerated it, which delighted Chishu even more. He was overjoyed. The beating he had taken was not in vain. He planned to have the little chef prepare lamb noodles for him. Despite enduring his own share of pain, he felt elated, as he was gaining resources while also increasing his damage resistance points. After all, the only way to enhance one's resilience was through taking hits. One could not count their own strikes, as only the monster's blows would suffice. Chishu continued to gleefully extract dough, feeling the pain from the creature's punches diminish. And he pressed forward, intent on gathering more dough. The dough creature was in a dismal state, emitting a continuous hissing sound despite its inability to vocalize. Its two black bean-like eyes were fixed intently on Chi-Su, exuding an aura of despair and grievance. The intensity of its attacks escalated, and though Chi-Su could not comprehend its utterances, the expression conveyed its sentiments unmistakably. I had never encountered such unabashed audacity. Chi-Su, undoto, boldly rushed forward to embrace the dough creature, tugging at its doughy form and stowing a piece away in his backpack. The incessant notifications echoed in his mind. Dough 400G1, dough 400G1, dough 400G1. However, Chi-Su was also met with retaliatory strikes from the dough creature, causing him to cough up blood. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither willing to relent. The rabbit muscle creature, unable to bear the spectacle, lay down to practice push-ups. Convinced it must be a hallucination that such an elegant and refined patron would stoop to tormenting a mere creature. Chi-Su continued his relentless plundering until the notifications ceased to announce any more dough. Warning, warning, health has fallen below 10 and will continue to decrease by 1 point per minute. Please seek healing items promptly. Warning, warning, fatigue has risen above 90. Please rest and recuperate quickly, or face life-threatening consequences. These consecutive warnings jolted Chi-Su back to reality. Seizing the moment, he yanked at the creature once more, until his health dipped below 5 and his fatigue soared above 95. Drawing his pistol, he fired a rapid succession of shots, and the dough creature finally collapsed in relief. Good riddance, it was better this way. Cursed human, never to be seen again. 95, I'm coming. Chi-Su was now covered in bruises, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his condition far from ideal. After the battle concluded, he plopped down onto the ground. Yet the two metrics, one declining and the other ascending, showed no signs of stabilization. In haste, Chi-Su retrieved a universal healing card, activated it, and then pulled out a sandwich to devour hungrily. Just in time, his health was at 1, and his fatigue at 99. The tension was palpable. Congratulations, player Chi-Su. You have attained the new title Undying Warlord. With fatigue above 80 and health below 20, a special state will be triggered, instantly boosting your attributes by 20 points. The current values will be locked for half an hour. Chi-Su found his cognitive faculties severely taxed, anxiously watching the player data panel until the values returned to normal. Only then did he exhale in relief. Although he had acquired a new title, the experience had been perilously close. The dough creature's attack strength was limited, failing to activate the death protection mechanism of the combat arena. Yet it consistently depleted his health and increased his fatigue, all while remaining outside the arena's monitoring range, nearly costing him his life. Fortunately, it was not in vain. He had gained a new title. Chi-Su had previously encountered a similar state of fatigue at 99 and health at 1 in the last game, but had not triggered any title then. Inquired about the triggering conditions for the adorable Chi-Chi of the immortal war god. Chi-Chi replied, albeit reluctantly, that according to the rules, she was not permitted to divulge such information. However, since she was compensated for her services and affectionately referred to as adorable Chi-Chi, she decided to relent. The criteria for obtaining this title is that the first player in each major region to achieve a fatigue value of 99 and a health value of 1, while remaining alive and winning the battle at hand, shall be awarded this honor. QX nodded, acknowledging the difficulty of this feat in the previous round of the game. Despite reaching 2 of the necessary conditions, he had lost the battle and had to escape using a teleportation card. QX studied the detailed description of the title once more. It was indeed formidable, lasting for half an hour. Had he known, he would not have hurried to conclude the previous encounter, for he could have donned the title and continued to reap the rewards. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that without the universal injury treatment card, he might not have endured. Esteemed guest, are you well? Would you care for another milkshake? I can bring you one. The rabbit muscle monster expressed concern, fearing that the player might perish within his establishment, a most inauspicious omen so soon after its opening. QX nodded in gratitude. After all, such generous tips warranted his appreciation, and graciously accepting gifts is indeed a swift means of fostering camaraderie. After finishing his drink, QX glanced at the time. It was just past 4 in the afternoon. After a brief respite, he resolved to engage in another round of combat at the fighting arena. However, he needed to rest first. Otherwise, enduring for 3 hours would prove arduous. He had a light snack and then lay down for a short nap, instructing Chi-Chi to awaken him in half an hour. He soon slipped into slumber. The rabbit muscle monster was somewhat taken aback, pondering why anyone would choose to sleep in a gym. Nevertheless, he retrieved a yoga towel and gently covered QX with it. The frown that had creased QX's forehead eased, and he felt considerably more relaxed. Half an hour later, Chi-Chi roused him, and the first thing he did was check the player panel. Health value, 53. Fatigue value, 36. QX was astonished. Had just half an hour yielded such remarkable results? It was only upon noticing the blanket draped over him that he comprehended the source of this transformation. Fitness Enthusiast Yoga Towel. When used for sleeping, it absorbs fatigue value and converts it into health value. Only during deep sleep will it take effect. Clutching the yoga towel tightly, QX beamed at the rabbit muscle monster, exclaiming, "Did you cover me with this blanket? I am truly grateful." The rabbit muscle monster chuckled and shook his head. "It was nothing. I merely wished to ensure you were comfortable as you were sweating. Esteemed guest, we offer fat-reducing meals in the evening at our gym. Would you be interested?" He then presented a menu. QX perused the selections and replied, "I would like a comprehensive awakening salad, a tuna taco, and an Americano." The rabbit muscle monster smiled broadly and handed him the payment code. "Very well. Scan here, and I shall prepare your order right away." A total of 29 survival coins. A rather steep price indeed. Chi-Su pondered whether there was any special significance to them, as the muscular rabbit had spoken in vague terms. Without hesitation, Chi-Su proceeded to scan 30 survival coins. He then remarked, "No rush. Please prepare another round for the combat arena." The muscular rabbit was taken aback. "What? You still wish to visit the combat arena?" The rabbit's astonishment made him overlook even the potential tip. Chi-Su affirmed, "Yes, and I shall return tomorrow." "Is that blanket for sale?" "I desire it." The muscular rabbit shook his hand. "If you are certain you will return tomorrow, I shall gift it to you." Chi-Su nodded resolutely. "I will indeed return." He had come to realize that although the dungeon-specific card was rare and only one remained, retaining such an item was futile. Its true worth could only be realized through use. There is nothing more vital than enhancing one's own abilities. Once more in the combat arena, Chi-Su changed his title to Undying War God, instantly filling him with confidence. He took up a pink chainsaw and a handgun, preparing to hone his shooting skills. After all, this was the strongest combat capability he currently possessed. Chi-Su also wished to practice his reflexes, so he refrained from specifying a monster, instead inputting his attributes and opting for a random monster spawn. The first monster to appear was the black line snake, but Chi